On the top floor of a modern and eerie apartment building in the room of a house, there are several simple pieces of furniture alas. On the bed, a 5 or 6-year-old child, with a slight frown on his immature face, opened his eyes and looked straight at the wooden ceiling with a chandelier hanging above, and only muttered for a long time, "It's been 5 years, although I don't refuse to cross over, why did I cross into this world?" The tone was a little sentimental, melancholy, and turned to mumble to himself, "It's not easy for an ordinary person to live safely. Ninjas? It's a terrible world. After 5 years of suppression, I can finally confide when I am alone." Yes, he is a time traveler, a young man in his 20s when he was on Earth, who should have had a smooth future, but accidentally fell asleep while playing a mobile game randomly recommended by the web page. As a result, when his eyes were closed, he woke up and didn't know how to come to this new world. From the moment he was an infant, he knew what kind of world he had come to. Nonsense. As an excellent teenager on Earth, he has also watched the anime Naruto. That's right, he came to the real world of Hokage, and he is now in Konoha. And in this ninja world, it is very insecure to have no strength. No, it should be very unsafe without strong to a certain strength. After all, this is not the good world that anime seems, and real cruelty can make people collapse. Not to mention the big event that has not yet happened in the future, that Pain attacked Konoha and destroyed the entire village. Just to talk about the incident 5 years ago, the 9-tailed demon fox ravaged Konoha village, and although the 4th generation Hokage finally sealed the 9 tails with his own life, many ninjas and innocent civilians still died at that time. Kazuma Junjin's parents in this world gave him such a name when he was just born, and then died in the 9 Tails rebellion that year. At that time, because there were too many orphans in the village, many people could not fully adopt them, and most of the babies were entrusted to orphanages. After spending 4 full years in the orphanage, because of his adult soul, Kazuma Junto quickly adapted and showed a more mature side than his peers, and at the same time deeply understood the true side of this ninja world. And after thinking about it again and again, at the beginning of this 5th year, Junto Kazuma persuaded the director of the orphanage to let him move out on his own, and he wanted to begin to integrate into this real world. Don't say that 5-year-olds can't be independent. In this world, there are 5-year-olds who exceed your imagination. It's like Kakashi Kiki, who graduated from a ninja school at the age of 5 and became a Chusino at the age of 6. Looking at it this way, it is not so weird that Kazuma Junrin matures and becomes independent at the age of 5. As for where Kazuma lives now, it is a legacy left by his dead ordinary ninja parents after saving up for a long time, a 50 or 60 square meters house in this apartment building. So when he left the orphanage today, the village handed over the house to him. It may be small for a family, but now it is more than enough for Kazuma to be alone. After cleaning up the house yesterday and officially moving in today, Junto Kazuma lay on the bed and recalled his life in the Hokage world for a long time. I thought bitterly, alas, you should still rejoice, at least in Konoha village. Not in other villages. Konoha is undoubtedly the best choice compared to other villages, and it is the center of all the plot. No matter, it's hard to be alone, it's time to think about how to live in the future. It is rare to express the repressed emotions in his heart, and Kazuma Junrin will soon stop worrying about these things, instead think about the future. What's the big deal going on in Konoha this year? It doesn't seem to be. The only thing that is said is that in the 54th year of Konoha next year, the original 12 Xiaoqiang will enter the ninja school. But it's nothing. It's the 55th year of Konoha, and Uchiha's extermination by one person is the big thing that shakes the ninja world. Junto Kazuma whispered softly, thinking about the events that would happen to Konoha in recent years. After combing through it in his mind, he didn't think about it anymore. Now, the most important thing to consider is to get Chakra's cultivation method. Kazuma, who had been lying for a long time and thinking about it for a long time, lit up his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, "Because, to live in this world, it's about finding a way to become a ninja. And if you want to become a ninja, you must have a cultivation method to extract chakra. Chakra's extraction method, although very ordinary, is not accessible to every orphan. Even Naruto could only learn until he went to the ninja school. Hopefully, there will be in these relics of my parents." Junto Kazuma immediately got up, got out of bed and walked to a package that was set aside that was the only thing left of the parents of this world besides the house. Swish! Opening the package, inside are several scrolls and some shuriken kunao. Looking at the scroll, Kazuma's eyes lit up. He was busy picking it up, open them one by one. The first scroll is a ninjutsu scroll, but it only has 3 basic ninjutsu written on it: Avatar, Transfiguration, and Doppelganger. These 3 ninjutsu are all the lowest level of E-level ninjutsu, but it is undeniable that the good effect used is indeed comparable to C-level or even B-level ninjutsu. The second scroll was a record written by his parents, equivalent to a note, and Kazuma Junto quickly schemed by. And the third one made the corners of Kazuma Junrin's mouth smile. On the extraction of chakra, slowly reading out a few large words on the scroll, Kazuma's hand couldn't help but grasp it tightly. "Since you have come to this world, how can you not become a ninja?" Haha, Junto Kazuma smiled a little happily. Not to mention those earth-shattering battles in my mind, it is some ninja who he has also seen in the past few years. Although those are ordinary subordinates, they are extremely powerful compared to ordinary people, and they are the kind that can pinch him to death at will. With a dream and a boiling blood in his heart, Kazuma Junrin began to concentrate on extracting chakra according to the method on the scroll. Chakra is an extraordinary energy born from the spiritual energy that has been exercised through many cultivations and accumulated experience, and then perfectly fused with the body energy extracted from one of the 130 trillion cells of the human body. Every ninja needs to use chakra to perform ninjutsu, illusion, and physical arts. Gradually, 2 or 3 days passed. It's another early morning. At this time, the sky was about to break dawn, and the first rays of sunlight were already eager to shine out in the dim night. In the room was Kazuma Quasai, who had been sitting for another night. His face was a little pale and his brows were locked. I didn't expect that the talent of this body was so bad. Finally opened his eyes, Kazuma said to himself bitterly. After such a long period of cultivation, he had not been able to perfectly blend out of chakra. Originally, at the beginning, Kazuma extracted spiritual power according to the method of scrolling, but when he later extracted the body energy, he found that the talent of this body was very poor. The amount extracted from each cell is really very small, and that's not even counting when he gritted his teeth and insisted. He painstakingly extracted 130 trillion cells, wanting to fuse mental power and physical energy, only to find that the last step was even more difficult for him, seemingly due to natural limitations. Only then did he understand how bad the ninja's talent was in the body of this world. He tried it many times over the days, but reality tells Kazuma Junrin that your talent is so poor that it seems that it is not suitable for the path of ninja. In fact, this is also the talent and destiny of the vast number of ordinary civilians in Konoha. Abominable, just be an ordinary person. How can you? I must succeed. Kazuma, who was unwilling to accept this status quo, gritted his teeth fiercely. Unlike the other day when he interrupted his cultivation when he felt tired, this time he was immersed in chakra's extraction again. Some of the exhausted body was once again extracted by Kazuma to extract physical energy, and many attempts made him look a little familiar now, and immediately extracted the spiritual power in his mind and fused with it. Call. The two forces converged in the body, and it seemed to merge under the gritted teeth of the quasi person of Kazuma, but the process of this fusion was really quite slow, like an ant, almost invisible. You know, his body energy is very small, and if he does not fuse chakra before it is exhausted, his achievements will be lost, and Kazuma Junrin has failed many times because of this. That's. Step away. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and Kazuma Junrin bit his lips fiercely, and under the teeth marks, even revealed a trace of bright red. You fuse me. A low growl. Regardless of it, the crazy urging spiritual power to cover it is to forcibly fuse together. Originally, the fusion is natural, and the level of talent determines the speed of this fusion. Like the genius first class is instantly fused out of chakra, and now the quasi people of Kazuma are going to forcibly let them collide. Put all one's eggs in one basket. Rumble. The collision of forces made Kazuma's body seem to have a chemical reaction. His face turned pale, his teeth clenched, and he snorted, and a large trail of sweat slipped down his forehead. The room was silent again, for a long time, and only then did it make a noise when the sunlight entered the room from the windowsill and brought a hint of warmth. It's a really difficult process. My talent is simply a trick. Kazuma Junto opened his eyes and whispered bitterly, his body a little exhausted and exuding pain. Who would have thought that extracting chakra would be so difficult? But fortunately, Kazuma's pale and weak face showed a relieved smile. A faint warm current flowing through his body quickly eliminated his body pain. Reaching out and trying to get the warm current to gather on his fingertips, he could see the blue light that emanated, and that was his chakra. It will be much easier to extract later. The first time is always the hardest, and after success, it becomes easier. But my God, I don't know how hard it is for me to become stronger. It's a problem to be a shinobi. The corners of Kazuma's mouth twitched, and his chakra extraction was estimated to be far below average among those who extracted chakra for the first time. It seems that even those cannon fodder who show their faces in the original work are rare to have ninja talent. He now finally knows why some people in the Hokage world have worked hard all their lives to be a subordinate. I guess I'm the worst crosser. Kazuma Junrin thought helplessly, the talent is so bad, there is no Goldfinger, but when he suddenly thought so, the depths of his soul seemed to have a rhythm because of chakra's appearance. This is. Kazuma Junrin's eyes widened, and he was busy quietly feeling the message from the depths of his soul, and that quickly made him laugh. Ha ha, I said, how can there be less standard crossing? Ha ha, he couldn't help but be so excited. His golden finger appeared. Copying? You can randomly copy the talents or abilities that others have. Doesn't that mean I can copy someone else's ninjutsu, cultivation talent, and blood succession limit? Isn't this the copy technique in the online game in my hand before crossing? There are restrictions. Replicators and replicators cannot be too far apart, up to 3 times a day, and there is a possibility of failure. The successful copy cannot be copied again. Well, that's all acceptable. Kazuma Junrin chanted, his expression becoming more and more excited, and at the same time, the previous decadence and helplessness were swept away. With this bug, the talent he worries about the most is not a problem at all. What about his poor physical talent? In this world, besides him, there are too many talented guys, and it just so happened that most of the people were in the village of Konoha. Kakashi Kiki seems to be a genius. This guy is even more genius. Uchiha seems to be a little stronger. What a headache, who am I going to choose first? In the room, a 5-year-old child had a foolish smile on his face and his eyes full of stars. I don't know what good things to think about, I'm about to drool. 53 years in Konoha, after 5 years of recuperation, the village of Konoha has finally slowly recovered from the Nine Tails rebellion. There are no traces of the destruction anymore, and the village is gradually calming down. People live and work in peace and contentment, and all industries are prosperous, and the prosperity of the past has been restored. After a day of rest and calm, Kazuma, early the next morning he stopped his faint chakra extraction cultivation, starting to wander the streets of Konoha. He wanted to take a good look at this Konoha village. Of course, the most important thing is to find someone to experiment with his copying. Don't run, haha, you're chasing me. Walking the streets of Konoha, Junto Kazuma can occasionally see a childish child a few years younger than him chasing and fighting, and the sound of giggling laughter echoes. People passing by on the side of the road also had a peaceful smile on their faces. A variety of shops also show the prosperity of the village. Peaceful village, Kazuma couldn't help but sigh softly, although he knew in his heart that such peace was only superficial. But for this group of people who did not know the truth, today's life made them very satisfied. Who should I use it for? Junto Kazuma, who had walked for a while, was thinking. During this time, he had already seen many ninjas on the road, many of whom had mid-ninja level existences. However, he never made up his mind, wanting to see some familiar faces before deciding. But unfortunately, although Konoha village is said to be a village, it is actually larger than the town, and it is really not easy to meet those people in the original book in a short time. Forget it, just choose one at random and use it as a test product. After walking for a while, Kazuma secretly said in his heart, he planned to choose one of these passerby level people to experience it. That's it. Looking at a ninja wearing a Konoha ninja brace, he was about to walk past and Kazuma's heart moved, and the fluctuations that no one could detect were fleeting at the same time. An electronically synthesized prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding, successfully copied Kohara Taro's stand-in technique, whether to fuse or not. The heart immediately responded, fusion. A signal came from the depths of his soul, and all kinds of knowledge about the avatar technique flooded into his mind. The process between electric flint is over, but the impact has not stopped. It's amazing. A flash of shock flashed in Kazuma's eyes, and he now realized that his understanding of the avatar technique immediately reached the level of that Ohara Taro, and he knew all the things about the avatar technique at the same time. Body awareness is extremely proficient, and it is as if it has been practiced countless times. This can also quickly improve ninjutsu learning. Kazuma's eyes flashed with essence, and he thought excitedly. The ability of others to spend years learning, Kazuma can reach that level in a short time or even all at once, so if it takes a little more time, wouldn't it be easy to surpass that person? It's all blood boiling when I think about it. So, Kazuma did not hesitate to use the copy technique on another ninja who looked good. Ding, successfully copy the transformation technique of. Another fluctuation flooded into his mind, and he immediately understood the essence of the transformation technique. Both times he got basic ninjutsu, and Kazuma Junrin was not sad. After all, he had not yet begun to learn these two ninjutsu, and it was good that he had saved a lot of time at once. There is only one time left today. Remembering the restrictions on the use of copycating, Kazuma couldn't help but look carefully again. Coming to another street, suddenly there were some discussions in my ears. It's so awesome, it's a qualified shinobi at such a young age. Yes, it's amazing, you can become a Zongnin in the future. People marveled at an 11-12-year-old boy wearing a ninja brace. It seems that in the eyes of most people, being a ninja is indeed a great thing. Looking at the ninja walking over, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes. This is a graduate of the ninja school? The corners of his mouth curved. Then, it's just you, it's best to obediently dedicate your talent. A funny laugh flashed in his heart, and Kazuma Junto shot at the passing Shimoto shinobi, who was praised by everyone. Immediately, he heard a wonderful electronic synthesis. Naruto S copy ninja chapter 004 MTL books logo MTL books report settings term replacer toggle play / pause TTS add to library reading history chapters toggle invert mode previous next 4 chapter 004 holding his mood and returning to his residence. The Junto Kazuma immediately chose to fuse the Shimo Shinobi chakra that he had just copied. Rumble. In an instant, a warm current far larger than itself poured into his body out of nowhere, flowing in his body, with a touch of coolness but warmth to his weak body, and his whole body was simply indescribably comfortable. Ah, comfortable. A moan came out of his mouth, and Kazuma stretched out his arm comfortably. Compared with before, the chakra in the body is like the difference between a bowl of water and an endless stream. After all, he had just refined chakra, how could he be compared with a person who became a shinobi? In an instant, he possessed a qualified subordinate chakra, and a smile appeared at the corner of Kazuma Junrin's mouth. Moreover, he immediately sat upright and tried to extract chakra again himself. It is no longer so difficult, although it has not reached the point of instantaneous production, but the speed and amount of synthesis are far beyond before. Sure enough, my physical talent has changed. Kazuma Junto opened his eyes as if he saw a bright light. What he got was not only a sub-ninja level chakra, but also the cultivation talent of that sub-ninja. Haha. In the future, who in the ninja world will dare to say that the talent is stronger than me? Overtake you the next day. Some of the middle two thought that Kazuma Junto suddenly had expectations for this world because he was full of confidence in his future. Soon the day passed. Kazuma Junrin, who got up early to practice the next day, stopped chakra's cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. This guy's talent is much better than mine, but it is far worse than the genius first class in the same period. Thinking about it, Kazuma said softly. His chakra amount is really the standard lower ninja level amount. It is estimated that the amount of one C level or at most several D level ninjutsu will be released. This shows that this shinobi belongs to the ordinary level among ninjas, and can no longer be ordinary. But Kazuma Junrin didn't care. It would be nice to copy a stronger one in the future. Shaking his head, he began his early morning workout. Let's go. After all, to become stronger, you must also rely on your own efforts. In this world, you can't help but work hard with talent, and the real strong are piled up by talent and hard work. Even if it is cultivation, Kazuma Junrin will find time to go out for a walk, on the one hand, to relax and familiarize himself with the environment of the village, and on the other hand, to perform replication techniques. Ding, copy failed. Ding, the transformation technique that was successfully copied to, is it fused? Ding, copy failed. I don't know if he successfully used up the good luck of the Quasi person 3 times on the first day, and he failed twice on the second day, and the successful one was the copied transformation technique. It seems that low-level abilities are a little easier to copy. Kazuma Junrin also gradually figured out some of the unspoken rules of copying. The lower the ninjutsu, the more frequent it appears, and the same ninjutsu fusion can make you more proficient in this ninjutsu to a certain extent. Ding, the successful copying of the avatar technique, is it fused? Ding, successfully copied to the doppelganger. Is it integrated? The days gradually passed, and after a few days, Kazuma Junrin also gathered the 3-body technique, and it was simply amazing. Ding, successfully copied to Tudun, the art of decapitation in the heart. Is it integrated? This is the best voice today, meeting an elite Naka shinobu who has just returned from a mission, and Junto Kazuma used his last chance of the day on him. This allowed him to finally learn a useful ninjutsu in addition to failure in 3-body surgery. The Quasi man couldn't wait to choose fusion, and the mysteries of the art of decapitation in his heart about Tudun came to his mind one by one. When the fusion was completed, he finally mastered a ninjutsu other than the 3-body technique, and Kazuma Junrin couldn't help but smile. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered, Kakashi is called a copy ninja, but I'm a copy ninja in comparison. Haha, do you have to have a name of 5 or 5 in the future? Chuckled. Kakashi, who has the eyes of the Sharingan, made a statement in the ninja world a few years later, copying more than 1,000 ninjutsu, and he had the power of a battle with anyone, and was jokingly called Kiki Wujikai by the people of Guangfa. Accidentally meeting this original protagonist, Junto Kazuma was also a little curious and looked at Naruto Uzumaki. And Naruto also looked at Kazuma. They were equally old, and there was not much difference in height at this time. Junto Kazuma wears a black short-sleeved turtleneck t-shirt on the upper body, 6-point sports shorts of the same color on the lower body, and a pair of clogs on his feet, which looks clean and neat. Now he is still immature, but a trace of heroism can already be seen on his face. Are you all right? Junto Kazuma asked. Ah, it's okay, thank you for your help. Naruto Uzumaki was also busy patting the dust on his body, pretending not to care, and said. Then his expression turned sharply, holding the back of his head with both hands, and he kept stepping left and right under his feet, with a smile on his face. Don't look at them, I won't be afraid of them. Many times ago I chased them alone, haha. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who laughed and grinned widely, Kazuma Junrin sighed secretly in his heart. Originally the son of the 4th generation, he actually lived even more miserable than his commoners orphaned 3 generations. Is really, I'm not afraid that this guy will resent Konoha later. However, the Quasi man could only mumble in his heart. After all, he knew that although he and Naruto did not feel anyone nearby, there must be a ninja in the dark part watching. Hey, what's your name? My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Probably because Junjin Kazuma didn't stare at him with disgust like other children, Naruto Uzumaki happily followed Junto Kazuma and talked. My name is Junjin Kazuma. Haha, what a coincidence, we all have someone in our name. Alas, the corners of Kazuma's mouth twitched invisibly. Isn't that funny? He can only sigh that he can maintain a kind heart in such a childish environment, and it really can't be without this optimistic idiot-like attitude. I didn't hear Kazuma Junto's reply. Naruto didn't care, a person was talking there. Maybe it was great for him to have someone who could actually listen. Wait a minute. Kazuma, who had been meditating, suddenly remembered something and stopped in his steps. Naruto next to him still walked forward as he spoke. I told you, there is a ramen restaurant that must be delicious, but I haven't been to it yet. What's wrong with you? Naruto Uzumaki suddenly noticed that Junto Kazuma was behind him. I saw that Kazuma Junrin's expression changed a little. Obviously, first he was very excited and impatient, and then he was a little disappointed. Nothing, Kazuma replied, looking at the sky. It was already a little late, so he said, by the way, Naruto, I'm going back too. Good. See you next time. Naruto Uzumaki was a little down, but instead he smiled his trademark and touched the goggles on his forehead and said, see you next time. Junjin Kazuma also said, haha, see you next time, it's decided. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly cried out happily. Kazuma didn't care, raised her hand and waved her back to him, and walked towards the residence. Ajura Chakra, you must get it next time. A flash of essence flashed in his eyes. It turned out that Junjin Kazuma remembered that Naruto Uzumaki was the reincarnation of Ajura and carried Ajura Chakra. This made him excited. You know, Ajura is the second son of the 6 Dao immortals, inheriting the powerful immortal body. And there is a saying that both the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are descendants of Ajuras. Thinking about it this way, you can know the horror of the Ajura talent bloodline. Ding, copy failed. Ding, copy failed. Ding, copy. This was the case of using the duplication technique on Naruto 3 times, and all of them failed without exception. Sure enough, talent, blood succession limit is the most difficult to appear. It can only be improved by the number of times. But is it because Naruto hasn't learned anything now, so he doesn't even have ordinary skills? Junjin Kazuma also guessed, while slowly familiarizing himself with his golden finger. Today's Naruto is really just a little ghost who doesn't understand anything, even if that seduction technique will not be created until he enters the ninja school to learn chakra. So to copy him, there is not even a single low-level ninjutsu that is most easily obtained. Kazuma walked on the road and made up his mind that he must get Ajura Chakra, and now he can't even look at the talent of Naruto's own Uzumaki clan. High in Konoha, on the Hokage rock with the heads of the Hokage of the past engraved, an old man wearing a pipe with the word fire printed on it and a pipe in his hand is looking down on the village. Naruto-sama, this is that child's information. Suddenly, with a boom, a dark figure appeared behind the old man, said respectfully, and held a few documents in his hand. This old man is none other than Sarutobi Hinata, the 3rd-generation Hokage of Konoha. Barha took 2 puffs of smoke, and the 3rd generation took the results of the investigation of the dark part and looked at it subsequently. The wrinkles on the face were stretched, revealing a kind smile. The identity is innocent. The orphan of the village looks like he's a very hard kid again. Junto Kazuma is also familiar with the neighbors around his residence, and although he is not overly enthusiastic, he can also greet him with due courtesy. It was early in the morning. Seeing the figure of Kazuma going out very early, those uncles and aunts said with smiles, "Ah, little Kwasai-man, this is going out to exercise again." And Kazuma also stopped politely, and then answered hello one by one. "Well, yes, Aunt Maiko, haha, you will definitely become a good ninja in the future." Knowing the exercise goal of Kazuma Kwasai person, a middle-aged uncle also said with a smile, "Ah, then thank Uncle Jiro for his encouragement." Junto Kazuma smiled and did not deny it. Looking at the back of Kazuma Junran leaving quickly, people are praised. Alas, what a good boy who is polite and hardworking. And those people just now probably don't know that after this month's training, although the improvement of physical fitness is not so exaggerated, it is also improved, and Kazuma Junran can already be regarded as a real shinobi. After all, he has the chakra of the lower ninja, and with a little physical skills, the 3-body technique is already extremely proficient, and he also understands 1 or 2 other ninjutsu. This is already more than the average recent graduate. Even most of the shinobi may not be the opponent of Kazuma Junran. Of course, this requires those who are not from those wealthy families. After all, the difference between ordinary civilians and their combat effectiveness is very large if nothing else. Let's talk about ninjutsu. Most of the medium ninjutsu big families can easily get, not to mention some family secret arts. And civilians, without top good teachers, can only desperately accumulate experience and tasks to exchange with the village for ninjutsu they want to learn. Oops. Kazuma Junran ran on the street. His training today is to run all the way to the gate of Konoha and then run back. There are more than 16,000 meters back and forth, which is not a small amount. The early morning leaves of the wood look a little silent and quiet under the green trees. There are only 1 or 2 early civilians or ninjas on the road. When they look at the Kwasai people of Kazuma who run by, they also cast curious eyes. "Ah, what a coincidence, Kwasai man." Suddenly, a greeting came from behind the Kwasai person. A child with short blonde hair and blue eyes ran over. "It's a coincidence. Naruto." Kazuma Jun's face was flat, and his mouth was also speechless. After being accidentally discovered by Naruto half a month ago that he would exercise in the morning, they would have had such a chance encounter for half a month. Hey, Naruto Uzumaki touched his head and smiled, the beard-like texture on both sides of his cheek shaking. However, Naruto also knew that Junto Kazuma didn't like to talk too much during training, so he didn't nag and ran behind. Da. For a while, the sound of clogs stepping on the ground on the street was one more. Running silently, at the same time, Kazuma Junto skillfully threw a copy technique towards Naruto Uzumaki. Ding. Replication failed. Ding. The legacy chakra of Bofang Shuman was successfully copied. Is it fused? Ding. Replication failed. After using replication 3 times in a row, Kazuma, who was hit by this month's successive failures, had no hope at all, and did not care to continue running forward. "I ran out 100 meters before I suddenly woke up while Wave Fang Shuman? Fourth generation. Kazuma Junran's mouth opened slightly, and he roared in his heart. His emotions were a little excited, and the waves were undulating. I almost forgot that Naruto still had his parents' chakra protecting him. Put it this way, is this really the fourth generation Hokage? You know, the strength of the fourth generation is completely because of his talent and hard work. Although his talent is very pure, there will be no blood succession limit and the like, but this is not important. The main thing is that the fourth generation has the talent of space ninjutsu. The corners of Kazuma Junran's mouth curved space ninjutsu. Even in the next 6-level battles, they shine brightly. Boom. Why did you stop running and running? Naruto Uzumaki, who found that there was no one on the side, stopped in front and looked at Kazuma Junran behind him and asked suspiciously. It's okay, Naruto. Kazuma Junto's immature but handsome face was covered with a gentle smile. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki with bright eyes was like looking at a piece of baby. Naruto, who was looked at by the Quasi person with an inexplicable smile and felt a little weird, trembled, and did not know what came to mind. Swallowing his saliva, his mouth trembled and said, I'm normal. Junto Kazuma's face turned black, and if it was a manga, it is estimated that you can see that the black line has covered the forehead. The world of Hokage is so precocious. The heart roared. At the same time, he couldn't help but roar lowly. Nonsense, I'm also normal. Turn to say, don't say anything, I'm going to speed up next. The words fell, clicking all at once, leaving a faint dust all the way. Oh, wait for me. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but shout, and ran quickly at the same time. It's just that his speed is not comparable to Kazuma, who has chakra and has been trained at all. In the Hokage building, 3 generations of telescope art are being performed through a crystal ball in the room. Looking at a panting yellow-haired child at the gate of Konoha village, and a 5-year-old child with black hair standing up with a smile on his face. Great, Watergate. Naruto is also fettered, looking at Naruto's tired and panting face in the crystal ball, but still silly smiling. It's been a long time since I saw little Naruto smile. The 3rd generation put down his pipe and let out a sigh. For the 3rd generation, watching the son of the 4th generation be disgusted by his peers in the village over the years, it is also powerless. But now, at least there is still a child of his age who is innocent and willing to be friends with Naruto. Kazuma Quasi-man. After thinking about it, the 3 generations ordered. Next year's ninja school, put him in. Yes, Naruto-sama had an order, and the people below naturally recorded it. Naruto, this guy, the resilience of the body is really strong. Walking back to the residence, Kazuma Junto recalled the scene just now. Naruto Uzumaki, who was originally tired and wanted to die, was just about to be resurrected with blood after resting for a while. The bloodline of the Vortex clan also has the influence of sealing the 9-tailed demon fox. The Quasi-man's eyes were really shining, and in his eyes, Naruto was really a moving treasure trove, although the key was from time to time wrong. Frequent failures, but with one success, he made a fortune. Watergate this time? Next time there is a 9-tailed chakra or even that salivating Azura chakra, it will not be cooler. Of course, it is best to be directly Azura, and the 9-tailed chakra is now given to the Quasi person of Kazuma, and he does not dare to directly fuse. After all, a chakra like a tailed beast is too distinctive, and it is so large, not to mention the white eyes, a slightly sentient ninja can see it. Now that the 9 tails are fused in the village, it will be too dangerous. Take your time. Like this time, the chakra of Wave Fang Shuman is a big surprise. Kazuma did not stop, and he couldn't wait to sit on the bed and close his eyes slightly. Chakra of fusion Wave Fang Shuman, I said silently with some excitement in my heart. Boom! A fluctuation from the soul seemed to be born out of nothingness from Kazuma Quasi-man's body. A wisp of blue chakra appeared out of thin air, extremely pure, and then quickly fused into his body. The chakra, which drives itself, begins to surge and flow in the body. The refreshing coolness hit, first 2 wisps, then more and more, until the whole body seemed to be soaked in a clear spring. Soon, the integration ended. We'll exhale softly. Kazuma Junran, who opened his eyes, found that the amount of chakra in his whole body did not change significantly, but the body seems to have undergone a subtle change at the root. Now I feel very comfortable. The slight exhaustion just now has been swept away, and my mind is extremely clear. Every improvement is so comfortable. The whole body was cool, and Kazuma Junran stretched his body and whispered. This is not the nonsense of Kazuma Quasi people. Every change in talent is evolution and sublimation for him. In the blink of an eye, he began to examine his specific changes. This is the qualification of the 4th generation. He whispered softly in his mouth. The mind moves slightly, and every cell in the whole body quickly extracts body energy, and naturally fuses with spiritual power to produce a new chakra. At the same time, my mind was clear, and my understanding and learning of ninjutsu was greatly improved. Give him a ninjutsu scroll now, and he will be able to learn and comprehend it on his own very quickly. No wonder I was able to become a famous golden flash in the ninja realm as a civilian. Such a talent qualification, Junto Kazuma marveled, but now I'm not weaker than him. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on his face, and it looked extra warm in the sun. Counting up, he is now quite similar to the background identity of the 4th generation. They are all civilians, as they are today. And now that he has a first-class ninja talent, Kazuma Junran will not waste it. Make the most of his time and do some basic training that he knows, for example, Kumu throwing, shuriken operation, for example, chakras control, treading water, climbing trees, have been slowly learned. And because the talent is already very good, the amount of chakra has been refined a lot more than the general shinobi, at least it will not be like before, and he can barely use ninjutsu once or twice now. He can at least use everything he knows. Moreover, his 3 daily opportunities are occasionally used on others to get some other improvements. In this way, the days passed plainly. After a few months, the strength and appearance of the quasi-person Kazuma have changed dramatically. The first is that the body has grown taller, half a head taller than his peers. The black broken hair is not long or short, the sideburns have just hung down to the ears, and the immaturity of the face has dissipated for most of the time, and you can already see the handsome and delicate facial features. In the future there is confidence between the eyebrows. And such a long time has more or less allowed him to learn some new ninjutsu. Although the level is not high, the improvement in combat power of the quasi people of Kazuma is undoubtedly huge. Instantaneous technique. This is an extremely valuable D-grade ninjutsu. Fire escape, how fireball technique, sea-level attack ninjutsu. This was obtained from that Uchiha ninja, Konoha whirlwind. Where did you get this physical technique? Forget it, forgot, counting it down. The strength of Kazuma Junrin can already be far ahead in the lower shinobi. If you really fight, you can even compete with the weak Naka ninja. In less than a year, he jumped from an ordinary person to an elite underdog, and his progress rate can be described as rapid. Kiki Kakashi Shinobu at the age of 5, Shinobu at the age of 6. In this way, I will not be worse than his progress speed, Kazuma thought silently in his heart. At the same time, I kind of sighed at Kakashi's strength. He used to be so genius, and his progress was super fast. However, after getting the Sharingan with soil, it changed. Although the Sharingan allowed him to improve in some aspects, he also made a name for himself. But at the same time, the restrictions on his own strength are also great. How can you say it clearly? Later, if it weren't for the Sharingan, Kakashi wouldn't have been able to exert his strength beyond the shadow level in the 4 battles. It can only be said that because he is not Uchiha bloodline, there will be gains and losses. In this way, time passed, and Kazuma Junrin was completely integrated into this world, the living habits of this world, and the food culture of this world. Moreover, in addition to Naruto Uzumaki, he also slowly saw some other familiar faces. And sometimes, when he was training earlier, he could see a figure in a green tights a year or 2 older than him running around the village. The last month of Konoha's 53rd year, on this morning, the sun had risen, and the village of Konoha, shining in the sun, was one after another, and it seemed so prosperous. The home of Junrin Kazuma, boom, boom, boom. Open the door, Quasi Man. Kazuma Junrin, who rarely stopped his daily dense training to relax and rest, was still called up by Naruto. What are you going to do again? Opening the door, Kazuma Junto just looked at Naruto Uzumaki outside the door and asked, didn't you say you invited me to eat Ichiraku ramen? Naruto Uzumaki raised his finger and yelled at Junto Kazuma. Really, it's only morning. It's not time for lunch yet. Kazuma Junrin replied lightly. A sound came, and Naruto Uzumaki immediately covered his stomach with his hands, twisted his feet together, and looked hungry on his face. Raised his eyebrows. The helpless Kazuma Quasi person is also unable to do it, so he promised to invite him, and he can talk. Wait for me. Junto Kazuma confided and went back to the room to change clothes. Okay. Naruto Uzumaki's expression immediately changed, and he exclaimed happily. Walking through the streets of Konoha village with Naruto Uzumaki during a lively time, Junto Kazuma can feel the resistance of the village to Naruto Uzumaki. Look, it's that kid really, what a scourge, little monster. There are still children who dare to walk with him, not afraid of being killed by him. Listening to the low scolding around him, Kazuma Junto glanced at Naruto lightly and found that he was bending his head low. Little Quasi Man, come quickly. 1 or 2 people knew Junto Kazuma, a child who had been working hard for nearly a year, and wanted to get him out of Naruto Uzumaki's side. Of course, Kazuma Junrin did not listen. Speaking of which, he really is not a purely kind person, but no matter how you say it, you have benefited from this protagonist of the original work, and you will continue to get it. So whether it is a basic conscience or future interest considerations, Kazuma doesn't mind making friends with this big trouble in the village. Although it may be resisted by most people, as long as it is a plus in the eyes of some people. Don't care, Kazuma Junrin said lightly. Naruto Uzumaki's ears moved, listening. Since others don't recognize it, just work hard to grow until others recognize you. Naruto Uzumaki's body shook, as if after thinking for a long time he raised his head sharply. His eyes still had tears, but he roared firmly, that's right, I will definitely become the one you recognize in the future. What is the little scourge talking about? I don't know, it's really a monster. But at this time, Naruto Uzumaki obviously had a goal, and he didn't seem to be discouraged, but instead looked radiant and grinned widely. Let's go, let's eat ramen. I don't know, I thought he was going to have a treat. You 2 guys give me a stop. As Kazuma and Naruto were about to reach their destination, a childish boom came from behind Kazuma Junrin. Who Is it calling us? Naruto Uzumaki looked back in confusion and curiosity at the same time. Kazuma Junran also turned around, looked at the 3 or 5 comers, and his eyes froze. It's you. The Quasi-man's brow furrowed slightly. These guys who came were the same children that Kazuma had taught when they first met Naruto. But now, they also look a little taller, which is not the most important thing. Importantly, they were followed by a man who was clearly in the wind and had a lot of them, and on their foreheads, they wore iron braces with the Konoha emblem engraved on them. Ninja! Oh, what do you want to do? Naruto Uzumaki also recognized who this group of people was, and although after such a long time, he still subconsciously took a step back, but then came back to his senses and shouted at them. Don't fix you yet, little monster. A boy in front ignored Naruto Uzumaki and looked directly at Junto Kazuma next to Naruto. Finally found you again. His nose seemed to be facing up to the sky, and his eyes were staring at Kazuma Junran. Then he said to the ninja-like boy behind him, Brother Yipping, this is the person who helped that monster bully us last time. Shimo Shinobu, who was called Ippi, walked out, looking 12 or 13 years old. Did you hit my brother last time? Kazuma Junran's eyes flashed. It's really a coincidence. Isn't this the guy who copied the talent of Shinobi for the first time? I didn't expect that the little ghost was his younger brother. What is this for? The younger brother can't do it, the older brother wants to find the field? The corners of Kazuma Junran's mouth hooked. How? What do you want? Did not deny the other party's words, but said in a flat tone. Such a tone made that Shimoto frown, a little unhappy, deliberately raised the forehead guard. You'll know what will happen later. When the words fell, he stepped forward and rushed towards Kazuma Junran with a relaxed expression. Brother Yipping has long been put up with it, and he will definitely be able to clean up that guy. That's right, tell him to bully us last time. Looking at the shinobi who rushed over, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma Junran's eyes, and his body flashed slightly to the side, easily avoiding the palm grabbed by the other party. And the guy on the other side obviously didn't put Kazuma in his eyes, perhaps because he felt extremely confident that he was shinobi. Unexpectedly, the quasi-person could avoid it, and the shinobi was a little surprised, but just for a moment, he turned around and swung to the side, wanting to knock Kazuma to the ground. Seeing this, Kazuma Junran snorted coldly, and his right leg instantly swept upward. Swish. With a whistle. Oops. The shinobi villain called Ippi is already a ninja in the true sense of the word after a year of ninja life, and he feels the fierce leg wind that strikes, and immediately knows his carelessness hands are busy retreating, protecting their bodies. Boom! Kazuma kicked him in the abdomen, directly kicking this shinobu into the air. Under the wide eyes of the group of children on the opposite side, they plopped and smashed in front of them. 1. Brother Yipping was kicked by him. Fake. Some boys chattered their teeth and comforted themselves and said, how could an ordinary child kick Ippi, who was a shinobi, directly into the air? Abominable little ghost. Gritting his teeth, Ippi stood up from the ground busily, and the pain in his abdomen told him that everything just now was not illusory. He was a subordinate and was kicked away by a child. Annoyed, he couldn't care why this kid had such strong strength and speed. He desperately wants to defeat the Kazuma Junran who looks arrogant in front of him. Swish! I saw him clasping his hands together and then making a seal. Ninfa, the art of doppelganger. Boom! After a puff of smoke, 2 identical flats rushed out of it. The speed was much faster than the last time, and almost instantly, 2 figures appeared one after the other around Kazuma Junran. At the same time, both of them raised their legs and kicked towards the quasi-person Kazuma. It's ninjutsu. Brother Ippi is really serious. I can definitely beat that guy this time. Looking at Ippi who had used ninjutsu, those little ghosts seemed to be full of confidence. The scene in front of me happened too quickly, from the provocation of the shinobi to the shot, and then was kicked and flown by the Junito Kazuma, and then the shinobi was performing ninjutsu again. It's all like a roller coaster, up and down too fast. Naruto Uzumaki's mind couldn't turn a little. However, he knew that it was really too much for a sub-ninja to strike like this to ordinary people. Hey, you're going too far, Naruto Uzumaki shouted next to him, but no one paid attention to him. Ippi didn't have time to think about the consequences of his attack on Kazuma Junran, who was like an ordinary person. He just wanted to teach Kazuma a hard lesson to wash away the shame he had just had. Call! One after the other, the sharp leg wind hit, but the quasi-person Kazuma did not panic at all. The person who attacked him head-on in front of him had no actual shadow under his feet. Kazuma turned his body instantly, facing Ipping behind him, and Kazuma stretched out his palm. Bang! Ippi's sweeping attack was intercepted by him blocking the opponent's horizontal kick in his hand. Kazuma Junran said lightly, the effect of the doppelganger technique is not physical. As his words fell, the Shimo shinobi behind him, as soon as it touched Kazuma's body, immediately dissipated. Damn, the doppelganger knows it, and such a power. You are no ordinary imp. Ippi found that no matter how hard he tried his right leg, he could not move forward a little, and the other party's terrifying power made him no longer able to despise Kazuma Junran. Unwillingly, his body took off forcefully, and after flipping in mid-air, his left leg was kicked out in the air. However, Kazuma easily parried with his hand again, and he, a 12-13-year-old boy, was so easily resisted by a 5-year-old imp who was a lot shorter than him. and in an instant, Kazuma Junrin launched a counterattack. I saw him smile and whispered the 3 basic mysteries of ninjas, physical skills. Saying that, Kazuma Junrin flipped his wrist, grabbed the other party's legs, and smashed hard towards the ground under the panicked eyes of the other party. However, boom! A puff of smoke appeared, and Shimoto, who fell on the ground, didn't know why it turned into a piece of wood. Shout! The sound of breaking the air above his head sounded, and a cold light flashed in Yipping's eyes. You're still too tender. Let me tell you how real ninjas fight. He was sure that the little ghost on the other side had extracted chakra, and his physical skills were stronger than him, but so what? It was just a 5-year-old little ghost, and it didn't let him seize the opportunity. Forcefully knocked Kazuma Junto to the ground. Ah! Quasai people, without waiting for Naruto's exclamation, he didn't wait for that Shinobu to show a smug smile. The Quasai person Kazuma on the ground also made a bang and turned into a log in an instant. The Shinobu's face changed drastically. Oops, the thought in my heart has not yet emerged, but there is a sharp pain in the back of the head. Fell into a coma. At this level, you also want to tell me how ninjas fight? Kazuma Junrin muttered in his heart, and put away the movement on his hand. The group of imps on the opposite side had long been trembling in place, looking at Kazuma Junrin in fear. The corners of his mouth schemed, ignoring them. Gone, Naruto, he greeted casually, and walked slowly towards his previous destination as if he was fine. Oh, Naruto Uzumaki only reacted at this time, and looked at Shinobu, who fell to the ground unconscious, and seemed to be a little convulsive. Then he hurried towards Kazuma and chased him. It's so powerful, that kid actually won a shinobi. Yes, it's too strong. Is he a genius from those big families? Look at the dress, it's not from the Uchiha family, and the physical skills are very powerful. Is it from the Hyuga family? After a lesson in patience, Kazuma Junto left with Naruto, not caring about what happened next. Soon after, the most famous Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha's original work was inside. Well, awesome, Quasai man, you are. How did it become so strong? Naruto Uzumaki gulped down Ichiraku ramen while glaring at Junto Kazuma and speaking indistinctly. Just train every day. Junto Kazuma took a sip of soup, admiring in his heart that the taste was really good, and gently responded to Naruto in his mouth. Thinking back to Kazuma Junrin's training for so long, rain or shine, Naruto Uzumaki was instantly not interested. He is still a little ghost, but he will not be interested in such practice. Even if I ran with Kazuma at the beginning, it was just to make a friend after getting acquainted. Naruto never trained in the early morning again. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Kazuma didn't say anything. Quietly eating his ramen. Even if Naruto was interested in chakra's cultivation and training, Kazuma Junrin did not dare to teach. After all, Naruto's identity is too sensitive, and Konoha's human pillar power has attracted the attention of too many people with hearts, and Naruto is still the protagonist in the original work. If there is a little change, I don't know if the direction of this world will change. Junjin Kazuma, who is still very weak, does not want to face the unknown world of Hokage. Maybe he can be unscrupulous when he has enough strength, but now, Naruto's growth trajectory had better have changed too much. Seriously, if it weren't for Goldfinger's copy, he wouldn't have been in frequent contact with Naruto. I'm done eating. Watching Naruto Uzumaki holding a large empty bowl, staring at himself as he said this. The corners of Kazuma's mouth twitched slightly, and he helplessly said to his uncle, although he still looks relatively young, who was looking at him and Naruto, trouble another bowl. Kazuma also knew why this boss was staring to the side. Naruto is really famous, Kazuma muttered in his heart. Han looked at Junto Kazuma and then at Naruto Uzumaki. He knew Naruto's infamy in the village, so he paid some attention to them. However, the visitor was a guest, and the hand that opened the door to do business was not as ruthless as the others, and did not blast Naruto Uzumaki out. Just keep an eye on their movements while they eat ramen. Now Kazuma ordered another bowl of noodles, and he also smiled and replied, okay, come right away. Then walked back to the back kitchen to get ready to go. And Naruto also shouted, I still want a huge bowl. Slowly, the day passed. And as time passed, I don't know why, the news that an ordinary child in Kazuma Junto was able to defeat Shinobu spread and was also known by many people. Is that him? Defeated a shinobi so little? Yes, another genius. Some people, too, undoubtedly put the title of genius on the head of Junjin Kazuma. At the age of 5, he defeated a 12 or 13-year-old shinobi, although it was said that the shinobi was only a civilian ninja and did not have strong ninjutsu, but his one-year ninja experience is undoubtedly a standard ninja. However, it was lost at the hands of a child. There is no doubt that in the eyes of most people, Kazuma is a genius. What a hassle, listening to the admiration of the people around him, Kazuma Junrin thought with some headache. Although I don't know why it spread so quickly, maybe the 3 generations pushed it by the hand. Cold words came out of the mouths of the 2 dark parts in front of them. Kazuma Junrin's brows frowned, his eyes were solemn, and he thought that it was because he approached Naruto Uzumaki, and the 3 generations of Hokage wanted to ask, but then his heart moved, and he thought of another possibility and asked more, what's the matter with Naruto-sama? Don't talk nonsense, come with us. But the answer to Kazuma was an icy reprimand. This made the Quasi-man's heart uneasy, and that thought completely occupied his heart. These two dark parts feel very strange, completely lifeless, with a terrifying gloomy coldness, as if the character is completely integrated into the darkness. And what is the matter that Hokage needs to get the dark ministry to come to him as a ghost? This is not a person in the dark part, it is a root. Judging the origin of the two people in front of him, his heart was spinning rapidly. Junto Kazuma almost gritted his teeth, and he found that with his current strength, he could not resist. The ninja of these two roots in front of him is definitely an elite ninja or above, and he is only a subordinate ninja now. No matter how strong the combat power is, it is not enough to rival some weak middle ninjas, and the ninja who has no emotion in the life and death battle at the root has no chance of victory. There was a brief silence, feeling the momentum of the two root ninjas, and Kazuma Junrin knew that they were a little impatient, gritting his teeth and about to agree. At this time, the two masked ninjas suddenly looked at each other, as if they had discovered something. I glanced at Kazuma Junrin, and then it was a sudden "oh," and it disappeared in an instant. Watching the ninja of the root suddenly disappear, Kazuma Junrin's eyes were a little puzzled, but the heart he was carrying was put down and took a heavy breath. After a while, there was a sound of clicking running footsteps. Quasi-human, quasi-human. There was also a familiar call outside the door, which let Kazuma Junrin know why the ninja at the root suddenly retreated. Naruto, what's the matter? Opening the door and looking at Naruto Uzumaki, Junto Kazuma swore that for the first time he thought this guy had come too well. Finding that the Quasi-man seemed to be very happy, Naruto was a little confused, but soon, he put it down, laughed and said, "Haha, actually, I came to inform you, half a month later, we are going to enter the ninja school." Listening to this, Kazuma Junrin's eyes were stunned. Ninja school is about to start. Thinking in his heart, the Quasi-person also sighed a little, so the incident from Uchiha was getting closer and closer. "Haha, when I enter the ninja school, I will become very powerful, and when the time comes, I will cover you." Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who was talking to himself, Kazuma Junrin's eyes looked sympathetically and did not tell him. When he entered the ninja school, it was the fact that the crane tail. Looking outside, the sky is just right, the sun is shining, and sometimes there will be a gentle breeze, which is pleasant. But Kazuma Junrin is not looking at this, he is secretly observing the dark ninjas hidden around. He knew that there must be a dark part near Naruto, and the two root ninjas would only retreat when they noticed that Naruto and the dark part were approaching. It's nice to hide. After secretly observing for a while, the Quasi-person Kazuma, who did not find it was not discouraged if he was so easily discovered by a guy like him, who had refined chakra for less than a year, then all of these dark parts could die, and what assassination mission would be carried out? I must become Hokage in the future, so that everyone in the village will agree with me. Finally, Naruto Uzumaki looked a little serious and said his inner goal to Junto Kazuma. "Yes, Hokage." Listening to Naruto's words, Kazuma whispered softly in his mouth. A burst of thoughts flashed in his heart, and Kazuma Junrin just looked at Naruto and said, "Then you have to work hard, first you have to defeat me. After all, I want to be Hokage too." Saying that, Kazuma Junrin just smiled. Under the sun, the smile reveals a confident face, which seems to be a little handsome. Unexpectedly, the would-be would say this, and Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened and his mouth opened. You, pointing at Junto Kazuma as if he had done something unforgivable. "Also, Naruto." Kazuma Junto looked at the tall Hokage rock in the distance, swept past the 4 Hokage avatars one by one, looked at the avatars of the 4th generation, and said in a somewhat heavy an exclamation tone, "Throughout the ages, you have not become a Hokage, you can be recognized by others, it's rather, only when you get the recognition of others can you become a Hokage." The tone is long and seems to be full of meaning. What do you mean?" Naruto Uzumaki seemed to ponder for a while, and suddenly grabbed his hair again and asked with a confused look. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki scratching ears and cheeks, he obviously couldn't understand the difference. Junrin Kazuma also shook his head and smiled. "You'll understand later." Call. In Hokage's office, a member of the Dark Division is reporting things to Hokage. The 3 generations have a pipe in their mouths and swallow clouds from time to time. That's it, feeling has passed, those 2 ninjas left. After listening to the report of the Dark Department, the 3 generations waved their hands, and the Dark Department gave a respectful salute, and the load disappeared all of a sudden. The remaining 3 generations were alone in the room, looking at a form in their hands above as a group of students who will be admitted to the ninja school in half a month. The previous names are all from some large families, and if you let Kazuma see it, he will find that in the front, there are names that are familiar to Kazuma Junrin, such as Suzuki Uchiha and Nara Shikamaru, and Kazuma Junrin's own name is a little below these people. There are some evaluations: 5 years old, more mature in mind, analysis is due to being alone since childhood, excellent talent, rough analysis, contact practice in just 1 year, you can defeat the lower ninja, and the 3 body art is proficient, will also have several medium and low-level ninjutsu. Guess it is left by parents. With a hard-working personality, he was able to insist on physical training for several months at such a young age, and at the same time the neighbors praised it. Very well. Maybe Junto Kazuma didn't know that everything from his birth to now was placed on the Hokage table. Of course, Kazuma Junrin also knows that with him now, he really can't hide some people in Konoha. Tuanzang, you don't want to let go of the good seedlings in the village? Looking at the admission list of the ninja school for a long time, the three generations sighed deeply. According to his information, the people he contacted were not only Junjin Kazuma, but also some other ninjas, most of whom were civilian orphans. What Danzo wants to do, the three generations are clear, but he does not agree. Adding the root really ruined a person. If you don't become a Hokage, you can be recognized by others. It is the recognition of others that can become a Hokage. Well said. Chanting something in his mouth, the three generations said in a comforting tone. The old wrinkled face was full of expectation, and his eyes burst into sharp light as he looked at Hokage Rock. Where there are leaves, there is a fire. The light of the fire will illuminate the whole village, and when the fire is extinguished, new leaves will grow again. The next generation in the village is the heir of the will of fire, and I will never allow you to mess around. The body of the three generations is majestic, and it seems that the original shinobi has returned. It is estimated that in the next few days, Tenzo and Root are afraid that they will not feel very well, and they will not have time to care about small people like Kazuma. After all, in this world, there are too many geniuses, and there are many stronger geniuses with blood succession limits. Whether a person can turn into strength and really grow up has not yet been determined. Therefore, Danzo will not stare at Kazuma Quasai people to death. In fact, it is also so that day, when the people of the Roots did not bring Kazuma Junjin over, Tuanzang only pondered for a moment, then replied I know, and let them retreat. However, Kazuma Junrin did not know at this time, and he did not want to know these things in Konoha's high level for the time being. He now wants to become stronger, and the things that were forced by the root have made Kazuma Junto eager to become stronger. I don't want to feel like this anymore. The Quasai man chanted softly in his mouth, so he put all his opportunities on Naruto 3 more times a day. It's clocking in on time. Bite, bite, bite. Repeated replication, the number of failures cannot be counted, but finally, the day before entering the ninja school, Junjin Kazuma heard the most beautiful sound. Ding, copy the chakra of the successful Azura is fused? This is simply the sound of heaven, and Kazuma is extremely excited. Forcibly holding his emotions, he hurried back to his residence after saying goodbye to Naruto Uzumaki, and then he couldn't wait to shout in his heart fusion. When Kazuma had just finished saying this in his heart, a chakra appeared in his body, mingling with him. Pain. Unlike the comfort that came from the body of the previous fusion, this time the fusion, Kazuma Junrin only felt an indescribable pain, penetrating deep into the bone marrow, as if one cell after another ruptured. His Kazuma, who clenched his teeth tightly and did not dare to shout loudly, could only let out a dull cry of pain, and his face showed sweat and was a little white. This time, the process of fusion is more like a complete transformation. The cells of the whole body begin to transform from the inside out, and this pain has just begun. I have been patient, I don't know when. Kazuma Junrin has lost consciousness and passed out. And when he opened his eyes again it was already the next morning. This is, Kazuma Junrin, who got up from the bed, felt an incomparable refreshment in his body, a feeling he had never felt before from the victory. Each cell reveals a different vitality, as if the body is radiating infinite vitality and has abundant vitality. Moreover, injuries, scars, etc., which may have been more or less in previous training, are all wiped out. At the same time, the amount of chakra in Kazuma's body, in just one night, naturally increased dozens of times. This level of chakra is no longer inferior to a superior ninja. But you know, he was only a 4 bearable chakra yesterday. Azura talent, it's really terrifying. He felt that he could refine chakra anytime and anywhere at the moment, and it was naturally fast. Compared with the speed of the previous 4 generations, it is another heaven and an underground. And this chakra, Kazuma Junrin stretched out his hand, and a large cloud of dark blue chakra with green vitality around his palm instantly appeared. Powerful vitality. As long as Kazuma Junrin wanted to learn, he was estimated to be the top medical ninja in the future. Sure enough, Azura inherits the immortal body of the 6 Dao immortals. Kazuma Junrin closed his palm, clenched his fist and said, he has just fused this talent now, and before he has developed it, he has allowed himself to have a primary immortal body. Azura's talent bloodline is really terrifying. Moreover, after fusing the Azura bloodline, Kazuma Junrin really had the foundation to stand at the top of the ninja world. Before Kazuma could feel the changes in his body more, he heard footsteps in the distance. Is it Naruto? And I can hear so far now. Kazuma Junrin's heart moved, and his mind was certain, and chakra flooded into his mind. It really can. He found that he could actually sense a person not far away through chakra, and he had just discovered that 2 hidden dark ninjas were following someone 200 meters away. Those 2 are the dark parts that protect Naruto, Kazuma Junrin secretly said in his heart. At the same time, following Naruto's 2 dark parts, one of them seemed to sense something and quickly looked around. Strange. What's wrong? I feel like someone is staring at us. Listening to this, the other dark part also perked up and began to carefully observe the surroundings. After investigating them one by one, nothing was found. Maybe it's an illusion. Junjin Kazuma, who didn't know that the dark part listed the root as a hidden figure, soon heard shouts outside the door. Quasi-human! Naruto yelled and knocked on the door. Kazuma also opened the door, and he who already knew in advance was ready. Walking out without waiting for Naruto to speak, he closed the door and said, "Let's go." Instead, Naruto Uzumaki froze for a moment and could only follow behind. The ninja school was founded by the second generation of Naruto Senjima. It is located in the heart of Konoha, in a quiet place not far from the Hokage building. Ninja school is one of the most basic parts of all ninja practice, and after passing the basic learning of ninja school, ninjas will be divided into different groups to practice with their teachers and accept different levels of tasks suitable for themselves. When the two people, Jun Kazuma and Naruto Uzumaki, arrived at the school gate, many people had already gathered here. Hello, haha, many children greeted each other under the guidance of their parents, laughing and talking. Suddenly, hey, look, that kid isn't. Someone looked at the approaching Naruto's face changed drastically, his eyes were filled with disgust and coldness, and he said with his mouth and the person on the side. The others also looked over, looking in the direction of Naruto Uzumaki and Junjin Kazuma. Of course, their eyes were all on Naruto Uzumaki. Damn, how did this Yukai get into the school? Damn it, our kids are going to stay in the same school as this scourge? Many parents with their children immediately left Naruto Uzumaki. As if he was afraid that he would be hurt, in an instant, there was a large area around Kazuma Junrin and Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at this scene, Naruto Uzumaki's face also changed, and the excitement of entering the school became extremely cold. Feeling Naruto's loss, Kazuma Junto was also helpless, but he couldn't change the opinion of these people in the village about Naruto. He can't always say that you scumbags. Naruto is the son of the fourth generation of Hokage, and he himself is just the human pillar force who sealed the nine-tailed demon fox, and he is the hero who saved you. If Junto Kazuma said so, he would probably be taken away by the three generations immediately. I really don't understand, why would the three generations hide it? Kazuma Junrin sighed in his heart. The original purpose of the fourth generation was also to hope that the people in the village would regard Naruto as a hero, but by some sealing orders from the third generation, Naruto's true identity was hidden, which made the people in the village who knew a little were disgusted with Naruto. It is believed that he is the incarnation of the demon fox, who killed the people of the village, and also killed the fourth generation Hokage. Kazuma Junrin also shook his head and didn't think about these things. After all, the third generation is old, and he took over the position of the fourth generation of Hokage and re-emerged from the mountain. He lost his previous courage, and he was also indecisive in some things and was often dominated by Danzo and others. Fortunately, Naruto should have been accustomed to such a gaze for a long time, and because he was accompanied by Junto Kazuma next to him, he soon resumed his giggling expression. Although he knew that he was still a little low inside, at least for now, not as bleak as in the original. Kazuma Junrin also looked around, this time in admission, there should be many of the 12 small strong. Don't say, as he looked, he really saw many acquaintances. Patriarch Hinata, in the distance, a small group of people gathered, and someone would politely greet a man in the center. And people passing by will also show a smile and greet that person with a friendly face. Patriarch Hinata? So, is he Hinata? Looking at the man with black hair combed behind his head, his eyes were completely white, and he was wearing a kimono. Kazuma Junrin was secretly in his heart. That's Hinata. Looking at the little girl at Hinata's feet, holding the corner of her clothes and hiding behind her, Kazuma Junto instantly recognized that this was Hinata, one of the 12 little strongmen. And one after another, Kazuma Junto also saw Inyazuka teeth when he was a child, and now his face is painted with the colors of that family, which is particularly interesting. Shino the oil girl, wearing a pair of small black sunglasses at such a young age. Look, that's not from the Uchiha family. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the crowd. Looking in one direction, I saw two figures, one large and one small, walking towards the side at one end of the road. There was a commotion in the crowd, and they all gave way to the road. Many people were watching the big and small brothers walk over. It's time, Suzuki, it's time to come down. Standing in front of the ninja school, I only heard the big figure say to the child on his back. The child on his back looked at so many people, and he was also embarrassed, and he hurriedly climbed off his brother's back, stood on his legs, and looked around. In fact, this brother is not too old, and his age is only about 10 years old, but his personality is slightly mature and the people next to him couldn't help but treat this young man as a big man. Moreover, the clothes worn by the brothers are engraved with a fan pattern, and this symbol is very famous in the entire ninja world, and it represents the Uchiha family. Uchiha. Weasel, looking at the boy who was smiling at Suzuki Uchiha, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, there is no doubt that Itaki is a genius, a man with the talent to open kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. Of course, it is also a very tragic man in the original work, due to the increasingly intensified conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village. In order to protect the village from war, he was forced to accept the extermination mission ordered by Konoha's high-level Shimura Danzo, and there was only one request. It is to leave his younger brother Suzuki. After that, he joined the Sao organization as an undercover agent, and finally died after injecting pupil power into Suzuki during the battle with Suzuki Uchiha, due to an incurable disease and physical exhaustion. Now he probably hasn't opened the kaleidoscope. Thinking about it, I haven't heard the news of Uchiha's death yet, so Itachi should still be Sangoya now. But just like that, his strength is also very strong, at least at the upper ninja level. Suzuki, when you officially enter the school, you have to work hard. Uchiha Itachi was rubbing Suzuki's hair and said with a smile. Well, I must surpass my brother, Uchiha Suzuki said with a smile. At this moment, he is a cute little child, without a cold iceberg face behind. After all, now he is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, with the favor of his parents and older brother, and life is very happy for him. Then you have to work hard. Itachi stretched out his finger and lightly tapped Suzuki's forehead, and suddenly, he turned his head and looked in one direction. Suzuki looked at his brother's appearance, and also looked away. At this look, he saw two figures, and around those two people, a large area was vacated, and no one wanted to approach. Brother, who are they? Suzuki asked curiously. One was a man with yellow hair, 6 beards, and an idiotic look. The other had black hair and a relaxed and natural demeanor, as if he were detached. They should be your classmates in the future. You should get along well. Itachi looked at Jun Kazuma and Naruto Uzumaki and realized that it was the two of them who smiled when they looked over here, and then said to Suzuki. He knew that Naruto was the identity of the Nine Tails Pillar Force, and he also knew that Kazuma Junto was a new civilian genius. However, Itachi didn't have any weird opinion of them like everyone else. And at this moment, Kazuma Junrin looked away from the Uchiha brothers, and the corners of his mouth hooked an arc. Because, he heard 3 sounds of successful replication. Ding, copy the successful shuriken throwing. Is it integrated? Ding, copy successfully. Fire, the art of phoenix flowers. Is it integrated? Ding, copy successfully. Fire, dragon fire art. Is it integrated? 2 more ninjutsu. There is also an app for shuriken, which is nice. Kazuma Kwei-Siren, who was secretly happy in his heart, fused without thinking. Naturally, he mastered how to release these 2 C-class fires. There is also a clever use of shuriken manipulation. Kazuma's strength has been strengthened by another point. And with his current amount of chakra, although it is not an unscrupulous release of ninjutsu, it can also perform dozens of C-level ninjutsu. Finally, there is no need to worry too much about blue consumption. It's still not as good as this guy. He looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who didn't know what was going on next to him, and was looking at each other eye to eye with Suzuki. Kazuma Junrin is the secret passage. After all, Naruto has 9 tails in his body, and the infinite amount of chakra is really enviable. However, who will say clearly what will happen in the future? It didn't take long for Kazuma Junrin to see that the crowd unconsciously quieted down, and they all began to converge in one place. The doors of the ninja school opened at this time. The door is open. Someone said a word, and then the flow of people at the entrance of the ninja school began to move. Because it is the first day of school, many parents send their children in before leaving. Of course, there are also many parents who want their children to be independent early, so they stand outside the school and watch their children enter. Let's go, Naruto. Kazuma Junto reminded Naruto in his mouth, just to step forward. Both of them are orphans, no one will send them at all, everything is on their own, so Kazuma Junrin just walked forward. Naruto didn't say anything either, and walked towards the ninja school like Junjin Kazuma. Under the cold gaze of many parents, Junrin Kazuma and Naruto Uzumaki walked to the door of the ninja school. At this time, Uchiha Itachi also came to the gate with Suzuki. Okay, Suzuki, let's go in by yourself. Itachi touched Suzuki's forehead and said with a smile. Brother, aren't you going to accompany me in? Suzuki seemed to want Itachi to spend more time with him, and said in his mouth. I still have something to do, and entering the ninja school means that Suzuki has begun to grow up and be independent. Alright. Passing by Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Itachi, Kazuma Junto heard the conversation between Itachi and Suzuki. Glancing at them, a slight sigh. Itachi God can only be so gentle when he treats Suzuki. Close contact, so that Kazuma Junto can see the appearance of Itachi even more clearly, just like the appearance in the anime, short black hair and black pupils, long eyelashes at the upper and lower corners of the eyes, delicate facial features. Should inherit his mother, but also inherit his father's tear trough. However, compared to the anime, today's Itachi is a little younger. Moreover, there are no nasolabial folds on the sides of the nose. Feeling the gaze of Kazuma Junrin, Uchiha Itachi also looked over. Such a close look also made Itachi know a little about Kazuma Junrin. Although Kazuma is only 6 years old now, he has a straight body, calm black pupils, and a calm and relaxed posture. It cannot be ignored. However, the two looked at each other for a moment, and did not say anything. After all, the two of them didn't know each other at all. No longer caring about Uchiha Itachi, Junto Kazuma walked into the ninja school. After finding that the gate came in, it was a huge playground, and everyone who had come in before gathered in the playground. The children were standing in front, and even if there were adults accompanying them, the parents were invited aside by some ninjas wearing green vests. So the playground is mainly the students enrolled in the ninja school this time. Wow, there are so many people. Kazuma Junran took a cursory look, and this time the number of freshmen entering the ninja school was estimated to be no less than 200. When I watched anime, there were only a few dozen people when I graduated, and only 9 people in 3 squads successfully passed the shinobi leadership assessment. But reality is not anime. There are still people in the village who have a little ninja qualifications. But there are so many people, most of them are assigned to regular classes. It is estimated that the leading ninja at the time of graduation is at most the elite middle ninja level, and if there is no miracle in the future, it will be ordinary lower ninja and middle ninja. Only by entering the elite class in the original work will there be a glimmer of future. Kazuma Junran's inner secret path. Don't look at so many people, but the resources in the village are limited, therefore, only a small number of people will be focused on training. Just like the reality, some schools are not divided into general classes and key classes, and the key classes, needless to say, are elite classes. Relatively speaking, the allocation of resources is larger than important, and there is priority. In this ninja world, this is even more obvious. I wonder which class I'll be in. Junjin Kazuma frowned slightly and looked at Naruto Uzumaki on the side. Now he doesn't know how he and Naruto are in class. Of course, Naruto must be that elite class. Although Junjin Kazuma doesn't care which class he is assigned to, just as Kazuma Junto was thinking, quiet. As the ninja teacher drank, the crowd stopped being noisy. Duh. Immediately afterwards, they saw an old man wearing a red fire shadow suit and a cloak on his head, and there was also a big red fire character on the cloak walking over. And as soon as they saw this person, the ninjas next to them all showed respectful looks. Those parents who did not leave also became extremely respectful. Because, this old man with a white beard is Konoha's 3rd generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hinata. 3 generations of adults. A ninja walked up to Mayo and reported something to him. After a while, the 3 generations nodded, then slowly walked to the front of the playground, on a podium. I saw him with a kind smile, and his gaze swept over all the freshmen this time. When he glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, his gaze paused for a moment, and when he glanced at Kazuma Kwasai person, he also stopped for a while. Who is this old fellow? How do you feel that the adults around you are afraid of him? Naruto Uzumaki narrowed his small eyes, looked at the ape Hibiki who looked kind on the stage, and said mysteriously to the Junjin Kazuma on the side. Listening to Naruto's name for the ape flying sun, the corners of Kazuma Junran's mouth twitched slightly. You don't even know about him. Kazuma Junran glanced at Naruto and said softly in his mouth. He's not Hokage. Why should I know him? You know, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am going to be Hokage's man, and I can be known. Oh, he's our 3rd Hokage in Konoha. Listen to the words of Junjin Kazuma. Click. In an instant, Naruto's mouth, which was still chattering, immediately lost its voice, and it opened so wide that it could not be closed for a long time. Ah, how does he not look like Naruto Rock at all? A scream suddenly came out of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't believe that the very imposing Hokage on the Hokage Rock turned out to be such an old man in front of him. Alas, listening to Naruto's loud voice, Kazuma Junto sighed helplessly. Isn't it eye-catching? Sure enough, everyone in the audience looked over, especially some adult parents and ninja teachers. They simply glared angrily. When they saw that it was Naruto Uzumaki, the eyes of those parents were even more disgusted and cold. Fortunately, Naruto-sama was present in the case that the 3 generations of Hokage did not say anything. They did not dare to say anything. Haha, I'm the 3rd generation Hokage. Perhaps knowing the meaning of Naruto's words, the 3 generations laughed, not blaming Naruto. He said loudly with an amiable smile. Naturally, people brought this matter over, and the 3 generations began his speech. About half an hour, looking at the ape flying sun chop who was telling some glorious deeds from the establishment of Konoha village on stage, Kazuma Junto muttered in his heart, it's really that every time I enroll, I can't help but give a speech from the leader. Fortunately, in the end, this is the ninja world, and Naruto, as the supreme leader of the village, also has a lot of things to deal with. 3 generations are finally coming to an end to his preaching. Where the leaves fly, the fire endures. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. This is the will of fire, and you, from today onwards, are the new heirs of the will of fire. Work hard to grow. The future belongs to you. Undoubtedly, the 3 generations as Hokage, eloquence is still there. The speech made the children realize the power of Konoha and stimulated their inner passion. Just look at the longing in the eyes of those children. In the end, under the adoring and respectful gaze of many parents and ninjas, the 3 generations of Hokage left. On the first day of school, the main thing is to divide the classes. When the 3 generations of Hokage are gone, the students also disperse to find their own classes. Most of the parents left at this time. Ah, Kwasai-man, look, we're in the same class. Naruto Uzumaki easily found his class, and was pleasantly surprised to find that he and Junjin Kazuma were in the same class. So he rushed over to find Kazuma. Oh, yes. Listening to Naruto's words, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma's eyes. In the same class as Naruto Uzumaki, he was actually selected into the elite class? You know, most of the people in this class are the children and descendants of the Konoha family. As a civilian, being able to enter this class is indeed powerful. However, Kazuma Junrin didn't care, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Being classmates with these little strongmen seems to be pretty good, thought to himself. Junjin, Kazuma and Naruto walked towards their class. Ninja Classroom 101, Ninja Classroom 101. Naruto Uzumaki squinted at the door of each classroom and carefully compared them while chanting the number of his own classroom in his mouth. Here, Naruto. Junto Kazuma walked to the door of the first classroom in the corner and turned his head to Naruto Uzumaki, who was still gesturing at something in the distance. Hearing the quasi-person's words, Naruto Uzumaki, who ran over quickly, just looked at the classroom number at the gate. That's right, haha, this is our class. Naruto Uzumaki laughed. Pushing open the door, Kazuma Junto walked in. He found that there were already some students inside. Some of the students seemed to be familiar and were talking. Kazuma Junrin pushed the door and came in, and also let their eyes look over. Ah, he's so handsome. Wow, great, our class finally has a handsome guy. When they saw Kazuma Junrin, some girls in the class were already talking with stars in their eyes. Those gazes, I can't stop. And the boys, most of them show hatred eyes. Haha, Quasi-man, do those girls say I'm handsome? On the side, Naruto Uzumaki, who also walked in after Junjin Kazuma, seemed to have heard the girls' words, and his face couldn't stop showing a smile, and he was almost drooling happily. Secretly said to Junto Kazuma. Junto Kazuma was admiring the precocious puberty of the Naruto girl in his heart, and when he heard Naruto's words, he just schemed the corners of his mouth. Without meaning to hit him, he walked to a seat without saying a word and sat down. I've seen a lot of acquaintances. In such a short moment, Kazuma had already seen some people in the classroom. The one who sits in the middle of the third row, with a ponytail and a wisp of oblique bangs on his forehead. She was also the first girl to watch Junjin Kazuma brave the stars. Then there is Sakura Harano next to Ino, who has pink hair and a wide forehead. There is also Nara Shikamaru, who is sitting listlessly on the table in the fifth row, and Akimichi Dingji, who is constantly eating next to him and already has a small belly. Then there is the girl with white pupils who sits in the middle position, silently speaking, and is very quiet, Hinata. These are all famous little powerhouses in the future. Looks like Suzuki hasn't arrived yet. Discovering that there was no Uchiha Suzuki, Kazuma Junto just muttered. But that's right now, another handsome guy. That's wonderful. There was another commotion at the door. Junto Kazuma looked over and found that Uchiha Suzuki walked in with a cool look on his face. His face was not cute in front of his brother, and he had a cold look. Cut, what a cool thing. Finding that Suzuki was also very popular, and like Kazuma Junto, Naruto Uzumaki, who found a place to sit down, said tastefully on the side. He found that the praise just now was not about himself, because, after Kazuma Junto casually found a place to sit down, all eyes followed Kazuma away from him. This hit Naruto Uzumaki, who was still narcissistic. Now seeing another Suzuki who was more popular than him appeared, Naruto was very upset. It seems that they are born a pair of wrongdoers. Soon, a ninja with a pineapple head on his head, wearing a Konoha ninja brace, and wearing a green vest pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. There was a horizontal scar on the bridge of his nose, but with an amiable smile on his face. Hello everyone, I am your teacher at the ninja school. My name is Iruka. I saw him walk up to the podium and introduce himself and say, "Here it comes, Iruka." Junto Kazuma looked at Iruka Hano, who was laughing and talking on the stage, and secretly said in his heart, Iruka is not a ninja with great strength, he is just an ordinary ninja, but really great teachers. Despite not having great strength, he is one of the people who has the greatest influence on Naruto Uzumaki. In the original book, he was also the one who gave Naruto his initial care and recognition in addition to the 3 generations of Hokage. Seeing that the characters in the original work now appear in front of his eyes one by one, Kazuma Junrin's heart is also a little turbulent. Next, let's introduce yourself on the stage in turn. You can talk about your hobbies, so that the students can get acquainted with you, Iruka said with a smile on stage. And as he gestured in one direction, soon everyone began to introduce themselves. Hello everyone, my name is, many of them are names that Kazuma Junjin has not heard of, and may not appear in the original anime, but in this real world, they are living people. My name is Suzuki Uchiha. When it was Suzuki's turn, I don't know if it was intentional, this guy was very cool, came on stage and said a name and walked down. However, his words still made many girls below scream. It turns out that his name is Suzuki, so handsome. The reason why the girl screamed was such a reason, which made Naruto Uzumaki very unhappy. Hello everyone, my name is Sakura Harano. Soon, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru and others also came on stage to introduce them. And Naruto Uzumaki in the back just can't wait to take the stage. Hello everyone, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. My ideal is, I want to be Hokage and make everyone in the village recognize me. Hahaha. When he saw Naruto Uzumaki walking onto the stage, Junto Kazuma raised his eyebrows and had a bad feeling. Sure enough, wait until halfway through. No accident by the quasi-person Kazuma, this guy really made an amazing move. He stepped on the podium table, he loudly declared that he wanted to become a Hokage, and then he put his hands in his waist and laughed loudly. Idiot, Uchiha Sasuke whispered as he tugged. Many people pointed at Naruto and talked about it. Junto Kazuma noticed, although many people in this class looked at Naruto a little distantly, it should be his parents who warned them not to get close to him. However, there are still many people who look at Naruto like normal people, but it is Naruto's action let people directly classify him in the ranks of idiots. After all, being a Hokage, that's a big goal. Iruka was not startled by Naruto's target, but by Naruto's movements, but it was a teacher, and he persuaded Naruto to go back with a dry smile. However, he looked at Naruto's back, his gaze was a little complicated. This kid, he also recognized Naruto's identity, the nine-tailed demon fox's human pillar force. His parents died at the hands of the Nine Tails. Although Iruka, who has a good heart, will not accuse Naruto like everyone else, his feelings for Naruto are also a little complicated at the beginning. Hello everyone, my name is Junto Kazuma. My ideal is then it is to become a Hokage and protect this village. When it was Kazuma's turn, Kazuma was naturally standing on the stage, smiled and spoke out his heart's words. Wow, this handsome guy turned out to be called Kazuma Junrin, Quasi person, just like when Sasuke ended. The girls in the class were very excited. The boy, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. However, when they heard that Junjin Kazuma was like Naruto Uzumaki and wanted to become a Hokage, many people were shocked. Looking at the handsome and confident face of Kazuma Junrin, and the corners of his mouth that rose slightly, it seemed to exude warmth. No one laughed, they were all shocked by the lofty ideals, showing admiring eyes. Hokage is such a troublesome position, how come there are so many people who want to go to the left? Shikamaru lay on the table, looking at Kazuma Junrin on the table, and couldn't help whispering, "It's better to sleep." What, why didn't I look like this when I said it? Naruto Uzumaki looked at the target of Kazuma Junto and said, "Become Hokage," and everyone looked at it with admiration. When I said it, I looked like an idiot. I couldn't help but muttered in my heart, "This is the genius." Iruka looked at Kazuma Junrin, but his eyes were very favorable. Because he is also a civilian, and Kazuma Junrin is a genius recognized by people. Iruka's heart is certainly kind. Well, it's hard to become Hokage, you need to come on. Hearing that Iruka actually smiled and encouraged himself, Kazuma Junrin was also a little surprised in his heart. The following days will be very regular for the Quasi people of Kazuma. Get up early every day, practice for an hour, and extract chakra. Just go to the ninja school. Then wait until school is over for other training on your own. In the ninja school, what was taught to everyone at the beginning was some basic theoretical knowledge, and there was no combat training involved. However, what Kazuma Junrin lacks now is the basic knowledge of ninjas. After all, if he teaches actual combat, he does not need to stay in a ninja school. At school these days, Kazuma mainly spends time figuring out the basics of the world and some common knowledge things about ninjas. For example, some basic codes for ninjas, commonly used drug poison identification, and what is the meaning of various signals in the village, and a series of other things. After all, this is the real world, not so taken for granted. In this way, in such a daily fulfilling exercise, a year has passed. At dusk of the day, after the boring classes of ninja school, Junto Kazuma came to his training place, a forest, wearing black training clothes. A year changes a lot for the Kazuma Quasi people. First of all, the exercised body has grown a little taller. The immaturity on the face is almost invisible. His handsome face sometimes had a smile on it. It exudes a warm feeling like a ray of sunshine. In terms of strength, the progress of Kazuma Junrin is even greater. Asura bloodline made his chakras extraction extremely smooth. You must know that with the immortal body between the 1,000 hand pillars back then, his chakra amount can be comparable to the tailed beast, which shows how great the potential of the immortal human body is. What's more, Kazuma inherited the bloodline of Asuras. Although he is still a junior immortal body, after a year of cultivation, his chakra amount has far exceeded the level of Shangnin, even more than 10 times the level of general upper tolerance. The progress in ninjutsu is not as good as the improvement in the amount of chakra. He copied a lot of things, but they were all medium level and low level ninjutsu, and it was difficult for high level ninjutsu to appear. After all, he couldn't touch those existences, but fortunately, some of these low level ninjutsu are powerful, and the effect is even more extraordinary when used well. The most important thing is that the Quasi people of Kazuma can integrate them in an instant, and they can also increase their own heritage, so talk is better than nothing. And Kazuma Quasi human physical skills are the most improved besides chakra cultivation. Because of the Asura bloodline, Kazuma found that when his cultivation was exhausted and his physical strength was exhausted, his body would gush out a wave of strength, slowly nourish himself, and then let himself recover quickly. And some of the strains of the body will slowly heal and disappear. All kinds of extraordinary things made Kazuma Junrin's heart ecstatic. I used to worry that my body was still small and I couldn't withstand heavy training. But now, after a year of training, my physical skills are not weak. Junjin Kazuma kicked forward with his left leg. Call. Click. Boom. Only a whistling sound was heard, like a leg wind, and then the sound of trees breaking. A not small tree in front of him was instantly kicked off by him. Feeling this own strength, the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked and whispered. At first, he knew that he could safely and boldly exercise, but it was crazy, and in this way, his physical skill level has also greatly improved. Therefore, don't look at the appearance of Kazuma Kwasai person, slender, not fat or thin, and there is no swollen muscle however, under the clothes, the tense body hides amazing explosiveness and strength. In other words, the clashes between the Uchiha clan and the villagers have become more and more frequent recently. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha stopped the water, went out on a mission but was transferred back. Kazuma Junrin thought about some of the rumors he had heard in the past few days, frowned lightly, and silently did not speak. Count the time, then it seems that this genius. In the following period, Kazuma Junrin paid attention, and dissatisfaction with the Uchiha family could be heard all over the village. And Kazuma Junto saw a scene of conflict between Uchiha and the villagers with his own eyes. It was yesterday afternoon on my way home from the ninja school, and for some reason, one of Uchiha's clansmen clashed with another village name. And then a few members of the police department of Uchiha who were patrolling rushed over, then they took the man who started the conflict away. And the other side of the conflict, the one who belonged to the Uchiha clan, was not taken away. The Junto Kazuma who remained at the scene at the time heard 2 or 3 people complaining about this. It's really arrogant, it's obviously their fault, and they even took people away. What's the way? They are all from the Uchiha clan, of course. They are more towards their own people. Uchiha's people are too blind. Such a family will be unlucky sooner or later. Sage, don't talk nonsense, you're crazy. Although I haven't heard much, I can know it from such a little thing in the hearts of most villagers. The image of the Uchiha clan as arrogant and unseen has been erected for a long time, and full of complaints about Uchiha. It's just that because the Uchiha family is powerful, no one dares to really say it. Oh, what's the matter with me? Junto Kazuma shook his head, stopped thinking about the conflict between Uchiha and the village, and walked towards the place where he trained today. He is going to practice the ninjutsu he has mastered. So I went deeper into the forest. Fire, the art of the fireball. Kazuma Junrin's hand movements were smooth and fast, and he quickly finished printing, and his fingers were placed to his mouth. Then open your mouth and blow on the lake in front of you. Call. Rumble. Suddenly, a raging fire erupted from his mouth, and he saw a large fireball with a diameter of nearly 10 meters shrouded on the surface of this lake. The fire is shining, the heat wave is rolling, and the temperature of the air is rising sharply. Looking at the boiling lake, the heat billowing on it, rising as if it were boiling. So that's the case, as long as you increase the amount of chakra that uses this move, the power and scope of this ninjutsu will increase. Kazuma Junrin tapped the corners of his mouth with his fingers, thinking thoughtfully. Fire, the art of how fireball is only a sea-level ninjutsu, but in the hands of the Kazuma Junrin, the power is amazing, stronger than the destructive power of some B-level ninjutsu. No wonder it is said that the division of ninjutsu levels only represents the difficulty of learning this ninjutsu, and it is not absolutely related to its power. Kazuma Junrin chanted softly in his mouth. This is the basic knowledge he learned in school. Originally Kazuma Junrin, who only watched anime, did not know, but thought that the higher the level of ninjutsu, the stronger the power level. In fact, according to the knowledge of the Naruto world, there are 6 levels of ninjutsu, S, A, B, C, D, and E, which represent the difficulty required to learn the technique, not the power of course. Generally speaking, the more difficult to learn, the greater the power, so the higher the level, the stronger the power is also recognized, but it is not absolute. Some techniques can only be used due to reasons such as blood succession limit, secret inheritance, or tailed beast, etc., and outsiders cannot learn it, so there is no learning level. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal flower fire art. Wind escape, vacuum jade. Next, Kazuma Junto practiced the ninjutsu he had mastered one by one for a while. The wind was blowing here, and the movement was not small however, because it is in the deep forest, no one will disturb. His ninjutsu can be mastered after successful replication, but Kazuma himself still likes to find time to practice it this way. After all, hard work and talent are very important. Kazuma Junrin sighed in his mouth. Of course, the real idea is that chakra has enough to use ninjutsu so presumptuously, which is not too enjoyable. Suddenly, Junrin Kazuma, who was facing the lake and wanted to fire again, his eyes shrunk, quickly turned around and looked into the depths of the dense forest. In such a forest, the trees are tall and have many foliage, so the sunlight will be blocked by the trees a lot, so much so that looking at the forest in the distance will look a little dark. No one responded to him, only a slight breeze blowing on the lake occasionally with the leaves falling, rippling. However, Kazuma Junrin's gaze kept staring in one direction, and he did not look away for a long time, and at the same time his body was tense and ready. A voice came from the dense forest, and then a slight sound of footsteps was heard. I saw a person walk out. The forehead wears Kanaha's forehead. He wears dark turtleneck sleeves and triangular protective gear. The lower body is wearing the same color pants and leggings. The main thing is that he has the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes and a small ties word on his back. Watching this person come out, especially looking at this person's appearance and dress, Kazuma Kwasai person's pupils shrank sharply. I didn't expect to meet here, he said secretly in his heart. Uchiha. Stop the water, chanting softly. Ha, you know me? As if hearing Kazuma Junrin's words, Uchiha Shisui looked at Kazuma with some surprise. The genius of the Uchiha clan, who doesn't know in the village, Kazuma Junrin said in his mouth. It is indeed as Kazuma Junrin said, there have long been such rumors in the village, and the geniuses of the Uchiha family have been frequent in recent years among them. The two most prominent genius ninjas, one is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has risen in recent years, Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Uchiha Shisui, who has a better reputation than Itachi. Yes, listening to Kazuma Junrin's words, Uchiha Shisui did not suspect anything. After all, it is not strange that someone knows him, it's just that he wondered how this boy appeared in the depths of this dense forest to know. Although the forest in the village does not have very terrifying beasts, the depths of some dense forests are still a bit dangerous for ordinary shinobi, and in general, no one will run so far. So, who are you? Uchiha Shisui stared at Junjin Kazuma and asked a little seriously. Finding that someone appeared here, even if Kazuma was a person much smaller than himself, Uchiha Shisui did not dare to ignore it. What's more, the afterglow of the water stop looked around, and saw the destroyed trees, the heat wave rising on the surface of the lake, and the traces of various ninjutsu damage. A trace of essence flashed in his eyes, his expression was a little solemn, and his eyes were also looking at Kazuma suspiciously. He rushed over listening to this movement, and it seemed that the teenager in front of him made it. And look at this power, it's amazing. Is it from the village or? Uchiha stopped the water in his heart. My name is Junjin Kazuma. It's a student of the ninja school. Looking at Uchiha's gaze, knowing that he might doubt his identity, Junto Kazuma just opened his mouth and replied. Kazuma, Kwasai people. Hearing Kazuma say his identity, the guarded look on Shisui's face disappeared, while he whispered softly in his mouth. He vaguely remembered hearing this name, just when he returned to the village this time. So it's you, that boy who is called a genius. Finally remembering what to stop the water, I said with a smile to the Kwasai person Kazuma. Genius, being said by the water stop, Kazuma Kwasai person is also undeniable. Of course, you can beat shinobi at the age of 5, and your grades in the ninja school are excellent, ranking first in the school, and some people say that you can graduate early now, Uchiha said. The tone was very gentle, completely lacking in the arrogant tone of ordinary Uchiha people. It's really special. Uchiha, looking at Uchiha who was smiling on the other side and obviously had a very cheerful personality, Kazuma muttered in his heart. So you're training here? Looking around again, Uchiha asked. Replied without pain. Although Kazuma Junrin was curious about this genius of the Uchiha clan, he didn't want to have too much contact with him. After all, his current identity is too sensitive. The devil knows that Tuanzang did not stare at his eyes. If he got close to him, he was taken by Tuanzang to become interested in himself. The gains outweigh the losses. It's a pity that today's copy art is exhausted. It's a pity in my heart, otherwise you can use it on stopping water, and I believe that you will get a very powerful ninjutsu. I don't know that Kazuma Junrin thought about so many things in such a short period of time. This time he really said from the heart, you are really a genius, such strength can already graduate early. Moreover, even if you graduate early, such destructive power, I am afraid that there is the strength of medium patience or even above. Uchiha's heart was really a little shocked. After all, Kazuma Junrin's age is really young, just 7 years old. There was not much conversation next, and the two people had nothing to do with each other in the end. After all, it was purely an accident to meet Uchiha Shueishui. Kazuma soon left, and his training for today was complete. Looking at the back of Junto Kazuma, he found that he had really left. Uchiha's expression became serious. He didn't come to the depths of the dense forest today for nothing. Looking in one direction, all of a sudden after meeting with Uchiha Shisui, he suddenly reacted to something. It is that his current strength is very strong compared to ordinary people, and even his combat power can be said to have reached the point where he is above the elite shinobi. However, in the eyes of some bosses he knows, they are bigger cannon fodder. Others can kill him in seconds. Just like Uchiha stops the water and does not use a kaleidoscope to right the wheel eye, he is also a relatively strong upper shinobi, and Kazuma Junrin still has the power to fight back in front of him. But once he used the Sharingan, especially his terrifying pupil technique, don't be a god, people under the 6 realms can't even block a glance. It's not enough, there is not yet a trick that can act as a killer tool, Kazuma said silently. Although he is proficient in some ninjutsu, he does not have a trick that can be used as a whole card. But this can't be rushed. He believes that after that, his whole cards will become more and more. The next day, Junto Kazuma came to the classroom. Ah, it's a Kwasai person, Kwasai man, Kwasai people, early. When he came, many passing classmates would greet him. The girl's eyes couldn't stop being red. Junto Kazuma also responded with a polite smile. But even so, the Kwasai person still underestimated his current charm. For Kazuma, he pulled the corners of his mouth and gestured with a slight smile. But for others there was a sunny smile on his handsome face, which was very warm and charming at this moment. Ah, the would-be smiled at me. Some girls just hold their red faces in their hands, and they can't help but say in their mouths, "Go away, idiot, the Kwasai person is obviously smiling at me." Nonsense, it's against me, it's for me. For a while, a small group of girls argued about it, and they were not tired of it. Ignoring the daily operations of these little girls, Junto Kazuma walked to the window seat next to the classroom, which was usually his seat because he liked to look out the window. In fact, it was a desertion in class. Alas, early, Quasi-Man. As soon as he reached his seat, Junto Kazuma heard a listless greeting. Morning, Shikamaru, why are you not awake again? Looking at Shikamaru in front of him, Junto Kazuma asked. With a yawn, Shikamaru waved his hand and sat down in the seat behind Junto Kazuma, and then lay on the table with his head in his hands. For me, sleeping is a matter of the day. After casually talking a few words, Kazuma Junto also supported his head with his right hand and looked out the window in a daze under the table. His left hand was constantly sealing. He is exercising one-handed sealing, and now he can make 3 prints a second, and it won't be long before he can make 4 prints a second, and he can continue to improve. For the speed of sealing, Kazuma Junrin is still very concerned. After all, in addition to Muji ninjutsu or really special ninjutsu, everything else needs to be sealed, and in battle, the speed of sealing is particularly important. And the training of printing speed is undoubtedly easier to carry out at a young age. Kazuma Junrin guessed that because of the change in bloodline talent, his various abilities were also extremely prominent, including the aspect of sealing. His hands are now able to make an average of 6 prints a second. You know, this degree is very amazing, not inferior to Uchiha Ida. However, after reaching 1 second and 6 seals, his improvement speed became extremely slow, and it was estimated that it would take a long time to break through. While secretly practicing one-handed sealing, I look at the scenery outside the window for the Quasi people of Kazuma. The day can go by like that. And during the class, Irika looked at the Junrin Kazuma, who was obviously out of the world, and he was also helpless. Reminded a little, Quasi person, listen carefully in class. Oh, got it, Irika-sensei. Kazuma replied with an obedient nod. But after a while, it was restored. Irika was also helpless. Just leave him alone. Because Kazuma Junrin's theoretical score is the first, and the newly opened practical course is currently the first grade. Such a good student really makes teachers love and hate. Naruto, you guy, you are not allowed to sleep in class, give me a penalty station. Irika shouted a dragon roar at Naruto Uzumaki at the end of the classroom, causing a burst of haha laughter in the classroom. This also made Kazuma Junto look back. For more than a year, the changes are still great, and Junto Kazuma is now the first in the class, overpowering the genius teenager of Suzuki Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki, on the other hand, is the crane tail of the class. Kazuma's popularity in the class is very good, and Naruto's popularity in the class goes without saying. Is this what you mean by letting everyone know yourself through your own efforts? Thinking back to what Naruto Uzumaki had said to himself, Kazuma Junto was speechless. It seems to have returned to the original path, and although a quasi-person Kazuma appeared on the growth trajectory of Naruto Uzumaki, he returned to the original route. Shaking his head, he didn't interfere with Naruto Uzumaki's choice. When class was about to end in the morning, Irika suddenly spoke. By the way, in the afternoon, this week's Kiwa throwing assessment, everyone get ready. Hearing that there was another assessment, many people sighed with an ah, and Naruto Uzumaki was even more sad. However, there are also people whose eyes are shining. It was that Uchiha Suzuki, who was already staring at Kazuma Junrin intently when he heard the news of the assessment. Very good, this assessment, I will definitely win you. Being won by Junjin Kazuma as the first freshman in the first grade has always made Suzuki, who follows his brother's example, very concerned. He wants to surpass Junto Kazuma and be the first in school like his brother Itaki. In the afternoon, all the students in Kazuma Junrin and other classes gathered at the training ground in the school. This training ground is about the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts, surrounded by trees, and there is a row of obvious targets on one side, which is where everyone is tested for not throwing. Alas, I don't know if I can pass this time. I failed last week, and when I went home, I was scolded by my parents. There were 3 or 2 students talking about their concerns. Their Kuno throwing results are not very good, hovering on the edge of the passing line. But fortunately, no matter how well we take the test, we will not be the last. Suddenly, one of them said in a gloating tone, while looking at a figure wandering outside the crowd. That figure was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, that's right, the countdown of our class was all covered by him. His words aroused the approval of the people next to him, and they all said with smiles, alas, again bitter no throw. Naruto Uzumaki, who didn't know that he was ridiculed by everyone again, was distressed. His bitter throwing was a mess, and he was often thrown in the wrong place. The Quasi heart is simply unable to speak. Really, Irika-sensei can't test anything else. Naruto Uzumaki pouted and complained. Naruto Uzumaki looked around, and found that many people were smiling as if full of confidence, and the few who did not confidently looked at his side and showed a mysterious smile. This made Naruto Uzumaki unhappy again. When his gaze shifted again, he saw a man, leaning lightly under a large tree. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes flashed with envy, and he couldn't help but mutter, I really envy this guy. Don't worry at all. At this moment, Kazuma Junto was holding his arms with both hands, leaning alone against the trees on the edge of the crowd, closing his eyes and meditating. Unlike Naruto Uzumaki, who was isolated by everyone, although no one bothered in the area of Junrin Kazuma. However, people's eyes will still look at him from time to time. Suddenly, Kazuma frowned slightly, and then slowly opened his eyes looking at the figure walking towards him, Suzuki Uchiha. Watching Suzuki walk up to him, Kazuma Junto asked, "What's the matter? Hey, do you want to compare and see who has the better results in this assessment?" Uchiha Suzuki stared at Junto Kazuma and spoke. Suzuki Uchiha is from the Uchiha clan, and his performance after entering the ninja school is very good. If it were not for Kazuma Junrin, he would definitely be the first in the class. Junrin Kazuma and Suzuki Uchiha are both figures in the class, and naturally many eyes are on them. When they saw Uchiha Suzuki walking towards Junjin Kazuma, many people felt that something was going to happen. Now hearing Suzuki's competition, many people were in an uproar and began to talk. "Wow, Suzuki, is this going to challenge the Quasi? I want to be number one." Junjin Kazuma was surprised. Suzuki Uchiha wanted to compare with him. Why? Not interested. Junto Kazuma closed his eyes and said. However, he really had little interest in such a competition. "Kulu throw please, what's the benefit of comparing this with you? And, it's really bullying you to say it, with the current strength of Kazuma Junrin, crushing you Uchiha Suzuki has no sense of accomplishment what?" Unexpectedly, he would be rejected by Kazuma Junrin. Uchiha Suzuki's face changed, and then he asked, "Are you afraid?" It seems that he wants to use the agitation method, but unfortunately Kazuma Junrin simply ignored him. This annoyed Suzuki. "Alas, that smelly fart, you want to challenge the Quasi person, you are not qualified enough." Seeing Suzuki challenge the Quasi man, Naruto Uzumaki just walked over and said at the same time, he pointed his thumb at himself and said with confidence in his head held high, "The Quasi man wants me, Naruto Uzumaki, to defeat." Unfortunately, Suzuki just glanced at Naruto Uzumaki and ignored it, still looking at the opposite Junjin Kazuma, as if thinking about how to get this guy to agree. "Hey, you hear that?" Finding that he was ignored by Suzuki, Naruto Uzumaki just shouted, "Damn, Suzuki, didn't you hear me? Ah, it's the teacher who is here." At this time, someone said. Irika came, and Suzuki could only snort coldly, glanced at the Quasi person and walked to the side. As for Naruto Uzumaki next to him, "Sorry, didn't see it." Naruto Uzumaki shouted. Kazuma Junrin's eyes opened slightly, watching this scene, and shook his head slightly. "Okay, next, Naruto Uzumaki." One assessment after another, Irika wrote down the results of the previous one on the inspection record in his hand, and then continued to call the next one. Kumu throwing is a basic skill of ninjas, and in reality, the kunao thrown by the power of ninja is very lethal. Therefore, ninja schools are evaluated almost every once in a while. If you are not qualified, you will be punished. Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of Irika, swallowed his saliva, and then took out a kunao with a serious face swish. It was just gritted his teeth and closed his eyes and threw it out. Boom! A sound of bitterness piercing into the wood actually hit the target. Naruto Uzumaki was so excited that he jumped up with a shout. "Wait, Naruto!" Suddenly, Irika directly pulled Naruto Uzumaki. "Why, Irika-sensei, I hit the target this time, and I also passed, do you want to reward me?" Naruto Uzumaki said expectantly. When his words fell, Irika's expression became gloomy, and his brain was blue then roared loudly into Naruto Uzumaki's ear, "Stupid, your target is over there." This time, 0 points. Naruto Uzumaki was dizzy from the shock and fell to the ground. "Ha ha!" Scolding Naruto Uzumaki, Irika slammed a 0 on the assessment form. Naruto Uzumaki almost wanted to cry without tears. Next, Suzuki Uchiha. Ignoring Naruto, who was pleading on the side, Irika continued to evaluate. Called by name, Suzuki Uchiha walked out with his hands in his pockets. "Ah, Suzuki, come on." As soon as he appeared, he caused some girls to scream. Among them, there is one pink hair who is the most enthusiastic. She is Haruno Sakura. "What, you know it, s cool." Looking at Haruno Sakura's appearance, Naruto Uzumaki said with some taste on the side. As soon as school started, Naruto had a great affection for Sakura, and now he saw Sakura cheering for Suzuki for Uchiha Suzuki, he was even more upset. "Oh, I'll let you see how good I am." Uchiha Suzuki's eyes glanced at Kazuma Junrin, who was leaning on the side, and secretly said in his heart, "He will let everyone know that he is the first freshman." Feeling Suzuki's provocative eyes, the corners of Kazuma's mouth schemed slightly, ignoring it. Suzuki walked up to Irika. "Let's go." Irika looked at the Uchiha kid who walked in front of him, his eyes were also full of encouragement, and then said, "You know, Suzuki is also an excellent student, and Irika is of course very optimistic about him." Signaling, Suzuki Uchiha's hand slowly reached into the ninja bag from behind his waist. I saw that he took out 2 bitter weavia sticks from it at once. Each hand held one. "Ha! What is this to do?" Seeing that Uchiha Suzuki actually took out 2 at once, the other students were a little curious. After all, you only need to throw 1 stick at a time, and then there are 3 chances. As long as you can hit the target once, you can pass. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Suzuki's left hand flicked instantly swish. There was a sound of breaking the sky, and I saw Kuwu quickly fly towards the farthest target. No, this throwing angle is off. Seeing the angle of this throw, Irika frowned, and secretly said in his heart, with such an angle and speed, Kuwu will pass by the target. Some students can also see that this bitter root cannot hit the target. Haha, Naruto Uzumaki was about to say the mocking words, "You're not like me yet." The corners of Suzuki's mouth curved slightly, and his eyes looked straight ahead, and a trace of essence flashed in his eyes. The kunai held tightly in his right hand, fiercely forced, and instantly thrown. Ugh, shout. It's like an off-string arrow. The speed is fast. The second Kuwu caught up with the first one in an instant, then ping, a metallic crash. The two kunai immediately changed direction. Boom. Boom. All in the middle of the bullseye. Ugh. Seeing that there was such a delicate technique, the surrounding students were stunned. And Sakura jumped up and shouted, "That's awesome, Suzuki." Naruto Uzumaki's face was wrinkled, holding it in his hands unpleasantly, and he didn't speak. Full marks. Irika also didn't expect such a child to be able to do such a throw, using the impact to change the direction of Kuwu. This requires skill and eyesight. Uchiha Suzuki slowly retreated under the admiring and envious gazes of people, but before that, he raised his head in the direction of Kazuma Junrin and snorted. Next, Junjin Kazuma. After a short storm caused by Suzuki Uchiha, Irika also looked at the assessment table and called. At the same time, Irika's eyes were full of expectation. Ah, the Quasai man is on the field. Come on. Hearing that it was Kazuma Junrin's turn, it caused quite a stir among the students. And many people know that Suzuki wanted to compete with Quasai people before. Although the Quasai person did not accept it, in the eyes of the people, this competition has begun. Suzuki Uchiha also looked at Junto Kazuma with provocative eyes. Under the gaze of the people, Kazuma Junrin walked in front of Irika. "Let's go, Quasai man," Irika said encouragingly. For this student, Irika really has nothing to say, because he is really too good, and last year he was the first place. And Irika has always felt that he can't see through the strength of Junjin Kazuma. Nodding at Irika-sensei, Kazuma Junto looked at the target in the distance. There are 3 types of targets, one with a distance of 5 meters and one with a distance of 10 meters. There is also a distance of up to 20 meters. The average person only needs to shoot 5 meters to pass. 10 meters is good, and Suzuki Uchiha shot 20 meters, and it was 2 together, so Irika gave a perfect score. Boring competition. Feeling that Suzuki Uchiha had been watching him, the corners of Kazuma's mouth hooked. "Since you want to be hit so much, then." A trace of essence flashed in the Quasai man's eyes. Swish. I saw that he took out 8 kunai at once, and his fingers were full. What? Before Irika and the others were shocked. Oh, boom, boom, boom. It was a series of sounds of breaking the sky, and Kuwu cut through the sky like a series of shooting stars, and each Kuwu trajectory is different, as if it is emanating from the heavenly lady, chaotic as numbness. Ping, several metal clashes between the electric flints. Kuwu sent out a series of collisions in the air. Boom, boom, boom. And then what comes before people's eyes is, the farthest target is made of solid wood. The bullseye is full of bitterness, and the roots are rooted into the wood. Hiss. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. Uchiha Suzuki's pupils were even more constricted, and his mouth could not be closed for a long time. How is that possible? Such a delicate kunai throw. Suzuki had only seen it in his own brother. But now his peers turned out to be, well, that's awesome. Looking at this performance of Kazuma Junrin, someone's mouth was wide open, and it took a long time to spit out such a sentence. Irika was also extremely shocked, and the kunai throw that Kazuma Junrin had just thrown was really eye-opening. He had never seen such an elaborate throwing method. "Ah, that's awesome, Quasai man," Ino shouted loudly. "Much more powerful than Suzuki just did. The two can't be better at all." Someone compared Suzuki Uchiha's performance with Junjin Kazuma, and then shook their heads and said, "SHHH." At this time, someone next to them made a silent motion towards them, and his eyes signaled to Suzuki Uchiha on the side. I saw that Suzuki's face was very ugly, his palms were clenched into fists, and he gritted his teeth. Kazuma didn't care if he hit or not after he revealed the bitterness, and he walked back to the place where he was. Junjin Kazuma, full marks. After pondering for a long time, Irika announced. Gave the same score as Suzuki Uchiha. No way, the highest score is a perfect score. Who let Irika give Suzuki full marks all at once before Junjin Kazuma and Suzuki Uchiha tied for first place? Awesome, Quasai human. After school, Naruto Uzumaki followed Kazuma Junjin rarely, while praising and saying, "What's the matter?" Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who was uncharacteristically following him, Kazuma Junto asked. Hey, Naruto Uzumaki touched his head embarrassedly, and then said awkwardly, "Can you teach me?" It seemed embarrassing to say it. What? It's that throwing kunai technique. Listening to Naruto's words, Kazuma Junto glanced at him. "You want to learn?" Naruto Uzumaki nodded busily, while staring at Junto Kazuma motionlessly. Okay. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly changed his mind and wanted to learn training, which made the Quasai person a little puzzled, but he didn't care. Teaching is possible, but those who do not learn will not dare to guarantee. Great! Hearing the would-be promise to teach him, Naruto Uzumaki jumped 3 feet tall in place and shouted happily. Ha! After learning, look at that smelly fart. Sasuke still dares to be so arrogant. Naruto Uzumaki showed a drooling expression that was almost proud, while chanting words in his mouth. When I defeat Sasuke, Sakura will definitely be impressed by me. I don't know why. Naruto, just like in the original book, had a good impression of Haruno Sakura at a glance. It's a pity that Sakura is the same as the original, and she has always had a deep affection for Sasuke. Although at first she was still wandering between Sasuke and Quasai people, because both of them are very handsome, but later it was found that the prospective person was very polite to everyone and had no interest in being polite to himself. Sakura completely put her mind on Sasuke. If you want to defeat Sasuke, you have to work hard. Remembering Naruto Sasuke's entanglement in the original work, from the beginning to the finale, Kazuma Junrin said with a sigh. And at this moment, the station of the Uchiha clan, brother, teach me your throwing kunao. As soon as he returned home, Sasuke Uchiha saw Itachi, who had also just returned, and spoke. Ha! Why do you suddenly want to learn that trick? Itachi originally frowned and obviously had some thoughts, but when he heard Sasuke's voice, he immediately stretched out and asked with a smile. Don't ask. Sasuke looked shy, just pestering Itachi and saying, okay, well, it's just. Itachi's finger tapped Sasuke's eyebrow, and he chuckled and said, if you want to fully master that move, you need to open the Sharingan. Writing Wheel Eyes, the blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan, has a very powerful insight, and is known as one of the 3 pupil techniques of the ninja world, along with the Eye of Reincarnation and the White Eye. It's about to open your eyes. Hearing this precondition, Sasuke was obviously a little stunned. You know, there are so many clansmen in the Uchiha clan, and there are only a few who can open their eyes. It is enough to see the difficulty of opening the chakra eye. Yes, without the keen insight of the Sharingan, practicing such a trick will hurt you. Uchiha said that, if there wasn't a chakra, someone would have been able to do the same level as his brother. Sasuke Uchiha, a little nervous, asked tentatively. Maybe, the ninja world is so big, there will always be people like geniuses. Itachi replied. He also thought that Sasuke obviously had something on his mind, but if his brother didn't talk about it, he didn't ask. After all, he would always know what was going on. In the following days, Kazuma Junrin continued to train as usual. Every day was fulfilling, and Naruto said that he followed the Quasai person to learn to throw kunao, and only studied for a day or two before giving up. This is not something that normal people can learn at all. Leaving behind a grumbling rant is the return to his daily life. And the Quasai person does not care, continue to do their own training. He can feel that every day of training, his own strength will have a trace of precipitation, so he is very satisfied. Ah, you're training here again. Uchiha Shisui and Kazuma Junto met again in the depths of the dense forest. Recently, Quasai people have noticed that the frequency of stopping water in deep forests has increased, so the chances of him encountering it are also greater. There will always be a time or two. Slowly putting away the movement of the seal, Kazuma Junto nodded slightly. Aren't you going to meet someone? Looking at this time, Shisui didn't leave for a long time, and Kazuma Junrin asked. You know I'm here to meet people. Uchiha stopped his expression and asked with a slight curiosity. Guess. Kazuma Junrin replied lightly. Uchiha Shisui obviously didn't come here to train like Junjin Kazuma, and if it weren't for training, who would run to the depths of this dense forest as for guessing that he was seeing people? Kazuma Junto's eyes glanced at the forest on the other side. His already skillful perception told him that a kilometer away a man was approaching this side. And this chakra, he should have seen it, and it is still fresh in his memory. Uchiha Itachi. That's right, it's 55 years since Konoha, and it's still a year before the Uchiha clan was wiped out, but now Uchiha's identity as a Hokage spy has been known by Uchiha Shisui. Although Uchiha Shisui did not report Uchiha Itachi, it was because Itachi joined the dark part. The elders of the Uchiha clan were also a little worried about the weasel, so they secretly asked to stop the water and monitor the weasel. This is also the reason why the water stop was suddenly transferred back while doing the task. It seems that these two people have already told each other everything. Kazuma Junrin's heart thought quickly. Shisui will meet with the ferret so often in this inaccessible place, he must be trying to hide it from others. After all, it is a big matter about the clan and the village. It just so happened that the meeting place they chose was not far from the place where Kazuma Junrin trained. Guess what? Shuishui's eyes looked at the Quasai person, and found that the Quasai person's face did not change, his gaze was still so calm, and Shui also gave up continuing to ask something. And because he seemed to have been hit by Kazuma Junrin, Shisui obviously thought of a lot of things, and his expression became a little melancholy. You say, what would you do if 2 items that you both liked fell from the air at the same time and would accidentally break? Shui suddenly asked. The Quasai man was a little stunned, and stopped the water and asked him why. And this question, MMP, it's so similar. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the Quasi-person inexplicably thought of that famous question, and at the same time fell into the water. Who do you save first? Without hearing the Quasi-man's answer, Shisui's gaze turned to look at him. At this moment, Shui Shui obviously did not regard the prospective person as an ordinary 7-year-old student, but regarded him as an object that could be communicated. This is not only because Shui Shui has seen some of the strength of Quasi people today, and it is because the Quasi person is more mature and stable behavior. Of course, the most important thing is that through the understanding of stopping water, the Quasi man is indeed a genius, and genius often has something special. Some of their ideas are also more than ordinary people. After a slight groan, Kazuma Junto said, if it's me, if I can, I'll grab two at the same time. Hearing the Quasi-person's answer, Shui Shui was obviously a little moved, and continued to ask, then what if the ability is very reluctant, then I have to try it too, after all, I like it all, then I won't give up. The Quasi-person said. Shui Shui listened, did not speak, but his eyes lit up, and seemed to be firm in something. I'm done training, let's go. Glancing at the other side of the forest, the Quasi-man just left a word swish. Suddenly, he disappeared from the spot using the teleportation technique. It seemed to be silent for a while. Come out, he should have found you, Shui Shui said. Duh. A person came out of the shadows, it was Uchiha Itaki. Itaki came out and looked at the place where Kazuma Junjin had disappeared. It's not simple, the strength is as you said, it's amazing. Just after seeing the action of the Quasi-person seal, he actually cast an instantaneous technique and left. Uchiha Itaki also had to admit that his brother's classmate, Junjin Kazuma, was a terrible genius. Itaki, I decided. Shisui did not talk about Kazuma Junjin with Uchiha Itaki this time, but looked into Uchiha Itaki's eyes and said firmly, and listened to the words of stopping the water. Uchiha's brows became more and more solemn, and the pupils of his eyes constricted. Shuttling through the forest, soon Kazuma Junrin appeared at the edge of the forest. Swish! Duh! Jump from a tree and step on the ground. Stand up! Junto Kazuma glanced back at the forest behind him and the endless dark and silent forest. Two people are deciding an important matter for the village. Regarding the question of stopping water, Quasi people actually know in their hearts what they are asking. The Uchiha family and the village are all things he loves for Shui Shui, and the contradictions in the village and the clan put him in the middle of the situation. Even if I don't say that, you'll do it. Kazuma sighed softly. Uchiha's kind character is doomed to not be like Itaki. He will want to protect Konoha, but he will not want to hurt his own people. Shaking his head slightly, Kazuma Junrin walked towards his home, and in the sky in the distance, a dark cloud appeared there, which seemed to be about to pour rain. This rain came very quickly, and as soon as Kazuma Junto returned home, the torrential rain immediately poured down. Snap! Snap! Looking out the window, bean-sized raindrops hit the window, making a crisp sound. The sky in the distance is gloomy. I don't know if the water stopper is still in the forest. Kazuma Junrin looked straight into the distance and thought inexplicably, did you really decide? Uchiha let the rain wet his body, looked at the Uchiha in front of him and asked, well, I will use my own strength to protect the village and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha stopped the sailor caressing his eyes and said faintly, if Uchiha's top brass is obsessed, I will use that trick. Finally, Uchiha said firmly. The ferret couldn't say anything more, and he didn't know what to do as the dark part of the Hokage. His heart is towards Konoha. However, he is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If the village and Uchiha clash, then what should he do? The weasel's heart is also confused. I'll help you. Uchiha thought about it and felt that it would be difficult for Shisui to single-handedly stop the conflict between the village and the Uchiha clan, so he spoke. However, Shisui listened to the weasel's words, but stopped it. No, weasel, you don't get involved in this matter. Shui Shui firmly refused. The eyes looked at the ferret seriously. This time, Shisui decided to go to someone in the village, who was also a high-ranking member of Konoha, and even sometimes he could do many things that Hokage couldn't. It's just that that person is also very dangerous. So Uchiha doesn't want Uchiha to get into this trouble. The weasel listened to Shui Shui, and since Shui Shui did not want him to join, he did not ask for it again. But Shui Shui didn't know that the person he was looking for to cooperate with this time was not really interested in the Uchiha family, but him, the eyes of Uchiha Shui Shui. The next day, the weather cleared. Junjin Kazuma also continued to attend ninja school. As soon as you enter the classroom, Quasi-man, sit here. Yamanaka Ino just waved his arm and shouted at Junto Kazuma. The Quasi person didn't care, walked over and sat next to him. Yamanaka Ino was overjoyed and kept smiling. Cut woman in the back, Shikamaru lay on the table and said listlessly as he watched this scene, duh. Dingy was next to Shikamaru, gulping down his snacks. Do you want it? While eating, I also shared it with Kazuma Junrin. After eating a bite or two casually, Kazuma just looked around. Suzuki, I'm going to compete with you. Don't, crane tail. Naruto Uzumaki didn't know why, pestering Suzuki Uchiha to fight the winner. And Suzuki, of course, glanced dismissively and casually refused. Naruto, you guy don't always pester Sasuke. Harino Sakura looked at Yamanaka Ino, who was screaming at her, and followed her gaze to see the handsome Kazuma Junto next to Ino, then looked at Sasuke Uchiha with a cold look that ignored her. It was the blue tendons that showed the door of his brain, and he roared angrily at Naruto, who was chattering and annoying Sasuke on the side. Ah, Sakura, immediately came Naruto Uzumaki's miserable cry. Kazuma shook his head, it was simply that. Looking behind, Hinata who secretly looked at Naruto Uzumaki. Magical relationship, a sigh in my heart. The day of classes is over. Quasi person, shall we accompany Shikamaru to go shopping? Shikamaru, that guy once. Yamanaka Ino plucked up his courage and invited Junto Kazuma. And in order to be more natural and add courage, she also pulled Shikamaru on the side. When did I say shopping? Shikamaru raised his head and showed a dazed expression. With his personality, it was better to go shopping than to go home and sleep. It's a pity that it was pressed down by Ino's hand. Sorry, Ino, I've probably been busy lately, Junto Kazuma said to Yamanaka Ino with a hint of apology. He knew Ino's intentions and was not disgusted for feelings, he likes to go with the flow. Okay then. Prospective people, your business is more important. Looking at Kazuma's clear gaze looking at him, Ino's heart beat inexplicably faster, and his ears felt slightly hot. Whispered, wait until Kazuma Junrin leaves, aren't you going shopping? Shikamaru and Denji looked at Ino, who was still standing, just rubbed their noses and asked, also, Ino, why are your ears red? Ah, you two go shopping. Ino listened, covered his ears, and replied to Shikamaru and Teichi, just ran away. Leaving Shikamaru with a dazed face, and Denji, who had been eating snacks. Walking on the road, Kazuma Junrin is ready to go to training again. The reason for refusing Ino's invitation is because of what might happen recently. In this way, in the evening of the 2 days, Junrin Kazuma will rush to the training venue as soon as possible. Not only for training, but also for what awaits. Finally, at dusk on the 3rd day, Kazuma Junrin, who was training in the forest, suddenly frowned, and he sensed that a group of people had broken into this area. A group of people, chasing a person, closing his eyes and inducting it. Kazuma Junrin judged it. Moreover, the chakra of the person in front is, stop the water. When he opened his eyes, a flash of electricity seemed to flash in his eyes. Kazuma Junrin's legs immediately kicked the ground. Swish. The figure rushed to the depths of the dense forest and quickly disappeared. And a kilometer away, Uchiha is shuttling between trees. The speed is fast, and from time to time he looks behind him, as if there are pursuers behind him. The water stop did not look very good at the moment, and he was obviously injured. His right eye was closed, and a line of blood flowed from the corner of his eye. Blood dripped and soaked the collar. And the left eye that is open, there are 3 hooked jades in the scarlet pupils, terrifying and mysterious. This is exactly the blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan. The water stopper, who was rushing, seemed to think of something, and the figure turned and swept towards another place. He deliberately wanted to stay away from the place where Kazuma Junjin trained. It is feared that Junto Kazuma is training and involved in this incident. And shortly after, Uchiha stopped the water and left. Swish. Swish. Ugh. Dozens of figures appeared where the water stop had stood. All wore animal masks and uniforms similar to those of the dark part. However, compared to the members of the dark department, these people's temperament is more gloomy and emotionless. They are the ones controlled by Tenzo, the root. He just left, but the direction has changed. A cat-faced masked root ninja sensed it, and pointed in the direction where the water stopped. I didn't think about why Uchiha stopped the water and changed direction. A fox-faced ninja with a root mask coldly ordered, chase. In an instant, these dozens of figures immediately chased towards Uchiha. Shui shui. Boom, boom, boom. Shuttling quickly through a tree hop, Kazuma Junrin noticed that the person half a kilometer away changed direction and moved away from this side. It's a water stop. It is only possible that Shisui took the root ninja away from this place of Kazuma Junrin. It's really kind, not like Uchiha, he whispered softly in his mouth. Kazuma Junrin just quickened his pace and ran in the other direction. He didn't know why he rushed over. Maybe you have the power and need to vent a bit? Or do you want to see such a person die at the hands of Tuanzang like this? It is only a short time to contact the water stop, but the character of the water stop is impressive. I didn't think carefully about whether I should take the risk. Kazuma Junrin rushed in the direction of Uchiha, stopping the water. Catch up all the way. Junto Kazuma has found traces of the battle. There are kunao, shurikens, and various trees damaged by ninjutsu. Even, Junto Kazuma found a corpse, a ninja wearing an animal mask, which was a member of the Roots. It looks like the form is very tense, and there will be a corpse left. Generally, ninjas in the dark part cannot leave corpses in this way, and either destroy themselves before death, or be recovered or destroyed by people in the same village. From a long distance, Kazuma Junrin heard movement ahead, and there are strong chakra fluctuations. Almost there, a trace of essence flashed in his eyes, and the power under Kazuma's feet exerted, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. Swish! In one part of the forest, dozens of root ninjas wearing animal masks surrounded Uchiha Shui Shui, holding kunao and killing awe. Shui Shui opened one eye, and his right eye was closed and blood was dripping with his right hand. He gently held the sword back and scanned the ninja around him. The ninja at the root was watched by Uchiha's gaze, and they all remembered the power of this person in front of him. Their gazes became solemn, and their palms tightened involuntarily. His injuries are serious, kill him. The root ninja of the fox face gave the order coldly. Uchiha stopped the water, but was successfully attacked by Danzo, forcibly gouged out his right eye, and after a series of battles his injuries are getting worse. Be sure to kill Uchiha to stop the water. Hearing the order, the ninja of the root did not hesitate to strike. Countless kunai shuriken shot towards the water stop in the middle, and at the same time, a ninja rushed forward with kunai and handboom. The water stop also pulled out the knife instantly. Dozens of cold lights appeared, and the sound of various metals colliding sounded. Shisui used his knife to split the dark weapon, and at the same time he was fighting multiple root ninjas. The root ninja who dares to pursue the water stop is also the strength of the elite shinobi, and the water stop was injured and lost an eye. These root ninjas attacked even more frantically. Boom! Shisui kicked out a root ninja who had pierced his clothes with a kunai at the same time. The sword quickly stabbed into the chest of another root ninja, only in time to let out a scream. The blade pierced through the chest and stabbed out from the junior. Poof! Blood splattered onto the water-stopping clothes and stained the arms red. Keeping moving, he looked at the root ninja around him with scarlet three-hooked Tama Chakra eyes. Uchiha's eyes were full of coldness. See this scene, even the root ninja is slightly paused. It's arrived. As Junto Kazuma got closer and closer to the place of battle, he also became cautious. After all, he appeared here alone, and after being exposed, he was afraid that he would be chased and killed by the roots. Hiding in the dense forest, Kazuma finally saw Uchiha stop the water. The battle at the moment is already fierce, and there are traces of destruction everywhere and there are bloodstains everywhere. The root ninja was reduced in number and paid for the lives of nearly 10 elite shinobi. There were 20 or 30 ninjas left, some also wounded. However, the sacrifice of the root is not meaningless, and the injuries on Shuishui's body are even more serious. The corners of his mouth were dripping with blood. Detonation charm. Stopping the water and forcing a person to retreat is to see a dark weapon coming, and the Kuwu who was close to the front of him was wrapped around one after another detonation charms at the same time. The ninja at the root in the distance also did not hesitate to use ninjutsu. 2 done, split the soil and turn your palm. The ground cracked and attacked towards the water. Wind escape, wind chaos. A gust of wind rushed against the water. Around him, Kuwu with the detonation charm struck, and under his feet was 2 Duan. There are also ninjas with roots above who are desperately attacking. Fierce killing. For a while, the situation of stopping the water turned out to be very dangerous. It's so crazy. Watching the ninjutsu of the root ninja wrap the other root ninja who fought with Shisui closely, Kazuma Junran's eyes froze. The way the root ninja fights when performing his mission is very cold-blooded, but it is undeniable that this is very scary for the enemy. Only one left eye remains, which still has an impact on the strength of stopping water. What's more, he was wounded and fought for so long. Bang! Can't escape. At the center of the battle there was a big explosion. The power of ninjutsu and the power of the detonation charm. It was as if one shell after another was bombarding. The rolling waves of chi directly knocked the root ninja next to them into the air. There were also many close root ninjas, who did not have time to retreat, and let out a scream. It is engulfed by the power of the explosion. Dust fills the air, rubble flies. The power of the explosion destroyed the surrounding trees, causing a large crater about a meter deep to appear. How? Dead. The fox-faced root ninja asked the cat-faced ninja to the side, and when the dark part of the cat's face heard the question, it immediately squatted down and fell to the ground with both hands. Perceived something. See this scene. As soon as he saw the ninja movement of that root, Kazuma Junto immediately thought that he might be a sentient ninja. I just don't know, what method does he use to perceive? Will he be exposed? However, after a while, it was discovered that the root ninja did not find himself, but waited at the center of the dust. Kazuma just knew that this root ninja could not perceive chakra on a large scale like him. It should be some kind of one-to-one perception. Not dead, and the cat-faced root ninja sensed something, and was about to say it in a panic tone. Rumble! From the place where the water stopped, a terrifying chakra fluctuation erupted. Swish! A green chakra arm that was more than 3 meters swept across like a sharp blade. The surrounding root ninjas let out a wail, and many were cut in half by lazy wastes before they had time to dodge. Blood is flying. Before the cat-faced ninja's words were finished, he was swept out by the green chakra's arm, and in an instant the bones in his body were broken, blood burst out, and he died directly. The fox-faced ninja was obviously strong, and he reacted quickly, and immediately dodged away. The remaining root ninjas also hurriedly retreated. Boom! The body was half squatted, and the root ninja of the fox face mask also quickly took out the kunai, and bloodstains faintly appeared on his chest. Just stopped the water and attacked him. Looking at the place where Uchiha was standing, the eyes of the root ninja were full of incredulity. I saw that Uchiha Shuishui's body was wrapped with several thick green ribs, and at the same time, a huge arm turned into a huge arm at the edge of the ribs. What kind of monster is this? Even the roots, at this time, are a little silent. Susanoo. Junto Kazuma looked at Uchiha's state of stopping the water and exclaimed in a low voice. This is the third power that can only be unlocked by opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and is even called the power of the gods. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and the world says that if you see it once, you will inevitably die. However, the difficulty of opening is also extremely huge. But, Uchiha Shisui really used Susanoo with one eye. What man? Junto Kazuma's low cry just now was discovered by the extremely sensitive root ninja. The remaining dozen or so root ninjas quickly stood back and forth while defending Uchiha to stop the water. He looked at the big tree hidden by Kazuma Junrin. It was discovered. A thought flashed. Kazuma Junrin silently hooked the corners of his mouth, and thought indifferently in his heart, then leave you guys behind. Then, put your hands together and quickly seal the print swish. The speed of sealing is very fast, even if the techniques of this ninjutsu are complicated, it is completed in an instant. Chakra surged in his body, and then Kazuma opened his mouth and released it to the root ninja below. Fire dragon flame bomb. Rumble. In an instant, 3 fire dragons of more than 10 meters appeared in the air, opening their teeth and dancing their claws, as if roaring up to the sky, and the temperature around them rose sharply. Not good, the ninja of the root exclaimed when he looked at this powerful ninjutsu. Busier people make prints and want to release the water escape, but many people are too late. There is also only a fox mask ninja quick seal water escape, water array wall. He opened his mouth and spat out a wall of water, trying to block the fire. The two ninjutsu belong to the same level B, and it stands to reason that water and fire should be able to block it. However, the power of Kazuma quasi-human fire was more than he imagined. Phew! A large amount of water is evaporated. The roots of the fox's face are difficult to resist. Rumble. In an instant, the 3 fire dragons only lost part of their power, and then smashed into the middle of the root ninja. Bang! A huge sound sounded, another big explosion, and suddenly dust. Ahem! The root of the fox face ninja was burned and seriously injured. The corners of his mouth showed blood, and he kept falling low outside the mask. Retreat. Obviously, he had the right to order the other root ninjas, and this time Danzo gave him all the tasks of chasing and killing the water. Under such circumstances, he was seriously injured, and only a few of the more than 40 root elites remained. If you continue, you will not be able to complete the task without sacrifice. So this root ninja decided to retreat. The remaining 4 or 5 root ninjas, each with injuries, were watching Uchiha stop the water while staring in the direction of Kazuma Junjin. It seemed to be slow but extremely fast to cover the retreat of that root. Junjin Kazuma was still hiding in the woods, hesitating whether to leave all the group behind and make Danzo uncomfortable. Ahem. At this time, Uchiha couldn't stop coughing. The billowing dust had fallen, under the protection of Susanoo, which was visible to the naked eye from the green chakra in the scarlet pupil of his left eye. The 3-hooked jade have been connected into a piece, forming a circle in the center, and the periphery has become sharp, in the shape of a shuriken. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. This is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of Uchiha Shui. The cough could not be stopped, and at the same time, severe pain was felt all over the body. The depths of the eyes were also extremely painful, and a line of blood and tears were left from the corner of the left eye. This is the price of Susanoo. However, Susanoo's power is also amazing. Just by turning into an arm and a few ribs, it can defend against hundreds of detonation charms and dozens of ninjutsu superimposed power. And in an instant, more than 10 root ninjas were eliminated. You know, those roots are also the level of tolerance among the elite. In front of him was Uchiha, who suddenly burst out with such terrifying combat power. There is also an unknown existence hidden behind the secret shinobi level. The water stopped coughing violently, and the body was shaking slightly. It was unimaginable pain. Come out. The scarlet kaleidoscope of his left eye stared at the location where Kazuma Junjin was hiding, and Uchiha stopped the water and said, with the Sharingan, he sensed the location of the quasi-person Kazuma. Boom! Without hiding any longer, Kazuma Junrin appeared in the field of vision of the water stop. It's you. Seeing that the person in the secret was a quasi-person Kazuma, Uchiha was also surprised. You know, a fire just now, but let the root lose several elites unexpectedly. It turned out to be a 7-year-old student at the ninja school. It seems that, I still underestimate your strength. And talent. Uchiha coughed while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye slowly changed back to the 3-hooked jade state. Susanoo's green chakra also disappeared in front of him. Are you alright? Junto Kazuma looked at Uchiha and asked. Didn't. Nothing. Shaking his head, Shui looked at the quasi-person, hesitated for a while, and said, You shouldn't be involved. It was Danzo who ordered him to hunt him down, and Danzo was an extremely dangerous guy, and this danger was not his strength, but his character, position in Konoha, and the power he controlled. The root chased and killed himself, and suffered heavy losses, and Tuanzang would definitely not let him go. Now the appearance of the quasi-person Kazuma will make the group hide liquidated. The group of people who hunted you down are the ninjas of the roots. Kazuma Junto did not stop the water, but pretended to examine the corpse of the root ninja and said, You know the roots? Shisui asked, looking at Kazuma. The average student, at most, knows the dark part, but does not know the root hidden in the dark part. Junto Kazuma didn't explain, just nodded, then deliberately asked, what exactly did you do? It is worth a special forbearance, dozens of elite ninja to hunt and kill. Without answering Kazuma Junto's words, Uchiha gritted his teeth. Listen, don't ask about this, it's like you haven't seen it today. Go back, don't show up here lately. No, it's still training as usual. Uchiha stopped the water and looked at Kazuma Junrin and instructed. He didn't want to implicate innocent people. There are enough dead people, just end it from me, Shuishui's heart secretly said. Is that the question you asked? Junto Kazuma continued to ask. Shisui looked at the quasi-person, looking at the quasi-person's bright eyes a little silent. You seem to know something. Both fell silent. Kazuma Junrin is also tangled, what to say? Persuade a person who has a dead will, no experience. If there is Beidou here, he must post, online and so on is very urgent. That, I thought that I could talk to Shisui about the inevitable problem of the contradiction between Uchiha and the village. But to stop the water is to speak. The village has a long-standing view of the Uchiha clan, and I can see some of the attitude of the clansmen, but I really love the village, but I also don't want to disappoint the clansmen. So, I want to work hard to get the people of the village to understand Uchiha. Shuishui stood there and said quietly. I can't let the Uchiha clan break with Konoha because of me. I believe that in the future, someone will do it. Let the Uchiha clan truly integrate into Konoha. For this expectation, Stop Water decided to give up everything you had, including life. Tuanzang must stop the water and die to be at ease. This point is clear to Uchiha Shuishui. From the time Danzo took away his right eye, he was afraid of his kaleidoscope of abilities. As long as he lives, he will not give up, and once Tuanzang makes a public move, it will be the outbreak of contradictions between the village and the Uchiha clan. Shuishui doesn't want to cause turmoil in the village now because of him, leaving more innocent people trapped in it. Junto Kazuma opened his mouth and didn't say anything. Is that the choice you made? Watching Uchiha stop the water quickly leaving into the distance, Kazuma Junrin sighed. I want to use my own death to stabilize for a while. Let time dissolve the village's suspicions of the Uchiha clan? How is it possible? Sighed, Kazuma can't make any judgments on the behavior of stopping the water. But today did not come in vain. In my head, there is a voice that has been prompting for a long time. Ding, the pupil technique is successfully copied by the gods. Prompt, lack of conditions, cannot be performed after fusion. Today's luck is better, unexpectedly obtained this powerful trick, although due to some restrictions, it is not yet possible to fuse. Boom, boom. Kazuma shuttled between the trees and swept towards the exit of the forest. Unexpectedly, the other heavenly gods actually need restrictions. Secretly said in his heart, he guessed that it should be the reason why there was no sharing on. Not far away, a man rushed towards this side. This kind of chakra fluctuation, Kazuma has also seen. It is Uchiha's weasel. It seems that it should be that the water stop notified the ferret in some way. Stopping in place, Kazuma Junrin thought about it, but still did not meet Itaki in this situation. Swish. In the other direction, run quickly. Uchiha's pupils were scarlet, and there were 3 gouges in each of his eyes. The Sangha Jade writing wheel eye is already the highest level of writing wheel eye recognized by the Uchiha clan. Many Uchiha people need to be 20 or 30 years old to grow up to become Sangoyu. I didn't expect that the ferret was a 3-hook jade at a young age. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the genius of the Uchiha family who can be called the same as Shuishui. At this moment, the ferret was obviously in a hurry, running hard. And when Kazuma Junto returns home, in the upper reaches of a river, watch a man who is also a teacher and friend commit suicide by throwing himself into the river. Uchiha silently kept the items he had entrusted to him, slowly closed his eyes. It's just that. From the corner of the eye involuntarily left 2 lines of warmth that turned out to be red tears. The next day, the sun rose and the village was as prosperous as ever. As Kazuma walked on the road, you could hear passers-by talking about daily chores for ordinary people. This kind of life should be very satisfying. Junto Kazuma sighed softly. People don't know that just yesterday, a big event happened to the Uchiha family in the Nanga River. The body of Uchiha Shisui was found. Who is Uchiha Shuishui? That is the genius of the Uchiha clan, and it can even be said that he is the strongest in the face of the Uchiha clan. He actually silently committed suicide. This incident caused a lot of turmoil within the Uchiha family, but strangely, there is not the slightest wind in the village. It's ridiculous, a village's powerful combat power died inexplicably, and it would be so calm. In this regard, Kazuma Junrin also laughed a few times. Walking towards the ninja school, Kazuma Junrin's eyes silently glanced at the shadows in the corner behind him. Root. In his perception, there was a person watching him, and Kazuma Junrin guessed that it should be the ninja of the root. Yesterday's battle caused the roots to suffer heavy losses. After all, more than 40 elites are forbearing, and that is also a big force. And Tenzo will definitely find out who that mysterious guy is. Although Kazuma Junrin is small, he should not have such great strength. However, because his training place was nearby, he was still targeted by the roots. Walking on the road, Kazuma Junrin turned left and took a short approach to the ninja school. And this alley is relatively remote and rarely visited. Duh, duh, duh. For a while, only the footsteps of Kazuma echoed in the alley. As he walked, the corners of Kazuma's mouth were slightly and visibly hooked. Suddenly, a figure instantly appeared behind Kazuma quasi-person, and Kazuma seemed to sense something and wanted to turn back. A cold snort, accompanied by a gloomy and cold momentum, the figure behind it slammed into the back of the neck of the wind instantly. Kazuma Junrin felt a sharp pain, and then his mind fell into darkness. Boom! Watching Kazuma Junrin collapse directly to the ground, unconscious, the root ninja wearing an animal mask behind him sneered. "It seems that it is not this little ghost," I said. "How can it be such a little ghost?" The task he received this morning was to attack a ninja school second-year student and observe his reaction. Although this root ninja disdained such a task, he still carried it out without disobeying Danzo's orders. With such strength, I dare to call it a genius. It seems to hate genius. The ninja at the root looked at the unconscious Junjin Kazuma with disdain, and then grabbed the back collar of Junjin Kazuma with his hand, just to take him away. After all, Tuanzang also has an order, that is, if there is nothing suspicious, then bring people back. By the way, the roots also need supplementary personnel. But when he caught Kazuma Junrin, he was ready to leave. Swish! Swish! The Kazuma Quasi-man in his hand slowly shattered, and then turned into pieces of broken earth and fell down. What? The pupils of the eyes under the root ninja mask shrank. Bang! There was an indescribable pain in the back of his head, and he fell directly into a coma. In his mind, he was still thinking about when did Kazuma Junjin cast his earth doppelganger? Duh! Behind the root ninja, Junto Kazuma walked out glancing at the ninja on the ground. He said lightly with such strength, "Are you embarrassed to carry out the mission?" Swish! Junjin Kazuma, who returned to the ninja school, found Irika after class. "What? Are you applying for early graduation?" Irika's eyes widened and he cried out in silence. Junto Kazuma, who was standing in front of Irika, smiled. "Irika-sensei, don't be so loud." The eyes glanced at the other teachers around him and found that their eyes were all fixed on this side. Ha! As if knowing that he had gaffed, Irika touched his head and laughed dryly at the other teachers for a while or two. But then he just looked at Junto Kazuma seriously. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Irika said, as if he felt that the Quasi-Ren was a whim, and persuaded. "Quasi-Ren, I know you are very good, but you must understand that it is too early for you to graduate and become a ninja. Once you graduate from ninja school and become a real ninja, you need to go out on missions and carry out tasks. It means danger." "Irika-sensei, I'm serious." Junto Kazuma nodded and said. Irika gritted her teeth. "Then you come with me." With that, he turned around and walked out of the office. And Kazuma Junrin also followed and left. As soon as they left, the ninja sensei's office started talking. "My god, there are still students applying for early graduation." "Yes, I really didn't expect it. Some teachers are new this year and ask other teachers, 'Who is that student just now?' At such a young age, you already have the strength to shinobi?" The other teachers replied, "Oh, you don't even know this, he was the first in his grade last year." Junrin Kazuma. Remembering who Kazuma was, the teacher who asked the question also suddenly realized, "It's him. I heard that he is a genius, no wonder." Junto Kazuma, who followed Irika, found that this didn't seem to be the way to the Hokage building. Doesn't Hokage consent to apply for early graduation? And the road seems to be to the driving range. "Irika-sensei, where are we going?" Kazuma couldn't help but ask. Irika, who was walking in front, kept saying, "Go to the training ground." Training ground number 7, Junjin Kazuma and Irika stood in the clearing. Irika's arm slowly took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag and made an offensive gesture in front of his eyes. Looking at Irika's appearance, Kazuma Junrin raised his eyebrows, as if he understood what Irika meant. The palm of his hand was also taken out and held by Kuwu, and asked, "Is this an assessment?" "Irika-sensei, this is my assessment. After defeating me, I will submit your application to Naruto-sama. Otherwise, you will obediently study at the ninja school." Irika looked at Junjin Kazuma and said with a serious look. Nodded. Kazuma Junrin's expression froze, and he spoke. "Then, Irika-sensei, I'm welcome. Kick the ground under your feet." Swish. Kazuma Junrin's body immediately struck towards Irika. What a speed! Looking at the Junrin Kazuma who appeared in front of him in an instant, a trace of shock flashed in Irika's eyes. Compared to the strength of a year ago, it has improved too much. However, it is Irika who is at the level of middle ninja, and there is no gear in his hands. Boom. The sound of metal clashing sounded, and Irika only felt that the force on the opposite side was amazingly powerful, and the kunao he held in his hand could not move a step at all. Jun Kazuma had a flat face and did not rely on strength to win, kicking his left foot upwards, and Irika dodged backwards in an instant. Kazuma is not in hot pursuit. When Irika slowed down, and then continued to attack, he wanted Irika to know that his strength was enough to graduate. After a while, Junto Kazuma stopped his attack and looked at Irika on the opposite side. Whew! Phew! On the other side, Irika couldn't help but bend over and gasp loudly. His surroundings were full of traces of battle, filled with kunao, shurikens, and signs of destruction from powerful fire. Junto Kazuma showed Irika some of what he had learned in the past year, and he did it very well. It's amazing, looking at Kazuma Junrin, Irika's heart sighed that now the Quasi person has completely surpassed him as a teacher. Although there are still some concerns about graduating as a ninja at such a young age, but Irika also had to admit that with such a strength as a Quasi-human, there was no point in staying in the ninja school. Because, most of the courses in the next few years are ninja practice exercises, and these compare the strength of Quasi people who surpass the middle ninja. Irika just couldn't help but shake his head. Thinking of this, there was nothing more to say. Irika said to the Junjin Kazuma, "Alright, Quasi-man. I will apply to Naruto-sama." "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Junto Kazuma said with a smile. When Kazuma Junto left, Irika walked towards the Hokage building. Since he promised the Quasi person, he just did what he said and acted resolutely. In an office in the center of the Hokage building, the three generations are approving various official documents. Boom, boom, there was a knock on the door. The three generations stopped what they were doing and just spoke, "Come in." Crunch! The door opened and a man walked in. "Oh, it's Irika. Is Naruto that guy making a mess again?" Seeing that it was Irika, the three generations just asked with a smile. Of course, he also has some headaches. Naruto, since this year, I don't know why, suddenly likes to play pranks. There are already many people who have come to the ninja school and even the Naruto building to complain. No, 3 generations of Hokage-sama, Irika said. Then he talked about Kazuma Junrin's application for early graduation. Listening to Irika's story, the 3 generations had a pipe in their mouths, their eyes slightly pensive. 3 generations of adults, did you reject his application? Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage did not speak, Irika asked from the side. Of course, that's what he thought in his heart. Irika, you mean he beat you? The 3 generations did not reply to Irika's question, but asked in confirmation. Yes, although it is humiliating to say this, I am really not a quasi-human opponent. Irika touched his head and said, a little embarrassed but seriously. But the quasi-person is still too young, and I think it's still too early to become a ninja on a mission, Irika said again. But this time, the 3 generations said with a smile, haha, Irika, since he asked to graduate early, then let's give him a chance. 3 generations actually agreed. Irika listened, but did not insist on his own ideas, and nodded. After Irika left, the 3 generations used the crystal ball to cast a telescope technique to observe Junjin Kazuma. You can actually defeat Nakashinobu, another genius comparable to Kakashi. You know, Kakashi only became a shinobi at the age of 6. The speed of progress of Quasi people seems to be no less than that of Kakashi. And the important thing is that Kazuma Quasi people are innocent, which has been repeatedly investigated by the Dark Part. For the Hokage series, it is a good thing that such a civilian genius has appeared. Oh, the perception is also very sharp, it seems to have found it. Looking at the picture, Kazuma Junrin, who was faintly probing something while training, the 3 generations just smiled and said to themselves subsequently, he withdrew the snoops. And at this moment, after the Quasi person felt that there was no surveillance, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the appearance of vigilance just now was deliberately done for the 3 generations to see it is to let him know that he is a genius with potential. Since he was targeted by Tuanzang, the Quasi-person had to choose to enter the 3-generation Hokage series. Alas, a famous genius will not see me being persecuted by Tuanzang, Junto Kazuma just chanted. And in a gloomy place, a ninja with a root is half kneeling, telling the process of mission failure. Looking at the person on the opposite side who seemed to be hiding in the shadows, this root ninja had a deep fear in his heart, and his body was trembling slightly. That means you didn't even manage a 7-year-old student. The voice came from the darkness. Yes, it's the ninja at the root said tremblingly, then hurriedly denied, no, it's just that I didn't expect that little ghost to notice me a long time ago. Please give me another chance, I will definitely bring the imp back. Listening to the words of the root ninja, a low cold snort came from the shadows, and this voice made the root ninja's body tremble even more. What are the consequences of failing the mission? I don't think I need to talk about it. Indifferent words fell. Under the mask of the root ninja, his face changed greatly, he was pale, and his pupils were full of fear. Even if it is the root without feelings, they have the punishment of fear. Swish! Without waiting for him to beg for mercy in an instant, 2 more root ninjas wearing animal masks appeared beside that person. Immediately take away the ninja who failed the mission. Duh. In the darkness, a man walked out, his right eye with his head wrapped in bandages, and his right arm was also wrapped in bandages. He is Kanaha's dark, shine Danzo. I actually applied for early graduation, and Ape Fei actually agreed. Humph. Quasito Kazuma, Tuanzang squinted his eyes and slowly said to himself. Originally, I didn't care too much about Kazuma Junrin. After all, what can a civilian genius do? Can there be another wave Feng Shui Gate? But I didn't expect that in more than a year to 2 years, this inconspicuous guy actually had the strength to defeat Zongnan. And Danzo also has a little doubt. When chasing and killing Uchiha to stop the water, the person who secretly shot is Kazuma Junrin? 7 years old, even if you are a genius, a civilian, and there is no blood succession limit, the strength of Zongnin is already top. It can't be that powerful. According to the Return of the Root, the person in the secret may have a special level of forbearance or even upper tolerance. Danzo did not believe that Kazuma Junto had the strength of Shangnin at the age of 7. Kiki Kakashi, as an iconic genius, also reached Shangnin at the age of 12. Powerful fire will help stop the water. All this made Tuan Zhang even more suspicious of another genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi. Sure enough, the people of the Uchiha clan are hidden dangers. A cold light flashed in Tuan Zhang's eyes, but he thought of something, stroking his right eye covered by bandages, and his gaze turned fiery. At this time, Junto Kazuma was sleeping peacefully in his home. Determined to show his genius edge, he roughly planned his future path. On the one hand, investing in the Hokage series, and then gaining the trust of the 3 generations of Hokage 8 Flying Sun, and then you can also obtain those powerful ninjutsu through this way. You know, powerful and terrifying ninjutsu is not something you can redeem if you want to like the art of flying thunder. If an ordinary ninja proposes to learn, regardless of whether you have talent or not, it is impossible for 3 generations to agree. Only by gaining the trust of Sarutobi Hinata, Kazuma Jun is qualified to have access to those high-level ninjutsu. On the other hand, show talent, and then the strength is slowly improved in this way, more strong people will be contacted, and the use of Goldfinger will be more favorable. With a good plan, the perspective enters the sweet dream. Following. What? The perspective actually applied for early graduation. The news of Junjin Kazuma's application for early graduation spread, causing a stir in the class and school. Especially Naruto Uzumaki and Suzuki Uchiha, both of whom reacted greatly. Of course, Uchiha Suzuki was unwilling and gritted his teeth and drank load. Damn, he is so powerful. Dared to apply for early graduation. How can I say that my strength is already enduring? Compared to the second grader himself, I don't know how much. And Naruto Uzumaki, he just has some complicated feelings, maybe some reluctance, but also has envy and admiration. Haha, Quasi person, if you graduate, then I will become the first in the class. Listening to Naruto Uzumaki's words, Kazuma Junrin did not raise his eyes, and did not pay attention to him. Quasi man, you really have to graduate early. Ino looked down and whispered. Doesn't graduating early mean that you can't meet with prospective people every day? After making a little progress with the Quasi person, I have to face such a situation. Ino didn't want to. Oh, Ino. Junjin Kazuma also touched his head, not knowing what to say. Even if I graduate, I haven't left, and I will meet often. He smiled and said comfortingly. Hearing Irika call Kazuma Junjin, the people in the class instantly knew that it should be about the Quasi person's graduation examination. Looking at the back of the prospective person leaving the classroom, the class instantly boiled. That's awesome. Applied for graduation assessments so soon? Yes, even compared to those seniors who graduated early, the Quasi people are not weak. If the Quasi person passed the examination, he should be the best student in our class. No, the ninja school. Students started talking about it. For the matter of Kazuma Quasi people applying for the graduation assessment in advance, they are also envious and jealous. I can't wait to be myself. When Uchiha Suzuki heard these words, he wrinkled his brows, clasped his hands together, and obviously had great fluctuations in his heart. After graduation, there is a lot of trouble. Really, how nice it would be to be able to sleep at school again. Shikamaru lay on the table and watched Kazuma Junrin leave, as if unmoved, but said lazily, "Click." Akimichi Dingji, as always, is eating snacks. And Ino is obviously very reluctant, but hopes that the Quasi person can pass the assessment, and at the same time, her eyes are fiery, and she has made a decision in her heart. Duh. Following Irika, Junto Kazuma realized that this was not the way to the number 7 training ground. And wait until you reach your destination. The Quasi person found that this was the number 1 training ground. Compared with the number 7 training ground, the number 1 training ground is obviously larger. I don't know how much, and the number 1 training ground is not only an open space, but also a forest, river, and other complex environments. That was, Junto Kazuma found that on the number 1 training ground, there were already 2 people standing there. One is a very old man with white hair and a kind face. This person Kazuma Quasi people know. It is the 3 generations of Hokage Flying Sunko. And the other, Kazuma Junrin did not know, but saw that this person was about 20 years old, wearing standard ninja dress. The upper body is wearing a ninja tights, and the outer body is covered with a green ninja vest that can only be worn by Konohanaka shinobi. The lower body is tight combat pants, and the leggings are tied to the legs. It's a very capable ninja at first glance. Moreover, now this ninja is staring at Kazuma Junrin and observing carefully. 3 generations of adults. Irika took Junto Kazuma to the side of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Oh, here it is, Irika, Quasi man. Mayo smiled and looked at Irika and Junjin Kazuma and said, Prospective people, you want to apply for an early graduation assessment, right? The third generation looked at Kazuma Junrin and asked as if knowingly. Yes, although Kazuma Junrin muttered in his heart, his face did not show half a point, but he nodded in response and said yes. Then why did you graduate early? A flash of essence flashed in the eyes of the third generation, and he suddenly asked Kazuma Junrin. Because I want to get stronger quickly, so I can protect what I want to protect. But after pondering for a while, Kazuma Junrin replied half-truthfully. Yes, hearing the quasi-person's answer, the expression of the three generations could not see anything. Protect what you want to protect, chanting the words of the quasi-person in his heart. The three generations nodded at the quasi-person. Then your assessment is, defeat him. Pointing to the young ninja next to him, Mayo said. Three generations of adults, this is. Irika looked at the imposing ninja and couldn't help but ask the three generations. The third generation of Hokage glanced at the ninja, and the ninja seemed to have received the news. He said in a cold tone, Kawashima, the elite is shinobi. What? Hearing Kawashima's words, Irika was a little shocked, and it turned out to be an elite shinobi. Three generations, this. Irika just wanted to say something. You know, the strength of middle ninja and elite middle ninja is very different. An elite Naka shinobi can defeat several Naka shinobi under normal circumstances. Moreover, there is also a difference in strength between the Naka shinobi teacher and the Naka shinobi who performs tasks all year round. In Irika's opinion, Junto Kazuma can defeat his own Naka shinobi teacher, and his strength can be said to be good at his age. But if you compare it with this elite middle ninja, Irika was a little worried. Irika's words were not finished, and the three generations said with a smile, hee, Irika, are you worried that the quasi-person is not Kawashima's opponent? Irika nodded slightly. Naruto-sama, it seems that Kawashima is an elite shinobi who has been performing missions all year round. Isn't that more to your liking? Mayo took his pipe and said slowly, if you don't pass, the quasi-person will have to return to the ninja school to continue studying, and you don't need to worry about your student being in danger outside. And if the quasi-person can defeat Kawashima, with such strength and talent, I will not let him be harmed. When the three generations said this, their tone was serious. Irika's heart didn't know how to describe it, both hoping that the quasi-man could be safe, and a little hoping that the quasi-person could realize his ideas. Quasi-man Kazuma and Kazuma Junrin did not care about the conversation between Irika and the three generations, but just looked at Kawashima on the opposite side and spoke. Under the gaze of the two spectators of Sandei and Irika, Junrin Kazuma and Kawashima are separated on the number 1 court, and the seal of opposition. And when the opposite seal has just been concluded, boom! Kawashima's feet kicked the ground hard, and his body was like a black phantom that instantly rushed towards Kazuma Junrin. Streaming down. I don't know when, but I shot out multiple shurikens and attacked towards the Junjin Kazuma. Ping! Ping! Kazuma was not slow to react, and a shuriken shot out of his hand, directly intercepting all Kawashima's many shurikens, and there was a crashing sound. Awesome! Looking at Kazuma Junjin's shuriken skills, Irika's eyes lit up. However, Kawashima did not pause, and the figure had already appeared on the side of the quasi-person of Kazuma at the same time. His right hand clenched a kunao and stabbed it at the shoulder of Junto Kazuma. Boom! A cold light flashed, the sound of metal crashing sounded, and a spark burst out at the same time. The quasi-man's right hand struggled to intercept Kawashima's attack. Kawashima did not hesitate, and immediately stepped sideways, and at the same time raised sideways, continuing to attack. Suddenly, a series of hits on the number 1 training ground came. Kawashima's attack was easily stopped by the quasi-man, and the figure was behind and withdrew 5 or 6 meters. Looking at the opposite Kazuma Junrin, a cold light flashed in his eye. Swish. The hands immediately made prints, much faster than ordinary ninjas. Wow! From the river next to it, a wave instantly surged up, heading towards Kazuma Junrin. Duh! The quasi-person just exerted force under his feet, and as soon as he stepped on the ground, he avoided the attack range of this ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is not very powerful, or a wave of water rushes over after being avoided by the quasi-person. It was directly smashed on the land in front of it, splashing a splash. The splash is also very large, like a curtain of water, blocking the view of the quasi-person Kazuma. Kazuma Junrin's eyes froze slightly, and his left hand hooked. The eyes of the three generations next to him flashed with admiration, and an inexplicable smile appeared on their faces. Swish! A murderous intent emerged from the splash, and I saw 2 Kawashima, one left and one right, attacking the quasi-people in Kazuma. Shadow doppelganger, Junto Kazuma muttered. At the same time, his movements were not slow, and he immediately took action. He instantly judged that both of them were entities, and the entity doppelganger Kanaha was the shadow doppelganger. Boom! The right-hand Kuwu blocked the attacking Kawashima on the right, and at the same time, the left-hand shot Kuwu forced the Kawashima defense on the left, and the left leg swept out with lightning speed. What? In Kawashima's constricted pupils, boom! Junjin Kazuma instantly kicked him in the chest and directly kicked Kawashima to the ground. With a bang, Kawashima that smashed on the ground instantly turned into a puff of white smoke. At the same time, the corners of Kawashima's mouth on the right side hooked, and the fingers of both hands immediately made prints, wanting to perform ninjutsu, and this step of sealing was somewhat familiar to Kazuma Junrin. Swish! A flash of essence flashed in his eyes, and Kazuma Junrin also immediately froze, and the other party performed the same ninjutsu, and the speed was fast. When Kawashima had just sealed the third seal, Junto Kazuma had already finished it. How is that possible? Kawashima looked shocked and exclaimed. I saw Kazuma Junrin put his finger to his mouth. Fire, the art of fireballs. Suddenly, a raging fire struck forward, and the air instantly heated up and became extremely hot. The fireball flooded Kawashima, and then it hit the ground with Kawashima wrapped in it. Rumble! It was like a cannonball exploding, and the ground was blasted out of a large crater by the power of the fireball. Oops! Looking at the ninjutsu power of Kazuma Junrin, Irika exclaimed, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Moreover, he didn't expect that the quasi-person's sealing speed was so fast, and it actually hit the Kawashima. Kawashima won't die, right? When the flames disappeared, a crater was left in the training ground, and there was a scorched black ground. However, there is no figure of Kawashima, only a burned wood. Avatar! A ninjutsu appeared in Irika's heart. Then his pupils shrank, and he saw the land behind the quasi-person slowly surging, and a person slowly appeared, which turned out to be Kawashima. His arm was holding Kumu and straddling Kazuma Junto's neck. It's over, Kawashima said with some breathlessness in his mouth. His heart was also shocked by the strength of the Junjin Kazuma. The scene just now was really thrilling. He really didn't expect that Kazuma Quasi-Renrin's sealing speed was so fast, and the first to come later actually completed the How Fireball technique half faster than himself. It really took Kawashima by surprise. Almost injured and failed miserably. However, now that it's all over, he is the ultimate winner. Yes? It's really time to end. Kazuma Quasi-Ren, who was threatened by suffering, did not turn his head. The corners of his mouth hooked an arc, and said in an inexplicable tone, boom! Suddenly, he turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared in place. What? Shadow Doppelganger. Before Kawashima could react to when Kazuma Junrin cast the Shadow Avatar, done, the art of decapitation in the heart. A voice came from underground, and Kawashima's legs were grabbed by a pair of hands. It's over. Kawashima only had time to flash this word in his heart, and his body was instantly pulled to the ground, leaving only a head on the ground. And Kazuma Junrin just stood on the side, quietly looking at the bound Kawashima. Anyway, Irika is watching in the clouds. This plot changes too quickly. He hasn't understood it yet, and found that it was Junjin Kazuma who won the victory. Wins. The contest is over, and it is self-evident who wins and who loses. It's a great showdown. The third generation of Hokage came over and said with a smile, when Kawashima used the water to block the line of sight to cast the Shadow Avatar, you also used the Shadow Avatar. Hearing the words of the third generation, Kazuma Junto nodded. He did use the Shadow Avatar at that moment, and the real body also dodged in an instant at that time. This speed and secrecy were imperceptible to both the opponent and Irika, but the three generations still saw it. It can only be said that it is worthy of the Hokage. Kawashima, whose body was still buried in the ground, also knew where he lost, and it turned out that he was used by the other party when he used water to block his sight and calculate the opponent. There was some shame on his face, and the chakra in his body surged and Kawashima crawled out of the ground. This technique of decapitation in the heart of done, without the deliberate control of the spellcaster, Zonnin can easily break free. I lost. 3 generations of adults. Crouching down on his knees, Kawashima said to the 3 generations of Hokage, I'm glad you're sorry too, Kawashima. For Kawashima, the third generation also responded with a smile. Nothing. Kawashima immediately said that in his opinion, it was his honor as a ninja to be able to do things for Naruto. The only thing is, he lost to the teenager in front of him. Kawashima glanced at the handsome Kazuma Junto who was standing on the side, and retreated with Hokage. After Kawashima left, the third Hokage praised Junjin Kazuma again, and then asked Junrin to go through the graduation procedures with Irika tomorrow. After that, he left with a smile on his pipe in his mouth. Only Irika and Junjin Kazuma were left on the training ground. Prospective person, congratulations, the graduation assessment has passed. Irika walked over and said to Junjin Kazuma. He felt some emotion but more excitement and pride. After all, Junto Kazuma was his best student. Thank you for your teaching, Irika-sensei, Junto Kazuma said modestly. Just like that, before Kazuma Junrin returned to the classroom, I don't know why, the news that Kazuma Junrin passed the graduation examination spread at once, and all grades of the ninja school knew that there was a second-year student who was about to graduate early this year. It's so powerful. Is our school's Kazuma Quasi person so strong? The senior student of the ninja school said in shock. Especially the students of the graduating class, their unified assessment has not yet begun, and there is a person who completed the graduation assessment in advance? How is this done? There are also 2 kinds of people applying for advance assessment. One is to take a unified assessment together with the graduating class. The other is to send someone to assess your strength separately. This is very difficult, and it is even more difficult to pass than the unified graduation examination. It's amazing, sure enough, youth needs to work hard. In a third grade class, a teenager in a green tights shouted excitedly into the ceiling. Then his face was full of tears. I have been surpassed by the juniors, it seems that I have to work harder. I decided to run 50 laps around the village today. But before this person could finish excited, a voice roared, Li Luo, give me quiet in class. The other students even laughed, haha, it is impossible for someone who can't even perform ninjutsu to become a ninja. Li Lok has no talent in controlling chakra's use of ninjutsu, which is no secret in his class at all. Although Li Lok has been exercising now, his classmates still do not think highly of him. And in the class of the quasi-person Kazuma, quasi-person, you really passed the assessment. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Junto Kazuma and asked. Junto Kazuma nodded. Tomorrow I'm going to the Naruto building to register the ninja number. Then you are already a ninja. That's awesome. Naruto Uzumaki also muttered, his eyes filled with admiration and envy. Sasuke Uchiha, pretending to be passing by, clenched his fists when he heard this. And as time passed, the news spread more and more, and many villagers knew that the ninja school was a powerful genius. Oh my god, I graduated from ninja school at the age of 7, what a genius. Some ninjas were also amazed. Think about what else you are doing in 2nd grade? I guess I stayed in a ninja school and didn't know what I was doing. Nonsense, isn't he already called a genius? Someone also remembered that Kazuma Junrin had not enrolled in school. There was a crisp knock on the door. Junto Kazuma got up from the bed and opened the door. Irika-sensei. Looking at Irika, who was standing outside the door, Kazuma Junrin was surprised. It's not even 6 o'clock now, and yesterday Irika obviously agreed with himself to meet at the Hokage building at 8 o'clock? Haha, I forgot to give it to you yesterday. Irika looked at Junjin Kazuma with a smile on his face and said slowly. Before the would-be could think about what it was, he saw Irika take out an object from behind him. Looking at the things in Irika's hand, a trace of clarity flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes. From today onwards, you will be a ninja who can stand alone. Irika handed a brand new pair of Konoha guards to the junior Kazuma and said to the quasi-person seriously. Taking the bracelet, Kazuma Junto could see the familiar Konoha symbol engraved on the iron sheet alone. Whispering softly, the corners of the quasi-person's mouth slightly hooked. With both hands raised, he put the brace on his forehead. Subsequently, Junto Kazuma followed Irika to the Naruto building, took pictures, and registered as a ninja. Watching his ninja information being loaded into the file and sent to the Naruto office, the quasi-person knew that he would be a ninja from Konoha village in the future. And at the moment, inside Naruto's office, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Hibiki were holding their pipes, looking at the ninja number and information that had just been sent by Kazuma Junjin. He just fell into a thought. Where should I arrange the quasi-Kazuma person? A graduate ninja, if according to the normal arrangement, first of all, when you graduate, you will form a small ninja class with a group of 3 classmates. Later, the village will send some middle and upper ninjas to serve as leading ninjas and give some tests to the graduating ninjas. When the graduating ninja passes the assessment of the leading ninja, the ninja class is established, and they will take different levels of tasks and start performing tasks. Then now Junrin Kazuma graduated early, and without teammates, he can only join the ninja squad of the previous class. Is there no squad missing members? The 3rd generation looked at the graduating class of the previous class and frowned slightly. There was no shortage of members of the ninja squad in the previous 1 or 2 sessions. Where to put him? 3 generations said to themselves. Then hand him over to me. At this time, a voice sounded from outside the door. Why are you here? The 3rd generation of Hokage was not very surprised when he heard this voice, because someone had already informed who was outside the door in advance. Click. Duh. Only a sound of pushing the door and footsteps was heard, and then a figure slowly walked in. The right eye and right arm were wrapped in a white bandage, and there was a scar on the chin. The only left eye was open, and his gaze looked straight at the 3 generations of Hokage. He is Konoha's dark, Shinmura Danzo. Since you can't arrange it, then leave Kazuma Junrin to me. Tuan Zhang looked at the ape flying sun chop and repeated. Tuan Zhang, why are you paying so much attention to this child? Hearing Tenzo's words, Ape Fei Ri's eyes narrowed slightly, but revealed a sharp light, staring at Shinmura Danzo in front of him. Junjin Kazuma is a true genius, and it is impossible for the 3 generations to let him be taken away by Danzo. Tuan Zhang felt the momentum and gaze of the ape flying sun, and snorted coldly. Naturally, he understood that it was impossible to come to Kazuma Quasiman from the hands of Sarutobi Hinata. Danzo didn't answer Sandei's question either, he just turned around and prepared to leave. It's just that when leaving, Tuan Zhang left a sentence in a cold voice. Ape Fei, that guy is not a simple little ghost, you will regret it. When the Hokage office was left with only Ape Flying Sun cutting down one person again, Sarutobi closed his eyes, his wrinkled face was slightly solemn, and he was thinking about some of Tenzo's behavior. Tuan Zhang, I hope you won't let me down. It seemed that after thinking for a long time, the 3 generations slowly sighed, turned his head to look out the window, a little distracted. For this former teammate, the 3 generations still can't let go of the bonds between them. However, because of the arrival of Danzo, the three generations have arranged where to go to Kazuma Junrin. Although this age is a little younger, the strength is enough. Thinking that Junjin Kazuma defeated the elite Naka Shinobu at the age of 7, the third generation of Hokage just showed a smile, and he was really pleased that such a civilian genius appeared in the village. After taking the information of Junjin Kazuma, the third generation added him to another specially encrypted file. It was the highest level top secret document that only Hokage had the right to view. There are also some information about Konoha ninjas, and these must not be leaked to anyone other than Naruto. This top secret document actually has a name that is familiar to Junrin Kazuma, List of Special Forces for Assassination Tactics. The three generations raised their hands slightly swish. A ninja wearing an animal mask immediately appeared in the room, and I saw him wearing a black tights, a gray-white strap vest on the outside, gloves and arm guards of the same color on his arm, a pattern engraved on the arm of his left hand, and a short straight sword on his back. You can tell from his outfit that this is a member of the Dark Division. He is an on-duty ninja in the Dark Department and is in charge of the protection of the Naruto building. Call the moon. The third generation of Hokage ordered. Swish. Hearing the order, the Dark Ninja disappeared immediately. Irika left after helping the would-be get the ninja registration done. After all, he still had classes at school. However, he made an appointment with the perspective to go to Ichiraku Ramen in the evening to celebrate. Junto Kazuma walked alone in the Hokage building and walked towards the center. The long corridor could hear the echo of footsteps, and although the eye could not see anyone else, the Quasi person knew that there were many members of the Dark Department hiding. He simply sensed it and found no less than 10 dark ninjas. This is it. Walking to the door of Hokage's office, Junto Kazuma whispered to himself. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in. An old but imposing voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, Junto Kazuma walked in, and saw the three generations of Hokage who were processing the documents. Naruto-sama, the Quasi-man said with a slightly respectful opening. It's a Quasi person. The three generations raised their heads and saw Kazuma Junrin. Their eyes lit up slightly. I saw that the prospective person was wearing a ninja brace on his forehead, a green Konoha ninja vest on his upper body, a combat tights on his lower body, and leggings tied to his legs. Although he is only 7 years old, he is already about the same as a person of 12 or 13 years old. Dressing up like this makes him look particularly capable, and his eyebrows reveal heroism and confidence. Third generation Sama, what's the matter? Kazuma Junrin, who didn't know what the three generations of Hokage had called him to do, just asked. There is no hurry, you can sit next to you first, and then talk later. The third generation of Hokage glanced at Junjin Kazuma, a smile appeared on his face, and said with a hee-hee smile. Hearing the words of the third generation, the Quasi person also nodded, but did not sit down, but stood by the window on the side. Under the sunlight, the shadow of Kazuma Quasi-man is reflected on the ground at this moment. I don't know why, the third generation was a little in a trance, and it seemed that from the body of the Quasi person Kazuma, he saw the shadow of the fourth generation. Naruto-sama. At this time, a cold voice sounded, and a member of the Dark Division, also wearing an animal mask, appeared in front of the three generations of Hokage. The appearance of the dark part also brought the three generations back to their senses. Here you are. He nodded to the members of the Dark Department, and then looked at the Quasito of Kazuma, Quasi person. Because you graduated early, there are no members who can team up with you. And considering your strength, I want you to join the Dark Department. What do you think? Mayo showed a kind smile and asked to Junto Kazuma. Standing on the sidelines, Kazuma Junrin had been thinking about the meaning of the three generations calling him from the moment he entered the Hokage's office, and they were also observing when the members of the Dark Department appeared. Now that he heard the words of the three generations, his heart was already determined, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, I have no opinion, follow the arrangement of the three generations of Hokage. It's just that he also muttered in his heart, it's already like this, what else can I do? Good. The third generation only asked the Quasi person symbolically, and when he heard his reply, he smiled, and then opened his mouth and said to the dark member who had just arrived, from today onwards, he will be your team member. Yes, the member of the Dark Department replied in a simple cold voice. Although the voice is pleasant, it has a chill. Junko Kazuma watched from the side, and from her appearance and voice, you could tell that this member of the dark part was a woman and with long purple hair, wearing a mask with a cat's face, only showing 2 eye holes to observe, you can't see the face at all. Please advise me more in the future. Knowing that he would be a member of her squad in the future, Junto Kazuma greeted with a smile. However, the member of the Dark Division just glanced at it, and said to Naruto-sama, then I will leave first. Mayo nodded. The dark part was ready to leave, but when he left, he looked at Junto Kazuma and said, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I will go to you on time. Coldly left this word, she just used the teleportation technique to leave. In the afternoon, near 3 o'clock, the home of Junto Kazuma. The Quasi person was waiting at home at the moment, and he still had some doubts. How could the Dark Department find him? Tick, tick. Wait until his alarm clock has just reached 3 o'clock. Kazuma Junto noticed that there was indeed a person approaching his side. Swish. When it reached a certain range, that person appeared in front of Kazuma Junrin using the teleportation technique. It was the purple-haired dark ninja wearing a cat face mask. Change and follow me. Before the quasi-person could say hello, the member of the dark department gave the quasi-person a set of dark clothes and a white animal mask. The prospective person is also Liso to go in and change clothes. When he came out, it was a ninja wearing an animal mask and a dark vest. Go. The purple hair and dark parts are not dragging either, simply put, leave immediately. Of course, Kazuma Junrin immediately caught up. Where are we going? Shuttling through the forest, Kazuma asked the members of the dark division. This mask is very good, and it does not affect the vision at all. Don't ask more. The quasi-person's questioning was met with a cold reply. Kazuma quasi-people secretly spoke, are the members of the dark department so cold? However, the other party did not want to speak, and Kazuma was not speaking, silently hurrying the way. Boom, boom, boom. Junto Kazuma followed the purple-haired dark woman towards the depths of the Konoha forest. Both of them were very fast, and soon reached their destination. Swish! Jumping from the tree, the Junrin Kazuma and the purple-haired woman stood in front of a large tree. Is this the place? The quasi-person looked around, and it was all ordinary, looking like a deep mountain and old forest with dense trees. But don't say, the tree of the Hokage world is really big, and it is generally impossible for several people to hug it. The purple-haired member of the dark part did not speak, stood in front of the big tree, clasped his hands together and began to seal. Looking at her movements, Kazuma Junrin's eyes froze slightly. Since she moved like this, then the entrance to the dark part was nearby. Wow! With a series of complex knots on her hand, the large tree in front of Kazuma Junrin began to change. As if a fluctuation flashed, something enchantment was opened, and there was a noise from below the tree's click. Rumble! Then a deep entrance emerges from the bottom of the tree. It's really secretive enough. A trace of fluctuation flashed in the quasi-person's eyes. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the base of the dark part, and this entrance alone has an enchantment that can prevent perception. Moreover, the quasi-person next to him also saw a lot of complicated techniques, which should also be to hide and protect this entrance. Go inside, don't mess around. The purple-haired dark ninja instructed the quasi-person Kazuma, and then led the quasi-person inside. As soon as they entered, the entrance was immediately closed, and from the outside, nothing unusual could be seen at all. Walking into the passage, the prospective person found that it was all traces of man-made construction except for the relatively dark part of the road at the beginning. A large section of the road behind the top of the passage is illuminated by electric lights, so it looks very bright. Duh. There seemed to be only the footsteps of two people in the passage. Junto Kazuma followed the purple-haired dark part while looking at the surrounding walls. Although it was silent, the quasi-person sensed that there were several members of the dark department in this passage guarding, and quasi-people know their exact location. When the prospective man walked over, the two of them walked over. There was a sound from the passage. Strange, the ninja next to the moon who didn't see it seems to have found us. A dark part whispered. Yes? But looking at the figure, this person is very young. Since he can come to the dark part, he should not be taken lightly. The other person in the dark part also whispered back. Walking through the passage, the world is even wider inside, and other members of the dark department can also be seen walking around. When they reached the center of this base, there were many more members of the dark department, and it seemed that people were coming, lively but orderly. They are all wearing white animal masks, some are rushing to the mission center to hand over the task, and some seem to have taken the task and are ready to go. These dark members seemed very cold in the base, and they didn't seem to have much intersection. At most they were familiar with each other's gestures and greetings. The two people of Kazuma Quasi-man came in, and people just looked at the two people of Kazuma Quasi-man and did not pay much attention. This is where we hand over the task. There's a ninja tool. At this point, the purple-haired female ninja also began to tell this information to Junjin Kazuma. While introducing some information about the base to the quasi-person Kazuma, she walked in one direction with the quasi-person. Walk to a room that is structured like a place. There are already several members of the dark department inside. Detachment leader. The purple-haired ninja came here and shouted at a silvery-haired ninja who was also wearing an animal mask. Captain of the dark section? Kazuma Junrin listened, and the look under the mask was a little surprised. At this time, the leader of the dark department, and still silver-white hair, Kazuma Junrin directly thought of a person. Kiki Kakashi. This person who suspected it was Kakashi was also very cold, and just answered coldly. Then I looked at Junjin Kazuma. Although it was covered by the mask, the quasi-person could still feel the sharp gaze. And several other members of the dark division also looked at Junjin Kazuma. My code name, Tooth. Position, detachment leader. From today onwards, you will form a new squad, and the second squad under the 6th detachment, with you as the squad leader. This dark captain is also fierce, and he said concisely and clearly to the quasi-person of Kazuma. At this time, the prospective person learned that the purple-haired female ninja's code name was Moon, and originally Moon was a member of Kakashi's team, but now it's time to form a new dark squad with him. No wonder he is a little cold to himself, left the team personally led by the detachment leader, and also had to take care of a new person. It's a person who feels trouble. Wait until Kakashi leaves with the members of his squad. Let's take a code name. The members of the Dark Department also call each other code names, and if you don't report your real name, your information is now only known by me and the detachment leader. Then, I'll call it night. Junto Kazuma said to Moon. Okay. Moon listened to the code name of Kazuma Junrin, and seemed to hesitate for a while. Still, he nodded and agreed to his code name. Then the code name of Junto Kazuma was recorded in the archive, and this was his name in the dark part from then on. Next, Junrin also followed Moon to the ninja of the dark part to receive some items that the dark part always had before, and at the same time received a ninja short sword, that belonged to him. Because of the Naruto world, the two weapons used by ninjas are not very obvious, and sometimes they are more common. The ninja knife style is a straight short knife, single-edged. The blade is straight, and the blade is even more cold, very sharp. Although he has not yet learned swordsmanship, Kazuma Junrin is quite satisfied with this equipment. On the first day that Kazuma Junrin entered the Dark Division, Moon did not immediately take over the task, but popularized a series of rules and systems for the dark part, and then taught some special ninjutsu styles. For example, the method of opening the entrance to the dark part, the ninjutsu that self-destroys the body when dying, and so on. And just like that, time passed slowly. Before the sun set, Moon is also a sentence left with a sentence about when and where to gather tomorrow, that is, let Kazuma Junjin disband. Back home, Junto Kazuma lay on the bed, looking at the dark tattoo on his arm. Starting today, it's the members of the Dark Division, he whispered softly in his mouth. This dark tattoo is engraved with a special method in dye, which does not fade at all, and if you want to remove it, you also need to use a special method. In other words, who is my captain? Purple hair, female, not many famous in the dark part, Kazuma Junrin thought secretly, and had a guess in his heart. The captain's code name is Moon, and she gave herself the code name Night. No wonder she was a little hesitant when she heard it, Moon and Night. It sounds very matched. The night was silent, and time passed. Following. The sun has not yet fully risen. Konoha village, the home of the Quasi people. The neatly dressed Junjin Kazuma looked at the dark ninja wearing a white animal mask in the mirror and nodded to each other. Oh, all of a sudden, it disappeared immediately. Bang! Alone came to the meeting place mentioned yesterday and found that Moon was already waiting. A task has been taken. Seeing Kazuma Junjin arrive, the cold voice of Moon sounded, but it may be because Junjin was officially his team. The tone does not have the feeling of rejecting people thousands of miles away yesterday, and now it is estimated that it is more than 900 miles away. At the same time, Moon handed the quest scroll to the Quasi person. A B-level killing mission. Junto Kazuma looked at the quest on the scroll to assassinate the leader of the renegade who wandered into the territory of the Land of Fire. Well, your strength should be at the elite level of ninja. Suki looked at Junjin Kazuma and said. The Quasi person nodded, not saying his true strength. Enough. An elite middle ninja, a special upper ninja who is about to be promoted, can already complete this task. The two of them just set off immediately. The members of the Dark Division are excellent ninjas selected from the village. On the one hand, the main work in the village is to protect the shadow and prevent the enemy from invading the ninja village. On the other hand, it is also responsible for harsh or boring tasks such as reconnaissance of enemy situations and assassinations. Due to the special nature of the mission, its members wear white masks that imitate animals when they act, and the nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. And, this time, Kazuma Junrin and Moon performed a B-class assassination mission. Hokage building, Naruto-sama, Night, and Moon have already set off. The captain of the sub-team of the Junjin Dark Department of Kazuma Tooth reported to the three generations. Well, with their strength, there should be no problem with this mission, right? Sandei asked casually with a pipe in his mouth. According to intelligence, the leader of the rebel ninja is the strength of the elite middle ninja, and there are 2 middle ninja and several lower ninja under him. Knowing that the 3 generations paid more attention to the newly added Night in the Dark Department Tooth is to recount the information of the mission. Although these have long been known by 3 generations. This is it. 2 figures wearing white animal masks appeared on a large tree. They stood on a thick branch and looked at a cliff in the distance. According to intelligence, the target elite Naka Shinobi, there are 2 Naka Shinobi under him, and several Shimo Shinobi, Moon said as he spoke beside Kazuma Junrin. The 2 approached cautiously, hiding in one of the trees closest to the cave at the bottom of the cliff, carefully observing the surroundings through the leaves. They're right there are 8 of them. One of the chakras is significantly stronger than the others. Sensing the chakra in the cave, Kazuma Junrin knew it in his heart. Then his eyes looked to the side of the cave and found that there were 2 ninjas at the entrance of the cave, who should be in charge of guarding. He nodded with Moon, and they quietly disappeared in place. Cave entrance, really? Why should the boss be so careful? No one will find us. A ninja with short hair and slightly chubby, also wearing a forehead guard, looked around and said a little bored. Be serious, know that this is the territory of the land of fire, beware of the ninjas of Konoha. The other ninja was obviously much more careful, even in normal times, he looked seriously on guard. There's no need, we've all been careful for so many days, there hasn't been much movement, and after today, we can leave the Fire Nation. The slightly chubby ninja waved his hand, just to comfort his companion and said, and then he wanted to go to rest. The other ninja turned around and wanted to say something to him, but his gaze was on the fat ninja behind him, where a ninja wearing a mask appeared. The rebellious pupils shrank little. His words were too late to come out. A hand covered his mouth from behind him. Poof. At the same time, a kunai slashed through his neck, and blood splattered. Junto Kazuma wore a mask and looked at the ninja who died on the ground lightly, without any thought in his heart. However, the quasi-person suddenly noticed that the shape of the forehead guard on the ninja's forehead, for erect lines, did not show the sign of rebellion. You shinobu? And it doesn't seem to be a traitor, the quasi-man's heart is secretly said. Moon had already solved the other rebellion, and the two people just nodded. Walked towards the hole. This cave was carved artificially, and the passage is deep and narrow, with a large space in the innermost part. In the quasi-person's perception, the target is in the innermost, and there are two Naka shinobi next to it. As for the other shinobi, except for the two who were solved by the two quasi-people, 3 more are inside the passage, seemingly on guard as a second line of defense. However, because there were still 2 people outside, the 3 of them were obviously very lax, and this also cost their lives. Swish. Poof. Moon's assassination skills are obviously stronger than Kazuma Junto. She can silently approach the rebel and deliver a fatal blow, and the quasi-person is to use the suppression of his own strength, quickly approach, so that the opponent does not have time to react, and one hit will kill of course. The end result looks the same. Poof. Burst. Blood splattered. By the time the quasi-person kills 1 shinobi, Moon has already solved 2. However, what's wrong? The remaining 3 ninjas inside were obviously very vigilant, and immediately noticed that something was wrong. The smell of blood. Not good. The middle-aged ninja who seemed to be the leader, his nose moved slightly, and he exclaimed. And Moon and Knight are also not hesitant, and act instantly. Although there was light in the cave, it was very weak, but both the quasi-person and the Moon attacked towards the rebel as if they were unaffected. Boom! Under the faint light, 2 sharp blades that emitted cold light came out of the sheath, murderous. Ping! Ping! The sound of metal crashing, and even a slight spark flickering. The reaction of the middle ninja was much faster than those of the lower ninja, and he immediately pulled out the bitterness and resisted. Swish. Call. Kazuma Junjin attacked the 2 Naka shinobi, and his movements were smooth and fast. Although he does not know swordsmanship, but he knows that the purpose of the sword is to kill, so his moves are all straight to the opponent's fatal place, and fast and sharp. In an instant, the 2 rebels only felt a chill hit their bodies, and the murderous aura was locking themselves. The experience of many years of mission told them that at this time, if they were not careful, their lives might be in danger, so without hesitation, the 2 people were busy joining forces to resist the attack of the quasi-person. On the other hand, the swordsmanship of Moon is much more gorgeous, subtle, and contains murderous intent. However, the leading middle-aged ninja is obviously not weak, and he also has the power to parry. Who are you? While resisting the attack of Moon, the rebel leader roared angrily. I didn't expect to complete the task today, but I was attacked. And a total of 8 ninjas came, and now it looks like there are only 3 of them left. It really made this rebel leader angry. Boom! Streaming down. The 2 groups fought from inside the cave to outside. When the figure of the quasi-man and the white animal mask of Moon appeared in the sunlight, the pupils of the rebellious leader shrank. Konoha, dark. The cold words with a hint of jealousy slowly spit out from his mouth. Junto Kazuma looked at the 3 rebels on the opposite side, his gaze sweeping over their foreheads, brows furrowed slightly, opened his mouth and asked lowly, you are the ninja of Rain Hidden Village? So what is the purpose of pretending to rebel to the Fire Nation? He felt that this mission might not be as simple as it seemed. Class B, which is generally only a task related to the individual, is joined at the request of the individual, and the strength of the hostile ninja involved is not high. The B-level missions in the shadows may be a little more difficult, but the strength of hostile ninjas will not exceed that of elite shinobi. This time, the opponent of Kazuma Junrin and Moon is an elite Naka shinobi and 2 Naka ninja. In terms of the strength rating of hostile ninjas alone, this mission level is not wrongly divided, but if the other party is not a traitor, but a ninja who carries out a secret mission by Yuyan, then once it comes to other countries' ninja villages, this task is difficult to say. On the other side, that middle-aged rain ninja just snorted coldly. The gaze became cold. Kill them. Murderous ordered. And as soon as the voice fell, he was preemptive ninja law, like rain and dew. 1,000 books, quickly sealed, and attacked the quasi people. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of books struck towards the quasi-man and the Moon, and the other 2 ninjas are also unleashing ninjutsu. Water, waves. Water, waves. The 2 drank lowly, and at the same time their chakras surged and turned into surging waves of impactful water towards the 2 quasi people. Moon was just about to move, but the quasi-person was already in front, his hands were folded, and the seal was completed in an instant. A pat on the ground, too done, truly a wall. I saw a solid earthen wall booming from the ground and blocking the quasi-person. Yoshinobu's ninjutsu all slammed into the earthen wall, but this wall was obviously very strong, and although it was shaken, it stood still. Too done, split the soil and turn your palm. The quasi-man then immediately counterattacked. The earth cracked a crack and directly attacked the three of Yoshinobu. Swish! The three people immediately jumped away, but at the moment they took off not good. The middle-aged rebel's pupils contracted and he exhaled secretly. He only saw three figures wearing cat face masks instantly appear around the one on the left streaming down. The three figures rushed towards him in unison, attacking the enemy at the speed of electric flint, shadow doppelganger, knife slash. With a low drink, I saw several cold lights appear. Poof! Blood splattered out. Ugh! Then the Naka Shinobu only had time to scream, and the body fell to the ground. Close. Another ninja of Naka Shinobi's strength looked at his dead companion and exclaimed sadly, just don't wait for him to converge his mind. Boom. A black shadow approached in the blink of an eye at the same time. The wind behind his ears hit, and his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he could reflect the figure of the person in front of him. His face was pale, but he didn't have time to show a look of horror. Two quasi-human figures had already appeared behind him, one after the other. Boom. The quasi-man was expressionless, and chakra surged on his legs, attacking with force. Ah! Poof! Directly kicked in Urin's abdomen, the severe pain was unbearable, and a large mouthful of blood spurted out at the same time. The body was smashed backwards as if it had been bombarded by a cannonball. It's just that the quasi-person behind him has already drawn his ninja knife sting. A flash of blood appeared. Rumble. When that Yoshinobu broke one or two trees and smashed into a tree dozens of meters behind, there was already a fatal mark on his neck. All this happens in the blink of an eye. When the rebel leader looked over, two of his men, Close and Heike, were dead. Abominable. I saw that this middle-aged rebel was blinded and his teeth were clenched. The killing intent looked at the quasi-people and the others on the opposite side. He was going to desperately, because he knew that if he was targeted by the dark part, his chances of escaping would be minimal. In particular, the strength of these two dark parts on the opposite side is not below themselves. Looking at the posture of Yoshinobu on the opposite side, Moon is not hesitating. The three figures disappeared in an instant and attacked him. The Deo sword light suddenly appeared, and under this exquisite sword technique, the killing intent was unabashedly fierce. Sting, ping, boom, poof. The sound of metal clashing continued, mixed with the sound of blood splattering. Under the attack of Moon, the middle-aged rebel constantly added wounds to his body, and blood was dripping. In particular, there were quasi-people from Kazuma watching around, which made him even more uneasy. Someone approaching. Hurry up and solve it. Kazuma Junrin, who had been putting pressure on the side, just drank low. Join the fight. And that Rain Ninja heard the words of the quasi-person, and hope surged in his eyes. Ho ho! Under the perception of Kazuma quasi-person, the person in the distance was rapidly approaching, obviously also discovering the movement of the battle here and looking at the reaction of this Rain Ninja leader. It may be the connector of this gang. With a cold snort, the chakra in the body of the quasi-human in Kazuma surged and gathered on the solace of his feet. Boom. Stepping on the ground, the huge force even caused cracks in the ground. Swish. And the quasi-human figure is fast as lightning towards the Rain Ninja. What? The leader of the Rain Ninja who had just forced back the Moon had not yet had a chance to get a respite. I saw a black shadow flickering. Then Junjin Kazuma, wearing an animal mask, appeared in front of him. Yoshinobu's pupils shrank at the same time. A short knife emitted a cold light and pierced his chest. Damn it! At this moment of life and death, I saw the leader of this Rain Ninja with his eyes widened, his teeth were biting fiercely, and the blood in his body seemed to be flowing faster. I saw that Ku were raised in his hand to resist the attack of the Quasi-Man of Kazuma, but the Quasi-Man's sword directly collided with Ku. Poof! Directly pierced into the chest, blood splashed out, and a few points even splashed on the mask of the quasi-person. However, the brow under the quasi-human mask frowned. Whoops. I saw that the Rain Ninja who was pierced through the chest by the sword broke apart, and directly turned into a ball of water, smashing on the ground and splashing water. His fingers wiped from the mask, looking at the bright red blood on his fingertips. Water body, and substitute technique. Kazuma Junrin just chanted softly in his mouth. He was sure that it was Yoshinobu's true body that had just attacked, because blood still remained. But the strength of every elite shinobi is really extraordinary, and such a fatal blow has been dodged. Boom! The quasi-figure jumped and stood with Moon. Under the perception of the quasi-person's single-mindedness, the unknown ninja had arrived at the scene and was hiding in the forest. Come out! Kazuma Junto looked in one direction to the left and let out a low sigh. Phew, but there was only a gust of wind, and then a leaf or two fell, and no one appeared. The quasi-person's eyes were cold, his movements were fast, and his body was slightly to the left. With a bang, several shurikens shot straight ahead. Shout! Shout! The secret people finally had no way to hide, and several metal collisions sounded. It's really worthy of being a dark ninja of Konoha. A voice came out, I didn't expect me to be so careful, I still can't avoid your pursuit. Listen to this. Moon and the Quasi person looked at each other, although they couldn't see the expression, they could feel the surprise of each other's eyes. The secret person seems to have misunderstood something. Duh. Only a sound of footsteps was heard, and a young ninja with dark green hair and an umbrella on his back walked out. Most importantly, this ninja wears Konoha's ninja brace on his forehead. It's just that on the logo of Konoha, there is a scratch. Konoha's rebellion. Quasi people and Moon did not expect that they would encounter a rebel in their own village during this assassination mission. Ah, you are the traitor who stole the second-generation Hokage relic. Moon looked at the green-haired ninja, suddenly remembered, and opened his mouth and said coldly. And Junrin Kazuma also recalled who this ninja who he had never seen but was somewhat familiar was. He is the rebel between the second-generation Hokage weapon Thunder God, Green Aoi. Aoi was himself Konoha's ninja teacher and then lured his student at the time, Ken Morinoi, the younger brother of Ibiki Mori, tricked into stealing Konoha's Book of Seals and Mjolnir's sword. Although the Book of Seals was recovered, the Sword of Thor was lost. This happened not long ago, when the prospective person was still in school, and this incident caused a sensation. Konoha also issued an A-class hunting order, but it seemed to be in the sea. The green anemone hides well. Unexpectedly, they ran into it here. Ha! It turns out that you are not hunting me. Green Aoi also found that these two dark parts did not seem to be chasing and killing themselves. Myself, this is hitting the muzzle. At this time, Yoshinobu, who used the substitute technique to avoid the Quasi-man's fatal blow, also came out from the side. It's just that there is a blood stain on his chest, and his face is a little pale, obviously injured. We are exposed, and together we kill them, Yoshinobu said to Midori. Cold snorted. Green Aoi knew that Yoshinobu's group was targeted by the Dark Department, so he accidentally let himself be implicated. Green Aoi was very dissatisfied with this feeling. However, this time, he originally wanted to join Yuin village, so he came to connect with Yoshinobu. So even if he was dissatisfied, he nodded and agreed to the proposal of the leader of the Rain Ninja. It turns out that you want to defect into Yuin village. Junto Kazuma looked at the leader of Midori and Yunin, who were standing opposite each other, and finally figured it out. Yoshinobu also heard about Konoha's loss of Mjolnir's sword and they were interested in the green sunflower with the Sword of Thor, and threw an olive branch. And Green Aoi did not go to Union village in the Land of Thunder, but chose the small village Yuin village. That's why Yoshinobu pretended to rebel to receive Green Aoi. But everything is very coincidental. Konoha Dark Ministry took over the task of assassinating this gang of traitors when Midori defected to Konoha. He worked as a teacher at a ninja school and was an elite shinobi of Konoha. But at this time, his strength should have increased, plus he captured the Thunder God sword. Even if he is particularly forbearing, he will not suffer a loss. Blame you two for being too unlucky. Green Aoi let out a sneer, and said confidently to the Quasi person, as long as I kill you guys and join you in village, I can directly serve as a superior shinobi. His eyes were filled with a fiery and longing. You know, the title of Shangnin is not only a manifestation of strength, but also a symbol of power. In Konoha, becoming a shinobi is already the elite backbone of the village, and he has the right to participate in some major decisions in the village. At the same time have the right to vote. In other small ninja villages, the status of upper ninja is more prominent. This is also the reason why Aoi wants to defect. The strength and power are enough for him to betray Konoha. People on both sides are full of killing intent towards each other, so without saying much, they immediately start fighting. Swish! Streaming down. Boom! The sword light flickered, accompanied by the crisp impact of Metal Moon and the leader of the Rain Ninja fight together, and the Quasi person directly attacks the Green Aoi. Damn, your strength is so strong. After fighting with the Quasi-man for a short while, Midori Aoi felt the pressure and threat from the Quasi person. Kazuma looking at the figure of the Quasi person who was obviously 12 or 13 years old at most, Green Aoi's eyes were full of jealousy and hatred. Why? Why is there always such a genius? And why is the genius not me? Green Aoi's expression became hideous. Ninja Rain Du Senbon. Pulling out the umbrella behind his back, he immediately threw out thousands of books. Yikes! Senbon was like a dense raindrop, flashing a strange black cold light towards the Quasi person. Kazuma Junrin did not dare to be hit by this Chiban who was obviously wrong. These 1,000 books are quenched at a glance, and even if there is an immortal body, they are not sure whether they can resist the toxin. Swish! The phantom flashed with both hands, and the seal slapped to the ground. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose. Boom! All the 1,000 books were densely packed into the outer wall of the earthen wall, and suddenly the rubble of the earthen wall splashed, kicking up a puff of dust. Wow! And a puff of white smoke rises. The dirt on one side of the earthen wall was corroded by the venom and changed color. Looking at this scene, the quasi-person's heart is tight and this time, sting. The hard wall that Tudun had created to block the green sunflower ninjutsu was directly cut through by a sharp light. I saw the figure of the green sunflower break through the earth Dun, holding a lightsaber that emitted a sharp light, and attacked the quasi-person. Mjolnir's sword. Even if he didn't look closely, Kazuma Junto knew what Midori was holding. Don't dare to make a hard connection, exert force under your feet, and quickly retreat backwards. Shout! Shout! Swish! Green Aoi will not show mercy, and directly rushes over and attacks one after another at the Quasi people. The Quasi man is also immediately defensive resistance, ping ping. Armed with a dark ninja knife, he resisted the attack of Midori. But after 3 or 2 strokes, not good. The Quasi person's eyes froze click. The good quality ninja knife in his hand was directly cut off by the Thunder God sword. Sting! Mjolnir's sword slashed through the Quasi man's abdomen, tearing his clothes open a straight slit. However, fortunately, the Quasi person was on the back side in time and was not injured. Streaming down. A few jumps, and the green anemone distanced himself. Hee, you should also feel honored to die under this sword. Green Aoi did not catch up this time, but stood in place, raised the sword of Thor, and laughed defiantly. The Quasi man looked at the half of the broken knife in his hand. Even if he used chakra to attach to the weapon to make it stronger and sharper, it was still not comparable to the sword of Thor. After all, the material is determined too much. Haha, go die. Green Aoi smiled fiercely, and quickly rushed over at the same time. The sharp sound of the Thunder God sword piercing the air was also particularly sharp. The Quasi person's expression was not flustered, but he just looked solemnly at the green sunflower that attacked. The hands immediately froze, and ninjutsu was instantly released. Fire, the art of the fireball. A raging fire spit out from the Quasi person's mouth, which was a large fireball that directly swept more than 10 meters. The air warmed up at this moment, and many trees burned directly. Fire in the sky. Useless. Green Aoi was also shocked by the power of quasi-human ninjutsu, but he smiled viciously, gripped the sword of Mjolnir, and the chakra in his body surged into it, making the light of the sword body even more terrifying. Sting. Against the incoming How fireball, he swung the Thunder God sword, and then directly split the How fireball from it. It was like a bomb bombing. All around him was scorched black, and a deep pit of 1 meter appeared. However, the green sunflower was not injured, but just felt extremely hot. See, this is the power of this weapon, Midori said loudly and coldly to the Junto Kazuma. This sword is indeed good, but how much of its power can you exert? Kazuma Junrin looked at the Green Aoi and said faintly, you know, the Thor sword of Green Aoi in the original book was shattered by Chidori and Spiral Pill. How could the weapon of the second generation Hokage be broken like this? In other words, the strength of Green Aoi simply cannot fully master the Thunder God sword. Hear the words of the Quasi person. Green Kinkui's face also changed, and said gloomily, even so, it is enough to solve you. But at this time, the battle on the moon side was about to end. Worried about the battle on the other side, moon can be described as going all out. And the leader of the Rain Ninja is obviously in the inferiority, and because he was injured by the Quasi person, he is even more unable to resist under the fierce attack of Moon. Konoha Ryu's sword art, 3 days, and Moon dance. With the gorgeous but murderous sword dance of Moon, seeing that the leader of the Rain Ninja was killed, Green King Jaya's face also changed slightly, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Waste. Holding the sword of Thor, he looked at the opposite Kazuma Quasi person Moon. It felt quite difficult to deal with one Kazuma Green Aoi, plus another Moon who was not weak, and his heart was thinking about how to retreat. Thor's sword can split ninjutsu, Junto Kazuma said softly to Moon. This is indeed tricky. In the original book, Naruto and Sasuke cast many times Chidori and Orochimaru to break Thor's sword. Those two are A-level aggressive ninjutsu. The ninjutsu of the Quasi Renkai is not more or less but ninjutsu that has reached the A-level. There really is none. Well, no, he can do an A-level ninjutsu multiple shadow avatar technique, which he got from an upper ninja yesterday. The name of that shinobu, that's right, it should be Kakashi. Then kill him closely. The crisp voice of Moon came out from under the mask. Kazuma Quasi grinned, so straightforward. However, he did not refuse, and the Quasi man held the broken sword in one hand and took out a kunao in the other. Swish! Without too many words, Moon just rushed straight over. Although she planned to retreat in her heart, but she was very strong on the surface. Looking at the Moon rushing over from the opposite side, she also raised the Thor sword to attack her without showing weakness. Buzz Chakra clings to the short sword, making the sword strong and sharp, and wielding the sword, Moon and the Green Aoi fight. Moon's swordsmanship is very strong, at least far stronger than Kazuma Junrin. However, because the opponent's weapons are extremely sharp, Moon also tries to avoid too many direct collisions. And Kazuma Quasi man, kicking the ground under his feet, the figure also immediately rushed to the battlefield. 2 people, besieged to Green Aoi. Both faintly surpassed the ninja of the elite and joined forces to attack a Green Aoi who relied on the sharpness of his weapon. For a while, Green Aoi was also tied up and began to become defensive. Swish! Moon dodged the blade of Mjolnir's sword, and the sword in his hand instantly seized the opportunity to attack towards the green sunflower sting. Green Aoi's face changed slightly, dodging the blade, but he was still cut by the short sword on his abdomen. Green Aoi really wanted to retreat immediately at this moment. Kazuma Junran's gaze flashed, pulling out a few shurikens, chakra attached to the shuriken and shot directly at the green sunflower. Yikes! Several sounds of breaking the void sounded. The sharp shuriken became sharper because of chakra's attachment, and it quickly struck towards the green sunflower. Idiot. Seeing that Kazuma Junran actually threw a shuriken when he fought with Moon, Midori was mocking, and his body deliberately entangled with Moon, directly allowing Moon to face the attack of Tsunjin. Moon also felt the fierce threat behind and wanted to dodge. Don't hide. At this time, the voice of Kazuma Junran came. Moon frowned, gritted his teeth lightly, or chose to believe in Kazuma Junran. Streaming down. I saw several shurikens about to hit Moon. Swish. Kazuma Junran's fingers moved slightly, and an unusually slender chakra line was linked to a shuriken. Then I saw that the trajectory of the shuriken suddenly changed and hit the other one. Boom! Shout! 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 What? Under the slightly widened eyes of Midori, the trajectory of all the shurikens changed, and all of them bypassed the Moon and attacked him directly. Such a delicate shuriken control made Midori Aoi not expect it, and he was also panicked. Without even thinking about it, he just jumped straight back. Looking at the actions of the green Aoi, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the quasi-person of Kazuma. You're finished. When the green sunflower landed, he didn't wait for him to relax. Too done. The art of decapitation in the heart. A pair of hands broke through the ground and grabbed his legs. Nope. Under his constricted pupils and screams, Kazuma Junran buried him directly in the ground with lightning speed. At the same time, looking at the green sunflower with a head exposed, Moon also swung his sword directly without hesitation. Poof! Blood splattered instantly. Green Aoi was directly beheaded. Looking at the dead Aoi, Kazuma Junto disconnected Chakra, who maintained the decapitation technique, and suck his heart, and then pulled his body out of the ground. Looking at the sword of Thor, which was held by him in his hand, lost Chakra and left with a short handle. Junto Kazuma pouted, "You're such a waste." In the original book, Midori Aoi is the upper shinobi of Yoshinobu, who holds the sword of Thor and is killed by Naruto and Sasuke by two lower shinobi, and now, holding the sword of Mjolnir, he was killed by them so easily. Sure enough, there are no invincible weapons, only invincible people. Taking the Thunder God's sword from the hand of Green Aoi, looking at this short hilt, it is difficult to imagine from the appearance that it is the divine weapon of the second generation Hokage to kill the enemy. Looking at the sword in his hand, although Junto Kazuma was a little interested, he knew that this thing was also important to Konoha. Go back. Put away Thor's sword, Kazuma Junran said to Moon. Moon nodded slightly, and all of a sudden, the two people disappeared in place. By the time the two people of Kazuma Junran and Tsuki could see the gate of Konoha, it was already dusk. Konoha Village, Hokage Building, you actually recovered the sword of Mjolnir? The third generation looked at the hilt of the sword handed over by Junjin Kazuma and said in surprise. And Moon also reported the encounter with the green sunflower on this mission. Originally, there was no need to report to the Hokage on this mission, and it was enough to report to the detachment leader, but because it involved the relics of the second generation Hokage, they needed to personally report the third generation. After listening to the narration of Moon, the three generations also picked up the hilt of the sword and observed carefully. Then, holding the hilt of the sword, three generations are instilling chakra into it. Buzz. Suddenly, a sharp sword body appeared on the hilt, which was a pure golden light formed by chakra, and it was mixed with golden arcs flickering. Looking at this lightsaber, no one will doubt its edge. Not bad, this is a relic of the second generation of adults. A trace of remembrance flashed in the eyes of the three generations, and he said with a sigh, "Drop Thor's sword." The three generations looked at the Junjin Kazuma wearing an animal mask and smiled kindly. "How is it, quasi-person? Are you used to performing tasks for the first time?" Hearing such a kind question from the three generations, the quasi-person was still a little unaccustomed, but he still replied immediately, "Very good, Moon Senior takes good care of me." "That's good," Sandai smiled. "This B-level mission, due to the addition of the village's rebellion, has been upgraded to A level, and it will be recorded. Then you go back and rest first." The three generations raised the mission level by 1 level, and then let the quasi-person leave. Of course, Kazuma Junran didn't say anything, just politely left the Hokage office. As for Moon, it is obvious that the three generations have something to ask him, and Kazuma Junran feels that it should be related to himself. There really isn't anything wrong with that. The three generations are asking Moon at this moment about the performance of the quasi-person. Proficient in fire done, earth done ninjutsu will also be, this is known for a long time. Chakra is abundant. The three generations took their pipes, stood in front of the window and watched the sunset in the distance, thinking for a while. "Listen to you, Quasi people have a strong talent for fighting." Moon replied, "Yes, although it is only a simple ninjutsu effect, but he performs very well in battle, clean and neat, even in the face of the green flower with the sword of Thor. he is very comfortable and has a strong ability to grasp opportunities. Moon has an excellent evaluation of Quasi people, of course, this is also because Kazuma Quasi people are really strong. I know, I hope you can take him well in the future. The third Hokage smiled and said to Moon, "This is my duty." Moon replied in a cold voice. Back at home, Junto Kazuma dragged away the costume of the dark part and lay on the bed thinking about the results of this mission. Still lack of powerful offensive ninjutsu. Thinking of the scene of having to retreat in the face of Mjolnir's sword, Kazuma Junrin frowned slightly. The quasi-human fire is very powerful, and if you increase the output of chakra, you can even increase the power by another level. However, most of the fire ninjutsu is a range of damage in the case of a single attack. Junto Kazuma appreciates the two iconic ninjutsu in the original book, Ratchet and Orochimaru. Take your time, bread will be there, milk will be there. Turning over, Junjin Kazuma changed into training clothes, and he was about to continue his physical training. Today's battle made him understand how beneficial physical skills are in ninja duels and didn't see the original Kai's kick almost kicked out of the finale. Kazuma Quasi-man's current physical skills still belong to a level that is not up or down. It is stronger than ordinary middle tolerance, but it is not as good as special patience. After training in the house for an hour or two, I found that I couldn't use my fists and feet, but it was already night, and the Quasi person didn't plan to go to the training place. I took a shower, changed my clothes, and walked out of the room. I don't know how the other villages are. Anyway, at night in Konoha, the streets are still very busy and brightly lit. Sorry I'm late, Irika-sensei. At the agreed place, Junto Kazuma saw Irika waiting there. Ah, Quasi-man, nothing. Irika turned around, and when he saw the Junjin Kazuma coming over, he waved his hand and said, "I just arrived." Junrin Kazuma and Irika walked towards Ichiraku Ramen. By the way, Quasi person, which group are you assigned to after graduation? Who is the leading teacher? Irika asked as he walked. Without waiting for the prospective person to answer, he just continued to laugh and say, "You know, teacher, I also know some people. Do you need to ask someone to take care of you?" Irika thought that Junto Kazuma might have teamed up with the graduates of the previous class, and in the previous class, he was really familiar with several elite shinobu leading teachers. Perhaps, Quasi people are under these people. No thanks, Irika-sensei. Feeling Irika's concern, Junto Kazuma replied with a smile, "Mio has arranged some tasks for me." Just said such a sentence, the Quasi person no longer mentioned it. Yes, since it is a 3-generation arrangement, then there is no problem. Listening to the Quasi person's words, Irika didn't think much about it, touched his head and laughed. According to the Quasi person who has just graduated and has 3 generations of adults, he should be able to arrange a very simple task. Ah, Quasi man. When he and Irika walk to the door of Ichiraku Ramen, they run into Naruto Uzumaki, who is coming here to eat ramen. I saw Naruto Uzumaki pointing at Junto Kazuma. "Where did you go? There was no one to go to your house in the afternoon." "Afternoon? I should be outside," Junto Kazuma replied. In the afternoon, the prospective was still on a mission. No, shouldn't Naruto be in ninja school in the afternoon? Could it be? Junto Kazuma looked at Irika, whose face became terrible on the side. Silently plug your ears. Sure enough, Irika's roar sounded. "Naruto, do you think the Quasi person is just like you?" Irika tapped Naruto's ears. "He's a ninja now, and he needs to go on a mission. Also, you dare to skip class in the afternoon. You're done. The grades are so bad." Unexpectedly, Naruto Uzumaki cried with a sad face, and when he saw the Quasi person, he actually ignored Irika-sensei who was next to him. "Ah, Irika-sensei, I was wrong." Tormented by Irika's dragon roar, Naruto Uzumaki also had to admit it. "I tell you, no way. Tomorrow you give me." Irika didn't let Naruto Uzumaki go so easily, announcing the punishment loudly. It wasn't until Naruto Uzumaki looked desperate that Irika stopped calling. Watching the pedestrians on the side of the road stop and look at his group with strange eyes, Irika also touched his head embarrassedly. "I'm sorry. Excuse me. Students make mistakes." After explaining to the people, Naruto Uzumaki and Junjin Kazuma were pulled into Ichiraku Ramen. Phew! After squeezing in, Irika exhaled softly, and then glared at Naruto Uzumaki. All blamed this trick-or-treater, almost being treated as a neuropathy. Then he smiled at Kazuma Junto on the side and said, "Quasi people, you can eat whatever you want, the teacher treats you today." "Well, I'll have a beef ramen." Junjin Kazuma, who had been quietly watching Irika and Naruto Uzumaki fight, heard Irika's words, and ordered a beef noodles. Naruto Uzumaki next to him seemed to have completely forgotten Irika's criticism at the moment. "Wow, Irika-sensei, you're going to treat us to ramen." Looking at the wide variety of ramen, Naruto Uzumaki just drooled and said, "Stupid, I said I wanted to invite you." Turning to face Naruto Uzumaki was a growl, but then he also said helplessly, "What do you want to eat?" "Thank you, Irika-sensei," Naruto Uzumaki said with his hands folded in gratitude to Irika, and then said to the boss, "Boss, I want a huge bowl." On the side, Junto Kazuma chuckled, really worthy of Naruto. "Suzuki, how about my brother take you to try a ramen today?" At this time, there was a sound outside the door. All three of Kazuma looked back. Junto Kazuma heard who the voice was, while Irika and Naruto Uzumaki heard Suzuki's name. Duh. Lifting the curtain, two people, one high and one low, walked in. It was Suzuki Uchiha and Uchiha Itachi. Suzuki, who was originally happy to eat with his brother, came in and saw Naruto Uzumaki's face at a glance, immediately became grim, and then saw Irika and Kazuma. Junjin Suzuki first greeted Irika, and then stared at Junrin Kazuma with fighting spirit in his eyes. What a coincidence, Itaka-senpai. See you again. The quasi-person didn't care about Uchiha Suzuki's gaze and looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, he remembered it now, Itachi, isn't this guy the same dark part who stood with Kakashi in the base yesterday? Uchiha Itachi also knew the identity of Kazuma Junrin and nodded in response. Suzuki, let's go here. Ah, you are the genius ninja of the Uchiha family. Irika also recognized the identity of Uchiha Itachi and said praisefully, you know, Itaka's age is only 12 years old. I heard that he already has the strength of Shangnin, and Irika is 5 or 6 years older than him, and he is only a middle shinobi. Irika-sensei has passed the award, and thank you for taking care of Suzuki at school, Itachi replied politely. After a few brief conversations, several people did not say anything more. During this period, Uchiha Suzuki kept looking at Junto Kazuma, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit that did not admit defeat. For Suzuki, Junto Kazuma applied for early graduation after winning him, which made Suzuki very unconvinced. Could it be that the gap between them was so big? Later, when he heard that Junjin had defeated Naka Shinobu and graduated, he did have a period of depression. He was hit, but after that, he had a greater fighting spirit, and he was determined to surpass Junto Kazuma. Suzuki looked at the quasi-person, but Naruto stared at Uchiha Suzuki fiercely, and at the same time secretly cursed in his heart, damn, how could I run into Suzuki, this smelly fart? Sakura still likes to sit with Suzuki so much. At this moment, the quasi-man looked ahead indifferently, as if waiting for the arrival of ramen, but in the mind, ding, copy failed. Ding, copy failed. He was secretly using a copy technique on Suzuki Uchiha. Since the other gods who got the water stop, they have always been unable to use it because of lack of conditions. Kazuma Junrin, who knew what was missing, naturally had the idea of Uchiha's bloodline. And regarding Uchiha's bloodline, Quasi people had to think of someone. He is Indra. Indra is the eldest son of the ninja ancestor Rokido Immortalitsuki Hai, the older brother of Azura. Unlike his younger brother Azura, Indra has been excellent since childhood, known as a genius, and has extremely strong strength and super pupil power from birth. The Uchiha clan are descendants of Indra, and Indra's reincarnation chakra is hidden in Uchiha Suzuki's body. Kazuma Junrin, who has received the talent of Azura, is also eager for the talent of Indra, who inherited the Eye of the Immortals. If you fuse the talents of Indra and Azura together, wouldn't you have an immortal body and an immortal eye? That's what only the 6 Dao immortals possess. Thinking of this, Kazuma Junrin was a little impulsive, and directly used the copying technique on Suzuki Uchiha. Ding, copy Uchiha Suzuki's stand-in technique successfully. This time, it was successfully copied, but unfortunately it was a low-level ninjutsu. The Quasi-man sighed. He had already thoroughly figured out that good talent was not so easy to obtain. The lower and weaker this replicator is, the easier it is to get. But it didn't matter, the Quasi gaze was firm, just like getting the Azura chakra from Naruto. He believed that one day he would get the Indra chakra from Suzuki. Of course, hopefully that day, the sooner the better. The Uchiha brothers soon finished their meal and left, leaving the three of them with Junto Kazuma. Sensei, congratulations on becoming a ninja on your own. Irika congratulated the would-be. Thank you, Irika-sensei. The Quasi-man also replied with a smile. What, I will become a ninja on my own in the future. Naruto Uzumaki looked enviously at Junjin Kazuma and the Konoha guard on Irika's forehead, and said sourly, yes, then you have to practice the three-body technique. Junrin Kazuma listened, and said with a smile on his lips, of course, Naruto still doesn't know what kind of movement he will make for the ninja forward protection in the future. After eating Ichiraku ramen with Irika and Naruto Uzumaki, Kazuma Junto separated from them. However, the perspective did not go home, but jumped and rushed towards one place. Come to a remote place. What is the matter with Senior Itachi? Looking at Uchiha Itachi waiting there, Junrin asked. It turned out that when Uchiha was leaving, he used a dark gesture to notify the prospective person to meet here. I have no other intention of finding Ranjun to come here. Uchiha turned around and said softly, I just wanted to know something before the water died. Saying that, he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet three-hooked jade chakra eyes, and looked at Kazuma Junrin and said, because before he died, he said that he had met Kazuma Junrin, and praised him as a rare genius. The ferret also knows that the Quasi person helped stop the water and should know something, so he asked. When it comes to Uchiha stopping the water, Itachi's tone still fluctuates. I don't know much. Junrin Kazuma was also silent for a while, and then said. The Quasi-man told Uchiha about the events of that day. When the ferret heard that there were more than 40 root members chasing and killing the water, his body exuded a fierce murderous aura, and the scarlet chakra eyes were terrifying. When he returned home, Kazuma Junrin sighed lightly. Uchiha Shui and Uchiha Itaki are to some extent victims of the Uchiha clan and the village. The Uchiha clan is full of ideas for the two of them, wanting them to become the strongest fighting force in the clan against the village. And the top of the village also had another idea about them. Caught in the middle of the contradictions between the clan and the village, it is painful. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the 56th year of Konoha. It has been half a year since the Perspective joined the Dark Department. In the past half a year, due to the powerful talent after his transformation, the strength of Quasi people has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chakra is dozens of times the level of Upper Ninja, not to mention, physical skills have also reached the level of Upper Ninja, and ninjutsu and illusion are all learned and refined. What makes the Quasi person even more proud is that after his own test, his chakra attribute is all 5 attributes, that is, he can control the ninjutsu of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water. Quasi people guess that this is also due to the superposition of talent. Crash. After the day's mission, the Quasi person took a hot shower, changed into a new set of black combat tights, wore a green Konoha ninja vest, and finally put on a royal god robe. Good. Looking at himself in the mirror, the corner of Kazuma's mouth hooked his head and praised, "This dress is worth so expensive. You must know that this outfit has spent all the rewards of him for a B-level mission." Taking Konoha's forehead to his forehead makes him look a little heroic. Time to meet them. The Quasi person whispered, "Just walked out, today is finally the ninja school is off. A few guys just want to ask the Quasi person to get together." After all, after graduating early, Kazuma Junrin really had too little time to meet them. Junto Kazuma walked down the street, his handsome face and dress undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people, and he had not yet reached the gathering point. Quasi people here. He just heard the voice of Ino in the mountains. "Go over there, Ino, Shikamaru, Dingji are here." Junto Kazuma looked at Ino and Shikamaru and the others and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Quasi-man." Shikamaru's face was still so lazy, and he greeted Kazuma Junto as if yawning. Then, he just looked at the Quasi person seriously and said dejectedly, in other words, "How it feels like you're getting taller again. It's half a head taller than me." At the same time, Shikamaru's heart still muttered, "Besides, it seems that he has become handsome. At this moment, I don't know how many girls to attract." There is no doubt about this, and you can see it by looking at Ino, who is holding the Quasi person's arm and the heart in her eyes. This time the party seems to be organized by Shikamaru. Of course, Shikamaru originally didn't want to do such a troublesome thing, but there was no way. As soon as the matter of organizing the party came out, in the end, it was inexplicably his turn to do it. Quasi person, long time no see. Long time no see, Quasi Renkun. One after another, the classmates all arrived, and when they saw Kazuma Quasi people, they would say hello and talk a few words, and their words were full of admiration and praise for him. It can also be seen from this that the prospective person has not stayed in vain after staying in the ninja school for a year. At least he has a very good popularity. And the people Shikamaru invited are also very interesting. They are all acquaintances in the original work, such as Inyazuka Ya, Shino the Oil Girl, Sakura Harano, and so on. Most of these people are members of some of the families in Konoha, and a few are also excellent students. It seems that no matter what world you are in, the interpersonal relationship is the same, and things gather people in groups. Haha, Quasi-man. Of course, before Kazuma could finish his sentences, Naruto Uzumaki's laughter came. "Shikamaru, why did you call Naruto too?" Harano Sakura looked at Naruto and said boredly. Shikamaru had a headache. He called Naruto Uzumaki because Naruto and Quasido were a little familiar, but he also knew that Sakura was annoyed by Naruto pestering her at school. At a time when Shikamaru didn't know how to say it, "Sakura, Naruto is also our classmate." Kazuma smiled back Harano Sakura's words. At the same time, he also said hello to Naruto, who ran over. The Quasi people all spoke, and Harano Sakura could only accept Naruto's arrival. "Quasi-man, I said you guy, you are often away from home for so long," Naruto said with a big grin, as if there was nothing rusty. Of course, he also saw Harano Sakura, and he was even happier and leaned over. Sakura, you're there too." In the end, Suzuki Uchiha actually came, which was not expected by Junrin Kazuma. He thought that such a cool guy would not come. However, after Suzuki came, his expression was also very dragged. When, dare to compete with me again?" Suzuki Uchiha looked at Junjin Kazuma and said defiantly. His throwing technique now has made great progress in the hard training days. Even if he does not open the Sharingan, he can achieve a collision change of direction. Suzuki felt that in terms of throwing, he would not be weaker than Kazuma Junrin now. "Let's wait until you graduate." Junto Kazuma smiled and touched the forehead protector on his forehead. "The meaning is self-evident. When you become a ninja, let's challenge again." "Abominable." Suzuki gritted his teeth and glared. "And thanks to Sakura Harano, Suzuki, you're here." After seeing Suzuki, she just came over and pestered him, making it easier for the Quasi person. When Junto Kazuma was at the party, he also used a copy technique on Suzuki. He always felt that what he wanted should not be far away because there are very few things in the Suzuki society, just a few. They have long been copied, and in the past 6 months, most of the time as a failure, Quasi people feel that they are waiting for a wave to break out. Ding, copy failed. Ding, copy failed. After 2 failed replications, the Quasi man frowned slightly. Ding, the copy of Indra Chakra is successful. Is it fused? God, this mechanically like voice is so pleasant to the ears of Quasi people. God knows how many opportunities he has spent on Suzuki in the past 6 months now. It is finally time to draw the Terminator, and at this moment the Quasi person feels that all the persistence is worth it. The corners of the mouth hooked. After holding back the mood of immediately merging, he waited for the party to end and said goodbye to Ino and Dingji Shikamaru, and the others. Junrin Kazuma immediately rushed towards his home. Fusion. When he appeared in the house, the prospective person couldn't wait to have Indra's talent. With the movement of his mind, in his body, a mysterious chakra appeared out of thin air, which was Indra's reincarnation chakra. Indra's chakra is integrated into the body of the Quasi person. Hits when Indra's chakra and the Quasi Ren began to fuse, a sharp pain deep into the bone marrow struck, making the Quasi person can't help but clench his teeth and gasp for air. How so? Gritting his teeth and enduring severe pain, Kazuma Junrin couldn't figure it out. After experiencing the pain of fusing Azura Chakra, the Quasi person has also been a little mentally prepared. However, he did not expect that this fusion would be so painful. Moreover, the huge chakra in the Quasi human body is surging, as if boiling. Could it be? Is it because of the previous fusion of Azuras? An idea came to mind. Yes, it must be because the Quasi person fused the Azura bloodline obtained by Azura Chakra. You know, Azura and Indra have always been contradictory and in a state of opposition. Their grudges are entangled, as if fate, and even continue with the reincarnation chakra. Now it is already a Quasi person of the Azura bloodline to fuse the bloodline of Indra, which undoubtedly touches a taboo, the instinctive repulsion of the 2 bloodlines. Even that kind of power struggled in the Quasi human's body. If the chakra of Azura is yang and represents life, then the chakra of Indra is yin and represents destruction. The opposition and repulsion of these 2 forces made Indra's chakra seem to be highly poisonous in the Quasi human body, and greatly damaged his body. Directly make the Quasi person extremely painful, and the pain seems to originate in the cells and take root in the depths of the soul. Burst. The appearance of Indra Chakra made the Quasi human body directly unable to bear it. The bones of the whole body were destroyed by it, and the blood vessels were directly burst open, blood flowed out, and the Quasi human appearance was terrifying. Damn it! The corners of his mouth were also dripping with blood, and Kazuma Junrin was also thinking about countermeasures. He really didn't expect such a rejection reaction. You know, the fusion talent of so many times before, there has been no rejection, only the fusion of Azura and Indra reacted strongly. And at this time, the chakra in the Quasi human body has also undergone a change, and it seems that because of the appearance and destruction of Indra Chakra, it has also begun to transform. Chakra flowed in the Quasi man's destroyed body, and slowly began to repair it, and the damaged blood vessels and bones began to heal again. Has Azura's bloodline talent been stimulated? You know, the Azura bloodline represents the immortal human body, which is a powerful vitality. The junior immortal body of the Quasi human was actually just using a tiny bit of power from this bloodline. It does not lead to the true power of this bloodline, but now, because of the appearance of Indra Chakra, it awakens this bloodline. Indra's chakra has been destroyed in the Quasi human body, and the Quasi human chakra has been repaired in the back. At this moment, the Quasi person is a double heaven of ice and fire, and the flesh and blood bones in his body have repeatedly undergone the process of shattering and rebirth. This is a true rebirth, more thorough than when fusing the Azura bloodline, and after an unknown amount of struggle, the 2 bloodlines actually began to merge, which seemed to break the fate and give birth to a new miracle. The more powerful power born after the fusion once again makes the Quasi person undergo a new transformation. Wait until Kazuma Junto opens his eyes again. This force, he found that his body had undergone tremendous changes. Breaking and standing, the body becomes extremely powerful, and you can clearly feel the powerful power contained in the body. Moreover, chakra has made a qualitative leap, and the powerful vitality fills every cell in the body, and the vigorous vitality seems to spread out. The potential of the immortal body is afraid that it has been completely stimulated, and the Quasi person guesses that if he is injured now, the wound is afraid that it can heal immediately. Most importantly, the Quasi person slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them sharply, looking at the pair of scarlet 3-hook jade writing wheel eyes in the mirror. The Quasi man smiled. This pain is not in vain. Although the torture is painful, it is a reborn transformation. Its own strength has now made a qualitative leap, and what makes Quasi people even more gratifying, another reminder he heard in his head. Ding, if the conditions are met, whether to fuse other heavenly gods. Don't be a god. This is the kaleidoscopic pupil technique that the Quasi human copied a long time ago. Due to the limitation of the chakra eye, the Quasi person has been unable to fuse, and now it is finally possible. Fusion. Junrin Kazuma showed a hint of joy and chose to fuse without hesitation. Instantly, the prospective person felt a coolness coming from his eyes, and this time the fusion was not painful, but very comfortable naturally. The three-hook jade and the scarlet pupils changed, and they were slowly connected together, forming a complex pattern of large windmills. And this is exactly the same as Uchiha's kaleidoscopic writing wheel eye. This is it, kaleidoscope chakra eye. Looking at the windmill-like kaleidoscope pattern in his eyes in the mirror, the Quasi-man whispered softly. Then came a smile. The kaleidoscope, which the Uchiha family was considered the most difficult to open, was obtained by Quasi people, which is really incredible to think about. If this matter is known by Uchiha's people, I am afraid that their entire clan will go crazy. Of course, the Quasi person cannot be exposed now, and the kaleidoscope ability can only be used as his last killing move now. After activating the immortal body and getting a kaleidoscope, the Quasi-man's current strength can finally be fearless of the threat of Tuanzang. It really has a glimmer of confidence in the Hokage world. The next day, Junto Kazuma changed into a dark costume and came to the base. He received an order to assemble in the Dark Division. Is there some mission for us to assemble today, Captain? Looking at the moon, Kazuma Junran asked with a smile. Now he and Moon are also familiar, not to mention that due to an accident, he has determined the true identity of Moon, and it is not expected that Moon is the Zeon of the moon. I don't know. Hearing Kazuma Junran's words, Zeon said flatly. After getting along in a team for so long, her personality towards the person is also familiar, and her tone is at least not cold. Won't it even you at the captain level? You don't know why you gathered this time? The Quasi person was a little surprised, and continued to talk to Zeon. Zeon was actually very puzzled. What is the purpose of this gathering? This time, swish. A member of the Dark Division instantly appeared beside them by the Junjin Kazuma. Captain Moon, the detachment leader told us to come over and assemble. The dark part said to Yuzuki Zeon and Kazuma Junran. Got it. Zeon nodded. Then he and Kazuma Junto rushed towards the assembly place. When they arrived at the assembly point, the Quasi people found that almost all the members of the 6th detachment of the Dark Department had arrived. The person at the head is the Dark Captain Tooth with conspicuous silver-white hair, and his identity is actually semi-public, and many Dark members know that Tooth is Kiki Kakashi. Seeing that Yuin Yuzuki and Junrin Kazuma had arrived, Kakashi also directly and coldly said, the 6th detachment of the Dark Department, from today onwards, you are not allowed to leave Konoha, and all members are on standby in the village. After saying this order, Kakashi just let them disband and leave. Hearing such an order, Zeon didn't have any ideas, but Kazuma Junran's face under the mask was a little heavy at this time. Members of the Dark Department are not allowed to leave the village. What is the purpose? The faint Quasi person had an idea, looked around, and his gaze froze. Captain, what about the dark part that followed the detachment leader? How did I not see it? Junto Kazuma asked Yuzuki Uion. He believed that Zeon knew who he was asking. You're talking about Uchiha Itachi? The information about Uchiha Itachi, like Kakashi, is actually semi-public among the members of the Dark Division, because Itachi's performance is too good. The Quasi-man nodded, and it was Uchiha Itachi who asked. Yesterday I was promoted to detachment leader. Zeon replied. As everyone knows, his words shocked the hearts of Quasi people. Junto Kazuma, who returned home, fell into deep thought, and in the original book, Uchiha Itachi was promoted to the leader of the Dark Division, and after that, there was an extermination event that shocked the ninja world. Although the Quasi person does not know how long it has been in the middle, it is inferred from the order issued by the Dark Department today, it is already very close. Isn't it forbidden for the members of the Dark Division to leave Konoha? Isn't it to ensure that the village has enough defense forces? From this point of view, Konoha's high level has already begun to act, so that incident will also break out within half a month at the latest. Time passed slowly, and a week passed so peacefully. Since there have been no missions recently, Kazuma Junran has become more relaxed. There is also time to go to the training place in the forest and do some exercise. And on this day, Kazuma Junto, who had just finished his daily exercise, had not yet left, but found two people walking towards this side. Ha! It's them. Sensing that it was Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Itachi, the Quasi person just stayed where he was. Soon, two figures came out of the forest, and at the same time Suzuki's rare coquettish voice sounded, brother, you're going to teach me the trick today. But suddenly found that there were other people here, and Uchiha Suzuki's voice stopped abruptly. Then he looked straight at Kazuma Junran. Why are you here? Suzuki asked in surprise. This is where he and his brother Itachi trained. How did Kazuma Junto know? Listening to Uchiha Suzuki's words, Kazuma Junran just spread his hands. This is originally where I trained. Don't believe you, ask Itachi-senpai, said in a flat tone. At the same time, he motioned for Suzuki to ask his older brother Uchiha Itachi. That's right, Quasi Ranjan has been training here all this time before. Uchiha Itachi's expression was not surprised that Junto Kazuma appeared here. In fact, when he was close to here, he found that someone had come, and in addition to the dead water stopper, all that Itachi could think of was Kazuma Junran. Humph. Hearing his brother Itaka's words, Uchiha Suzuki snorted helplessly. This is originally the other party's training place. It is impossible to drive him away, but if Kazuma Junrin doesn't leave, how should my brother teach himself the ninjutsu of fire? As if knowing Suzuki's thoughts, Uchiha Itaka just said directly, it's okay, that fire Quasi-Ranjan will already be there, and the power he uses is more powerful than me. What, he would have done it earlier. Uchiha Suzuki was a little shocked and a little disappointed when he heard that Junjin Kazuma had learned this trick a long time ago. Seeing Suzuki so surprised, the Quasi person said angrily, please, I'm so bad at putting up with it, it's strange to master a fire ninjutsu. From the conversation between the Uchiha brothers, he knew that Itaka was going to teach Suzuki a fire ninjutsu this time, and Quasi people didn't need to guess to know that this fire dun was a sea-level ninjutsu, the art of fire dun how. Knowing this, there is no need for the Quasi person to stay here. Is it too boring to watch the Itaka sec Suzuki how fireball on the side? Forget it, the place is given to you, I'll go first. Junto Kazuma nodded at Uchiha Itaka, and then under Suzuki's gaze, disappeared in an instant. This is instantaneous technique. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Suzuki's eyes widened, and he was a little shocked. How could Kazuma Junrin be so strong? Suzuki, the strength of the Quasi-Ranjan is not as simple as it seems, he is far beyond your imagination. Uchiha looked at the direction where the Quasi person left, and said in a light tone. Shuttling through the forest, Kazuma Quasi-Ren's eyes are slightly condensed. Uchiha Suzuki wants to learn how fireball. This matter makes the Quasi-Ren more certain. The time is almost up, and it's just these days. On the evening of the next day, Kazuma Junrin, who was at home, received a notice of the gathering in the dark part. Many members of the Dark Clan gathered here, and these ninjas were not only members of the 6th team, but also members of several other detachments. 3 days later in the evening, no one is allowed to approach. All of them had to carry out a mission, that is, to put a place on strict guard for 1 night after 3 days, during which no member was allowed to approach no matter what movement was heard, and at the same time ensure that no outsiders broke in. On the bright side, Kanaha village is still as prosperous and calm as ever. Walking on the streets, passers-by have bright smiles on their faces. However, on the other side that ordinary people cannot know, it is dark and turbulent and murderous. The sky gradually darkened, the night began to dominate the sky, and a round of crescent moon was faintly obscured by clouds and mist. Swish! 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 In the dark night, dozens of figures jumped and shuttled on the house buildings, fast but silent. Boom! As if arriving at their destination, the silver-haired dark-haired member wearing an animal mask gave a gesture and his hand streaming down. Kazuma Junrin and dozens of other dark parts immediately scattered and rushed towards their respective divided areas. Ninfa, the art of the mirror flower water moon. Junto Kazuma used a deceptive ninjutsu on a street, which is a low-level naked-eye deceptive ninjutsu. If ordinary people come, they will find that when they walk here, the road is interrupted, and there is a wall in front of it, which is impassable. The Quasi person was in charge of the street, and he wanted to make sure that no one would break in from here until he was ordered to complete the task. Almost every dark part is doing something similar, and connecting the areas blocked by these dark parts into a line. You will find that this is a huge blockade circle, and in the middle of the blockade circle, it is the entire Uchiha family. In the dark blockade, if someone breaks in, they will find that there are dozens of ninjas wearing animal masks like the members of the Dark Division. It's just that the breath on their bodies is more gloomy, as if they have no feelings. And these people are the root ninjas of Danzo. Swish! At this time, a ninja with roots arrived from afar and landed near the group. How? The leading root ninja looked at the person and asked coldly. The dark part is already in place, they blocked the root to come in. The root ninja replied. Hearing the reply, the leading root ninja nodded. Then he looked at the sky and said in an icy tone, the time is almost up. Turning to look at the dozens of root members behind him, he just pulled out more than a dozen or 20 elite ninjas, and then said to the remaining root ninjas, I can't fully trust the group of guys in the dark department. You are building a second blockade here. If you find someone breaking in. Speaking of this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the leading root ninja, and he shouted murderously, don't kill. Yes. The remaining 20-odd root members responded coldly, and then the figure moved. Bang. Immediately, they scattered in all directions, and they would establish a second blockade around the Uchiha clan. The remaining root members, led by the leading ninja, headed towards the Uchiha family gathering. And at this moment, in the gathering place of the Uchiha family, the Uchiha ferret is walking in the moonlight. He looked at the area carefully, with mixed emotions in his eyes. This time, on the side of the weasel, there was a ripple in the air, and the nearby space also began to distort, slowly expanding from a point, and then I saw a figure with a swirling mask revealing one eye appeared in front of Uchiha Itaki. Why, looking at it so carefully, do you feel reluctant? The mysterious masked man appeared, and said jokingly to Uchiha Itaki. And it seems that the existence of this person has been known for a long time. Uchiha's face has become expressionless, and his eyes are also extremely flat, and he can't see a little emotion without looking at the masked man. He said lightly, there is nothing reluctant, I just want to take a final look. The masked man let out a low laugh, and then his tone became cold. Then, let's get started. Uchiha was expressionless, just closed his eyes slightly, and then opened, and a pair of scarlet three-hooked jade appeared in his pupils. Hokage building, Tunzo, is it really going to come this far? The third generation was looking at Tuan Zhang in front of him, and said in a somewhat emotional tone. Hearing the words of the third generation, Tuan Zhang's face was disdainful, and he said with a cold snort, Ape Fei, it's all this time, you are still so indecisive. Then Tuan Zhang turned and walked towards the door, and when the figures were about to leave, Tuan Zhang's words came, I have arranged this matter, you can just wait with peace of mind, and tomorrow, the Uchiha clan will be history forever. Then, there was the sound of footsteps leaving. Sitting in the office, the three generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Chopper heard the words of his former friend, and there was a trace of unbearability on his old face, but he finally sighed helplessly. As Hokage, although he didn't want to do this, he finally compromised for the sake of the village. So for tonight's big operation, the third generation also sent the Dark Ninja to carry out the mission of blockade, and the route of Tuanzang is to participate and execute extermination mission. Of course, the most ridiculous thing is that the main executor of this mission is still the genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itake. Ah, Weasel, what are you doing? Uchiha's clan land kept screaming. Uchiha expressionlessly pulled out the ninja knife from the body of a Uchiha clan, and blood splattered onto his body, but it couldn't stop his steps. Poof. Behind him, one corpse after another fell, all over the ground, blood flowing on the ground faintly converged into a thin stream, and the rich smell of blood filled the air. Gee, it's really merciless to treat your own kindred. The mysterious man wearing a whirlpool mask was walking along the path that Uchiha had trodden, and looking at the corpses on this road, he spoke. On the other side of the Uchiha clan, a group of ninjas wearing animal masks also began to act, raising butcher knives at the Uchiha clan. Ah, help me. Poof. Save, for a while, the screams continued to echo above the Uchiha clan, but strangely, these voices could not be transmitted farther away. Standing on the periphery of the Uchiha clan, you can't hear the screams inside at all. And at the moment, boom. A black shadow quickly shuttled through the forest, and when it was about to approach an area, the figure suddenly stopped. This figure is wearing a white animal mask and a dark dress, which is none other than Kazuma Junrin. I saw him stop on a branch, his eyes looking in a direction ahead, and within his perception, several ninjas were hiding there a kilometer away. Roots people? A guess flashed in Kazuma Junrin's heart. In the outermost periphery, the members of the Dark Department have set up a blockade, and it is impossible for others to break in, and other dark parts cannot appear here for no reason. Therefore, the front can only be the Root Ninja who directly participated in this extermination mission. In the second blockade set up by the Root Ninja, a Root member is carefully monitoring the surroundings. No amount of wind and grass could escape his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the grass in the distance moved, and his gaze flashed a cold light shout. A Kuwa shot passed in an instant like an off-string arrow. Ha! The Root Ninja's eyes froze, and he saw that there was no reaction there. Swish! Pulling out another kunao in his hand, the member of this root walked towards the grass with a guarded expression. It's just that there is nothing else except a bitter stick stuck in the empty grass. Is it an illusion? The ninja at the root showed a hint of doubt in his eyes, that is, he took back the kunao, and then turned around to hide it again. However, the moment he turned back, he found a figure who didn't know when he appeared behind him his pupils shrank, and his mouth just wanted to scream poof. A cold light passed through his throat, and at the same time splashed a little blood-red silk thread. One blow is fatal, boom. Falling directly on the grass, his eyes under the Root Ninja mask instantly darkened, and his horror could be seen from his last eyes. Kazuma Junrin withdrew the ninja knife and hid the corpses of the Root members, and at the same time, within the sensing range, the other Root members not far away did not move at all, and should not have been found. Don't hesitate now. Swish! Instantly disappeared in place, rushing towards the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the massacre in the Uchiha clan has already been carried out. Halfway, half of the Uchiha clan had turned into corpses and fell to the ground. Whether it is an old man or a child, the ninja at the root does not hesitate to kill directly. You can imagine what kind of corpse mountain and sea of blood it was, blood flowing on the ground and converging into a stream. The bloody aura that rushed into the sky permeated the entire clanland, and the air seemed to rise a faint blood color, and from the inside, the moon in the sky was rendered as the color of blood. Uchiha Itake's face was expressionless, and it could even be said that he was numb, and the scarlet three-hooked jade looked particularly enchanting in his pupils. The ferret's hands were stained with blood, and his clothes were covered with blood. However, he didn't care, just calmly walked towards the house after house in front of him. And at this moment, the mysterious masked man was in the sea of blood in the corpse mountain, turning over the corpses of the Uchiha clan one after another. When he saw the three-hooked jade chakra eyes on the corpse, he chuckled, then bent down and stretched his fingers into the corpse's eyes. Burst. Dig down without hesitation. Hee hee, just your eyes, you can contribute something to me. The masked man looked at the blood-stained Sharingan eyes on his hands and let out a low laugh. At the same time, on the other side, the masked Root Ninja, while carrying out the slaughter, also began to do the same thing as the masked man, collecting chakra eyes. Soon, the figure of Kazuma Junran had appeared on the edge of the Uchiha clan. Standing on the big tree on the edge of the clan land, Kazuma Junran's expression was a little puzzled. Because, the Uchiha clan land seems very calm. There were no screams, no blood, no corpses on the ground from the quasi-person. Under the moonlight, the streets of the Uchiha clan land were clean, and every family closed their doors as if they were sleeping, as if nothing happened on a normal night. That's not right. However, the quasi-person soon felt that something was wrong, and his heart moved. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his eyes were already scarlet three-hooked jade chakra eyes. Sure enough, they even arranged a closed enchantment. Under the super insight of the Sharingan, the quasi-person saw an invisible circle wrapped in the sky, covering the entire Uchiha clan. This is a kind of closed enchantment. The level is not high, the effect can only isolate the inside and outside sound, vision and some perception, and at the same time have a certain detection ability. At least if Jing Sigwang enters, the person who casts the enchantment will know that someone has broken in. The quasi-man didn't expect the guys in the route to be so careful, but when he came here, he couldn't just go back empty-handed. Swish! With a movement under his feet, the figure instantly swept towards the enchantment. The moment the perspective stepped into the land of the Uchiha clan, a masked man who was collecting the chakra eyes on the corpses of the Uchiha people somewhere made a slight surprised sound from his mouth, then stood up, looked in one direction, and let out a low laugh. Hee. A little mouse broke in. At this moment, the quasi-person was walking on the street of the Uchiha clan. Inside the enchantment and outside the enchantment are simply two worlds, and from the outside, it is still a peaceful night scene, but walking inside, it was a miserable situation of corpses strewn in rivers of blood. The strong smell of blood filled the area, the air seemed to be painted with a faint color of blood, and the corpses of the Uchiha people could be seen almost everywhere on the road and in the house. Whether it was the old man or the child, all of them were spared. This is extermination, this is massacre. Ugh! It seemed that this extermination operation was coming to an end, and only a scream or two was heard from time to time in the distance. The Sharingan eyes have been gouged out. Is it Tuanzang? Looking at the corpse casually, the quasi-man found that almost all the eyes of the Uchiha tribe had been gouged out. Suddenly, Kazuma Junran's brows furrowed slightly, and he stopped and looked up at a place. It was a dark corner, but it seemed empty and there was nothing. Come out! The quasi-human eyes kept staring at the area, and suddenly said coldly. The quasi-man's words fell, and from the corner where there should have been no one came a man's voice. How did you find me? Then I saw a ripple in the space, and a man with a whirlpool mask appeared in Kazuma Junran's field of vision. Seeing this man wearing a mask appear, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma Junran's eyes. He knows who this guy is. He will appear in Konoha at this time, and he is still dressed up like this. Only Uchiha, one of the secret bosses, has brought soil. The quasi-person guessed that Tuanzang should have been encouraged by Uchiha to bring soil, and then the two cooperated to promote Uchiha's extermination plan. Uchiha Obito, who did not hear Kazuma Junto's reply, let out a chuckle and did not care. I don't know where I pulled out a string of iron chains, and there were sharp blades at both ends of the chains. Forget it, it doesn't matter how you found mine, Uchiha said softly. The chain he was holding dragged on the ground, and a little spark appeared, slowly approaching Kazuma Junjin. Anyway, Obito's mouth opened, as if he was about to say something. However, before the words could be spoken, he suddenly launched an attack. Boom! The chain knife on Obito's hand was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the air towards the quasi-person Kazuma, and then wrapped his whole body before the quasi-person had time to react. And seeing that the quasi-person was locked by his chain knife, Uchiha Obito let out a strange laugh and said in a low voice, "Anyway, you're all going to die." Then pull the weapon in his hand. Poof! How many chain knives directly strangled the quasi-person of Kazuma? The body broke into several large pieces, and blood splashed out. All this happened in a brief moment. Uchiha Obito, who killed Kazuma Junran, let out a low laugh, and then took a step and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Uchiha's sweaty hair stood up, and an icy chill surged from the depths of his heart. Appearing behind Uchiha Obito, Kazuma Junto was holding a ninja sword and attacked Obito's back mercilessly. The blow was swift and murderous. It can be seen that the tip of the knife has pierced into Uchiha's clothes, and the next second it will directly break his chest. It's just, the quasi-man frowned slightly, and the blade in his hand seemed to stab a cloud of air. In an instant, he passed directly through Uchiha Obito's body, and did not feel the barrier of flesh and blood. This is an extremely strange scene, although it seems that the tip of the knife emitting cold light in Kazuma Junto's hand has pierced Uchiha's chest, but it seems to have hit a layer of phantoms, and there is no imaginary blood splash at all. Yui. This kaleidoscopic pupil technique flashed in his heart, and Kazuma Junran immediately knew that it was impossible to kill Obito with his current strength. Boom! The quasi-figure jumped backwards and distanced himself from Obito. Uchiha Obito, who wore a whirlpool mask to reveal one eye, slowly turned his figure, and the exposed eye had become scarlet, and it was not a three-hooked jade, but a pattern like three sickles connected together, which is exactly the kaleidoscopic chakra eye of the Uchiha family. Under the faint moonlight, blood filled the air. Uchiha Obito opened a scarlet and terrifying kaleidoscope, looked at Kazuma Junjin wearing an animal mask, and said in a low voice, "You didn't even die." The tone seemed to be mixed with a hint of surprise and a hint of palpitation. However, Kazuma Junrin did not answer his words, glanced at the ninja knife, and found that there was a bright red on the tip of the knife, as if it was stained with some blood. I immediately understood in my heart that the blow just now still hurt Obito, although it may only pierce the skin. The two did not speak, just confronted each other strangely. The Quasai Man remained guarded, watching Uchiha Obito while his eyes were gazing at his exposed kaleidoscope. At this time, Obito also did not dare to despise the Quasai person at all, and now the slight tingling sensation in his back told him that the scene just now was really 1,000 shots. Since he chose to wear this mask to hide in the secret, but he has not felt this threat of death for a long time, if he does not open the divine power, he will be seriously injured or even killed. This kind of deadly threat was only encountered when he fought with the 4th generation Hokage, and thinking of the blonde-haired man, Uchiha Obito was now palpitating. It turned out to be a soiled doppelganger. Obito looked at the Quasaiman who had been strangled by himself, but now it turned into a pile of dirt. That is, he knew why the Quasaiman Kazuma could still appear. However, he was unable to detect the action of the Quasai person releasing ninjutsu, and a trace of fluctuation flashed in Obito's eyes. "What the hell are you? It would be here." Kazuma Junto pretended not to know Obito's identity and asked coldly. But at the same time, his heart is busy copying with his golden finger against Obito. This is a good opportunity. If he can brush out Shinwei, then tonight will not come in vain. "Oh," hearing Kazuma Junto's question, Uchiha Obito laughed softly, then scanned the surroundings, and said in a profound tone, "I just came to clean up some things that shouldn't exist." Ding, copy Uchiha's soil escape. The Earth Dragon hidden art is successful. Is it integrated? Junrin Kazuma didn't care about what Obito was talking about, only that he had just successfully copied a ninjutsu with Obito. I was still very happy in my heart, and then I used it a second time without hesitation. Ding, copy failed. But this time, I got the message that the replication failed. At this time, Uchiha Obito seemed to have finished his words. Looking at Junto Kazuma, he asked, "Who are you again?" Uchiha Obito also wants to know who this ninja wearing an animal mask in front of him is. It couldn't be the ninja of Danzo's roots, because those people Obito knew that they were on a mission on the other side of the clan. It's not the root, it's the dark part. But when there was such a powerful master in the dark part of Konoha. Yes, Obito does not doubt the strength of Quasai people. How can a person who can make him all injured be a weakling? Obito was interested in the identity of the Quasai person, but unfortunately, Kazuma Junrin did not think to tell him. However, Obito also seems to know that it is impossible for a Quasai person to say it. The two people were just like that, several meters apart, facing each other. Uchiha took the earth with a scarlet kaleidoscope, staring at Junjin Kazuma, occasionally flashing a cold light, thinking about whether to start with Junto Kazuma again. The Quasai person's body was also tense, ready to move at any time, but he was not too afraid of this blackened Uchiha Obito after all. Although the opponent is very strong, but he also has whole cards, kaleidoscope plus immortal body. Really fight with Obito, who kills who may not be sure. Trample, trample. When the Quasai Man and Obito had just confronted each other for a while, at this time, a sound of footsteps sounded. Covered in blood and expressionless, Uchiha walked slowly towards this side. Seeing the Quasai Man wearing an animal mask, his eyes were invisible. "The mission has been completed. You can go and report to the 3 generations." I only heard Itake revealing a pair of scarlet 3-hook jade, looking at Kazuma Junrin and saying. Knowing that Itake was letting him leave, Kazuma Junto nodded in response, and then prepared to leave. Uchiha Obito's eyes flashed a cold light, and the chain in his hand moved slightly, as if he didn't want the Quasai person to leave just like that. "I don't want anyone else to die." However, the weasel looked straight at him, and the scarlet 3-gouged jade became sharp in the head, and the bottom seemed to be connected together, like the shape of a 3-toothed shuriken. Being looked at by the kaleidoscope of the weasel, Uchiha Obito was also a little jealous, and at the same time said with a mocking smile in his mouth, "Obviously they are all sinners who slaughtered a clan and betrayed the village. Why do they care about other people's lives?" Ignoring the mockery of the man in the car, Uchiha Itake just looked at the back of Kazuma Junrin leaving, and said lightly, "At least, I don't want to kill people again today." Then it was to turn around and leave a word, "Let's go. It's time to leave when I finish the last thing. And if you don't want to be chased and killed by Konoha like me, then you should leave now." Humph. Uchiha snorted coldly, but did not say anything. The strength of Uchiha Itake was of great help to his plan, and Itake finished this matter, and Konoha was completely broken. It was impossible to turn back. Looking at the back of Uchiha Itake, the kaleidoscope with soil was launched, and he was wrapped in a spatial vortex and disappeared. At this time, the corners of the mouth shuttling through the forest under the mask of the Quasaiman of Kazuma couldn't stop rising, although he didn't collect the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye, but he didn't come in vain tonight and made a lot of money. As soon as his mind moved, he chose to fuse Shinwei. Suddenly, Kazuma Junrin's eyes turned into scarlet chakra eyes, and at the same time a coolness appeared in his eyes, as if he was giving his eyes something. The quasi-person felt that the pupil power in his eyes was constantly increasing, and the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye also unknowingly turned into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in the shape of a large windmill. Finally, wait until the fusion is complete. Kazuma Junrin naturally discovered that he had a new pupil technique in his right eye Shinwei. This time I only have my right eye. Is it because Obito only has a kaleidoscope? Kazuma Junto's right eye became a sickle-shaped kaleidoscope like Uchiha with soil, but his left eye was still in the shape of Uchiha water kaleidoscope. The last time the water stop also had only one eye, but the quasi-person got two kaleidoscopes. Is it because the two kaleidoscopes of Uchiha water stop are all the same, so the gold finger gave him a pair by default? The quasi-person thinks that it may be because of this, so last time he could get a pair of kaleidoscope abilities, and this time, because although the left and right eyes of Uchiha Obito are both divine power, there is a difference. He just got the divine power that Uchiha Obito has the right eye at this time. The ability of the left eye is still hidden in Kakashi's eye at this time, but even if it was one, it satisfied Kazuma Junrin. Boom! Kazuma Junrin was happily shuttling through the forest, and soon approached the blockade line at the route. And it may be that the corpse of the root ninja killed by the quasi-human has been found, and the defenders here have become dense, and everyone's position can echo the others, obviously more careful and guarded. Duh! The quasi-human figure stopped and stood on the branch. Under this kind of defense, it is not easy to go out without being detected by the roots. However, this is only not easy for prospective people when they come in now. Well, the corners of Kazuma Junrin's mouth hooked, his right eye closed slightly, and then opened, revealing a scarlet sickle-shaped kaleidoscope. Cam Yui, as if instinctively, he just knew how to use this pupil technique, and then he saw that there seemed to be a ripple in the air, and the surrounding space was twisting, forming a whirlpool. The quasi-person was immediately wrapped in a spatial vortex, and then disappeared silently in place. Dozens of ninjas at the route are on a mission to block anyone from approaching, and since the body of a companion was found, they all knew that someone had broken in, so the various route members were more vigilant, but they didn't know that a person had just crossed their blockade from the inside and appeared outside. A few hundred meters away from the route, a spatial vortex appeared, and Kazuma quasi-human body stepped on the ground from the alien space. This is time and space ninjutsu. Kazuma Junrin whispered in his mouth, and at the same time his heart was in a trance. In an instant, he crossed a distance of nearly 1,000 meters and crossed all kinds of obstacles. This feeling, it's amazing. The corners of Kazuma Junto's mouth hooked, revealing a hint of a smile. Sensing the root ninja hundreds of meters away, he just chuckled. You guys keep blocking. I'm not going to accompany you. The figure moved, and instantly rushed towards the periphery. Coming to his mission area, Kazuma Junto sees a self in the dark and seriously performing the task. That's the shadow doppelganger that the quasi-person left here. Boom! When Kazuma Junto had just unlocked the shadow doppelganger, he just noticed that someone was approaching. Oh, it's Captain Moon. Seeing that the person who came was Yuzuki Zien, Kazuma Junrin just chuckled and said hello. Mission over. Yuzuki Zien just came to inform Junto Kazuma that this mission was over, and the detachment leader ordered that there was no need to assemble again. Members, they can be dissolved directly. I know. Junto Kazuma nodded and waited until Yuzuki Zien left. After unraveling the confusing ninjutsu used on the street, Junto Kazuma is also ready to go back. Suddenly, the quasi-person saw a short, familiar figure walking towards this side in the distance. Really, the school ended so late today. Suzuki Uchiha walked down the quiet street, muttering in his heart, let my brother see it tomorrow. I learned that ninjutsu. As if thinking of something, Suzuki just quickened his pace and walked quickly towards the house. Junto Kazuma stood on the branch and watched Suzuki Uchiha walk through the street without saying anything and shaking his head. The Uchiha family was exterminated, especially the one who destroyed the Uchiha family turned out to be the famous genius of that family, Uchiha Itachi. And Konoha also immediately issued a wanted warrant for the entire ninja world, announcing that Uchiha Itachi would be listed as an S-class rebel. When these news got out, the entire ninja world was shocked. Konoha village, have you heard? The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. One person said to the other. I heard that it was destroyed by the Uchiha family's own people, and that scene was it was really too bloody and tragic. When the villagers heard about the extinction of the Uchiha family, they were also shocked. After all, it is a matter in the village, and it is a major event in which a clan is slaughtered. How can they not pay attention? Isn't that Uchiha Itachi a genius of their family? How could he be so ruthless and slaughter his own clan? Who knows, but this person is really terrifying. I heard that the third generation of Hokage-sama also listed this person as an S-class traitor. On this day, Junto Kazuma walked down the street, and almost everywhere he could hear people talking about it. He sighed inwardly. From Konoha's famous genius to the notorious rebel, the Uchiha Itachi, who slaughtered the clan, was saddled with almost everything. Although he did this to protect the village, whether it was worth it or not, Kazuma Junrin as an outsider did not praise the judgment. Suddenly, the quasi-person heard a voice in front of him. That kid is Uchiha SHH, he's the only one left. Alas, it's really too pitiful, facing such an unfortunate thing at such a young age. At this point, these people just stopped, sighed, and left. Junto Kazuma walked over slowly, turned the corner, and he saw the child that the people were talking about. It was Suzuki Uchiha. Now Suzuki's eyes look hollow, his body is bandaged, and he walks slowly on the street, like the Walking Dead. And his body exudes an inexplicable ice, meaning, which is cold from the heart. It is not a deliberately pretended cold gesture that Quasai people have seen before. What happened last night was definitely the biggest blow to Suzuki Uchiha in his life. The cruel fact that his parents died, countless clansmen died, and it was his beloved brother who killed them, made Suzuki Uchiha almost collapse. With the image of his parents dying that the man had shown him last night, Suzuki vowed that he was going to be stronger, and he was going to kill the man with his own hands. Junto Kazuma was standing on the side, and at this moment, Suzuki Uchiha walked past him as if he hadn't seen it. Perhaps, at this moment, Suzuki had nothing else in his mind, only a thought of revenge. Looking at Suzuki's back, Kazuma Junto shook his head and sighed. The only thing that Itaki wanted to protect was Suzuki, but the one who hurt the most was Suzuki. Quasai people know that from today onwards, just like Suzuki himself will say in the future, I am an avenger, he will use revenge as the only motivation to live. Time passed slowly, and there seemed to be a force in the village trying to erase the impact of the Uchiha incident. And very powerful. It's just a few days when Kazuma Junrin walked the street again, he found that the atmosphere in Konoha seemed to be the same as usual. There was not much change, and the people came and went very prosperously. Passers-by often have a satisfied smile on their faces, and occasionally stop to have a cordial conversation when they meet acquaintances. The only difference that may be is that there are fewer people from the Uchiha clan wearing the Pufin logo in the crowd. And just when ordinary people are living their lives plainly, Junjin Kazuma is also growing in the dark part, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Just like that, time passed slowly. Time is like an arrow, the sun and the moon are like a shuttle, and 4 years have passed. On this morning, someone discovered that the statues of the previous Hokage on the Hokage rock had been mischievously graffitied. Naruto. A figure jumped rapidly on various buildings, and behind him were several ninjas wearing green ninja vests, chasing after them and shouting loudly, Naruto Uzumaki, you're finished. And a 12-year-old boy running in front heard the shouts of the people behind him, turned his head and grimaced at them, that is, he immediately ran away. This man was wearing an orange coat, golden hair, and 6 beard-like lines on his face, and it was Naruto Uzumaki. In the dark, a black-haired teenager wearing a white animal mask was watching this familiar and unfamiliar scene, and when he saw Naruto Uzumaki being caught by Irika, he sighed slightly in his heart. Finally, 60 years of Konoha. Needless to say, this person is none other than Kazuma Junrin. The Quasai man had just finished sighing, and suddenly his brows were slightly wrinkled. Swish. A dark ninja wearing an animal mask appeared in front of Kazuma Junjin, and I saw that he said to Kazuma Junjin with a hint of respect in his tone, Lord Knight, 3 generations have a request. Junrin Kazuma listened, loosened his slightly frowned, and replied, I see. After this dark member conveyed the news, he withdrew with some respect. Speaking of why this dark department respects the Quasai person so much, it is necessary to mention the current identity of the Quasai person Kazuma, the leader of the 6th detachment of the dark department. Yes, since Kakashi was transferred out of the Dark Division by the 3rd generation, Junto Kazuma replaced him as the detachment leader of the 6th detachment of the Dark Division. After all, it has been 4 years since Kazuma Junrin joined the Dark Department, and in these 4 years, the Quasai-Ren has continuously completed various difficult tasks, completing a total of 60 S-level tasks, 142 A-level tasks, and 100 B-level tasks, and the success rate of missions in the Dark Department is as high as 100%. And of course, his strength is also growing. Through the continuous copying of the ninjutsu of the members of the Dark Department, the Quasai person is now a ninjutsu master. Compared to the number of ninjutsu controlled, it is comparable to Kakashi, who claims to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. And the Quasai-human immortal body makes his chakra amount extremely sufficient, and now it is comparable to those tailed beasts. Of course, now it may not be comparable to the 7, 8, 9 tails these powerful tailed beasts, but chakra is already better than 1 tail. In terms of physical skills, he has already mastered the 8 doors of Dungia, and due to the powerful physique and terrifying resilience endowed by the immortal body, Quasai people can already try to open the 7th door without injury. An illusion, with the bonus of the water-stopping kaleidoscope amplification illusion, coupled with a strong own talent, 4 years of cultivation allows the Quasai person's attainment in illusion to be not weaker than that of Uchiha Itaki. With such terrifying strength and amazing performance in the dark part, Kazuma Junto was directly promoted to the captain of the dark part in 4 years, and his status jumped above his former captain Yuzuki Zien. Hearing that the 3 generations were looking for themselves, Kazuma Junto couldn't let him wait longer, and shortly after the dark part left, he was all of a sudden, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. Ninjas who are not approved in the Naruto building cannot enter and exit at will with teleportation, and there are many perception enchantment and blockade techniques secretly set up, and there are many members of the dark department who take turns to guard, all of which are to protect the safety of Naruto. However, the prospective person happens to be on the list of people who are approved to enter and exit with teleportation. Swish. Kazuma Junrin, who didn't care about chakra's consumption, directly used the teleportation technique and appeared in the Hokage's office. 3 generations of adults, I heard that you have something to do with me. Hearing the voice of the quasi-person Kazuma, the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Chopper stopped the approval documents, raised his head to look at the Junjin Kazuma, and said with a kind smile, "Ah, Quasi-man, here you are." Kazuma Junrin looked at the 3 generations whose faces were more wrinkled and more aging after 4 years, and sighed in his heart, the 3 generations are still old after all. But soon the Quasi-man stopped thinking about this. After all, for now, the 3rd generation can live for a long time, provided that he does not die in Konoha's collapse plan. The annual ninja school graduation exam, which is important for graduates because it is about whether you can graduate from ninja school and become a ninja on your own. Exam venue. Damn, how can you take this test? Naruto Uzumaki's forehead seemed to be constantly breaking out in cold sweat, and his body was shaking slightly, and he saw that the graduation examination content said, Doppelganger Technique. Doppelganger is one of the 3 body techniques, the most basic ninjutsu. As long as it is serious and the talent is not particularly poor, students can pass. It stands to reason that this assessment should be simple enough, but for Naruto Uzumaki, this is a direct hit on his weakness. Boom! One after another candidates in front entered the room, performing the doppelganger technique under the gaze of Irika and several other teachers, and Irika and several other examiners are scored by the perfection and number of candidates, and qualified candidates are naturally happy, and unqualified ones have tears in their eyes. Next, Suzuki Uchiha. Irika called the next candidate's name, and then Suzuki Uchiha walked in. Without speaking, his face was expressionless and even felt a little cold, and Suzuki directly froze with a bang. 5 doppelgangers of Suzuki appeared in the room. When Irika nodded, Suzuki dismissed the doppelganger and walked out coldly with his hands in his pockets. Alas! Irika looked at Suzuki, who was now cold, and sighed softly. He knew what happened to this student, and he had thought about helping this student, but Uchiha Suzuki didn't seem to be willing to accept help from others at all. Irika, that boy just now belongs to the Uchiha family. Next to Irika, a gray-haired youth wearing a green ninja vest said, "Yes, he is Suzuki Uchiha." Irika looked at the ninja next to him and nodded as well. Sure enough, he is a genius, and he can instantly divide 5 doppelgangers. The white-haired ninja next to him looked at Suzuki's back and praised with a smile. Irika wasn't talking, just writing excellent on Suzuki Uchiha's grades and then preparing for the exam for the next candidate. As the people completed the exam one by one, Naruto Uzumaki, who was waiting at the door, became even more nervous. And above the exam room, in a place that neither Irika nor the ninja examiners could detect, a Junjin Kazuma who seemed to be integrated with his surroundings, didn't know when he appeared there, just stood quietly, watching this scene of the graduation exam scene. Is Mizuki next to Irika-sensei? Seeing the young ninja with white hair and a green vest sitting next to Irika, Kazuma Junto recognized it, which should be Mizuki that the 3rd generation of Hokage said. In the original book, Mizuki used Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, but Naruto learned to counterkill multiple shadow doppelgangers, and has since entered prison. Maybe he didn't know that even if he wasn't defeated by Naruto, his plan was doomed to fail from the start. Because, Mizuki's nature has already been found out by the 3 generations, and what he has to do is designed by the 3 generations step by step to lure him to complete, in order to let Naruto get a little compensation. Glancing at Mizuki, Junto noticed that his gaze had been falling on Naruto, who was waiting for the assessment, shook his head and chuckled, and then looked at Naruto Uzumaki as well. But when he saw Naruto Uzumaki, whose legs were trembling, he just felt funny. Obviously he reminded him to practice the doppelganger technique, but he still looked like this. However, the quasi-person also knew that even if Naruto learned the doppelganger technique, the assessment might be the transformation technique that he would not know, or the avatar technique. Anyway, there is always a Uzumaki Naruto who won't. Then what should be compensated for you, that is, will be given to you. Rejections are invalid. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. Irika looked at the name, sighed, and then called out anyway. Naruto Uzumaki swallowed his saliva and walked over to Irika and the other examiners. Don't be nervous, just use the doppelganger technique. Without waiting for Irika's comfort, Mizuki just smiled at Naruto Uzumaki and said, "Yes, Naruto, just like usual." Irika also nodded and said to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki's head nodded hard. He couldn't escape anymore. Holding a glimmer of hope, his hands made a doppelganger movement, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Doppelganger!" Boom! Suddenly, a white smoke filled the classroom, and Irika and the others saw this scene and were shocked by Naruto's chakra. But when the smoke cleared, the corners of Irika's mouth twitched, and a trace of essence flashed in Mizuki's eyes. I saw that the classroom was full of Uzumaki Naruto's doppelganger. Just, all of them seemed to be deflated, lying limply on the ground. Naruto Uzumaki, failed, Irika announced to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki was immediately disappointed, and at this time Mizuki spoke. Irika-sensei, give this candidate another chance, and I see that with such a number of doppelgangers, it can also be passed. Hearing Mizuki's words, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up and he looked at Irika. Irika was also a little unbearable when he was looked at by Naruto like this, but he still gritted his teeth and insisted, no, failing is failing. Watching Naruto leave, Kazuma Junran also disappeared in an instant. The mission of the third generation is for him to keep Naruto safe. As for Mizuki, who would really care about him, but the strength of ordinary ninja would even have the idea of stealing the Book of Seals. Did he have too many misunderstandings about the strength of the ninja in the village? At the gate of the ninja school, because of today's graduation exam, many parents came to pick up their children and go home, and when they heard that their children passed the exam, these adults had smiles on their faces. Naruto Uzumaki was sitting on the swing on the side, depressed, looking at the ground in front of him without saying a word. The adults passing by were pointing fingers at him. He's the one, shh, don't be hurt by him. A lot of cold words reached Naruto Uzumaki's ears, but he remained silent as if he had long been used to it. Such a scene, if accompanied by a wisp of autumn breeze, will add a bit of desolation. And at this time, in the dark, Kazuma Junran saw that Mizuki began to walk towards Naruto Uzumaki, only to see that Mizuki seemed to be comforting Naruto Uzumaki, chatting with Naruto Uzumaki, and finally not knowing what to say. Naruto Uzumaki's expression became excited. After running a few steps, Naruto turned around and shouted at Mizuki, "Don't worry, Mizuki-sensei, I will definitely pass this time." Then, click, run straight into the distance. And Mizuki, looking at the back of Naruto Uzumaki leaving, also had a smile of conspiracy on his face. As night fell, Naruto Uzumaki carefully lurked into the home of the three generations next to the Hokage building. No one? He found that it was so lax that there was not a single defender, and the old man of the third generation was not even at home. But that's great. Seeing that there was no one, Naruto Uzumaki also smiled, and immediately began to rummage through the cabinets to find something. No, this is not either. Naruto Uzumaki, who looked for a lot of drawers, found that he didn't see the Book of Seals that Mizuki-sensei said, and suddenly he scratched his ears and cheeks. Damn it, where would that old man of the third generation put that thing? Naruto Uzumaki said with a grumbling mouth. Suddenly, his gaze swept over the table on the side, and then he stopped on a huge scroll. Naruto Uzumaki walked over and looked at the scroll on the table and noticed that there was a huge seal on it. Found it. Naruto suddenly shouted excitedly. He never thought that the Book of Seals was actually on the table. It seemed that the three generations had just been watching the Book of Seals, because the scroll seemed to be unlocked. Naruto Uzumaki smiled, put the Book of Seals away and carried it on his back, then immediately jumped out of the house and towards the distant forest. And not far away, Mizuki looked at Naruto's figure and showed a hint of an excited smile. It's fast, I'm almost getting it. Unable to help but be excited, he whispered. And he didn't know, in the office of the Hokage building, the third generation and Junto Kazuma are watching this scene with the art of telescopic. When he saw that Naruto Uzumaki had searched for so long and had not found the Book of Seals on the table, Kazuma Junto was really a little speechless. Almost, the third generation looked at Mizuki's figure in action, and said with a sigh in his mouth. In order for Naruto to get a powerful ninjutsu graduation, the third generation really struggled to not only transfer all the members of the secret dark department, but also unlock the technique of the Book of Seals. How worried was Naruto that he wouldn't be able to learn the ninjutsu above? The third generation slowly walked to the window, looking at the night sky outside, and the third generation suddenly said to the Quasi person with emotion, Quasi human, are you wondering why I am so generous to Naruto? Kazuma's eyes froze slightly, and he felt that the three generations wanted to tell him something. I don't know. This is not easy. The approach of the three generations is to really treat the prospective person as someone they trust. Yes, Naruto-sama, although Naruto and I are friends, I am also curious why you are so special to him in the third generation. Kazuma asked curiously as if he didn't know anything. The third generation turned around, his wrinkled face showed a complicated look, obviously guilty, and he sighed in a faint tone, because, it's me who is sorry for him. I am even more sorry for their parents, for not keeping their promise and taking care of Naruto. Kazuma Junran secretly said in his heart, and then asked in a somewhat surprised tone, Naruto's parents are. Mayome looked at Naruto Iwa, who was a little hazy but obvious under the moonlight, and said, his father is a true genius and a powerful ninja who has been around in Konoha. Could it be the fourth generation? Junjin Kazuma pretended to be shocked and said the name of the fourth generation Hokage. That's right, Naruto, he's the son of the fourth generation Hokage. The third generation also nodded and said, the fourth generation sealed the nine-tailed demon fox on Naruto's body, hoping that he could become a hero in the village, but he was misunderstood by the villagers, but instead thought that Naruto was the embodiment of the demon fox that brought disaster to the village. In order to end the panic in the village, after the decision of the village high-level meeting, I also ordered that the adults not be allowed to mention this matter again. The three generations confided everything to Kazuma Junjin, and although some of them made the Quasi person feel ridiculous in his heart, he just listened quietly. For a long time, Junto Kazuma just left the Hokage office, and it was time to clean up the mess. However, the heart of the Quasi person was still shaken by the last words of the three generations. Quasi person, from your body, I see the shadow of the fourth generation. This is the first time that three generations have said this in front of Kazuma Junran, which not only affirms the talent and efforts of Quasito, but also affirms his character. After this time, choose a time to quit the dark part. Young people should still bask in the sun more. Thinking of these words of the 3 generations, Kazuma Junrin secretly said in his heart, this is preparing to cultivate me. But I don't want to think about it for the time being. Stepping on the trees under my feet, the figure disappeared in an instant. When the Quasi-Man arrived at the forest, he happened to see Mizuki attacking Irika and Naruto. Although he knew that the original Irika was only injured and not life-threatening, the Quasi-Man still paid careful attention to it. Irika was very good to him, and the Quasi-Man did not want to have any butterfly effect this time to kill him. Originally, the Quasi-Person could have directly captured Mizuki back, but the 3rd generation said that Naruto was guilty of stealing the Book of Seals after all, and in the end he also needed a credit to offset it, so catching Mizuki, the black hand behind the scenes, is of course the best credit. Poor Mizuki, who was designed from beginning to end, even the fact that he was caught became Naruto's escape from punishment. Everything went on like the original, but at the last moment, when Naruto divided thousands of shadow doppelgangers to knock out Mizuki, there was an accident. Mizuki was not frightened as the original said, but grabbed the injured Irika on the side. You demon fox, quickly disarm this ninjutsu for me. Mizuki's bitterness was on Irika's neck, and he looked at the thousands of Naruto with a somewhat frightened face, and roared loudly. Damn, you let go of Irika-sensei for me. Let go, you bastard, let Irika-sensei go. Countless Naruto's voices sounded, making Mizuki's ears only feel a buzzing vibration. Mizuki's expression became even more nervous, afraid and angry, making him unable to control his behavior as if he had lost his mind. He roared madly, then let Irika die in front of you first. The kunao in his hand began to attack Irika. Don't! Stop! Thousands of Uzumaki Naruto's voices resounded throughout the audience. But Mizuki didn't care anymore. Haha, die, Irika. With a cruel smile on his face, he continued to attack Irika. Irika leaned next to the big tree, looking at the attacking Mizuki. He couldn't dodge him, his eyes instead looked calmly at the sky, and muttered, I didn't expect that I would die here. But he also smiled, he was also satisfied, teaching a lot of excellent students, the excellent Junjin Kazuma who made him proud, this time the chief student Suzuki Uchiha, and now Naruto Uzumaki, who was also growing. Irika had a smile on his face, he was very happy but also a little regretful. You may not be able to see the Quasi people anymore. But after Irika sighed, he found that he had nothing to do after so long, and Mizuki didn't kill himself? Irika looked ahead. A shocked sound came out of his mouth. Irika noticed that in front of him appeared a ninja wearing a gray-white special vest-like vest, with a weapon behind him, arms guards on both hands, and a symbolic tattoo on the exposed arm of his left hand. This kind of outfit, only one kind of unit will have, and Irika's mind flooded out the name of that unit, Assassination Tactical Special Unit. Dark part. Mizuki was also looking at the dark ninja who appeared in front of him with trepidation at this moment, and exclaimed in a lost voice, how is that possible? How could there be dark parts? He seemed to be a little broken, the bruises on his face appeared, his eyes were huge, and he kept retreating and roaring. This dark part is naturally Junrin Kazuma. Seeing that there was an accident, he couldn't sit idly by, and immediately appeared to block Mizuki's attack on Irika. Naruto, solve him. The Quasi-Person who easily blocked Mizuki's attack looked at Mizuki with fear on his face that kept retreating, and then said to Naruto Uzumaki, good. Roar. Naruto Uzumaki had already been impatient, and when he heard this, he looked at Mizuki with a grinding fist. Hee, you bastard, you dared to do that to Irika-sensei, damn it. Thousands of Naruto roared, and under Mizuki's desperate eyes, thousands of Naruto jumped up, beat him. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a sound, and when it was over, Mizuki passed out directly. His body was seriously injured, and his face was swollen and miserable. It seems like it's going too far. Naruto Uzumaki touched his head and said a little embarrassed, and then he turned around again and looked at Junjin Kazuma and said, by the way, who are you? I hear your voice a little familiar. At this time, Irika also walked over with his body propped up, and although he also felt that this person's voice was familiar, he still yelled at Naruto, idiot, he is a member of the Dark Ministry, how can he tell you his identity? Oh, Naruto touched his head again in embarrassment, and asked a little embarrassed, dark part, what is it? Irika felt that his injuries were even worse, and he was going to be angry with Naruto. Hee, Naruto, you must not have taken classes seriously in ninja school all these years, Junto Kazuma said with a chuckle. Hearing the Quasi-Man's voice again, both Irika and Naruto's eyes widened. It seemed too familiar, and it was familiar with Naruto. They both thought of one person however, in Irika. I can't believe it, that person is only 12 years old, how can he enter the dark department? Junto Kazuma slowly took off his mask, revealing a handsome face, and said to Irika and Naruto, long time no see, Irika-sensei, Naruto. Ah, Quasi-Man. Naruto just shouted, his tone a little happy. The Assassination Tactical Special Forces, or DARK for short, are a special force that only elite ninjas in the village can join, directly under the orders of the Hokage, and perform various difficult and dangerous missions. Most of the rumors circulating about the dark parts also refer to their mysterious and powerful. At the same time, for every normal ninja, being able to join the dark part is a symbol of strength and an honor. Irika's mind also instantly recalled all the above information and materials about the dark part. The shocked look on his face still didn't subside, because he really didn't think that when his student Kazuma Junran appeared in front of him again, he would actually appear as a member of the Dark Division. Quasi-man, why are you here, and besides, when did you become this dark part? At this time, Naruto Uzumaki just came to the side of the Quasi person, looked at his outfit, and asked with a very interested look, I joined when I graduated. Junto Kazuma had nothing to hide, that is, he said when he joined the dark part. What? Hearing this, Irika just exclaimed directly, and joined when he graduated? That was 4 years ago. How old was the prospective talent 4 years ago? I'm just about 8 years old. Oh, my god. The tremor in Irika's heart was indescribable. Irika-sensei, what exactly is the Dark Division? Naruto Uzumaki was still confused, not knowing what the dark part meant. Irika's mind was a little trance at the moment, and when he heard Naruto Uzumaki's words, he subconsciously said some introductions to the dark part. And after listening to Irika's explanation of the meaning of the dark part, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes lit up, and he shouted directly, it's too powerful, quasi-human. Then he kept talking around the quasi-person, and the quasi-person Kazuma only smiled faintly when he heard it. By the way, aren't all members of the Dark Department trying to hide their identities? You exposed me and Naruto to know that there will be no penalties for violating the rules, right? Irika instantly thought of a dark system that everyone knew, and asked the quasi-person with some concern. Nothing. Junto Kazuma shook his head and told Irika not to worry. Because he was going to quit soon, it was no longer okay to let Irika and Naruto know who he was. Hearing the quasi-person say don't worry, Irika was also relieved, and at this time, there was a burst of pain throughout his body, his gasping for air. This made Irika remember that he was not lightly injured. The wound on the back was the most serious, and the blood kept flowing, which almost stained Irika's back red, which was caused by Mizuki's use of the Wind Demon Shuriken. Junto Kazuma looked at Irika's injury and said to him, Irika-sensei, let me help you treat it simply. Ha! Irika hasn't reacted yet. Quasi people can heal ninjutsu. I saw that Kazuma Junjin stretched out his right hand, and then the green chakra visible to the naked eye covered the palm of the Quasi person. Seeing the life-filled chakra, Irika knew that this was indeed a medical ninjutsu that only medical ninjas learn. The Quasi person uses the palm cactus, which is an upgraded version of the ordinary healing technique, which can activate all the cells of the wound, and it usually only takes 5 minutes to heal the wound. This kind of medical ninjutsu is a high-level medical ninjutsu, and there are not many medical ninjas, and Quasi people have learned it. If some medical ninjas know, I am afraid they will be stunned. It is a pity that because of the recovery ability of their own immortal human body metamorphosis, Quasi people themselves have never used these medical ninjutsu themselves. As if familiar, the palm that exuded green chakra covered Irika's back. Irika only felt a warm current coming from behind him, and his whole body felt a sense of comfort, and then the wound on his back was healed as if it was visible to the naked eye. The effect is not bad. Looking at the wound healed almost instantly, Kazuma Junran said secretly. Thanks to his own immortal body, the quasi-human chakra is full of vitality, and the effect of using medical ninjutsu is far beyond ordinary people. Are you really all right? Irika felt that the wound on his back was completely healed, and the wound on his leg had actually healed this. Irika was a little surprised. Just in an instant, he healed almost all of his injuries. Even if he went to the ninja hospital, those professional medical staff were not as powerful as people. Okay, Irika-sensei, quasi-person, since Mizuki has been caught, then we should go back. After helping Irika heal, Junto Kazuma said to them with Mizuki in one hand. Irika and Naruto Uzumaki certainly had no opinion, and both nodded. On the way back, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to realize how much of a mistake he had made at this time. His mood was a little low, and he didn't have the excitement of learning the art of multiple shadow avatars, but he was a little worried. Quasi-person, Irika-sensei, isn't my performance particularly bad this time? Naruto Uzumaki asked in a low voice. Kazuma Junto looked at Naruto Uzumaki, and then looked at Irika on the side. This time it was better for Irika to speak. Irika seemed to muse for a moment, then nodded. It's pretty bad. His words made Naruto Uzumaki suddenly become like a frosted eggplant, but then Irika said again, but after that, your performance really reflects the responsibility that a Konoha ninja should have, so, not bad. Then Irika just told Naruto to close his eyes, and Junto Kazuma watched it all beside him. Irika took off his forehead and put it on Naruto Uzumaki's head. When Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes and looked at Irika with some surprise, Irika smiled and said, Congratulations, Naruto, you graduated. First there was a silence, then his body trembled slightly, and finally Naruto Uzumaki, who was really unable to hold back, suddenly jumped up and excitedly shouted, I graduated. Junto Kazuma watched from the side and shook his head with a chuckle. When reading the manga, he would also maliciously speculate whether Irika didn't want to give Naruto a new brace, and then secretly changed anew himself. Now that I have experienced all this, I can feel the teacher-student relationship between them. Quasi-man, I graduated I know, I graduated early. In the end, because Naruto Uzumaki defeated Mizuki and brought it back, the incident of the Book of Seals was watered down by 3 generations, and Naruto Uzumaki also learned the art of multiple shadow avatars by the way and successfully graduated. The next day, Kazuma Junto received instructions from the 3rd generation to officially withdraw from the Dark Division, so he came to the Dark Division base early in the morning to complete the final handover procedures. Moon, the 6th detachment will be handed over to you in the future. Junrin Kazuma looked at Yuzuki Zien, who was wearing a white animal mask in front of him, and said with a chuckle. Anyway, the 3rd generation asked him to choose someone to replace him, and the Quasi person of course chose the Yuiyu Zien who was familiar with him in the team, and the 3rd generation thought about it, with the seniority of you and the current strength should be enough, so he agreed to the Quasi person's proposal. The Quasi person came here to tell Uzien that she would be the captain of the 6th detachment in the future. Uzien heard Kazuma Junrin call her name, and did not say anything, but silently stepped forward and took the sign of the leader of the 6th detachment of the Dark Department on the hand of the Quasi person. Next to them were several members of the Dark Division wearing white animal masks, all members of the Quasi-Human Direct Squad, who looked at Kazuma at this moment as if they wanted to say something, but then closed their mouths again. Under the hands of Kazuma Junrin, these dark parts feel the happiest, because the captain is strong and has a very good personality, and is approachable, and now suddenly the captain wants to leave the Dark Department. They are really a little reluctant. However, they all know that for the genius of the Quasi person, there will always be a day to leave the dark part. After all, Kazuma Quasi talent is 12 years old, such a genius ninja should not be buried in the secret, he should have a broader future, maybe one day, he will also be famous in the ninja world. The Quasi person is also a little sighed. After all, after staying for 4 years, and now he suddenly wants to separate, the Quasi person is really a little unaccustomed. He originally thought that there should be some parting speeches, but then he found that these people were not never seen again, but just did not work together on tasks, and they could still meet from time to time in the village. Thinking about it this way, there is no need to be sad about anything, and Kazuma Junto smiled. Haha, then I'll go. Not good at saying goodbye, just smiled like that, then turned and waved, and left the base. Yuzuki Zien and those dark ninjas were silently watching his back. They knew that from today onwards, the dark part of Konoha, known as Dark Knight, would move from darkness to sunlight and begin to write a new chapter for him. When Junto Kazuma came to the Hokage building and was walking towards the Hokage office, he just found that there was a child sneaking in front of the Hokage's office, still peeping inside. He was still a little frightened when he saw the Quasi person coming over, especially when he saw the costume of the Quasi member of the Dark Department. He was a little nervous, but he still had the courage to ask, "Are you looking for my grandfather?" This child is the grandson of the 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Hibiki, Konohamaru. Junto Kazuma looked at Konohamaru, who was wearing a small hat and showing pineapple-like hair on the back of his head, and nodded, indicating that he had something to do with Naruto-sama. At the same time, there was a burst of complaining in the Quasi person's heart. The ability of the 3rd generation to take a name is really powerful. Konohamaru, Konoha is finished. Konohamaru just let go, as if he wanted the Quasi person to knock on the door. Kazuma Junrin walked over and knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Originally he was the captain of the dark part and could enter directly, but soon after exiting the dark part, the Quasi person felt that it was better to go through the door. Bang! Bang! Come in! Hearing the voice of the 3 generations inside, Kazuma Junrin walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw Naruto Uzumaki sitting opposite the 3 generations, and the 3 generations were holding a pipe and holding a document in their hands, revealing a very nerve-wracking look. 3 generations of adults. Oh, it's a Quasi person. The 3 generations directly called the Quasi name instead of the code name, knowing that there was also Naruto Uzumaki and a Konoha administrator. Grandpa, let's fight the winner. At this time, Konohamaru, who had been hiding behind the door, rushed out and attacked the 3 generations with an imposing look. Of course, Kazuma Junrin had already found out, but he didn't stop it after a glance. The 3 generations also sighed. Boom! Just like in the original, Konohamaru fell to the ground directly halfway through. Behind them was Naruto and Konohamaru's series of farces, Quasito, and the 3 generations watched silently and did not speak, and when they left, there were only 3 generations left in the room. He just smiled and said, "You take off your mask. You don't need to dress like this in the future." Yes. Junto Kazuma took off his mask, revealing his handsome face. The 3 generations talked to the Quasi person, and then the Quasi person's file was brought out of the Dark Department. Of course, some specific experiences in the Dark Department were still archived in that top-secret document. By the way, I remember that your ninja level record is still particularly high endowed, right? The 3rd generation looked at the notes on the Quasi person file and said, yes. Although his strength has long been unknown how much he has surpassed the shadow level, his ninja level in Konoha village is still in a special endurance. Special shinobi is a ninja who says 1 or more to reach the level of upper shinobi. The judgment of the Quasi person who is particularly superior to forbearance is still 2 or 3 years ago, when he casually showed his strength, because at that time he was in the Dark Department, and it didn't matter much whether he was promoted to shinobi or not. Moreover, the Quasi people also felt that it was very troublesome to ascend to shinobu, because the promotion of Shangnin in the village did not only depend on personal strength and ability, but also on the decisions of those people in Konoha. This way, a few years have passed, presumably your strength should have improved again. The three generations took the pipe and said after thinking about it. Hearing the words of the three generations, Kazuma Junto was slightly stunned. He had not thought about this problem yet. After all, Kakashi was able to rise to the rank of Kami Shinobi at the age of 12, partly because it was a time of the Great War, and partly because of his father's death, and the decision made by the village to make up for the Kiki family and improve the strength of the village. And now in peacetime, the judgment of Shangnin depends more on the choice of the top, and at the top, it is estimated that people of three generations will support themselves and others. If nothing else, that guy in Tuanzang must not want the Quasi person to be promoted to superior patience. Shangnin assessment? Muttering in his heart, Kazuma Junrin did not refuse. Everything is arranged by three generations. Replied faintly. Good. When Ape Flying Sun Chopper heard the Quasi-man's words, he smiled. Following the three generations to the training ground, originally Kazuma Junrin was still wondering how the three generations would be assessed. When he saw that he took off his Naruto robe to reveal the black ninja combat suit inside, Kazuma Junrin just knew that the three generations actually wanted to do it themselves. Come on, Quasi-Ren, your upper ninja promotion will be personally assessed by me. The third generation of Hokage opened his mouth and said to Junjin Kazuma, and at this moment the seriousness on his face showed that the third generation was not joking. Offended. Kazuma Junrin was also not pretentious, just nodded, and then took out the kunao. Come on. The three generations are also putting on a posture and are ready for battle. Don't look at the age of the three generations, but as soon as he began to get serious, the powerful momentum that belonged to the shadow-level powerhouse naturally emanated from him, accompanied by a burst of murderous aura. You must know that the three generations have gone through countless wars, even if he is not a person who is easy to kill, but the murderous aura he exudes is very terrifying. If the opposite side is an ordinary ninja, they may feel depressed, and their own strength will not even be able to exert half of their strength at that time. However, Kazuma Junrin is not an ordinary ninja. Feeling the momentum of the three generations, he has no effect, but his eyes condensed slightly, and he exclaimed in his heart, it is worthy of the third generation. Even if he is old, he can see a trace of his ninja demeanor that crisscrossed the ninja world back then. Looking at the three generations on the opposite side who did not move, Kazuma Junto knew that he wanted to let himself attack. Since this is the case, Kazuma Junrin did not hesitate, and the movements on his hands were fast, and he instantly froze. Fire, the art of the fireball. He decided to set fire to test it first. A large fireball of several meters in the air went straight towards the three generations. Along the way, the air burned red, and the temperature rose sharply. Looking at the power of this ninjutsu, the eyes of the three generations lit up, and sure enough, as the information said, the attainment of Huajun exceeded that of ordinary people. However, he did not dodge at all, and saw that the three generations of Ape's Flying Sun slashes were also immediately sealed. Water escape, water dragon bomb. The third generation is worthy of being a ninjutsu professor, and he is proficient in these ninjutsu and very powerful. I saw a giant water dragon that appeared out of thin air, roared at the sky, and then rushed straight towards the How fireball. Rumble. The collision of the two ninjutsu of water and fire resounded a huge movement, and the impact erupted in an instant, causing a big pit to appear on the ground. Then, scorching moisture rose from the air while the volume of the How fireball is shrinking, and the water dragon is constantly being worn out, and by the end, both ninjutsu were completely cancelled out. Looking at this scene, Kazuma Junrin's eyes flashed a trace of essence, and at the same time immediately took action. Swish! As soon as his left hand stretched out, he instantly sealed the seal with one hand, and immediately two shadow doppelgangers appeared beside the Quasi person. Seeing the one-handed sealing speed of the Quasi person, a flash of light flashed in the eyes of the Ape Flying Sun. Boom! Boom! And at this time, the Junjin Kazuma had already attacked. Shout! 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 Three shurikens appeared first to break through the air beside the three generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, blocking his movements in a pin zigzag. The third generation also did not hesitate, and suddenly three metal collisions sounded, with a little spark, only to see him pull out the kunao and shoot down the shuriken in an instant. However, just in an instant, the figure of Kazuma Quasi-man had already appeared beside him, one left and one right, and attacked the three generations at the same time. Call! Boom! The Quasi person on the left kicked over and was blocked by the three generations with the arm guards on their hands, but the third generation's body was almost shaken, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. What a strong force! He said secretly in his heart. At the same time, the Quasi person on the right also attacked the past, but was blocked by the three generations of concentrated spirits with Kuwu, and at the same time kicked his right leg horizontally. Boom! Bang! Call! The two shadow doppelgangers of Kazuma Quasi people immediately fought with the three generations. I have to admire that the three generations of combat skills are very superb, and they actually resisted the attack of the Quasi people of Kazuma. In fact, Ape Flying Sun Chopper is also a little difficult at the moment. He didn't expect that the quasi-human physical skills were so strong. He felt that he couldn't cope with it quickly just when he felt that he couldn't hold on and wanted to use ninjutsu to force back Kazuma Junrin. His eyes froze and looked at the ground. The 3 generations of intuition were indeed sharp and jumped up without hesitation. Swish! When he was already some distance away, he saw the true body of Kazuma Junrin slowly emerging from the ground. The 2 shadow doppelgangers are responsible for entanglement of the opponent, and then wait for the opportunity to move in the real body, which is a simple and effective way. Ape Flying Sun nodded and said. Then he didn't hesitate and instantly threw 3 shurikens at Kazuma Junrin, and before it was finished, he only saw him seal again Shuriken Shadow Doppelganger art. Yikes! In an instant, the 3 shurikens in the air turned into thousands of them, forming a heavenly and earth-like sword array towards Kazuma Junrin. Looking at this move, Kazuma Junrin does not dare to despise it. You must know that this is 3 generations of self-created A-level ninjutsu, dividing a shuriken into tens of thousands through the principle of shadow avatars, which belongs to the combination of ninja tools and ninjutsu. Moreover, the shadow avatar of this substance is more difficult than the ordinary shadow avatar, without any preparation in advance, and each shadow avatar is an entity, that is, each shuriken has extremely lethal power. Tu Dun, Tu Liu Wall. Kazuma Junrin directly cast the Earth Defense. Rumble. The sword array of the heaven and earth net attacked down, a huge sound sounded, and the power of ninjutsu caused the earth flow wall to directly crack several cracks. Some of the shurikens pierced the wall of the earth stream and shot at the ground behind him. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground also cracked, and a burst of stones splashed. Kazuma Junrin frowned and applied a layer of earth ninjutsu again, before finally resisting this attack. Countless earth and rock shells came directly, and they didn't want to passively defend anymore. Bang! Kazuma Junrin can only dodge first. Rumble. Rumble. Those dirt shells hit the ground, really no different from gunpowder shells. A series of huge sounds sounded, the ground shook, and a layer of dust suddenly filled the top of the training ground. The 2 shadow doppelgangers have been affected, only the true body of the quasi-human remains, and when the quasi-person wants to retreat, but at this time, a pair of hands stretched out from the ground under the feet of the 3 generations and instantly grabbed him, the art of beheading in Tu Dun's heart. When the quasi-man didn't have time to react, he was immediately pulled into the ground. Looking at Kazuma Junrin, who only had his head exposed, the 3rd generation slowly exhaled. Whew! It's finally over. It feels like it's only been fighting for so long, and it's already a little overwhelming. Yes, however, the quasi-person Kazuma on the ground said in a flat tone. What? 3 generations of one shock, followed by pupil shrinkage. I saw that under the gaze of the 3 generations, the Kazuma Quasi-man who showed a head slowly turned into a pile of dirt like dolls. Earth Doppelganger. A ninjutsu surged from the heart of the 3 generations, but when was it used? The 3 generations of the Quasi-person did not notice this action. Suddenly, a kunai was placed on the neck of the 3 generations, and the figure of the Quasi-person of Kazuma appeared behind the 3 generations of Hokage. It's over, 3 generations of adults. Hearing the Quasi-person's words, the 3 generations could have broken free, but I don't know why, but they smiled and put away the action. Very powerful. Not only the power of self-body skills and ninjutsu is extraordinary, but also the response to the opponent's ninjutsu attacks and the grasp of the timing of battle. You have demonstrated the talent beyond ordinary ninjas. The 3 generations said in admiration to the Junjin of Kazuma. 3 generations of adults have accepted. Kazuma Junrin also put away his movements, said modestly, and then saluted the 3 generations and made a seal of reconciliation together. Alas, old age, the future belongs to you young people. The 3rd generation shook his head and said with emotion. At the same time, he said to Kazuma Junto that his upper ninja test passed perfectly. Then let Kazuma Junrin go back first, and there will be a notice of his promotion in a few days. Junto Kazuma left the practice field. Of course he knew that not all the strength of the 3 generations just now, but he himself was the same. Many things could not be used, only the power of ninjutsu and the level of some physical skills were shown. But this alone is enough. After all, the strength he has shown can already defeat Shangnan. This ninja assessment does not look like a simple assessment at all, but like the 3 generations want to know the strength of Quasi people? Although in the end, what the 3 generations got may still be a mystery. And after the Quasi-person left, the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun Chopper stood on the training ground full of potholes and devastation, and sighed. He really couldn't estimate how much strength the Quasi-person still retained, but the level he showed was already beyond the level of some superior patience. This is genius, the 3 generations also sighed. Then back at the Hokage building, he gave an order, informed the 2 advisors to come. Yes, immediately, someone went to report. When Mito Minion and Kohara came over, the 3rd generation actually saw a person, Shinura Danzo. Ape Fei, what did you call us over? Mito looked at the Ape Flying Sun, and just asked. Tuan Zhang, why are you here? Didn't I say that you can't be here again without orders? Instead of answering Mito's words, the 3 generations asked Danzo. It turned out that because of something a few years ago, Sande still ordered to strip Tenzo of some of his powers and restrict some of his activities. Tuanzang snorted coldly and did not answer. Next to Mito Minion, Kohara said, okay, we called Danzo, if you have something to discuss together. Hearing this, the three generations also frowned, but they didn't say anything more. Seeing the three generations take a step back, Mito they breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that you actually want to raise a civilian to the level of Shangnan. Seeing that the three generations did not pursue themselves, Tuanzang directly said one thing, and this matter is the purpose of the three generations calling them over. Ape Fei, is this true? Mito Minion and Koharu also spoke. A heated argument ensued. He is just a civilian, let him advance to the upper endowment. I am afraid that many people will not obey. Why waste this place? He is now a special shinobi, and it is already the kindness of the village to him. Tuanzang said coldly. Civilians are also part of Konoha, and Quasai people are geniuses comparable to the fourth generation. The three generations are also a little annoyed. But Mito Minion and Koharu also have some support for Danzo. After all, Kami Shinobu can participate in the decision-making of the village, and these people want to give it to their own people. Okay, I'm Hokage, there's no discussion about this. Rarely, the three generations said very resolutely, the tone could not be refuted, and his eyes stared directly at them, and the momentum on his body was majestic. Being stared at by such three generations, Mito Minion, Koharu, and Shimura Danzo seemed to see the ape flying sun chop when they were young. Mito Minion and Koharu, who don't want to fall out with the three generations, just changed their attitude. Forget it, let him be promoted. Anyway, is it a superior ninja qualification? It can also be regarded as an increase in strength for the village. The next day, Junto Kazuma was called by the third generation to the Hokage's office and officially gave a notice. Starting today, Junto Kazuma is officially promoted to Konoha Murakami Shinobu. Mayo introduced Junjin Kazuma to some of the ninjas in front of him. These ninjas were all upper or special shinobi of the village, and when they heard the news, many of them looked at Kazuma Junto with shocked eyes. Black hair hanging down to his ears, a ninja brace on his forehead, a standard Konoha ninja outfit, but behind him he wore an extra imperial robes than others. With that handsome face, he looked even more heroic. The ninjas kept looking at Junjin Kazuma. It seems that you have heard of this name, some ninjas secretly said in their hearts. Because after graduating early, the Quasai person spent most of his time in the dark department, and in the eyes of the villagers, it was as if the 970 disappeared, so these ninjas in the village just felt that they had vaguely heard the Quasai person's name, but they didn't know him. It's so powerful, this kid looks like he's only in his 15s or 16 years old, and he's already a Shangnan. Many people secretly exclaimed that the Quasai person became a superior shinobi at such a young age. What, 15 or 16 years old? He is only 12 years old, okay? Some people remembered who this person really was, and said one after another, oh my god, so young. Just like Kakashi back then. This, another genius. Knowing the age of the Quasai person, the eyes of this group of people were even more shocked. Junto Kazuma looked calmly at these upper and special shinobi in front of him, and there were also some familiar faces from the original work. Seniors, please give more advice in the future. With a smile on his face, Kazuma said modestly. Of course, the others did not dare to raise it, and responded with a smile. After all, Kazuma Junrin can become a shinobi at such a young age, and it seems that he is still valued by three generations, and such a person has a great future. Kazuma Junrin glanced at the ninjas present and found that among these people, Quasai people were only familiar with Kakashi, so after the introduction of the three generations, the Quasai man was standing next to Kakashi. Captain Kakashi. Junto Kazuma greeted Kakashi with a smile. After exiting the Dark Division, Kakashi Kiki is dressed up like the original, with long white hair, a black mask, his left eye is blocked by a forehead guard, he wears a black tight-fitting combat uniform, the outside is matched with green upper ninja chain armor, and his shoulders and back are tattooed with the red logo of the Uzumaki family. He was not much surprised that the Quasai person of Kazuma was promoted to the rank of superior ninja, and now he watched the Quasai person walk to the side. He also nodded and said, call me Kakashi now, after all, in our current situation, you don't need to call me captain anymore. Junto Kazuma nodded and didn't say anything more. After greeting the Quasai person, Kakashi maintained that lazy look and naturally took out a book from the ninja bag. Silently watched. Intimate Heaven. The Quasai person glanced at the book in Kakashi's hand slightly, his eyes became surprised, and found that Kakashi was really reading the Intimate Heaven written by Jiraiya. Why, do you want to see? Kakashi reached over and enthusiastically shared it with the prospective person. Nope. Junto Kazuma gave a dry laugh or two and refused. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, with so many people, he is also embarrassed. The three generations are still talking, but most of them are scene words, and there is no substantive content. Quasai people, these upper shinobi, also stood there quietly and listened. Suddenly, the Quasai person felt that someone next to him was looking at him, and his eyes looked over. I saw a beautiful female ninja with curly black hair and red eyes, sunset red. A name flashed in the Quasi-man's heart, and he nodded at her at the same time. Sunset Hong also nodded with a curious gaze, and then turned his head. Kazuma Junran was slightly surprised. He always felt that there was a very strange meaning in Sunset Red's eyes. "Hey, Quasi-man, call you that?" At this time, an uncle ninja with a beard came to the Quasi-person and talked to the Quasi-person. "Well, you can." Looking at the ninja in front of him, Junto Kazuma nodded and said, "This uncle is the son of the third generation of Naruto Ape Hibiki, Sarutobi Asuma." At the same time, the Quasi-person saw Asuma's peeking eyes at the sunset, which is why he spoke to himself. Sure enough, Asuma leaned over to the Quasi-person and asked in a low voice, "Do you know Hong Red, that is, Sunset Red?" But they looked at each other. Asuma noticed it, and Kazuma Junran also admired it in his heart. Asuma really cares about the Sunset Red. "I don't know," Junto Kazuma answered honestly, although the Sunset Red is beautiful in him. He also wanted to get acquainted, but it's a pity that for so many years, he really hasn't dealt with Sunset Hong. "Yes," Sarutobi Asuma muttered, his tone visibly relaxed. "Really, Asuma, do you need to be nervous like this?" On the side, Kakashi didn't know when he had put away his book and was eavesdropping on Asuma and Junto Kazuma with his ears up. Asuma was silent, and at the same time glanced at Sunset Hong, and found that she didn't care, and felt relieved but a little disappointed. Junran Kazuma watched from the side, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked and shook his head and chuckled. Afraid of Asuma's mind, it is basically Sima Zhao's heart, and everyone knows it. "Alright, Quasi-Ren, Kakashi, Asuma, Sunset Red. Wait for others to stay, and the others will disband first." Saname finally ended his speech, leaving a group of ninjas, and then let the rest of the upper ninja disperse. "Old man, what happened to leaving us behind?" Sarutobi Asuma looked at the familiar people present, and asked directly to the three generations. No hurry for his son. There is no way for 3 generations. After all, in order to be one of the Guardian Shinobi 12 warriors, in order to be angry with himself, he finally figured it out a few years ago and returned to Konoha, but the relationship with the 3 generations is still a little stiff. The 3 generations slowly took out the 4.6 crystal ball and used the technique of telescope. A picture of a classroom at the ninja school slowly appeared above. Looking at the figure above, the 3 generations of Hokage spoke. "A group of students graduated from ninja school this year, and I would like to ask you to be their lead ninja." Shirihong and the others were slightly surprised. You must know that once they graduate, the 3 generations let them lead the team, then these students should not be ordinary. Although Kazuma Junran guessed that this might be the case, but I was still a little stunned when I heard that I had also become a leading teacher. Make no mistake, he really counts the same class as Naruto and the others. In the classroom, Naruto Uzumaki was still looked at by many people in surprise when he walked in, but Naruto Uzumaki didn't care at all, and walked all the way over and said hello to Shikamaru lying on the table. Shikamaru heard Naruto's voice, and then saw Naruto Uzumaki standing in front of him. He was also surprised, raised his head slightly and asked, "Naruto, this seems to be a graduate briefing, what are you doing?" And Naruto Uzumaki listened, and moved the forehead guard on his forehead as if showing off, "Look, I'm already a ninja now." Shikamaru raised his eyes again, and sure enough saw the Konoha ninja brace on Naruto Uzumaki's forehead, although he didn't know what happened, but he wasn't interested in asking about it. With a casual answer, he leaned lazily against the table with his head half propped up again. Naruto Uzumaki was still waiting for Shikamaru to ask about it, but he didn't think that Shikamaru was not interested at all. "Ah, Sakura." Naruto Uzumaki, who wanted to continue saying something, saw a girl walk in, and immediately rushed over. Junjin Kazuma, who was watching through the art of telescopic techniques, saw Naruto's appearance, and sighed, "This is really a falling flower deliberately flowing mercilessly. Is this the person Zuli?" Seeing Naruto Uzumaki in the crystal ball, Asuma and the rest of the shinobu said, "Yes, he is Naruto." The 3rd generation of Hokage also nodded, and said with a smile on his wrinkled face. Junjin Kazuma noticed that Kakashi's eyes next to him seemed to fluctuate a little, and he had been staring at Naruto Uzumaki in the picture, and his feelings had obviously changed. I remembered 4 generations of them, Kazuma guessed. It can make Kakashi Kiki have such a change in feelings, and now I am afraid that this is the only reason. And at this time, a teenager with coldness appeared on the crystal ball. Isn't this the only remaining child of the Uchiha family?" Shangnin looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who appeared on the crystal ball, and they all spoke, and when it came to Uchiha, their faces changed a little. No way, the reputation of the Uchiha family is too loud, even if it is exterminated, but for these upper shinobi, they can still recall the horror of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Sasuke, as everyone said, he is the only remaining clan member of the Uchiha clan, and he is a rare genius, the chief of this batch of graduates. The 3rd generation also took a pipe and said with emotion, "For Uchiha, his mood is also very complicated." Then he introduced several key students in turn, like Hinata, the daughter of the patriarch of the other big family of Konoha, the Hyuga family. The 3 major families known as Inuga Butterfly are Akimichi Dingji of the Akimichi family, Nara Shikamaru of the Nara family, and Yamanaka Ino of the Yamanaka family. Inyazuka teeth of the Inyazuka clan. Junrin Kazuma listened to the sidelines, and muttered in his heart, this is to summarize all the small strong. Then the three generations also said a few excellent students in the present, these are people who have not heard of them. But it's not surprising that this is the real world after all, so it can't really be like the original book with only those three classes of ninjas. You guys are going to be their lead teachers. The three generations divided the students who seemed to have a background and great potential to the upper ninja who remained here. Got it. Yuri and several other shinobi had no objections, and then she looked at the members of her 8th class, Hinata, Inyazukaya, and Shino the oil girl. Although she is satisfied with the talent of her students, she also has some headaches. After all, the children of large families are not easy to bring. 8th Asma had an unlit cigarette in his mouth, looked at his pig-deer butterfly combination, and sighed. And seeing that Xiaoqian they were all assigned to Kakashi and them as in the original book, even those students in the class who were better except Naruto were assigned to several other kami shinobi by the 3rd generation, but he didn't get any students, and Kazuma Junto was a little curious, and when he wanted to ask, 3 generations spoke. As for the Quasai person, the 3 generations of Hokage took a sip of his pipe, pondering and swallowing clouds for a while. You should follow the 7th class first. Considering that Junjin Kazuma was young after all, and he used to perform missions in the Dark Division, he was afraid that he would not get used to a group of newly graduated students, so the 3rd generation was still ready to put Junjin into Kakashi's class and serve as the leader of the team shinobi. Hearing such an arrangement, Kazuma Junrin thought about it and didn't say anything. Kakashi listened, and only looked at it slightly with those eyes that looked like dead fish eyes, and then looked down at his book again. The class division of the students has been planned in the Naruto office, and these upper ninjas have dispersed separately. After all, the ninja school will officially start classing in the afternoon. Of course, before dispersing, the Quasai men saw the wonderful kiss of Sima through the telescopic technique, and the scene really gave Kazuma Quasai people goosebumps. Walking down the street with Kakashi and the others, Sunset Hong suddenly asked, Quasai Renkun, I heard that your illusion attainment is very deep. Hearing Sunset Hong's words, Kazuma Junrin was a little surprised. His illusion is very strong, but not many people know. How does Sunset Red know? Well, so. With a smile on his face, Kazuma Junrin replied modestly. Sunset Hong seemed to be very confident and interested in illusion, and her eyes lit up when she heard the Quasai person's words, and she continued to talk to the Quasai person. It is rare in the village to have a superior ninja who is proficient in illusion, and Kazuma Junrin said that the General Sunset Red is directly unbelievable. After all, according to her friend's words, the Quasai person's illusion is not very strong. 8th Asma was on the side, and he didn't smoke anymore, just watching Kazuma Junrin and Sunset Red talking about illusion so bitterly. You don't want to learn, do you? Kakashi, who was looking at the book, suddenly glanced at Asma and said. The corners of Asma's mouth moved slightly, and Kakashi really said it. He did have the idea of learning illusion. Along the way, I listened to the voices of Kazuma Junrin and Sunset Red, and Asma couldn't plug in if she wanted to. When they finally separated, Sunset Hong said with a smile, be sure to have a discussion when you have the opportunity. Junrin Kazuma also nodded, and then parted with them. Afternoon when the Quasai people converged, it was already nightfall. It really doesn't matter if we go so late, Junto Kazuma asked. I don't need to care. Kakashi waved his hand casually, looking at intimate heaven as he walked. When he heard this, he could only observe a moment of silence for the trio waiting in the classroom. Duh. Walking in the passage of the school, Kazuma Junto also met Irika. Of course he was shocked that Junrin jumped to become a shinobi. When Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi arrived at the door of the classroom, they found that the door had opened slightly. Kazuma Junrin glanced at the top of the door, and saw a very obvious blackboard wipe, and Kakashi naturally saw it, but he didn't say anything, just stuck his head through the crack in the door and looked into the classroom. There was a sudden bang, and then Naruto's loud laughter was heard in the classroom. Haha, the stupid teacher has been recruited. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop, Naruto Uzumaki covered his head and looked at Kakashi with a pained look, while his eyes kept looking at Junjin Kazuma on the side. So say, from today, we will be your leading teachers. Kakashi's words were also finished, just looking at the 3 people of Naruto Uzumaki on the opposite side, and wanted them to introduce themselves. But without waiting for Kakashi to open his mouth, Naruto Uzumaki pointed at the Quasai man and said, doesn't it mean that the teachers who lead the team are all shinobi? How can the Quasai person also be my leading teacher? Stupid, isn't it obvious? Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi glanced at Naruto with that lazy gaze and said lightly, because he is already a shinobi. Junto Kazuma also smiled at Naruto Uzumaki. However, they may not know how big the impact of this sentence was for Naruto and Sasuke. Up, above, Shang Shinobi. Naruto's shocked words were not clear, but he pointed his finger at Junto Kazuma and then widened his eyes. And Sasuke next to him, when he heard these words, his face changed, and he looked at Junrin Kazuma. His teeth were clenched, his palms did not know when they were clenched into fists, and his fingertips were pinched white. How is it possible? He actually became a superior shinobi. Damn it. Uchiha Suzuki's heart was shaken by this news. It was only Sakura, although she was also surprised, but she was much better than Naruto and Suzuki. The expressions of the three people changed. Kazuma, Junto and Kakashi were all looking at it. Naruto and Sakura were okay, purely envious and shocked, and Uchiha Suzuki, that hatred and cold breath, made Kakashi's brows frown slightly, and at the same time remembered what the third generation had said to him. This child's heart is full of hatred. Kakashi, you need to be careful not to let Suzuki go crooked. Okay, you will slowly understand about the Quasi person later, and that's it for the time being. Now introduce yourselves first. Kakashi didn't say anything more, just let the three start introducing themselves. In other words, we know the Quasi people, but teacher, you should introduce yourself first. Naruto Uzumaki withdrew his gaze from the Quasi person and said. This statement was echoed by the other two. And Kazuma Junto witnessed Kakashi's short introduction, Uzumaki Naruto's Hokage declaration, Haruno Sakura's confession, and Uchiha Suzuki's revenge vow. Kakashi listened to the introduction of the three people, and felt that his head was going to grow big, although he had been prepared before, but after taking over the three problem students behind, he found that the leader of the team was sad for his imagination. But fortunately, the 7th class also has a superior shinobu who leads the team. Kakashi thought and looked at Kazuma next to him and said, okay, they're done with the introduction, so can you introduce the would-be as well? Naruto Uzumaki listened, and he also looked at people. Kazuma Quasi-man pondered, that is, said Kazuma Quasi-person, level of forbearance, good at body, forbearance, illusion, many hobbies, dreams. Like Naruto, I hope to become Hokage and bring a new future to the village. After Kazuma Junrin finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face, and under the sunlight behind him, the Quasi-person's smile seemed to be warm. Seeing this scene, Kakashi was slightly distracted, and the Junrin Kazuma with his back to the setting sun actually reminded him of a person at this moment. Hokage, Kakashi muttered inwardly. Well, alas, Naruto Uzumaki just jumped up suddenly and shouted. The Quasi people and others were taken aback by him. Bastard Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura, who was a little distracted by the appearance of the Quasi person, was frightened and roared at Naruto as if her head was about to burst into flames. Ha! Sakura, Naruto Uzumaki explained to Sakura with a dry smile, and then said with a look of agreement to the Quasi person, good Quasi person, then from now on, you will be my official opponent of Uzumaki Naruto. Let's see who can be Hokage in the end. Haha, as he spoke, he laughed out loud to himself. Stupid. Suzuki Uchiha next to him, glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, and whispered in his mouth, did you say something? Naruto Uzumaki leaned over suspiciously and asked. I said you're a crane tail, and you still want to be a Hokage? You better work hard to improve your strength first, damn it, Suzuki, you guy. Naruto, you give me a stay away from Suzuki. Kakashi looked at the three people who were making a fuss in front of him and sighed. Left a pit man words, tomorrow morning, the exercise site will be assembled. He also specifically said to get up early and not eat breakfast. Then he left with Junto Kazuma. Kakashi, what are you going to do tomorrow? Walking on the road, Kazuma Junrin just asked. For the Quasi-man, Kakashi was not prepared to hide it, and said his plans for tomorrow, especially what he said to make them understand the importance of companionship. Junto Kazuma nodded, and then parted with Kakashi at the intersection. Oh, by the way, Kakashi's voice came at this time, you can have a little tomorrow, let's go by for breakfast. The Quasi person heard a completely different instruction from Naruto Uzumaki. I see. Nodding in reply, the Quasi person left slowly. Kakashi, who remained in place, looked at the back of the Quasi-man. Thanks to the Quasi-ren's imperial god robe on the outside of his clothes, at this moment, Kakashi felt that the Quasi-man was incomparably similar to the 4th generation. The next day, under Naruto Uzumaki's eager gaze, the Quasi-man and Kakashi arrived belatedly. Damn it, you two are so late. Naruto just crusade directly. Kakashi chuckled and let the matter go by, then told them that they could only officially become shinobi if they passed his test, otherwise they would have to go back to the ninja school. So on the side, the Quasi-man witnessed a survival drill with his own eyes. Seeing their performance as in the original, the Quasi-person sighed. Seriously, Naruto's performance of the three is really poor. According to the standards of Quasi people in the dark part, if they go on a mission in such a combination, they will die without knowing how they died. Luckily, in the end, Kakashi gave them a chance to let the three pass. So he joined the Junjin Kazuma, and the 7th class of 5 people was officially established today. After the establishment of the 7th class, the next day began to carry out the mission. When he took over the task, Naruto Uzumaki was still very happy and looking forward to showing his skills. But when he saw that the task was required to help a villager weed, his face immediately collapsed. What, you want us to do these things? Naruto Uzumaki saw a large field of weeds in front of him and roared loudly, we are ninjas, ninjas, is there nothing else to do? Kakashi and the Quasi-man heard this on the side, looked at each other, and both secretly said, sure enough, it is Naruto who will save. While Naruto Uzumaki was still muttering, Kakashi just spoke. Naruto, do you know what the first rule of ninja is? Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to fall into deep thought, then scratched his head and asked with a dry smile, then, what is that? Sakura and Sasuke both twitched their mouths. Kakashi also sighed, these ninja schools should all learn. Ha! Naruto Uzumaki pinched his chin, followed by a burst of laughter. Haha, how am I not impressed? Haha, stupid, that's because you always sleep in class. Haruno Sakura couldn't help it and yelled at Naruto. Looking at this scene, the corners of Kazuma Junto's mouth hooked slightly. It's worthy of Naruto. Secretly said in his heart, the Quasai person felt that the atmosphere of the 7th class was all driven by Naruto, and he contracted all the jokes of the 7th class. Naruto remembered the first rule of the ninja code. At this time, Kazuma Junto also spoke and said to Naruto. When Naruto looked over, the Quasai man confided word by word, that is, guarantee, certificate, completion, appointment, duty. The Quasai person is right, as long as a ninja accepts this task, then he must complete it. Kakashi also said to Naruto Uzumaki. Got it, Uzumaki, Naruto muttered as he walked towards the overgrown area. Isn't it just for me to pull out the grass, and even say so many big truths? Whether he understood it or not, anyway, the purpose of the Quasai man and Kakashi was achieved, and the 7th shift began to carry out the pulling mission. The sun slowly sets from the middle of the sky to the west. Naruto Uzumaki had already completed 2/3 of the task. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki, who was already tired and sweaty, straightened his waist and loosened his muscles, and then he saw the two people leisurely drinking tea next to him. Immediately he roared, what, Quasai people, why can you and Kakashi-sensei rest on the sidelines? Uchiha Sasuke raised his head and glanced at it, just snorted coldly, then wiped the sweat on his forehead and continued to fight with Kusa. And Sakura, because she needed to maintain her ladylike image in front of Sasuke, was quietly doing the task, but her heart was roaring happily. Well said, Naruto. While Kakashi and the Quasai people were still drinking tea and talking, Kakashi replied to Naruto, the main task of our team is to ensure that there is not much danger when you are on a mission, and we only need to supervise you on the side. And Kazuma Junrin reminded flatly, Naruto, if you don't hurry, the sky will be dark, abominable. Naruto pouted. Although the three of them were unhappy, there was no way but to continue to pull the grass desperately. Finally, before the sun completely set, the D-class mission was completed. Very good, continue to gather at that place tomorrow. After saying these words, Kakashi was all of a sudden, and disappeared in an instant. That's awesome. Seeing that Kakashi disappeared all of a sudden, Naruto Uzumaki and the others lit up their eyes and said with admiration. When Kazuma Junrin saw them like this, he introduced the teleportation technique, a basic ninjutsu that belongs to the D-level as the three-body technique, but due to its particularity, generally only the middle or upper ninja will be proficient in learning and using. They explained to Naruto, and then the Quasai man disappeared in an instant. The three people left there with wide eyes. In the following days, the 7th class has been doing these trivial D-level tasks, whether it is helping the daimyo's wife find lost cats, or helping the people in the village weed, planting seedlings, or helping the grandmother fetch water and take care of the children. These are all transitions that shinobi must go through, because having just graduated from ninja school, they need time to adapt and familiarize themselves with ninja life, and they need to gain experience from these low-level tasks in order to grow. Since every day is a simple task, Kazuma Junto sometimes sends a shadow avatar to replace him and do other things like training or something else. Kakashi noticed it and didn't say anything, because he often did it himself. Poor Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno didn't know that most of the time, Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi, who were standing by and watching them, turned out to be shadow doppelgangers. And after half a month of such time, Naruto Uzumaki finally couldn't bear it. On this day, the weather was clear and sunny. The members of the 7th class came to the Hokage office again with the daimyo's cat in their arms. The handover of D-level tasks has been completed, and the 3rd generation means that the 7th class will be given another D-level task. Don't, I've had enough. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's frantic refusal, Kazuma Junto secretly said in his heart, it's almost time. Okay, I'll give you the 7th class a guard mission. This time, the 3 generations were surprisingly good at talking, and when they heard Naruto's refusal to D-class tasks, they immediately agreed to change them to a C-class. Great! Naruto Uzumaki was happy, and Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno were also relieved. They didn't want to do a D-class mission either. I don't know, it is impossible for the 3rd generation to let the 7th class continue to perform such a task. After all, there are 2 of them Shanin, so it is too wasteful. Please come in, Mayo said to the door on the other side. Then in the eyes of Kazuma Junrin, a drunken middle-aged uncle wearing glasses and carrying a wine bottle walked in. Dasna, the master of bridge building in the Land of Waves. Looking at him, Kazuma Junrin knew in his heart that the plot of the Land of Waves had begun. Then, let's go and prepare. Kakashi and the Quasai man spoke to the 3 generations of Hokage. Wait, Quasai man, Kakashi. The 3 generations finally stopped the Quasai people. What's going on? Junjin Kazuma asked softly. There were only 3 of them left here, and the 3 generations of Hokage said, Naruto, this is the first time he walked out of the village, originally because of his identity. Many people actually disagreed, so, this time you two are going to watch Naruto. Hearing the words of the 3 generations, both Kazuma Jun and Kakashi understood what it meant and nodded. And when the Quasi people were about to go out on a mission, a place in Konoha, Danzo also received this information. Snorted coldly, Sarutobi, do you think Kazuma Junjin will become another 4th generation? Phew. In front of the gate of Konoha, after greeting the 2 ninjas guarding the gate, Jun Kazuma and Kakashi set out on their way to the land of waves. Go, 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 Naruto Uzumaki shouted with excitement, waving his hands. Sakura next to her couldn't help but complain, why are you so excited? Haha, because this is the first time I've left the village. Naruto Uzumaki just replied with a smile. At this time, the Dazna pointed at Naruto and said with a suspicious look, I said, is this kid really a ninja in your village? I feel very unreliable, whether he can do it or not. Hearing this, Naruto, who was elated in front of him, instantly stiffened, and turned around and wanted to strangle this hateful old man. Mr. Dazna, rest assured, since you chose Konoha, you should trust our strength. At this time, Kazuma Junrin looked at Dazna, a flash of essence in his eyes, and spoke. After being glanced at by the Quasi-person's gaze, Dazna didn't know why he felt a flustered moment, as if his thoughts had been seen through by the young ninja. Don't worry, we have 2 shinobi with us. Kakashi thought that Dazna was still a little worried, but said comfortingly. 2. Datsuna listened and looked at it suspiciously. Except for Kakashi, didn't the 3 imps in front say that they were just graduates? And an upper shinobi? Dazna suddenly saw the Quasi-person in Kazuma in front, and his pupils shrank. Wouldn't it? Kakashi nodded and said, although the Quasi-man is young, he is a genius of our Konoha, and he was already a shinobu not long ago. Hearing Kakashi's words, Datsuna swallowed his saliva and suppressed his shock, while a glimmer of hope surged in his heart, since there were 2 kami shinobi here. Then he is at least safe on the way home. The Land of Waves is a small island nation around the Land of Fire, and to reach it from Konoha village requires passing through a large area of the Land of Fire. The terrain of the Land of Fire is mountainous and forested, and you can see many thick trees along the way. Since it is a guardian mission, Dazna is an ordinary person, so the speed of the Quasi people is very slow. After walking for a long time, I don't know the specific time, anyway, I can't see Konoha village anymore. At this time, a pool of stagnant water appeared on the side of the road not far ahead, which seemed to reflect light in the sun. Kazuma Junrin glanced at the stagnant water on the ground, ignored it, and walked straight over. Kakashi in the back also glanced at it, and also walked forward quietly. When Kazuma Junrin and their group had just walked over, the surface of the stagnant water seemed to ripple, and then 2 strangely dressed ninjas appeared from the water. There are actually 5 ninjas. The 2 who originally thought that it would be the 4 Konoha ninjas looked at each other, but decided to make a move. Without the slightest hesitation, they attacked directly towards Kimo Kakashi. After all, Kakashi was the teacher who led the team, and his strength was the strongest. Kill him first, and then the group of imps behind will slowly clean up. Swish! In an instant, 2 chains of weapons with sharp teeth wrapped around Kakashi's body. Ugh! The situation was very sudden, and Naruto Uzumaki and the other 3 were not prepared in the slightest and exclaimed, Hey, the first one. Only a low sneer was heard, and then the 2 ninjas wearing breathing masks with weird gloves on their hands pulled the chains, burst. Suddenly, Kakashi's body was like a piece of paper, torn and shredded, and red blood splashed out. This picture seemed to be frozen in the eyes of the 3 Uzumaki Naruto. Their pupils reflected the bright red blood. Uzumaki Naruto's body trembled slightly, and the expression on his face was frozen. How could it be? Teacher Harano Sakura's hand covered her mouth, and her eyes also flashed with fear. At this moment, the air seemed to stop circulating, quiet and terrifying. Next, those 2 ninjas did not show mercy, and with a fierce light in their eyes, they actually attacked Kazuma Junrin. Be careful. Uchiha Sasuke drank low at this time, and at the same time quickly drew his shuriken in his hand and threw it hard. Swish! A series of shurikens instantly pierced the air and struck towards the 2 ninjas on the opposite side. Don't get in the way. The heavy gloved hands of the 2 ninjas shook, and a chain swung into the air, blocking Sasuke's shuriken. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of metal impact sounded, and even a burst of sparks, and at this time, the figures of the 2 ninjas had already appeared beside the Junjin Kazuma. One left and one right clamped the Quasi-person. The chain is already about to wrap around the Quasi-person's body. Hey, the second one. The 2 let out a low sinister laugh. Ugh! Sakura couldn't help but let out a scream in her mouth, because the Quasi-man was the second in the team to endure. If he was also killed by the enemy, then what would they do? Uchiha Sasuke let out a low sigh, kicked the ground under his feet, and rushed over, and at this moment, Naruto's pupils were constricted, his whole body was still trembling unconsciously, and his mind seemed to be blank, just thinking back to the terrifying death picture. jumping out from two ninjas, killing Kakashi, and then blocking Suzuki's shuriken and reappearing beside the junior. All this happened almost in an instant. The two ninjas pulled the chains on their hands and prepared to kill the would-be like Kakashi. But at this time, I said, "You too, do you want to die?" A word sounded from the ears of the two. What? The sweat hairs of the two ninjas instantly exploded, their pupils suddenly contracted, and a coldness rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. I only saw the side of the two people, and a quasi-human figure appeared in each of them, looking at them expressionlessly, and the person in the middle who was being entangled in the chains of two people did not know when it had turned into a log. Not good. The two ninjas wanted to dodge, but the two quasi-humans moved so fast that they couldn't react at all. Knees hit their abdomen, and the huge force knocked them flying. Burst. Open your mouth and directly spew out a mouthful of blood, and that severe pain hit, so that they couldn't help but want to scream, but without waiting for them to make a sound, the quasi-person directly smashed a knife in the back of their heads. Rumble. Suddenly, the two people fell directly unconscious and smashed on the ground, and the ground shook slightly. Really? Clapping his hands, the two quasi-people turned into a puff of smoke with a bang. Then two figures walked out from the side. These two ninjas, quasi-people know who they are from the time they found the stagnant water on the road. They are the rebel ninja of the mist, the Ghost Brothers. According to the original book, these two good should be doing things under the hands who are no longer chopped, and now they should be coming to Dazna. However, they were unlucky. After killing Kakashi, they actually chose the quasi-person as the second target. Kakashi-sensei, Quasi-man, why are you there? Sakura said in surprise when she saw Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi. Then she looked at Kakashi's body before and saw that it had turned into small pieces of broken wood. Avatar. Uchiha Suzuki's eyes froze, and he secretly said in his heart. It turned out that Kakashi had recognized the Oni brothers' trick in the first place, just to confirm something and pretend to be killed by them. Haha, sorry, Sakura, for worrying you. Kakashi looked at Sakura, touched his head, and spoke. Then he praised Suzuki. Uchiha, Suzuki, you just did a great job. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki's body finally stopped trembling, and his eyes looked blankly towards the Quasi people. Naruto, are you all right? Kakashi asked, looking at Naruto. It's okay. Naruto Uzumaki opened his mouth and stammered. Sorry, you probably frightened just now, but I really didn't expect that you would be so frightened that you couldn't move. Kakashi said lightly. Swish. Kakashi's words entered Naruto Uzumaki's ears, making his body shake, and the phrase, "you can't even move," was like 1,000 pounds of hammer, instantly shattering his heart. Because of the Quasi-man shot, Naruto Uzumaki was not injured, but Kakashi's words still greatly touched Naruto. Naruto's mouth was speechless, and then he looked at Uchiha Suzuki on the side, and he found that Suzuki's face was calm, and he didn't see a little fear. Could it be? Isn't he afraid? Naruto's heart seemed to be clenched now, and he swallowed. And feeling Naruto's gaze, Suzuki also looked over. Are you all right, coward? Suzuki's flat tone, but it seemed to be a lead, completely igniting Naruto Uzumaki. At the same time, the Quasi-man has woken up the ghost brother who was seriously injured and unconscious. Hey, you guys are Misty rebels, right? Kazuma Junrin looked at the forehead guard on the ninja brother's head and said with certainty. Ahem. Ahem. The ghost brothers were all coughing, and blood was dripping from their mouths, but they were very hard, snorted coldly, and stared at Kazuma Junrin with a cold light in their eyes, and then they didn't say a word. Dazna stood silently to the side at the moment, as if to attract the attention of others. However, Junto Kazuma would not ignore him, turned his head to look at Dazna, and said, Mr. Dazna, should you say something? What do you say? I don't understand. Cold sweat slipped down Dazna's forehead, and he asked incomprehensibly. And Kakashi also spoke, Mr. Dazna, I remember that your commission is C-class. Dazna was silent, but the sweat on his forehead seemed to be more, and he looked very nervous. Kakashi, on the other hand, didn't care and continued at sea-level mission. It stands to reason that we only need to deal with some mafia or bandits, and no ninjas will appear during the mission, and when it comes to ninjas, such tasks are generally classified as B-level or even higher. Although I don't know what difficulties you have, but you hide it like this makes us very embarrassed. Kakashi's words fell, and Dazna's face changed, a little pale. And Sakura was also saying something like that, going back. It seemed to be the last straw that crushed Dazna's heart, and he finally sighed and told the truth. After listening to Dazna's words, Kakashi was very entangled. However, Kazuma Junrin had known for a long time, so his expression did not change. Do you want to give up the mission and go back? Kakashi was still thinking. And at this time, Naruto Uzumaki's voice came, no, can't go back like this. Hearing his words, Jun Kazuma and Kakashi and the others all looked over, and then, Uchiha Suzuki's eyes flashed with a hint of shock, and Haruno Sakura exclaimed with an they see. Naruto Uzumaki took out a kunao and stabbed it hard at the back of his hand, burst. Suddenly blood splattered, and the severe pain made Naruto's face change, and large beads of sweat appeared on his face. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura called out directly. Kazuma's eyes were also frozen. he didn't expect that without the injury, Naruto still did this. I saw Naruto Uzumaki gritting his teeth and looking resolutely at Quasato, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, and said, Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say that the first rule of the ninja code is to complete the mission? Since we accepted the commission, how can we just give up? Now, I swear with the pain in my left hand that I will definitely protect you, uncle, until the mission is completed. Naruto Uzumaki's words came firmly. Sasuke and Sakura were all a little shocked. They didn't expect Naruto, who had always been the tail of the crane, to show such a bloody scene. Kakashi was also surprised for a moment, but soon, he looked at the Quasi person, who also nodded to him. Getting the Quasi man's opinion, Kakashi just looked at Naruto and said, I see, Naruto, then. The mission continues. Great, Naruto Uzumaki said with some excitement. Kazuma Junrin shook his head, walked over, and said in shock, Naruto, if your wound is not healed, you will bleed to death. Ah, don't. I don't want to die here. Hearing Kazuma Junjin's words, Naruto Uzumaki roared in horror. Don't worry. Kazuma Junto's hand stretched out, and then a green chakra appeared. This is, Kakashi saw this scene, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes. Kakashi-sensei, the Quasi person is using this. It should be medical ninjutsu. Sakura saw the green chakra in the prospective hand, a thought flashed in her eyes, and then asked Kakashi. Kakashi also responded. Sasuke, on the other hand, snorted coldly. Damn, how many more things will this guy have? The closer he got to Kazuma Junrin, the more he felt that this person was unfathomable. And at this moment, the Quasi person who was about to treat Naruto Uzumaki found that the wound on Naruto's hand was slowly healing. The nine tails, the word flashed in my mind. It won't be long before this wound heals on its own. Quasi people already knew about this result, but in order to make Naruto better faster, his medical ninjutsu was still used. In an instant, Naruto felt a chill coming from the wound on his hand, and then waited for him to look and found that there was not a trace of injury on the back of his hand. And when the prospective people decided to continue the mission, in one place, there was a ninja holding a huge sword in his hand, and he also heard the news of the failure of the mission. Yes, the Ghost Brothers have failed. However, hearing this news, the ninja didn't seem to care, and just said it coldly. Then, a fierce light seemed to flash in his eyes. In this way, I still have to go out myself. At this moment, Junto Kazuma and Kakashi were already ready to continue their departure. After all, the road is far away, so you still have to hurry up. What do they do? Looking at the Ghost Brothers tied to the tree, Naruto Uzumaki asked. Junto Kazuma listened and looked at Kakashi. Kill, Kakashi commanded to Naruto. Kill, kill. Hearing this, the three people were physically shocked. Just graduated from ninja school, all three of them have never killed anyone. Ninjas are meant to go through this step, and this is your first lesson in truly stepping into the ninja world, Kakashi just said. Ninjas are a profession that bleeds from the tip of a knife and assassinates each other, and killing people is an essential lesson for Naruto. These two people are the traitors of Wien Village, and I don't know how many things they have done that hurt heaven and reason. So it's a dead remnant. Kazuma Junto looked at the ghost brother and said lightly. Maybe it was Kakashi's words that touched him, or maybe it was because the words behind the Quasi person had a comfort in the soul. Sasuke just walked out, and the bitterness in his hand was thrown out, burst, directly stabbed to the point, and suddenly died one. I must kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke's body exuded a coldness, and he gritted his teeth and said. Originally, Kakashi thought that the second should be Sakura, who had just performed better than Naruto, but found out that it was Naruto. I only saw Naruto with his eyes closed and kill another ninja with his own hands. Sorry, I swore that I would definitely complete this task, and until then, nothing can stop me. Naruto's words reached the ears of the Quasi people and the others, and they didn't say anything either. Okay, let's go, the Quasi man said lightly. Both he and Kakashi were used to killing. After all, they were both members who came out of the shadows, and there were too many such scenes. The next part of the road seems to be because of the lesson just now. Naruto is a little taciturn, and Sasuke has always been so cold. So the Quasi people are silently rushing. I don't know how long it took, but I finally saw the river. It's almost time to get out of the land of fire. When he saw the huge river, the Quasi man said. How should we get there? Naruto Uzumaki asked, as he seemed to slowly come out of the influence. Don't worry about this, there will be a pick-up us. Hearing the Quasi people's words, Dasna, who was next to him, spoke. At this time, a dark shadow faintly appeared in the distance of the river surrounded by fog, and then slowly approached the shore. He's coming. Dasna showed a hint of a smile and said to the dark shadow that was getting closer and closer in the distance. And when the black shadow appeared in front of him, the Quasi person could see clearly, it was a person approaching in a small boat. When the Quasi people crossed this great river, they were getting closer and closer to the country of Dasna. At this time, Kazuma Junrin noticed that Kakashi had obviously raised his guard a little. If you come again, it won't be those middle ninja, it is likely to be upper ninja walking next to Kakashi. Kazuma Junto heard this. Nodding slightly, the quasi-person showed understanding. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly shot a shuriken to the side. This action startled Sasuke, Uchiha and Sakura, and they all looked over there. Outcome. A gust of wind blew and there was nothing. Stupid, don't throw shuriken. Sakura's eyes were even more fiery, and she roared directly at Naruto in anger. Ha ha, I obviously think there is someone over there. Naruto touched his head and said with a dry smile. It's someone. Just when Kakashi also thought it was Naruto's illusion, the Quasi-Man suddenly spoke. Hearing the Quasi-person's words, everyone was on guard, and Sakura's face even showed a hint of nervousness. Quasi-Man, you're not kidding? Sakura turned her head and asked with a dry smile. But how can Kazuma Junrin joke? When Naruto shot out Kuwu indiscriminately, Kazuma Junrin just opened his perception, within his range of perception, except for the chakra of these people. There is also a ninja with the lowest upper ninja level chakra hiding around. Won't you come out yet? Kazuma Junrin took out a kunao stick in his hand and said in one direction. When the Quasi-Man's words fall, swish, woo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a rotating knife cut through like a windmill. Get down, Kakashi said immediately. And Naruto and the others immediately lay down. The spun large knives seemed to pass above their backs, and then struck towards the Quasi-people of Kazuma. Looking at the roaring big knife, a trace of essence flashed in the eyes of the Quasi-person. With a cold snort, the huge chakra gathered on the Kuwu on his hand, and the azure chakra not only completely covered the Kuwu but even extended upward, showing the sword body of chakra's materialization. What? The figure in the dark was shocked when he saw this scene. To make chakra so substantial, what a huge amount of chakra and exquisite chakra control is required. This is a chakra weapon attachment method that Kazuma Junrin has explored based on the principle of transforming chakra by the sword of Thor, and chakra can be extended with weapons. The chakra sword in his hand waved, his hand instantly hit the attacking big knife. The chakra-shaped sword body collided with the blade body as if it were substance, and there was a collision sound. With a hard throw, the Quasi-person is to hit the big knife back. Whew! Looking at the decapitated knife that was turned back at a faster speed, the ninja dodged slightly. Boom! The big knife cut directly on a big tree, and the sharp blade one was directly embedded in half. At this time, Naruto and they raised their heads in horror and saw a figure standing on the big knife. The man had short black hair, the direction of wearing the forward brace was to the left, and the lower half of his face and neck were wrapped in bandages, and his face could not be seen clearly, but there was a dangerous aura from his body. I'll just say, how did the ghost brother fail? Looking at the uncut who stood on the handle of the big knife and looked down at them, Kazuma Junrin raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy feels good no matter how he looks at it. Are you? At this time, Kakashi also stared at him and did not cut again, and recognized him at once through that costume, and said in a slightly heavy tone, Missed Yin's rebellion, Mamakai will not be cut again. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki rolled up his sleeves and just shouted, okay, look at me, he's going to rush up. But without waiting for Naruto to move, Kakashi stopped him. Don't mess around. Kakashi said to Sasuke and the three of them, this guy is different from the two ninjas in front of him, he is an extremely dangerous character. Hearing what Kakashi said, Naruto swallowed. No, it won't, he just wanted to show a wave, so he gave him a big boss? And Sasuke and Sakura were both staring at the tree with a guarded look. Who the hell is he? Naruto Uzumaki saw that everyone was so nervous, so he asked. Mamakai no longer beheaded. Shangnin, known as the Ghost Man, was once a genius ninja in the mist-hidden village, Junrin Kazuma said from the side. Slowly introduced Naruto to the fact that this guy killed all his classmates in that exam. Naruto Uzumaki and the others listened, and they all showed a look of horror. Haha, I didn't expect you to know me well. So who are you, little ghost? Hearing the Quasi-person's words, he smiled and said, your strength is enough to be registered in my manual. He was curious, who is Junto Kazuma? He had never heard of such a number one. From the reaction just now and the Quasi-person's skill in hitting back the decapitated big knife, it was clear that the Quasi-person was not a simple character. Hearing the words of no more chopping, Kazuma Junrin said lightly, yes, then I think you don't deserve to know my name. Hearing Kazuma Junrin's words, his eyes widened and he revealed a fierce murderous aura. Hee, what an arrogant little ghost. There was a burst of laughter, but everyone could feel the terrifying killing intent contained in it. The momentum of the uncut swept over. This murderous aura is too heavy, at least for Sasuke and Naruto, who have just finished the first lesson of ninjas. It is too terrifying. How so? Naruto Uzumaki clenched his teeth, holding Kuwu's arm trembling slightly. He only felt that under this murderous aura, his whole body seemed to be soaked in ice water, cold chills, and his body was trembling unstoppably. And Sasuke next to him, too, no matter what he wanted to do, he found that he couldn't erase this fear in his mind. This is the strength of Shangnin. It's not against us, it's just the murderous aura that spills out, and it makes me unable to move. Sasuke Uchiha gritted his teeth, and the weapon in his hand trembled slightly. And Sakura couldn't describe the fear in her heart. Don't cut again, what are you doing here? At this time, Kakashi suddenly opened his mouth precisely because of Kakashi's opening, so that the momentum of no more slashing was slightly retracted, and Naruto Uzumaki and they all felt a trace of ease. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet Sharingan Kakashi here. As long as you give me that old man, you can leave. After hearing Kakashi's words, he also withdrew his gaze at Junrin Kazuma, and he seemed to be familiar with Kakashi's information, and looked at Kakashi and said. Kakashi was also looking at him, his whole body tense and ready to fight. Sharingan. Sasuke, who heard Sharingan's eyes, visibly shocked, and his eyes looked at Kakashi's back with some fluctuations. It seems that we can't talk about it. Without saying a word in a cold voice, his body was ready to bend down and hold the decapitation knife. And Kakashi, his right hand was also raised and placed on the forehead of his left eye, and it seemed that he was ready to use the Sharingan. I said, at this time, the voice of Kazuma Junrin came from behind him. When hearing this voice, the pupils of the eyes that were not chopped shrank, and the sweaty hairs on his body exploded, and the strength of the upper patience made him immediately react subconsciously, holding the decapitation knife and instantly turning around and counterattacking. Call! Boom! There was a sound of metal clashing, and the sparks generated by the collision were scattered in the air. The response is fast, Kazuma Junrin said softly in his mouth, although it was only a reminder, but the opponent reacted so quickly, it was worthy of being the person who dared to assassinate the water shadow, and the strength was still a little. But chakra appeared in the right leg, burst out instantly, and flew out with a horizontal kick. Boom! Suddenly, a huge force kicked the chest that was no longer chopped. Under his shocked eyes, he was directly kicked and flew more than 10 meters, poof! Fell into the lake next to it. Looking at this scene, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki both widened their eyes and were shocked in their hearts. They seemed to know now how big the gap between themselves and the Quasi person is. Phew! Kakashi was also a little surprised to see that the Quasi man kicked and flew all at once, but it was more relaxed. Fortunately, we still have Quasi people on the team, Kakashi said secretly in his heart. Kazuma Junrin fell under the tree and looked at the lake in the distance. There were ripples there, and then I saw the figure slowly rising from the lake. Kazuma Junrin looked at it and was not surprised. After all, although the kick was powerful, but the Quasi man did not have the confidence to kick a Sharingan to death at once. Looking at the bloodstains flowing from the corners of his mouth, he knew that he was injured, and it seemed that the kick of the Quasi person did not taste good. He's standing on the water. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the slash on the surface of the water and said in surprise. Kakashi was on the side, shocked that Naruto was now concerned about this issue. Who the hell are you? Mamakai drank in a low voice. The strength of Kazuma Junrin made him feel a huge pressure, and there was also a Kakashi with comparable strength, and he retreated in his heart. Actually, I received a mission 2 years ago to hunt you down. It's just that you seemed to run away when I arrived. Because of this incident, I almost failed my mission. Kazuma Junrin looked at it indifferently and said calmly. Hearing Kazuma Junrin's words, Mamakai's uncut eyes narrowed, and exclaimed, You are Konoha's Dark Knight. No longer exclaimed, his face was a little moved, and his eyes were tightly fixed on Kazuma Junrin, which had emotions such as shock and jealousy. Since he defected to the Misty Hidden Village, he has only had one experience of escaping without a fight. That was 2 years ago, and the whereabouts of Zeiwu Bulletin were exposed, attracting many people to chase and kill, among which the most chased and killed from Wien Village, and the strength of no beheading was also strong, repeatedly getting rid of these chases and killing, and even killing many people. The practice of not beheading was infuriating, and then someone sent the commission of assassination to Konoha. At that time, the reputation of Konoha's Dark Knight had already spread in the ninja world, and the terrifying strength and the rumor that no one could escape the pursuit made all parties very jealous. After all, it was proved for him by countless powerful rebels with their own blood, and no longer heard such a wind, out of some kind of jealousy, also fled before the Quasi person chased and killed, disappeared, until the task client gave up the commission. The heart was really shocked for a long time, and finally calmed the emotions in his heart. You must know that now he is on the opposite side of these guys. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his eyes swept over Kakashi's body and then looked at Junrin Kazuma, and said in a solemn tone unexpectedly, This time not only can I meet Kakashi the Sharingan, but I can also encounter the famous Knight of the Dark Part. Then looking at the young face of the Quasi person, he was even more jealous in his heart. There was indeed a rumor before, saying that the age of the Knight in the Dark Part was very young, and I didn't expect this statement to be true. What is Dark Knight? Behind Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, who was in a defensive stance, heard the word and asked in a low voice with a puzzled face. Sakura and Sasuke next to Naruto were shaking their heads slightly at this time, and they didn't know what this meant. However, looking at the other side's dignified and jealous expression, you know that this title is not simple. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi's words came from the front. The so-called Dark Knight, that is, the Knight of the Dark Part, is the identity code of the Quasi person in the Dark Part. Naruto was not surprised to know what kind of Dark Part the Quasi person had been in there, but Uchiha Sasuke's body was shocked, and his pupils shrank. Dark. The Dark Part. Harano Sakura also opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed. She studied well at the ninja school and knows what this dark part represents. Isn't the dark department a special force that can only be joined by the most elite ninjas in the village? The Quasi person is actually a member of the dark division. Oh my god, Sakura said in surprise. What is there to be surprised by? I have known for a long time. And hearing Sakura's surprise, Naruto just smiled a little proudly. Then he recalled some of the things that the Quasi people had said before, which was to continue to say to Sakura, the Quasi Ren, he joined the dark department when he graduated. This Sakura was even more indescribable, and she couldn't react in her heart. The prospective graduated early. How old was the prospective person at that time? And at this time, Kakashi was also surprised that Naruto knew so much, turned his head, looked at them and said, yes, the Quasi person has graduated as a member of the dark division. But Naruto, how do you know so much? Kakashi glanced at Naruto. And hearing Kakashi-sensei's words, Naruto Uzumaki just said with a grin, haha, I know it all from the conversation between the Quasi person and Iruka-sensei. Looking at Naruto and Kakashi, Sakura opened her mouth to say something. However, the Quasi person was so young at that time, and the dark part was not only in the village. Before Sakura's words were finished, Kakashi seemed to know what she wanted to say, so he interrupted and said seriously, Sakura, I know what you were going to say. Looking at Suzuki, who was silent on the side, Sakura who was shocked, and Naruto, who was smiling but also felt the gap with the Quasi person, Kakashi just said, in this world, there is always no shortage of geniuses, and there will always be some ninjas who are obviously the same age as you, but they are stronger than me. Then Kakashi glanced at the Quasi person Kazuma in front of him, and said with a long sigh, and the Quasi person, it is such a genius. Sakura Haruno was speechless, and from Kakashi-sensei's words, she gained a deep understanding that Quasi people are geniuses different from them. True geniuses who cannot be measured by common sense and never know the limits of the future. And Uchiha Suzuki, who heard Kakashi's words next to him, clenched his fists tightly, his body was trembling slightly, his eyes were full of unwillingness and anger at his strength. Abominable, why can he be so strong? And his teeth clenched fiercely, and Suzuki's heart let out a low roar. At the same time, in his heart, the figure of that man also emerged, and he was also called a genius by people, and that man, Suzuki vowed to kill him with his own hands. And at this moment, after saying that sentence, his left hand was raised straight, and his right hand was fingered in front of his mouth, and he could see the ripples of the lake around him, and the lake seemed to be surged by some force, and it surrounded the surroundings one by one. When Kakashi saw this scene, he hurriedly pulled off his forehead, revealing the scarlet three-hooked jade chakra eye under the scar on his left eye. He actually used so many chakras. Through the observation of the Sharingan, Kakashi can see that chakra is surrounded by uncoped, constantly consuming and merging into the lake. Then slowly the lake water seemed to evaporate, turning into a thick white fog. Ninfa, mist concealment. Don't chop a low snort in your mouth. At the same time, after the ninjutsu was cast, suddenly the entire area was covered in fog. This fog is so thick that you can't see your fingers. Kazuma Junrin raised his eyebrows slightly. He unexpectedly found that under such fog, perception was restricted, and the original 1 kilometer perception range was actually compressed to 500 meters. Is it because of the chakra in this mist? Feeling the chakra in the fog, Kazuma Junrin is the secret passage. But even this range is enough. Under the perception of Quasi people, he stood on the surface of that lake without chopping, motionless. Sensing that he would not move anymore, Kazuma Junrin just chuckled, and as soon as his footsteps moved, he wanted to rush up. Quasi people, don't be impulsive, such a big fog, be careful, Kakashi reminded loudly at this time. Even if he has the Sharingan, he can't see too far away, so he doesn't know where to cut again, but he did see it, and the Quasi man wanted to rush up. Feeling dangerous, Kakashi just stopped it. It's okay, he escaped. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kazuma Junto simply stopped and turned to Kakashi and said, underscore. Yes, no more chopping and escaping. In the perception of Kazuma Quasi people, no more chopping chose to escape after using the mist concealment technique. For this, Kazuma Junrin also did not think of it. Escaped. Hearing the Quasi people's words, Naruto, and they were all a little stunned. That guy with murderous strength and horror actually ran away like this. At this time, the surrounding fog gradually dissipated because it was no longer cut away. When they saw the lake where there were no more figures, Naruto Uzumaki really breathed a sigh of relief. That person said so powerfully, in the face of us is not to run away. Haha, Naruto Uzumaki was slightly silent for a moment, then smiled and said loudly. Uchiha Suzuki and Haruno Sakura did not take Naruto on the side. In the encounter just now, the three of them did not help at all, but may be a burden. Don't you face us and run away. This kind of thing is probably Naruto's kind words. Looking at Naruto's laughter, Dasna, who had been silent in the back, said mercilessly, what are you doing so happily, as if you repelled the enemy? Dasna also said deliberately, I just don't know who was so scared that I still didn't dare to move, and I swore that I would protect me until the mission was completed, but fortunately I didn't believe it. Dasna's real words made Naruto's voice stop abruptly. Abominable old man, you really hate too much. Naruto Uzumaki turned around to rush up and fight to the death with Dasna, but he couldn't act, so he was dragged by Kakashi. Naruto, he's our client, you want to give up the mission? Kakashi sighed and looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who was dragged and kept pedaling his legs to rush up, and said in a helpless tone. Kazuma looked around, then slowly walked back. Seeing this scene is to say, okay, Naruto, let's keep going. The words of the Quasi-Man and Kakashi finally made Naruto stop moving, and he just made this move, and did not really want to do it. After all, Dasna was telling the truth, and even Naruto himself was secretly cursing himself in his heart, and he was once again too scared to move. At the same time, he vowed deep down in his heart, next time, absolutely never again. And at this moment, Momokai finally breathed a sigh of relief after he was far away from Kazuma Junrin. Burst. Suddenly, he just covered his chest and spewed out a mouthful of blood, and the Quasi-person's kick injured him, and then he retreated regardless of the injury, which actually aggravated the injury of the body. Damn, that ninja called Quasi-human, said Zebu, who knew the approximate name of Quasi-Man from the conversation between Naruto and Kakashi, and chanted under his mouth. Who? At this time, it seemed to sense something, and the decapitator immediately held the decapitation knife and swung it behind him instantly. Woo woo woo. The sound of breaking the sky sounded. It's me, don't behead the adults again. However, only a somewhat crisp voice was heard behind him. The eyes that did not cut down shrank and abruptly stopped the action of swinging the knife, and I saw that the decapitation knife stopped in front of a person wearing a mask, and the blade was only about a millimeter away from the person's neck. The sharp edge had already cut through the man's skin, and a trace of blood flowed. It's you, Shiro. No longer decapitating the decapitation knife, he said to the masked man in front of him. Don't behead your lord again, you're injured. Bai did not care about the wound on his neck, but noticed the blood stain at the corner of his mouth, and said in a somewhat changed tone, Ahem. Cough. Bai's words seemed to cause an emotion that was no longer cut, only feeling a pain in his chest, and suddenly coughed, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Bai walked over and helped, only to hear Zebu say in a low tone, this mission, I have encountered a troublesome opponent. Even if you don't cut the adults again, it seems that the people who came from Konoha this time are not simple. Bai knew what to do before he didn't cut again, so he guessed. It's just not simple. One is a copy ninja of Sharing and Kiki Kakashi, a man who is rumored to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. Another. Ahem, no longer covering his chest, he gritted his teeth and said, the other is the knight in the dark part of Konoha, and on the dark side of the ninja world, countless people are afraid of him. Shiro's expression was also a little shocked. That knight in the dark part of Konoha? He who has never been a wanderer, knows the fear and deterrence that this code name brings to some people, and if you count it seriously, there are not a few high-level rebels who died at the hands of this dark department. So what to do? Are we leaving? Shiro just asked and didn't cut again. Opposite Kakashi and Knight, even if they didn't chop and add Shiro, they would not be their opponents. The eyes that were no longer cut contracted, and his expression seemed to be thinking. In the end, he just said, go back first. He had to heal his injuries before deciding whether to leave or not. On the other side, the Quasi people are obviously much faster in their hurry without the interference of no longer chopping. Time passed slowly, and another day or so passed. Finally saw the destination before the sun went down. Not far ahead is my home. Dasna's expression also relaxed a lot at this time, and he said to them with a smile. To be honest, seeing that a Quasi person alone can repel such a powerful enemy, Dasna was very happy in his heart. At the same time, he sighed that the entrusted task he released this time was really worth it, and the sea-level task could be assisted by 2 upper shinobi. It's finally here. After such a long time, Naruto Uzumaki felt that he was about to lie down tired, and now when he heard Dasna's words, he straightened up and regained his spirits. Kazuma Junrin was very relaxed, looking around. The secret path in his heart should be injured if he didn't cut again, and he should not appear again during this time. An underground black market. One person saw a new name appear on the bounty list and jumped to the top of the list. This guy's life turned out to be worth so much. Many people are looking at the list above. The first line of the list, only one name and one line introduction. Junjin Kazuma, 12 years old, Konoha ninja, reward amount ***. Seeing this, countless people are ready to move. And somewhere, there is a person who also saw the bounty order of the Quasi person of Kazuma, but a little ghost. There is such a high bounty? Then he let out a low laugh. Hee. It seems that it is necessary to meet and not cut again. And at the moment, Junto Kazuma is at Dasna's home. Dasna's daughter was grateful and welcomed them warmly when she heard that they had protected their father. Being so warmly received by others, Naruto Uzumaki felt embarrassed, and at the same time a fire surged in his heart. It was the first time he had been taken so seriously by others, and Naruto found in his heart that this feeling was so good. Kakashi-sensei, Quasi-man, do you say that one will come again if you don't cut it? Naruto Uzumaki exuded a fighting spirit, and he asked the perspective and Kakashi. Hearing Naruto's words, Dasna and the others also looked over. Kakashi pinched his masked chin and muttered slightly, the last time he was injured by a Quasi person, he should know that a person is not our opponent. However, with the style of the mist ninja that does not achieve its goal, he will not give up. Kakashi's voice sounded, and everyone else listened carefully, and when they heard the key points, they all nodded, signaling Kakashi to continue his analysis. But at this critical moment, Kakashi suddenly changed his style, spread his hands, and said, "So, actually, I don't know if he'll come." Hearing this, the corners of Kazuma Junran's mouth hooked slightly, and Dasna they just sighed. As for Naruto Uzumaki, they were first stunned, and then jumped up. Naruto Uzumaki called directly, "Kakashi-sensei, after saying so much, doesn't it mean that you didn't say it?" It's just, Sakura was also on Naruto's side, crusade against Kakashi. Although Sasuke Uchiha on the side didn't say anything, he knew from his pouting expression that he also felt that Kakashi's words were nonsense. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them like this, Kakashi just smiled and touched his hair. Haha, yes, he laughed dryly for a couple or two, then his expression changed, he became serious, and said, "Although I really don't know if I will come again if I don't cut it again, I know one thing." Kakashi looked at Sasuke and Naruto and said in a solemn tone, "If he comes next time, it will definitely not be him alone." Junrin Kazuma listened, also nodded, and said, "That's right, it's not an idiot anymore, and it's impossible to come alone knowing that Kakashi and I are here." Kakashi also continued, "So if he comes again, there will definitely be helpers who are not weaker than him." Hearing Kakashi and Junjin's words, Naruto Uzumaki's expression was much heavier. Then Sakura smiled as if she thought of something. "Kakashi-sensei, you help? What if the other party is 3 upper shinobi?" Kakashi shook his head and said as if he was not optimistic. The smile on Sakura's face became reluctant at Kakashi's words. "No, it can't be, it's not completely impossible." The Quasi-man thought for a moment and said, "If you don't kill that Cardo after all, if Cardo spends a lot of money, it's nothing to ask a few more traders." Hearing this, Sakura's face was on the verge of crying. "Then what to do?" she asked hurriedly. And Kakashi at this time, stretched out his finger and pointed at the three of them, and said, "So, it's up to the three of you then." "No kidding, Kakashi-sensei, we are not opponents at all in front of that kind of enemy." Hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura directly retorted emotionally. Naruto Uzumaki was a little silent, not knowing what he was pondering, and Sasuke next to him heard this, gritted his teeth, and clenched his palms into fists. "Don't get excited, Sakura." Kakashi looked at Sakura, who was excited, and said, "You have to have faith in yourselves, and I'll teach you how to practice to make you stronger." Hearing that it could become stronger, Sasuke raised his head sharply and looked straight at Kakashi, the heat of his eyes as if it were a burning fire. The Quasi-person noticed this scene, frowned, and then stretched, and secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, Sasuke's thirst for power is beyond ordinary people." Naruto Uzumaki heard Kakashi's words and also cried out, "Really? Kakashi-sensei, will you teach us?" Naruto kept asking, and of course Kakashi nodded in response. "Great." After getting the reply, Naruto just jumped up laughing, but Sakura next to him was still a little worried, and said, "But even if it is cultivation, how can we reach the level of Sharingan in such a short time?" "It's still useless." Sensing that Sakura's thoughts were indeed a little pessimistic, Kazuma Junto said, "Don't care so much, Sakura. If the enemy comes, Kakashi and I will try our best to stop them, and you are only cultivating now for your own future path." Hearing the Quasi-person's words, Kakashi also nodded and said, "That's right, cultivation is not so that you can immediately fight against Sharingan, but so that you can become stronger in the future." Anyway, Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them finally began to train under Kakashi. The first thing they are exposed to is the practice of climbing trees, because climbing trees can exercise a person's control of chakra. If the amount of chakra is too strong, the tree will be destroyed. If the amount of chakra is too small, it will be ineffective. First of all, what you have to learn is to control the chakra in your body. Kakashi said to Naruto, and the Quasi-person is right in front of them, stepping on the trunk as if walking on the ground until he reaches the top of the tree. Below, Naruto Uzumaki looked straight at the Quasi-person with wide eyes. "Do you see a demonstration of a Quasi-person? All you have to do is walk to the top of the tree like he did." Kakashi pointed to Junjin Kazuma, who was demonstrating to the side, and said to Naruto, "Good." Naruto Uzumaki shouted and charged towards the top of the tree, and Sasuke looked at the Quasi-person standing at the top, and also ignited his fighting spirit. When Naruto was practicing, there was also a guest here. "I didn't expect you to really come." Looking at the figure in front of him, he said with some surprise. He just tried to send out the invitation, but he didn't expect that this person really came to help. The person in front of him has long black hair, thick eyebrows, a bandage wrapped in his upper body, and a black vest on the outside. Opening his mouth with a weird smile, he showed his sharp teeth. "Ha! Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to help you because you are the owner of the decapitation knife, purely because the bounty of the person you said is so heartwarming. This person is one of the 7 people of the ninja knife who is the same as Zeba Slash, the owner of the Thunder Saber Fang Black Hoeing Thunder Fang. I don't know what Black Hoeing Thunder Tooth is talking about, he hasn't been to the black market for a long time." Cardo never moved, and never came again. Everything seems calm. During this time, Naruto Uzumaki and all three of them had completed their training to climb trees, and Sakura had indeed shown her excellent chakra control, completing this stage of training early, while Sasuke and Naruto also completed it a few days later. On this day, Kakashi followed Datsuna to protect him, while the Quasaiman was ready to try to get Naruto Uzumaki and them to carry out the next step of cultivation. But at this time, someone hurriedly ran to tell the Quasai person that oops, bad, Cardo, they took people to the bridge. Hearing this, the Quasaiman frowned, and then asked who was on Cardo's side, and when he heard it, he appeared again. Without hesitation, he just said to Naruto, "I'll go to the bridge first." After speaking, swish, the Quasaiman instantly rushed in Kakashi's direction. As I said before, if he dares to come again, it's not just him who is the only one to endure, and the Quasai person needs to hurry over, otherwise Kakashi may be in danger. Seeing that Kazuma Junran had disappeared, Uchiha Sasuke also shouted lowly, "Go!" Then chasing in the direction where the Quasaiman left, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura immediately caught up. And at this moment, on the bridge of the Land of Waves, there is a person surrounded by many Ronin samurai. This person is short, wearing a pair of round sunglasses on his face, and has a two-handed mustache under his nose. He is the leader of this series of things, Cardo. No more beheading a few people is also standing not far from Cardo's side, but no beheading is not Cardo's subordinate like those samurai. He just collected money and Cardo's relationship with each other. Kakashi protected Datsuna behind him, looking solemnly at Zaibeo, and the mysterious ninjas who were beside him. At this moment, he looked at Kakashi and found that he had not seen Kazuma Junran. A trace of essence flashed in his eyes, and he said with a gloomy smile, "Hee, Kakashi, it seems that you are the only one here. Don't cut again, I didn't expect you to dare to come." Kakashi grabbed the forehead guard on his head with his right hand and said in a low tone to Zei Bullet and Slash. And hearing Kakashi's words, he stopped laughing, and laughed presumptuously, and then said with a hint of anger and hatred, "Why don't I dare to come?" He was defeated twice in a row because of Kazuma Junran, and his heart was already very angry. You must know that he was a man who even Mizukage dared to assassinate, and he would be so embarrassed at the hands of Kazuma Junran, he needs to wash away the shame. "Well, don't cut it again, I'm not here to listen to you talk to others." At this time, the ninja with long black hair next to him, wrapped in bandages on his upper body and a black vest on the outside is the opening. He is the Black Ho Thundertooth. I only heard Black Hoing Thundertooth looking at Kakashi on the other side. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, showing sharp teeth and laughing. "You're Sharinan Kakashi, your life is also worth a lot. But you're lucky today, I won't give you a funeral." Then, Black Ho Thundertooth ignored Kakashi, looked around and said, "What about that little devil called Kazuma Junjin? Uncle Ben specially came to give him a funeral." Kakashi heard the man's words and knew that he was rushing. "Okay, Reitooth, it's just that the guy is not there. Let's solve this Kakashi first, and then go clean up your bounty target." Zei Wuxian stretched out his hand and held the big knife on his head, and said coldly. When Kakashi heard this, he pulled the forehead of his left eye to reveal the scarlet three-hook jade chakra eye. And after opening the Sharinan, Kakashi discovered that there was another person behind the man named Thundertooth. The kid seemed to see Kakashi too, and a pair of red eyes looked over. Kakashi's expression was shocked. This kid, his eyes, he felt that the child behind this Thundertooth was also a kind of blood succession limit. "Thundertooth, it looks like someone is approaching. What a speed!" At this time, the person behind the Thundertooth spoke. "Oh." Hearing his words, Leia was convinced and just looked back. No longer frowned slightly, glanced at Shiro beside him and looked at the child called Lanmaru by Thundertooth. He seemed to know a little why Black Hoing Thundertooth trusted this little ghost so much. After the Quasaiman left Naruto and them, he burst out with all his strength, and it didn't take long to see the bridge, and he kicked hard under his feet. Boom! His figure instantly disappeared in place. And on the bridge, boom! The figure of Kazuma Quasaiman fell from the sky and landed in front of Kakashi. "It seems that I am not late." Looking at Kakashi and the others as if they hadn't really started fighting yet, Kazuma Junto just chuckled and looked at them without cutting them down. When he saw the Black Ho Thundertooth, the Quasaiman's brows were slightly wrinkled, and this guy did not appear in the original work. But then he loosened his brows, and the Quasai person didn't care about the appearance of the Black Ho Thundertooth here. Anyway, he had the strength to solve it. When he saw Kazuma Junran appear here, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Black Ho Thundertooth, and he laughed strangely. "Oh, that's you." Slowly pulled out two weird short knives from behind, and the Black Ho Thundertooth coldly shouted at the Quasai person Kazuma, "Today, let me come to your funeral." And no matter how much he didn't behead, he also showed a fierce light, brandishing the decapitation knife and pointing at Kazuma Junran, and said coldly, "Today, we will settle all the accounts between us." At the same time, he did not cut down and shouted, "White." Hearing the words of Zeibu beheading, the boy wearing a mask who had been standing quietly next to Zeibu chopping also replied, "Don't behead the adult again." His figure instantly appeared behind Kakashi, and then unleashed ninjutsu on Kakashi, magic mirror ice crystal. Many pieces of crystal-like ice mirrors sealed Kakashi inside. No longer chopping the original decided to let Shiro involve Kakashi. he wants to solve Kazuma Junran with Black Ho. Kakashi frowned and looked at the mirrors around him. He also knew his plan not to kill again. Hurry up and crack this ninjutsu and go out to support the Quasai people. The scarlet chakra eye in his left eye was looking at Shiro. Junto Kazuma glanced at Shiro, who had blocked Kakashi, and ignored him, his eyes calmly looking at Thundertooth and Zabu on the opposite side. So, are you two fighting me? Said in a light tone. If you don't sneer and Thundertooth, you have to do it. But at this time, Ranmaro behind Thundertooth, looking at Kazuma Junran's eyes became more and more frightened, and at the same time, his body was trembling slightly. Ray. Thunder. Thundertooth, he shouted in panic. Wait until I execute him, Ranmaru. Leia drank lowly, holding the thunder knife in both hands, and the two knives seemed to begin to flash thunder light. Quick, run away, said Ranmaru in horror at this time. Leia was stunned, not knowing what it meant. Ranmaru pointed at Kazuma Junran and said in disbelief, the feeling he transmits is representing Black Death. Fight him, you will definitely die, Thundertooth. Hearing Lanpil's words, Black Ho's body shook, and it was very clear about the ability that Lanpil possessed, Black Ho, Thundertooth, and there had never been a mistake, but today, Black Ho Thundertooth's eyes widened, teeth clenched, looked at the opposite Kazuma Junran and drank lowly. Lanmaru, you're not kidding, just such a little devil will put me in danger of death. Leia's words were low with a hint of disbelief. This person on the other side is so young, even if he is powerful, he can compare with himself? No wonder Leia was a little suspicious, but it was because he knew too little about the Quasai person, and he never told him that the Quasai person also had a dark identity. And Thundertooth, as one of the 7 people of the Ninja Deo, there is no need to say much about his confidence in his strength. On the other side, Junran Kazuma was also watching this scene. He looked at the boy named Lanmaru with a somewhat serious expression, looking at his red eyes like blood jade. A trace of essence flashed in the Quasai man's eyes, and he whispered, "It's really a powerful blood succession limit." The Quasai person vaguely remembers that Lanpil's red eye is also a kind of pupil blood succession limit, and I heard that it is still a natural enemy of the white eye. Not only can you see through objects, perceive power, and sense danger, but you can also use chakra to create images to interfere with the white eye, and you have the ability to observe chakra better than the white eye. Ranmaru can directly judge the danger level of the Quasai person. One is to see through the terrifying chakra in the Quasai person's body, and the other is the instinct to feel danger. Okay, Thundertooth, don't listen to that little ghost's nonsense. At this time, he said coldly that he never believed that anyone could see through the future of others. Once you do Thunder Teeth and don't cut again, will you die? If he didn't hear this, his expression was very disdainful. Black Ho Thundertooth's brows frowned slightly, the 2 knives in his hand moved slightly. It seemed that he was thinking in his heart, which was very strange. On the one hand, Thundertooth's heart was full of confidence in himself. On the other hand, Lanmaru's words instinctively made him feel believed. From this, it can be seen that the existence of Lanpil is very important for Thundertooth, otherwise Black Hoing Thundertooth would not be so entangled. No longer saw the appearance of the Black Ho Thundertooth, his eyes flashed a trace of strangeness. I didn't expect that the words of that little devil were so influential. His eyes widened, staring at Lanpil behind the Black Ho Thundertooth with a terrifying momentum, and said in a low tone, "Little ghost, did you say you were talking nonsense just now?" I didn't. Being stared at with wide eyes, Ranmaru felt a little afraid, and shrunk behind Black Ho, but still said stubbornly, on his body. The danger level transmitted is only black representing death, and the amount of chakra in his body is hundreds of times that of you and Thundertooth combined. No, thousands of times more. Hearing this, the Black Ho Thundertooth and the look of no more chopping were slightly stunned, but I didn't expect that the Quasai person had such a huge chakra. But no matter how fierce a fierce light flashed in his eyes, even if there was a huge amount of chakra, such a little ghost had only one way to die under the joint hands of him and Black Hoing Thundertooth. Then he looked at the Lanpil behind the Black Ho Thundertooth, his eyes widened in murderous call. Suddenly, he slashed through with a decapitated knife vigorously. Lanmaru's eyes widened under the attack of no more slashing, and in his red eyes, he could only see a huge and fierce swordlight coming towards him. Boom! A metallic crash, accompanied by the splashing of sparks. What are you doing again? No more. The Black Ho Thundertooth raised the thunder knife and resisted the decapitation knife that was not beheaded, and at the same time he shouted angrily at the next no beheading. Hearing Leia's words, he snorted coldly, I'm just helping you make up your mind. Glancing at Lanpil, who was trembling behind the thunder teeth, he said in a gloomy tone, Little ghost, did you see your own death just now? Lanpil was curled up behind Thundertooth at the moment, his face was still terrified, and he didn't dare to look at the terrifying look of not cutting again. No longer sneered, he said in a deep tone to the Black Ho and Thundertooth, the tool only needs to be obedient. If it is disobedient, it will not be easy to use. I don't need you to teach. If he didn't cut it again, he made the Black Ho Thundertooth's face turn cold, and he replied with a low snort. However, it is also because of this series of actions that do not chop again, so that Black Hoing Thundertooth made up his mind. Ranmaru, you come down first. Black Ho Thundertooth said to Ranmaru behind him. But Thundertooth, Ranmaro looked at Black Ho, Thundertooth, and wanted to continue fighting, just to say something. Get down! However, Lan Pil's words were not finished, but he heard the angry shouts of the Black Ho Thundertooth, and at the same time, the Thundertooth also looked over coldly. I see. Seeing the appearance of the Black Ho Thundertooth, Ranmaru's face turned pale, his eyes were a little dim and he whispered, and then he slowly crawled down from the back of the Thundertooth, his body curled up and hugged, squatting behind and motionless. Ha! This is what it looks like, a tool. Without glancing at Ranmaru again, he said with a weird laugh coming out of his mouth. Shut up, don't cut again. Black Ho Thundertooth's tone was not good, just drank coldly, and at the same time whispered in a low voice, Lan Pil is not a tool. His words were no longer chopped, and his pupils were slightly condensed. At the same time, Leia's words came again, it's just that it's hard to come, how can I return empty-handed like this, and I don't believe it, the little ghost on the other side. You can give me a funeral. Humph. I didn't listen anymore, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. As Leia says, anyway, you can make up your mind to kill the quasi-person with him. The Junrin Kazuma on the opposite side looked at the Black Ho Thundertooth like this, finally decided? Said in a flat tone. Then glanced at Ranmaru, who was left behind by them, and a flash of light flashed in the quasi-person's eyes. You should really listen to that kid, but alas, you didn't listen. Looking at the quasi-person Kazuma on the opposite side, no matter what the quasi-person said, he slowly raised the decapitation knife in his hand. There will only be one result today, that is, you die, we live. No more words have fallen, swish. His figure appeared next to the quasi-person, call. At the same time, the decapitation knife in his hand swung and attacked the body of the quasi-person. Die. No more murderous words are next to the ears, and the blade of the decapitated knife emits a cold light, about to touch the chest of the quasi-person. In this moment of electric flint, oh, the quasi-person raised the kunao in his hand, that is, he resisted the attack that was no longer chopped, and slowly exerted force in his hand. What? The pupils that were no longer cut shrank, and I saw that the decapitation knife in his hand was constantly moving back, and it was being pushed away by the quasi-person with a bitter resistance. Your strength, too weak. Hearing the words of the quasi-person, the eyes that were no longer chopping widened, he gritted his teeth, and his hand exerted strength again, wanting to cut the decapitation knife horizontally. However, under the vigorous swing of the decapitation knife could not advance a single minute, and it was pushed away at that speed. At this moment, the quasi-human eyes flashed a trace of essence, swish. His figure instantly disappeared in place. And just after the figure of the quasi-person disappeared, a short knife flashing with thunder quickly cut through the position of the quasi-person, and the figure of the Black Ho and Thundertooth appeared next to the no longer chopped. Humph, if you don't cut it, you will be too humiliated. Seeing that he couldn't resist the strength of the little devil of Kazuma Junrin, the Black Ho Thundertooth directly snorted coldly. After hearing the words of the Black Ho Thundertooth, his face became ugly, but no matter how much you don't cut it, you can't refute it at all. After all, the scene just now is the truth, and he actually lost to the guy on the opposite side in the strength competition. Without looking at the quasi-person Kazuma in the distance, his gaze became even colder, and he didn't know that this was the first time he had been humiliated because of the quasi-person. At this moment, Kakashi was entangled in Shiro's ice escape magic mirror ice crystal, and every time he wanted to rush out, countless ice needles would attack him, forcing him back. And when he was motionless in the middle, that White stopped attacking again. His purpose was clearly to drag Kakashi here. Damn, the Quasi people are still out there fighting those two dangerous guys. Kakashi secretly said in his heart. He finally remembered who the guy named Thundertooth next to him was. Black Ho Thundertooth, also famous at the time of the Big War that year. After all, it was one of the 7 people of ninja swords, and knowing the identity of Thundertooth, Kakashi's heart is also more and more anxious. After all, the Quasi person can now fight alone against 2 ninjas who are the Ninja 7 of the ninja sword. Although Kakashi was anxious in his heart, his face was more calm, and he opened his scarlet 3-hooked jade chakra eyes, carefully looking for the flaws in this ninjutsu. At this time, Shiro was just hiding behind the ice mirror and looking at Kakashi. He didn't fight Kakashi at all. After all, really in terms of strength, Shiro would not be Kakashi's opponent. So if you don't cut his orders, you just drag Kakashi until he and Black Ho's Thundertooth solve that Kazuma Quasi man. This is not ordinary ninjutsu. Kakashi discovered through the Sharingan that this was not a ninjutsu that ordinary ninjas could use, and the Sharingan could not be copied at all, so it was difficult to see through the flaws in ninjutsu. You have the blood succession limit. Kakashi looked around, looking at the masked figure in the countless ice mirrors, and spoke. Hearing Kakashi's words, Shiro also replied rarely, just like that eye of yours, I also have abilities that people can't accept. Bai's voice came from all directions, and his tone was mixed with an inexplicable lowness. I can't accept it. Hearing Shiro's words, Kakashi's brow furrowed, thinking slightly in his heart. The holder of the blood succession limit is a treasure in many eyes, and will increase his efforts to cultivate him, but in the eyes of some people, these people are also strange, people rejected. Some people are even crazy enough to execute people as soon as they discover the existence of blood succession limits. And such a situation was especially serious in the country of water in those years. "I heard you, your name is White." Kakashi began to inquire about Shiro's words without saying a word, while looking for opportunities. And on the bridge outside, the fighting became more intense. Thunderball, Thunderball. The Black Ho Thundertooth raised two thunder knives, and at the same time chakra surged towards the tip of the thunder knife, turning into a burst of thunderlight, and then he swung at the quasi-person, boom. Suddenly, a thunderball turned into lightning and quickly attacked the quasi-person in the wind. Although the speed of the thunderball attack is fast, the quasi-person's reaction and figure movement are faster, and it is dodged in an instant. What a speed! A trace of consternation flashed in Black Ho's eyes, but then he attacked again. At the same time, the figure that was no longer cut appeared behind the quasi-person Kazuma. Raising the decapitated knife as ready to swing, a trace of essence flashed in the quasi-man's eyes, and his left leg kicked hard and instantly hit the figure who was no longer chopped. Boom! Snap! No longer he was hit by a quasi-person, but it instantly turned into a puddle of water and fell to the ground. Water body. I secretly said in my heart, "It's over." The real body of the unbeheaded appeared on the other side of the Junrin Kazuma, holding the decapitation knife high in both hands, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Swish. Call. With a breaking air and a whistling sound, the decapitation knife instantly slashed towards the quasi-person. No matter how cruel killing intent flashed in his eyes, he had to watch the quasi-person turn into two halves in front of him. "Don't cut again, be careful." But before he could wait for long, he heard the loud shouts of the Black Ho Thundertooth. And in front of the Kazuma quasi-man who did not behead him, without waiting for his decapitation knife to swing, it automatically turned into a puddle of water. It turned out to be a water body. The pupils that were no longer cut suddenly shrank. At the same time, in the sky, the instant sealing action of the quasi-person of Kazuma was fast. Almost instantaneously, Wainoon-ugly in. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the quasi-person drank lowly, fire dragon bomb. Rumble. Suddenly, three huge flames were released, turning into three terrifying fire dragons more than 10 meters long in the air. For a while, flames swept the sky, and the entire sky was rendered a fiery red by this firelight, and the surrounding air heated up sharply. The burning breath spread, and the subordinates of Cardo who were about to attack Dazna on the other side were stunned and looked at this side in horror. And Shiro, who was besieging Kakashi, suddenly changed his face, and saw that he was no longer cut under the firelight. "No, don't behead the adults again." Gu couldn't hold Kakashi any longer, and his figure disappeared in an instant as soon as he moved. Kakashi looked at the fire in the sky over there, and was shocked in his heart. It turned out to be this level of fire. Because of Bai's departure, he also immediately broke the blockade of Bingdun. Although it all seems long, it is only a moment. As soon as the three fire dragons appeared, they swooped down against the ones below. The terrifying power and speed make no longer tremble. Abominable. No matter how tight his body was, a huge threat struck. If he was hit by such a fire, he would definitely die. He tried his best, relying on the strength and reaction of Shangnin, and he could only come and escape a little distance. I didn't think that this would avoid the center of ninjutsu's attack. However, the three fire dragons actually changed their direction directly and attacked him directly. Nope. The three fire dragons swallowed up and did not slash, and directly smashed on the bridge. Suddenly, a huge shaking sound sounded, like a cannonball bombardment, and the bridge was actually smashed out of a pothole, revealing the rushing water below. The flames on the bridge scattered, and Cardo and his men panicked and dodged. When the fire slowly disappears, revealing the scene inside, Kazuma Junrin's eyes froze slightly. I saw that in the middle of ninjutsu, there were several broken ice crystals, which were now melted by the flames and slowly turned into water droplets. Ahem. No longer squatting on the ground half-chopped, holding the decapitation knife, I let out a cough. His body was a little scorched black, obviously injured by the fire. And on the ground next to him, there was a white who was more seriously injured. His mask had been burned, blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his body was covered in blood, and the wound was burned out of shape. It turned out that at the last moment, Bai still used his ice escape secret technique to appear next to Zhe Wuxiao, and quickly used the ice escape to resist the fire. However, Kazuma Quasi-Man's fire was more powerful than expected, and even if Baishi displayed several layers of ice defense, it still made him and he no longer injured. Cough. Again. Don't cut again. My lord. Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, and he couldn't move. However, at the moment, he still wanted to help and not cut again. On the white side, he no longer wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, stood up with the decapitation knife, the bandage covering his chin had been burned, and he opened his mouth to reveal his somewhat sharp teeth. "Shiro, you're doing a great job." Without looking at the seriously injured Bai, that's what he said. Hearing the words of "no more chopping," the corners of Bai's mouth seemed to show a hint of a smile, and then he closed his eyes and passed out. Kazuma Junto landed to the side, looked at the next chop, and then looked at Shiro lying on the ground. "You're so ruthless." Seeing that if he didn't behead anymore, he didn't seem to care about it at all, and brandishing the decapitation knife was about to attack with the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the Quasi-Man. He was not ready to keep his hand. Send these two people to hell. And at this moment, hearing the Quasi-Person's words, a trace of fluctuation flashed in the eyes of the uncoped, but he still gritted his teeth and attacked. Ninfa, mist concealment technique. At the same time, he and the Black Ho Thunder Tooth used the fog concealment technique, and suddenly the fog covered the entire bridge, and everyone fell into a thick fog that could not see their fingers. No matter how unslashed himself as a genius who was proficient in silent killing, and Black Ho Thunder Tooth was once also the upper ninja of Mist Hidden Village, they are extremely familiar with such a combat environment. The two people suddenly approached the Quasi-Person. When he was about to approach Kazuma Junrin's side, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth, and he immediately launched an attack. I saw that he stuck his two knives in the ground, and chakra surged underneath. Suddenly, the sky seemed to be affected by the power of the thunder knife, and bursts of clouds appeared, and silver-white lightning flashed in it. Thunder Saber Thunder Gate. The Black Ho Thunder Tooth shouted, rumble. Countless thunders descended in the sky, attacking the Quasi people in Kazuma. The thunder and lightning that struck was about to hit the Quasi-Person Kazuma, and the Quasi-Man suddenly opened his eyes. The scarlet three-hook jade writing wheel eye instantly turned into a more complex at this moment. The left eye was a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye in the shape of a large windmill, and the right eye was a kaleidoscope in the shape of a shuriken, and after that, in the eyes of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth and the shocked eyes, the thunder light directly penetrated the Quasi-Person Kazuma and hit the ground. What's going on? Black Ho Thunder Tooth's eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief, and at the same time he raised the thunder knife in his hand. Once again, he attacked towards Kazuma Junrin. Thunder Dragon Tornado. After the transformation of the thunder knife, chakra turned into a large amount of silver-white lightning, like a tornado towards the Kazuma Quasi-Man, but just like just now, the thunder and lightning directly penetrated the Kazuma Quasi-Man and smashed on the ground behind him. Seeing the Junjin Kazuma, who was not injured at all, the face of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth showed a trace of panic. What is this strange ability? I've never seen such a situation without chopping. I don't believe you can ignore all attacks. Without a cold snort, he appeared behind the Quasi-Man of Kazuma, brandishing a decapitation knife and slashing at the head of the Quasi-Person. However, the decapitation knife was swung directly from the Quasi-Person's head, and it actually passed through the Quasi-Person Kazuma. No matter how much his pupils widened, this phenomenon exceeded his understanding. Of all the enemies he has encountered, he has never heard of such an ability. Ninjutsu? At this time, the voice of Kazuma Junrin also sounded. You've had enough, haven't you? So, go to hell. The quasi-human figure burst out instantly, and the terrifying speed made it impossible to react at all. Oops. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he only felt a pain strike, and then his body was directly shot out like a rag. Boom! Rumble! It smashed dozens of meters away, shaking up a puff of dust. Abominable, don't cut again. Black Ho Thundertooth did not expect to be so vulnerable in front of Kazuma Quasi Renren again, and he had not recovered from the shock of not being slashed and flown away. You still have air traffic control for others. The Quasi-Man's words were already ringing out from behind him. How is that possible? When? The look of the Black Ho Thundertooth flashed a trace of fear, and in the fog, the Quasi-Person of Kazuma appeared beside him as if he was not affected. Fog concealment failed? There was no time to think about it, and the instinctive reaction allowed the Black Ho Thundertooth to protect himself. Thunder and lightning strike armor. The thunder light on his body burst out, forming a thunderbolt-like armor to protect his body. As soon as his heart was sent, he must know that the protection of this lightning strike armor can withstand strong attacks, and it can also counterattack the enemy. But at this time, the Quasi-Man's hand seemed to bloom with thunderlight, and at the same time, accompanied by sharp birdsong, a sharp light quickly and incomparably struck towards the Black Ho Thundertooth. Thunder, Reish. Although drink, it is also a thunder ninjutsu, but the thunderlight in the Quasi-Person's hand is like an incomparably sharp knife that directly penetrates the thunder armor of the Black Ho Thundertooth. Nope. Under his terrified expression, poof. Ratchet pierced his heart directly. How? Probably, the corners of his mouth spat out blood, and the face of the Black Ho Thundertooth showed disbelief, and at the same time there was a strong unwillingness. You must know that he still has the strongest move that has not been used, but... His eyes slowly darkened as he looked in a direction where there was a child he had left behind not long ago. His heart was filled with immense regret. Ranmaru, I said, you should listen to that kid. When the words of the Quasi-Person Kazuma came, the Black Ho Thundertooth seemed to return to the light, grabbed the Quasi-Person's hand, and looked at the Quasi-Person. At the same time, a pair of scarlet eyes with complex patterns came into view, and Leia's heart was shocked, but he didn't care about these at the moment, just said a few words forcefully. No, kill. Junjin Kazuma knew what he meant. I won't hurt him. Hearing the Quasi-Man's words, the Black Ho Thundertooth seemed to have fulfilled his wish. His head slowly hung down, and his hand also fell from the Quasi-Man's arm, and he died. The would-be man withdrew his hand and his body fell directly to the ground. Due to the fog, Kakashi, who was in the distance, did not notice what was happening at all, but heard a familiar sound. Kakashi looked around, there was a large white mist, and he couldn't see the battle in the distance. However, he saw a silvery white light flicker, and at the same time heard the familiar and shocking sound of birdsong. Could it be? Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. He didn't expect that the Quasi person would make that move. And at this moment, Kazuma Junrin looked at the dead Black Ho Thunder Tooth on the ground. Without half an expression on his face, he turned and walked towards a place where there was still someone to solve. When the Black Ho Thunder Tooth died, Lanpil in the cloud and mist felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. He immediately raised his head. A pair of eyes like red jade looked in the direction of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. This fog-hidden technique seemed to be unable to block his vision at all. He just saw the Black Ho Thunder Tooth that fell to the ground with signs of losing life. Ray! Thundertooth! Tears welled up in Ranmaru's eyes, and he cried out sadly with a cry, and his thin body trembled and walked towards the direction of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth. Ahem! Ahem! Lying on the ground, feeling that it was difficult to move and not chopping, coughing up blood, his eyes were stunned to look at the sky. He was injured by the quasi-human fire, and at the same time he was hit by the Quasi-man's full-force blow, and he was seriously injured at the moment. He felt that his ribs were all broken, and at the same time, some bones seemed to pierce his internal organs. Duh! 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 I heard a sound of footsteps, and I moved my head without difficulty and looked in that direction. Duh! As the footsteps approached, a pair of ninja combat shoes wearing blue were greeted. If he didn't cut his eyes upwards, he saw Junjin Kazuma wearing the robe of the Imperial God. Junto Kazuma had closed his Sharingan eye and walked to Zebu's side, just a slight glance, knowing that Zebuji had been mortally injured, and if he didn't have a powerful medical ninja to treat him, he would definitely die. No longer look at Kazuma Junrin, look straight at his deep pupils. Ahem, there was blood in his mouth, and at the same time, the wounds on his body were also bleeding outward, and he felt that he was about to die, so he looked at Junjin Kazuma and said, yes, no, put me and buried together in vain, I'm sorry. Hearing the request not to cut again, Kazuma Junrin said lightly. The Quasi-person's words of refusal made Zebu's eyes darken, and at the same time, a trace of regret and sadness seemed to flash at this moment. Perhaps seeing that he still showed his feelings for Bai in the end, Kazuma Junto just spoke, the child is not dead, I will save him. The eyes that are not cut off opened sharply, even if it is such a violent movement. Poof, he vomited another mouthful of blood, and he looked straight at Junto Kazuma with his eyes. Finding that the Quasi-person's expression seemed to lie to himself, there was a hint of ease, a trace of happiness and deep guilt in his eyes, for Bai, it is no longer possible to describe his complicated feelings. In fact, at the moment when he finally blocked in front of him and then fell, he already had the will to die in his heart, and dying at the hands of such a powerful ninja as Quasi-Ren is undoubtedly a way to die that will not insult him. Now hearing about Bai's survival is really a very important thing for him who is about to die. At least he can have a serene smile on the corners of his mouth, then close his eyes and slowly sleep. Thank you, thanks, the last faint words came and reached the ears of Kazuma Junrin. At this moment, the fog began to slowly disperse, and white snowflakes actually fell from the sky. Kazuma Junto raised his head, looked at the snowflakes in the sky, did not say a word, and then walked in one direction. No matter how much the bond between Chop and Shiro, the dependence between Black Ho Thunder Tooth and Ranmaru, may be really touching, but these do not make up for the mistakes they made. Perhaps this kind of ending is also satisfactory to the heavens, so the snowflakes that bury everything will fall. When the fog cleared, Kakashi saw clearly what was going on, falling in the distances. No more chopping? Farther away is the Black Ho? Kakashi was a little shocked. The Quasi-person alone could defeat 2 Kami Shinobi, and the strength of these 2 Kami Shinobi was not weak. As one of the 7 people of the ninja sword, Kakashi could not assert that he could win one of them steadily. When Junto Kazuma walked up to Ranmaru's side, he was crying, Whew! Thunder! Thundertooth! He pressed the penetrated chest of the Black Ho Thunder Tooth, as if consuming his own strength, wanting to revive him. It's useless, Junto Kazuma just said. You shut up. Ranmaru actually roared angrily at Junrin Kazuma, his red eyes covered with tears, and 2 lines of tears also dripped from his face to the ground. Sorry. When Lanpil couldn't react at all, the Quasi-man hit him on the back of the neck with one hand, and suddenly Lanpil fell unconscious. Picked him up and walked to Bai's side. At this moment Bai was really in a checkmate place, and the breath of life was extremely weak. With a green chakra in his hand, Kazuma Junto just instilled him into Shiro's body, suddenly full of life. Chakra began to heal Shiro's injuries. Kakashi came over and saw the Quasi-man's movements, but he didn't stop it. In the previous conversation, he learned some about the experience of this teenager from Bai's words. The healing technique used by the quasi-human chakra is amazing, almost visible to the naked eye, and the white burns are being healed. Without much time, the quasi-person just retracted the action, and at this moment, the white appearance was no longer visible except for the scorched black clothes. This is, Kakashi also saw the Ranmaru in the Quasi-man's hand, and just asked. The Quasi-man told Kakashi about Shiro and Ranmaru, and heard the Quasi-man's words. Kakashi was also a little touched and fell silent. Suddenly, then it's over to you. Placing Ranmara beside Shiro, the Quasi person just said. He knew that Shiro on the ground was awake, and from the senbon he was holding in his hand, he knew what he wanted to do, but he ignored it and turned around to leave. Kakashi glanced at the two people on the ground, also without speaking. If you don't cut it again, I'll tell you a word. Hearing the Quasi-man's words, Shiro's movement stopped. He wants you to live well for him, but I want to say that you should live for yourself. Hearing the Quasi-person's words, Bai's body shook and slowly opened his eyes. The Quasi-person turned around, looked at Bai, who opened his eyes, and said in a flat tone, "By the way, you should know that the child next to you has the same experience as you, but he may be more vulnerable than you." If, looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who had rushed over at this moment, the Quasi-man said softly, "If you can't survive, then it's even more impossible for him to survive in this world." Looking at Bai and Ranmaru, the Quasi-person said, "So I hope you can live together." Seeing Shiro in a daze, Junto Kazuma didn't say anything more. He had already done everything that should be done, and the rest depended on whether Shiro and Ranmaro had the courage to live, and even if they wanted to find someone to take revenge, Junrin was not afraid. Kakashi was on the side, witnessing the Quasi-man's approach and didn't say anything, and at this time, Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno also came to the bridge. "How? What's going on?" Naruto asked, a little dumbfounded when he saw the traces of battle everywhere and the figures who fell to the ground. "Do you still need to ask? The enemy must have been solved by the Quasi-man and Kakashi-sensei," Sakura said while rejoicing. "Great, we don't have to face such a terrifying enemy." Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto also pouted dissatisfied. "Of course I know this, but Naruto pointed to the corpse that was no longer beheaded, and then pointed to the corpse of the Black Hoe Thundertooth, and said unpleasantly, "The Quasi-man and Kakashi-sensei have solved the enemy, then we don't have no opponents. I still want to show the results of my practice." "Oh, Naruto, none of this has anything to do with me." Kakashi pulled the brace down, covering Sharingan's eyes, and said to Naruto with a smile, "These two guys were defeated by Quasi people." Kakashi's words fell, and Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them were physically shocked. Two people were defeated by the Quasi person alone, Naruto Uzumaki mouthed, while Sakura next to him sighed. "Quasi people are really amazing. Being able to solve two upper ninja who are no longer so powerful as chopping, such a strength is unimaginable to the three people who have just graduated or are still lower ninja." Uchiha Suzuki clenched his fists, looked at the relaxed and calm figure of Junto Kazuma, and gritted his teeth secretly. He seemed to feel that he was one step away from this guy. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, those two are..." Naruto Uzumaki noticed Shiro and Ranmaro lying on the ground in a daze at this time, and just asked. Sakura also looked over. "Oh, they..." Kakashi looked at Shiro and pondered for a moment before walking to Naruto and whispering. And at this moment, Junjin Kazuma walked to Dazna's side. "Mr. Dazna, are you alright?" Looking at Dazna, whose face was a little pale and obviously frightened, Kazuma Junto asked softly. "No, it's okay." Seeing the Quasi person walking over, Dazna's heart undoubtedly had a huge sense of security. You must know that he saw the terrifying fire, and at the same time he sighed in his heart. The power of ninjas is really terrifying. Hearing Dazna's words, Kazuma Junto nodded slightly. It's good that Dazna is fine. After all, he is the client of the mission. If something happens, the mission will fail. And then the Quasi person turned to look at Cardo's group. Being watched by Kazuma Quasi people, those Kato subordinates couldn't help but take a few steps back, and their expressions were very panicked. The Quasi-human eyes stared at Cardo, a flash of essence in his eyes. He was considering whether to kill this guy. "You, what do you want to do?" Cardo swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly. His head was sweating cold because he was too nervous, and his legs were shaking slightly unconsciously. Just as Kazuma Junrin looked at Cardo, swish. A sound of breaking the air came from behind, and his eyes flashed slightly and did not look back, let alone stop it. I saw a little cold light flickering in the air, and in an instant it swept over the face of the Quasi person in Kazuma, and the airflow carried by it even blew the hair in the Quasi person's ears. It was 1,000 books, and it schemed the Quasi man at a very fast speed and then attacked Kato. Cardo's expression was terrified, and he moved under his feet, wanting to hide next to his subordinates, but it's too late. Poof! Under his constantly widening eyes, Senbon pierced his head directly. Suddenly, a line of blood splashed out. Senbon's power is the least harmful of the few commonly used weapons of ninjas, but this does not mean that it cannot kill, especially an ordinary person like Kato. Cardo fell directly to the ground with a bang. His body seemed to be still twitching slightly, and his slowly dimming eyes were still full of desire to live. Seeing that Cardo died like this, Cardo's subordinates also collapsed, and they didn't dare to do anything to Kazuma Junrin. They all screamed and fled. Junto Kazuma turned his head and looked at Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki, Sakura, and the others who were walking towards him, and of course, the Ranmaro who had a somewhat red and swollen face and Shiro who was holding him. Just now Senbon shot out in vain, and he moved to kill Cardo. Quasi people, Naruto just called directly at the Quasi person, and then Kakashi came over and said something to the Quasi person. It turned out that after Ranmaro woke up, he once wanted to die with Thundertooth, but was punched by Naruto, and then Naruto's mouth escaped. Naruto, who knew Ranmaru and Shiro's life, may really have feelings. Maybe he also felt the feeling of not being recognized by others since he was a child, and he also knew how happy it should be when someone can identify with him. In the end, Naruto's encouragement and Kakashi's secret telling them about Naruto's similar childhood to them, and the fact that even Junjin was an orphan as a child, Shiro and Ranmaru finally try to survive. Hearing this, the Quasi person nodded. After all, sometimes it is more difficult to live than to die, and the courage to live is especially important for people like Bai. Mr. Dasna, I'm really sorry for the damage caused in the middle of the bridge. Due to the destructive power of the fire dragon bomb, this bridge was blown open a big hole in the middle of the way, and it took a while to repair. Haha, it's okay, since Cardo is dead, no one will come to stop the completion of this bridge. Dasna was very happy and said with a relaxed face. In the end, Kazuma Junto stayed in the land of waves for a while longer, waiting until they had completely completed the bridge. After all, their task is to maintain until the bridge is completed. As for the naming of the bridge, Dasna, they also asked Kakashi and the Quasi people what they thought. When a Quasi person speaks, he speaks of courage. Dasna agreed. Not only the courage of the land of waves, but also the courage to survive. This bridge will be called the Bridge of Courage from today onwards. Okay, we should go too. Standing on this freshly completed Bridge of Courage, Kazuma Junto and Kakashi said to Naruto. In other words, Shiro, is your gender really male? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Shiro's face that was even better than Sakura's, and asked a little unwillingly. Shiro nodded with a hint of a smile. Naruto Uzumaki hung his head and walked back to the group shaking his head. Bang! After a long journey, they finally saw the gate of Konoha village again. Ha ha, Naruto Uzumaki, are back. Standing at the gate, Naruto Uzumaki shouted into the sky. The gate of Konoha is usually very lively, but there are often people entering and leaving. The people passing by all looked at the group of Junto Kazuma with surprised eyes. Why are these people so excited to return to the village? I don't know, it may be that the task is too difficult, and now I am too excited to come back. The various discussions of passing ninjas and ordinary people reached the ears of Kakashi and the others. Kakashi covered his forehead with his right hand and sighed. He felt like his face was going to be lost with Naruto. And Naruto next to him didn't feel the same at all and was laughing loudly. Seeing Naruto like this, Sakura next to him just couldn't stand it, and directly hammered a fist on his head, and at the same time roared as if he could see flames on his head. Stupid. Wait until Naruto Uzumaki covered the large bag on his head and followed Quasato and Kakashi into the door. Oh, it's Kakashi and the Quasi man. On duty, Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo just came out to say hello, and Kakashi and the Quasi man certainly responded with their mouths. A record of entry and exit from the village was registered. Kazuma Jun and Kakashi took Naruto and the three of them to the Hokage office to report the mission. Yes? That boy named Shiro has the ice escape blood succession limit, and Landpill has a special pupil technique. The three generations of Hokage took their pipes and said after listening to the report of the Quasi people. Yes. The Quasi man and Kakashi nodded. Listening to you guys, both of them are kind-hearted children. In fact, you can invite them to join Konoha. Mio thought for a while, and that's what he said. Actually, I've already said this idea. Kakashi glanced at the Quasi man, then replied. When they were in the land of waves, Junrin and Kakashi thought about this problem and brought Shiro and Ranmaru back to Konoha. After all, the owner of the blood succession realm has great potential, which is good for strengthening the strength of the village. In particular, Shiro and Ranmaru's personalities made Kakashi feel able to blend in with Konoha. However, it is a pity that Shiro said that they would enter the ninja world for the time being, and they did not want to continue fighting, so he and Ranmaru stayed in the land of waves. So that's it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kage also sighed, but he didn't care anymore. It was certainly good to be able to have a new blood succession limit, but he didn't have the three strong. The next three generations converged their expressions, smiled again and said to the Kazuma Junrin, you have done an excellent job this time, and I have already been evaluated by the mission client. He gives you the highest praise. Hearing the words of three generations, Naruto Uzumaki directly touched his head and laughed, and said ha ha ha. Well, in fact, there is nothing, I haven't done anything, the task is over. Sakura was originally praised by the three generations and was a little happy. Hearing Naruto's words, reflecting on it, he found that he really had no role in this mission, and suddenly hung his head. And Uchiha Sasuke was even more cold and did not speak. Only Naruto was very naive, and after saying that sentence, he laughed and said, but that uncle's praise for us, Uzumaki Naruto accepted, haha. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's performance, a smile flashed in the eyes of the three generations of Hokage. In fact, in Dasna's praise, it was crazy to praise Kazuma Jun and Kakashi, two upper shinobi, and the others mentioned it in passing. However, the three generations will not expose it, so let Naruto be happy. When the mission report of the 7th shift was completed, Junrin, Kazuma and Kakashi and the others were ready to leave the Hokage's office. By the way, the Quasi person stays. And at this time, the third generation opened his mouth and called Kazuma Junrin. Then we'll leave first. Kakashi glanced at the Quasi-Man, said something to the 3 generations of Hokage, and then left with Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 of them. 3 generations, what's the matter? Kazuma Junrin looked at the 3 generations of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, and just asked. You guys did an excellent job this time, not only completing the commission of the Land of Waves, but, the 3rd generation looked at the decapitation sword and thunder knife that had not been mentioned before, and continued, and you even solved 2 of the 7 rebels of the ninja knife. The 3rd Hokage smiled and praised Junto Kazuma. These 2 ninja swords were brought back to Konoha by Kakashi and Junjin with the consent of Shiraku and Ranmaru. The decapitated sword and thunder knife are not inserted in the grave of the no beheading and the Black Ho Thunder Tooth like the original, and are now placed in the Hokage office in Konoha. After all, the Quasi person knew that the ninja swords, which were very important to the Mist Hidden Village, could not be buried with the death of his master, and when the previous master died, these ninja swords would only wait for the next heir to appear. And the Mist Hidden Village is even less likely to give up these ninja knives. Now that the 2 ninja knives are in Konoha, you can negotiate with the Mist Hidden Village at that time. That's why 3 generations will be so happy. How to say that these are some important resources? Nothing. When Kazuma Junrin heard these things, he shook his head and said. However, the 3 generations of Hokage decided to reward Kazuma Junrin, and after thinking about it, he asked, by the way, I heard that your ninjutsu learning ability is excellent, and you have learned ninjutsu in the dark part that is difficult for many people to master. Even Kakashi's Rachel, you learned it yourself? Hearing the words of the 3 generations, Junto Kazuma nodded. And seeing Kazuma Junrin nodding, the 3 generations of Hokage's eyes lit up and revealed a hint of a smile. He said, then I'll reward you with a chance to learn powerful ninjutsu. Without waiting for the Quasi person to react, the 3rd generation got up and signaled the Quasi person to follow him, and then led the Quasi person towards the secret storage room. This storage room is full of sealing techniques and various enchantment techniques, and there are at least 2 dark squads around who are secretly watching, and it can be seen that the things stored in it are very important. The 3 generations entered all the way with the Quasi person, unlocked a lot of techniques, opened the door, and walked straight in. The space here is neither big nor small. There are many tables with something on the table. At the same time, there are many bookshelves with various scrolls on them. Junto Kazuma saw that the 3 generations had first sealed the decapitation knife and thunder knife with a kind of sealed scroll, and then placed them on the table on the side. With his eyes casually looking, Kazuma Junjin just looked in one direction, and there was a sword hilt on the table there, which was the sword of Thor that Kazuma Junjin had taken back when he was in the dark part. This storage room, the place where the 3 generations brought Quasi people to come, undoubtedly stored some of Konoha's most important items, and the rewarded ninjutsu. Junjin Kazuma already had some clues. And when he saw the 3 generations holding the huge scroll and walking in front of Kazuma Junjin, a trace of clarity flashed in the eyes of the Quasi-Man. This is the Book of Seals, you should have seen it last time. The 3rd generation looked at Kazuma Junrin and just spoke. Junto Kazuma nodded, only to hear the 3 generations who seemed to be talking to themselves. This Book of Seals records the ninjutsu that were learned or created by the Hokage of the past and were sealed by the first master because the danger level of these ninjutsu was too high. Of course, these would-be people also know that the taboo arts recorded in this scroll are forbidden arts that ordinary ninjas are not allowed to learn. After saying this, the 3 generations gave the Book of Seals to Kazuma Junrin, and at the same time said that they would let the Quasi-Ren learn a ninjutsu from it. A sentence was left at the end, I'll come back again before the sun goes down. After saying this, the 3 generations actually turned around and went out, leaving Junto Kazuma alone in this room. Holding the Book of Seals in his hand, a trace of essence flashed in the eyes of Kazuma Junrin, and the practice of the 3 generations was self-evident. Although it is said that it is to reward him with a ninjutsu, it does not restrict the Quasi person to write down the cultivation methods of other ninjutsu. That is, the default Quasi person can learn as much as he can. Looking down and opening the Book of Seals, Kazuma Junrin's eyes turned scarlet. 3-hook jade. He wanted to copy these ninjutsu as much as possible. At this moment, the other members of the 7th class walked down the street without saying a word after leaving the Hokage's office. It's really a weird atmosphere. Although Kakashi held a book of affectionate heaven in his hand and seemed to be reading a book, his attention was focused on Naruto and the 3 of them, and he felt that this atmosphere was a little strange, especially when he saw Naruto Uzumaki, who had always been giggling, actually showed a silent look as if he was thinking seriously. Kakashi muttered even more in his heart, it's really strange that even Naruto would show such an expression. Just walking silently for a while, looking at the fork in the road ahead, Kakashi's heart silently counted 3, 2, 1. When the count reached 1, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno all spoke. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi, card. Hearing that the 3 people finally spoke to speak, Kakashi's heart also exhaled softly, but his face did not show half an expression. Putting the book down in his hand, Kakashi turned his head and looked at Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 of them, and then asked in that lazy tone, what's going on? Sakura looked at Sasuke and then at Naruto, just smiled at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, you say it first. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Sakura lightly, and was not the first to speak. Next to him, Naruto Uzumaki couldn't continue, and couldn't wait to speak. Kakashi-sensei, teach us to continue cultivating. Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, Kaka's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he scratched his hair. Why did you suddenly say that? You know, Naruto, they just finished the first stage of tree climbing practice, and they actually want to continue practicing so quickly? Because Quasai people are already so strong, Naruto Uzumaki said repeatedly. He saw clearly in the Hokage office, the three generations treated the three of them like children. But it was another feeling to treat the Quasai people, that was a real recognition, that was a trust that could be entrusted with heavy responsibilities. And these are what Naruto Uzumaki wants to get. He has always wanted others to identify with him, and he also wants others to trust him, so Naruto felt that he had to become stronger so that he could become the same as a Quasai human. But I said, I must become a Hokage. How can I be so far behind the Quasai people? Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists and said with a firm gaze. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura also looked at Naruto with some shock on the side. And Uchiha Sasuke glanced at it, snorted low and did not speak. Sure enough, all three people were hit by the performance of Quasai people. Noticing the expressions of the three people, Kakashi's eyes flickered slightly. After groaning slightly, looking at Naruto's shining eyes and the look that showed in them, Kakashi felt that his head was huge. This guy and Quasai human talent can really be compared? Kakashi scratched his head and said, in this way, I want to catch up with the Quasai. As soon as Kakashi spoke, Naruto Uzumaki nodded vigorously, and at the same time entangled Kakashi. So, Kakashi-sensei, teach us to practice. Naruto Uzumaki grabbed Kakashi directly. Kakashi looked at Naruto, then at Sasuke next to him. What did you just want to say? Kakashi asked. Hearing Kakashi's words, Uchiha Sasuke's fists clenched, his teeth clenched to look at Kakashi, and said in a firm tone, I said that I must kill that man, but now even people my age, are not qualified to do that. Sasuke's tone was full of hatred and unwillingness, which made Kakashi frown for a while. Although these emotions can make a person stronger quickly, if you are dominated by this emotion for a long time and chase strength, it is easy to lose your heart. Kakashi secretly said in his heart, I can only slowly unravel it later. Sasuke's thoughts Kakashi also knew, so he looked at Haruno Sakura and asked, what about Sakura? Ha. A reluctant smile appeared on Sakura's face. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were both asking to practice, she felt that she couldn't agree with it, although she didn't mean this at first, but the thought of being able to practice with Sasuke suddenly made Sakura's heart feel good. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha looking at their determined eyes, and Haruno Sakura looking at Sasuke and then looking at herself, Kakashi just nodded and said, well, I know what you think. After groaning slightly, Kakashi just smiled, touched his head and said, in that case, I'll teach you the next stage of practice tomorrow. Kakashi's words just fell. Great! Naruto Uzumaki just yelled excitedly and rubbed on the spot. And the corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth also hooked an arc, and it seemed that he was also very happy. Seeing this scene, Haruno Sakura's eyes immediately showed caution. Sasuke laughed. More handsome. In her heart, a person was swaying from side to side with joy. As time slowly passed, before you knew it, it was sunset time, and the three generations reappeared in front of the Quasai people. Junjin Kazuma had already put away the chakra eye, and through an afternoon, he copied a lot of forbidden techniques that he was interested in, such as Flying Thunder God technique. Are you really going to learn this ninjutsu? Seeing that the Quasai person chose the Flying Thunder God, the eyes of the three generations lit up, and then asked a rhetorical question. Yes. Junto Kazuma nodded. I know. I'll give you some experience from the cultivation records of the predecessors later. The three generations did not stop it, but they were looking forward to something. The next day, because the 7th class had just performed a B-level mission, Dasna was rare and generous, and even took the initiative to ask for a level. The three generations did not continue to arrange tasks for the prospective people and gave them a few days off. In this way, Kakashi can take Naruto Uzumaki and them to start a new round of cultivation, and the Quasai person can also carry out the cultivation of the Flying Thunder God. It's worthy of time and space ninjutsu. The Quasai person Kazuma who began to cultivate the Flying Thunder God knew why this move was so difficult. Because these descriptions of time-space ninjutsu turned out to be very obscure, and everything had to be experienced by the cultivators themselves, which was really difficult for ordinary ninjas. Even Kakashi couldn't have touched the concept of space ninjutsu without turning on the kaleidoscope. However, this is for me. The corners of Kazuma Quasaiman's mouth hooked, revealing a confident smile. His talent is a fusion of the talent of Wei Feng Shuman, and there is also the talent blessing of Azura and Indra. Under such a top talent, if the Quasai person can't learn to fly the Thunder God, then no one can learn it. First of all, perceiving space, Kazuma Junjin slowly closed his eyes, and then he opened them again, and his eyes immediately turned into a scarlet kaleidoscope, and at the same time, Kamui's ability was activated, allowing him to instantly perceive the surrounding space. I have to say that this is cheating, because among the most difficult points of the Flying Thunder God, this first point of perception of the space around itself is stumped by more than half of the people who want to practice this ninjutsu. But the Quasi person directly touched the threshold of the Flying Thunder God through another time and space ninjutsu. Of course, this is only to touch the threshold, and whether you can enter or even complete your cultivation depends on your own efforts and your own talent. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno were waiting for Kakashi in a part of the forest. It's so slow. Naruto Uzumaki squinted at the end of the road, and found that there was still no figure. He just couldn't help but shout. Alas, I knew Kakashi-sensei would not be on time. Sakura sighed on the side, but then looked at Sasuke, who was leaning against a large tree without saying a word. She just smiled, and at the same time secretly said in her heart, but it's good to be able to stay with Sasuke like this. And at this time, Naruto Uzumaki just shouted, "Aaaaaa!" Sakura heard Naruto's call, her eyes glanced at him, and then she sighed in her heart, if only there were no Naruto, it would be better if there were only two people of me and Sasuke. After another long time, Naruto Uzumaki had changed from standing to lying on his stomach, and Sakura couldn't help but sit on the ground, and even Sasuke Uchiha found a wooden stake to sit on. And at this time, finally, Kakashi's figure slowly walked over from a distance. Naruto Uzumaki jumped up directly and yelled, "Kakashi-sensei, you're late again." Sakura also spoke up. And hearing their words, Kakashi touched his hair with his right hand and said with a smile, sorry, I ran into a black cat on the top today." Hearing such an excuse, Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them wanted to pay attention. Seeing that Naruto didn't believe it, also coughed lightly or twice, and changed the topic and said, "Ahem, then let's start practicing." Sure enough, hearing the words of cultivation, Ran and Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up, and they no longer cared about Kakashi's previous tardiness. And Sakura also sighed and looked at Kakashi. "Then, you have already completed the practice of climbing trees before, so next," Kakashi looked at Naruto and them, "just to teach them the practice of treading water." Time passed slowly in the practice of the 7th class. A week later, Kazuma Junran's home. At this moment, his expression was dignified. He picked up a kunao handle from the table, slightly concentrated, and then saw a technique emerge from his hand, like a tadpole flowing slowly attached to the kunao's handle, and finally formed a pattern. Seeing this pattern appear, a trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the Quasi person. It worked. He whispered to himself. This pattern on the Kumu handle is the Flying Thunder God mark that belongs to Kazuma Quasi person. In other words, in less than a week, the Quasi person learned this S-level time-space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Looking at the remaining few kunao, the corners of Kazuma's mouth hooked, his fingers only touched slightly, and instantly left a spell on them, and then put one at home, and the rest were packed and placed in the ninja bag. I learned a time and space ninjutsu, especially in some ways better than Kamui, Kazuma Quasi people's mood, incomparably comfortable. But after he was happy for a while, he remembered something, and then looked at the clock hanging on the wall. By the way, Kakashi seems to have told me yesterday that there will be a mission today. Hope not late. Remembering Kakashi's reminder, looking at the time was not too early. The prospective just put on the Mijin robe and left the house. At this moment, in a movie theater, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno are hanging upside down on the ceiling of the movie theater watching the movie that is playing. Well done. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were full of tears and emotion, and he couldn't help but shout when he saw the wonderful place. And because of the excitement, his feet did not step steadily. Chakra could not absorb the ceiling. Boom. He just fell from above. Naruto Uzumaki's series of actions made the other audiences in the cinema very dissatisfied, and they all opened their mouths to accuse. And the person in charge of the cinema also came out, looking at Naruto and the three of them, just shouted, "You three are the ninjas of Konoha, you dare to sneak in." Sasuke, they heard that this person misunderstood that they had come in by evading the ticket and jumped down. Don't get me wrong, we have tickets, the reason why we watch movies on it is just for practice. Sasuke Uchiha said as he handed the ticket in his hand to the man. The man looked at the ticket in his hand and then at Naruto on the ground, and finally made a decision. "It's all to blame on you, Naruto." Standing in the doorway of the cinema, Sakura shouted at Naruto Uzumaki. "What? How can I be blamed for this?" Naruto Uzumaki pouted disapprovingly at what Sakura said, then he looked at the cinema behind him and called, "We obviously have tickets. Let's go in." "I just didn't read the end of a paragraph," Uchiha Sasuke said lightly on the side. He also thought this movie was quite interesting, but he saw that it was blasted out in the end. Naruto's approach was futile, and no one paid attention to the three of them. The would-be walked out of the house and headed towards the gathering place that Kakashi had mentioned, when there was a sudden noise on the road. Followed by the Quasi-men saw a woman speeding through the crowd on a horse, followed by several men dressed as strange samurai riding over. This is? Seeing such a scene, a trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of Kazuma Junran. You must know that samurai are rare, and they are still on the street such a rampage catching people. Swish! Swish! Then the Quasi-man saw Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them shuttling on the roof, and they were rushing in the direction of those in front of them. The quasi-person only felt a little familiar at this time, which seemed to be the beginning of an event, but shouldn't it? How did this happen so early? Although he was a little surprised in his heart, his feet moved. With a bang, the figure instantly disappeared from the place. On the other hand, Suzuki and Sakura subdued the strangely dressed ninjas, and were about to tie them up when Kakashi appeared. I said, "What are you doing?" Kakashi looked at the chaotic crowd and touched his head and asked with a headache. Kakashi-sensei." Sakura solved another punch to a samurai who was about to wake up, and when she heard Kakashi's words, she turned around and shouted happily. Suzuki also looked over, and then said lightly, "Move your hands and feet." When Kakashi and their side were lively, Naruto had already caught up with the woman on horseback at the moment. "Great, you're Fuji Wind snow painting, right? You must be her." Naruto Uzumaki looked exactly the same as in the movie, and said with a laugh. And Fuji Kazuaki just glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, ignored it and immediately got on his horse and prepared to leave. "Wait, sign me." Naruto Uzumaki saw that she was leaving, and he didn't know where he took out a pen and paper, and said to Fuji Wind and Snow. However, Fuji Kazuaki was very indifferent, and his eyes glanced at it, but he didn't intend to pay attention to Naruto and prepare to leave. Just as she raised her horsewhip, suddenly, "Sorry, you can't go." A gentle voice suddenly came from behind her, and it was very close to her. "Ah, Quasi-man." At the same time, a startled voice from Naruto Uzumaki next to him sounded. Fuji Kazuaki's heart was shocked, and when he looked back, he saw a ninja wearing a ninja vest and a royal robe standing on the back of the horse behind him. Because she was facing the sunlight, she couldn't see the ninja's face clearly, only the deep, bright eyes. Ugh! At this time, her hand had fallen, and the horse under her, driven by the drive, immediately raised its front hooves and prepared to run. And Fuji Feng Shui, because of his frightened, did not sit firmly, and his body fell directly towards the ground. "Be careful." Naruto Uzumaki next to him widened his eyes and exclaimed, while his body was about to be saved as soon as he moved. Fuji Kazuyuki looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer, and closed his eyes. Boom! The sound of an object falling to the ground sounded. However, Fuji Fengshui, who closed his eyes tightly, found that the expected pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes and found that she was caught by the ninja just now, and at this time, she had the opportunity to see the appearance of this ninja called quasi-human. "Come down if it's okay." Junto Kazuma glanced at Fuji Wind and Snow Painting and found that she, like in the original work, is worthy of being an actor. The body is very good, with snow-white skin and delicate facial features, and at the same time exudes a very unique fragrance. However, the quasi-person had no intention for the time being, just put her down. Putting Fuji Wind and Snow Painting down, Kazuma looked at Naruto who had fallen to the ground. "Naruto, what are you doing with this action?" Naruto Uzumaki was facing the ground, his butt raised and fell to the ground, and he was still moving. Hearing the quasi-person's words, Naruto Uzumaki raised his head, revealing his dust-stained face, and said with a forced smile, "I'm ready to save people." Shaking his head slightly, Junto Kazuma turned his head to look at the famous actress Fuji Kazuaki of this country of fire. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the target of our mission this time." The quasi-man spoke. "What? Really, quasi-person, our mission this time is related to this sister." Hearing the quasi-person's words, Naruto Uzumaki on the ground immediately stood up and asked with some surprise. On the side, Fuji Kazuyuki woke up from a brief loss of concentration, and when she heard Kazuma Junran's words, her face immediately changed, became cold, and said indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about, and I've never commissioned a Konoha ninja." As she spoke, she was ready to get on her horse and leave. However, how could the Junjin Kazuma on the side let her leave? When he saw this Fuji Wind and Snow Painting, he knew what the task of the 7th class was this time, which was nothing more than to escort this woman back to the land of snow. And he also knows the true identity of this actress. She is the princess of the snow country, Kazuhua Zyaksu. Seeing her ready to leave, the prospective who didn't want to bother playing hide-and-seek with her so much opened his mouth and said, offended. Fuji Wind Snow Painting heard it and still didn't understand what this meant. Ugh. Then she felt her body soar into the air, and then she was actually carried on her shoulders by Kazuma Junto. You, being treated like this by a man." Fuji Fengshu's face showed a hint of blush, and then became embarrassed, gritting his teeth and saying, "Let me down." Junto Kazuma ignored it and said to Naruto Uzumaki, who was watching dumbfounded next to him, "Naruto, bring that horse back and assemble at the mission location. Then, kick the ground." Ugh. In the sound of Fuji Feng Shui Painting, Kazuma Junran instantly swept into the distance. Naruto Uzumaki swallowed his saliva and looked at the two people who slowly turned into a little black shadow, and then looked at the black horse who was constantly stepping on its hooves on the side, while he just yelled at the sky. At this moment, Fuji Kazuyuki, who was behind Kazuma Junran, kept patting him on the back, but Kazuma Junran ignored him and quickly shuttled between the roofs. Boom! Streaming down. In the end, I may have known that this had no effect, and Fuji Wind and Snow Painting stopped moving and quieted down. Kakashi was talking to the delegate of the mission. "I'm so sorry, they didn't know that you were the mission commissioner." At Kakashi's side, Sakura also looked embarrassed, and Uchiha Sasuke still had that cold expression. It's okay, haha. On the other side, the director of the crew just waved his hand and said, at the same time he looked at Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, but said with admiration, it's really worthy of being a ninja in Konoha, and easily solved our hired bodyguard and stuntman. And after they continued to talk for a while, it was the main character of the mission, Fuji wind and snow painting. It's really troublesome, does that one always run away? Kakashi, who heard them tell about the number of escapes and experiences of Fuji Kazuaki, felt a headache and covered his head and said, then let's hurry up and get her back. Sakura said next to her. Although Naruto went to chase, he felt very uneasy about Sakura alone. No thanks. At this time, a voice came from the sky, followed by a figure descending from the sky. Boom! When the figure stood in front of Kakashi and the others, Quasi-man. Miss Yuki, two different voices rang out, and people looked at Fuji wind snow painting with wide eyes, and Kazuma Junrin carrying Fuji wind snow painting. It seems that our mission can begin. Kakashi saw that Junto Kazuma came over with Fuji wind and snow, and said with a chuckle. Junrin Kazuma put Fuji wind and snow painting down, and a group of people next to him gathered around, especially a person named Asama Santaifu, who asked nervously, Miss Yuki, are you alright? Fuji Kazuyaki's face returned to calm and shook his head. Seeing that Fuji wind and snow painting returned safely, the director was also very happy. Looking at the people around, he announced loudly, great, now that the personnel are also gathered, then let's set off for the final shooting location. Roar! The other crew members replied enthusiastically. However, at this time, Fuji wind and snow painting opened his mouth and said loudly, if I don't go, I won't go to the land of snow. Her words made the voices of the people around her stop abruptly. Everyone paused and looked at her, and Fuji wind snow painting is even more resolute in expressing his attitude, that is, he will never go to the country of snow. Miss Yuki, the director and her agent were all around to persuade. On the side, Sakura looked at the crew members who were arguing over there, and asked Kakashi in puzzlement, Kakashi-sensei, why doesn't that Miss Yuki want to go? Well, Kakashi scratched his face with his fingers, looking thoughtful, and he also had some doubts in his heart. This Fuji wind snow painting seemed to have extreme resistance to the location of the snow. If she doesn't go, then our mission won't be able to proceed. On the side, Sasuke Uchiha hugged his arms and showed a grim expression and said lightly, what a hassle. Kakashi felt that this mission might change a lot, so he sighed. Next to him, Junto Kazuma asked, Kakashi-senpai, have you been to the land of snow before? Hearing the Quasi-person's words, Kakashi also showed a look of memory and said, yes, that was many years ago. Kakashi was talking about the past on one side, while the crew was persuading Fuji Snow on the other. After a while, after not reaching a unified opinion, Fuji Feng Shui painting said resolutely, no matter what, I don't want to go to that ghost place. Yes, Fuji Feng Shui painting heard that familiar voice again. She just felt a sense of shame and wanted to reply, but when she turned her head, she saw a finger pointing at her. Then she only felt a wave of vertigo hit, her eyelids became heavier and heavier, she just fell asleep, and before going to sleep she saw a person catch herself. Boom! Catching the sleeping Fuji Snow painting, Junto Kazuma said to the crew members who were a little surprised, now, we can go. When Kakashi saw this scene, he also walked over and said, that's right, don't waste any more time, anyway, we are escorting you to make a movie, and you can come back immediately after filming. The crew thought about it, too. When Fuji Snow painting woke up, they estimated that they were almost in the country of snow, and then they quickly came back after filming the last scene. Presumably Miss Fuji wind and snow painting would not be too angry. Thinking of this, the director just ordered, hurry up and prepare, let's go immediately. Then the personnel began to clean up and get busy. So what does she do now? Sakura looked at Fuji Feng Yuki, who was sleeping in the arms of the Quasi-person, and asked. Junrin Kazuma looked at Fuji Feng Yuki, who was only exceptionally quiet in his sleep, thought about it, and said, I'll send her on the ship first. Kakashi and the others nodded. Swish! The figure of the Quasi-person disappeared immediately. And when everyone is ready and about to go, by the way, what about Naruto? Kakashi suddenly remembered that there was still a member of their 7th class who had not come over. And at this moment, boom! When Naruto Uzumaki sweated and panted as he carried a bundled black horse to the cinema, he suddenly found that the building was empty. Naruto Uzumaki, who found that he might be fallen, suddenly widened his eyes, and then cried out in sorrow and indignation, damn it, I know, it's like this again. Quasi-person, Kakashi-sensei. Time passed slowly, and Fuji Kazuyuki felt that this sleep was extremely peaceful, and she felt that there was always someone by her side, and she felt very relieved. But she just felt that the world seemed to be shaking, as if she was on a ship, which made her a little puzzled. So she slowly opened her eyes. You're awake. It was when she heard a somewhat familiar voice coming, and then she remembered something, and looked over with wide eyes, and when she saw that it was Kazuma Junrin, Fuji Feng Yuki seemed to remember everything, and she was directly brought on board by the Quasi-person. Remembering that he was carried on the boat by Kazuma Junrin, Fuji Kazuyaki's face appeared a blush, and then stared at a pair of moving eyes, looked at Kazuma Junrin, gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you bring me back, I will continue to escape. You should know that under our escort, you have no chance." Junto Kazuma retorted mercilessly. On board, many people in the crew were busy. Although Fuji Wind Snow Painting did not want to go to the land of snow, but now that she had been brought on board by a quasi-person, she could not escape for a while, so she began filming with peace of mind for the time being. "Okay, get ready." The director looked at the Fuji Wind Snow Painting, which looked more beautiful after makeup, his eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. The other actors also immediately took their positions and, under the director's instructions, began to shoot part of the plot of the film. "That's awesome. It's like it's real." Sakura Harano looked at the Fuji Wind and Snow Painting performing under the camera, and found that her acting skills were perfect, just like a real princess. Kazuma Junrin listened, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked. Sakura didn't know at the moment that this Miss Yuki was a real princess. Then I glanced at the snow-painted lady who was shining brightly under the lens, and the quasi-person walked towards the stern. When the quasi-person left, Fuji Feng Shui, who was filming, seemed to notice something and glanced over. At the stern of the ship, Suzuki Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kakashi Kiki were gathering in one place. "Haha, Naruto, I'm really sorry." Kakashi was smiling dryly at the moment and said to Naruto Uzumaki, "Humph." Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto Uzumaki snorted with displeasure on his face, wrapping his arms around him and obviously ignoring the others. Duh. When he heard footsteps, Kakashi looked over and saw that it was the quasi-person approaching. Naruto also saw the quasi-person approaching and suddenly snorted again, turned his body around, and turned his back to Kakashi and the quasi-person. Haha, Kakashi scratched his head and smiled a little awkwardly. Speaking of it, it was also a problem for them to be the leading teacher, and they actually forgot Naruto. Junto Kazuma looked at Naruto, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and said, "In this way, Naruto, in order to make up for you, Kakashi-senpai and I decided to wait until the mission is over. How about you have a meal of Ichiraku ramen? If you deal with Naruto, Ichiraku ramen is definitely a good means." Sure enough, hearing Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's ears seemed to move, and then he slowly turned around, squinting his eyes as if expressionless at Kakashi and Junrin. "Really?" Naruto spoke. "Oh, of course." Kakashi saw Naruto Uzumaki ask, nodding in response. So more than one meal, Naruto Uzumaki added another condition, and Kazuma Junto agreed. Anyway, in the end Kakashi paid. Under the expression of a slight twitch in the corner of Kakashi's eyes, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed happily, "Great, idiot." Seeing that Naruto was sent over by a few ramen, Uchiha Suzuki only felt extremely humiliated, and pouted, and said, "What, smelly fart Suzuki, be careful I don't take you to ramen." Naruto Uzumaki threatened. "No need." Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, Suzuki tilted his head to the side and said. Seeing that Naruto had come out of the lose him incident, Kakashi and Junjin just stepped aside. "Kakashi-senpai, I find that there seems to be someone following us." Junrin Kazuma just looked in the direction behind the ship and spoke. "A kilometer away, 3 ninjas with chakras are moving." Due to the cold weather and foggy sea, the average person cannot detect that there is someone following behind. "Yes?" Hearing the quasi-person's words, Kakashi was also a little dignified, and then he pulled away the brace on the top of his head, opened the eyes of the 3-hooked Tama chakra and looked back. Although it was still a little unclear, Kakashi could still see that a black shadow was far away. "Then you need to be careful next." Kakashi put away his chakra eyes and said seriously. Junrin Kazuma also nodded. Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki was still fighting with Suzuki Uchiha, Kakashi said, "Naruto, Suzuki, this can't work, but you need your cooperation later. You must know that this is a mission." "Oh, is this an A grade?" It was the first time Naruto knew that their mission level was A. Getting the response from the Quasi people, Naruto's eyes grew bigger, and then he clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Well, it seems that the 3 generations of old men know that my strength has become stronger, ha." Then he said loudly and firmly to the Quasi people, "No problem, Kakashi-sensei, Quasi person, this time the mission is wrapped up in me." By the time it was another day or two, it was already close to the land of snow. On this day, a large iceberg appeared in front of the ship. "What can I do about this? Do you want a detour, director?" Seeing such a glacier, someone just asked the director of the crew. But at this time, the director's eyes seemed to be glowing, looking at this glacier and shouting excitedly, "What kind of detour? Go down, this is simply the best shooting scene given to us by God." Junjin Kazuma was closing his eyes in the cabin, while Fuji Kazuyuki was looking at the Quasi-man with wide eyes and puffing up. Harano Sakura felt that the atmosphere was awkward, and she could barely squeeze a smile out of her face. In order to prevent Fuji Kazuyuki from escaping, Kanaha's ninjas will take turns guarding her side, and now it is the turn of Quasi-ren and Sakura. Miss Yuki." At this time, someone entered the cabin by calling the name of Fuji Wind and Snow Painting. Glaring fiercely at the motionless Junjin Kazuma, Fuji Kazuyuki just turned his head and asked, "What happened?" The director decided to shoot another scene in front, got it, Yuki just replied, and then got up and prepared to go out to film. Wait a minute, at this time, the Junrin Kazuma on the side spoke. Yuki looked over and was just about to say something when she saw the quasi-person throw an object at her. What does that mean? Fuji Feng Shui painting saw the kunao in the palm of his hand, and asked in surprise. Bring it, it will be useful. As if he had thought of something, Kazuma said to her with a hint of a smile. I didn't expect that Kazuma Junrin would laugh. Fuji Kazuyuki looked at the quasi-person's face a little stunned, and then some shyness appeared on his face, and he ran out in a hurry. Looking at her back, a trace of essence flashed in the quasi-human's eyes. If he had the opportunity, he wanted to understand the affairs of the snow country at once. Jun Kazuma, Kakashi and the others were on the sidelines, looking at the people on the opposite side who were preparing to film. Kakashi-senpai, they're coming. The quasi-man looked at a place and said softly. Kakashi's expression became serious and ready at the same time. Uchiha Suzuki on the side, seeing the actions of these two people, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and he silently pinched a handful of kunao. Begin! When the director loudly announced the beginning, rumble. The glacier behind seemed to have exploded, countless ice and snow covered the ground, and 3 ninjas dressed in special equipment jumped out. Fila reminds you, 3 things to read, favorites, recommendation. The sudden appearance of 3 unknown ninjas startled people, and they saw that these 3 people were not good at coming. Finally found you, little snow. I saw a ninja at the head standing on an icicle, looking at the Fuji wind and snow painting below and revealing a hideous smile. And Fuji Feng Shui painting saw these 3 people. I didn't know what I remembered, and my eyes were full of panic. Princess? Hearing this word, Kakashi's eyes froze, and he seemed to understand a lot of things. Naruto, Suzuki, Sakura, bring people back to the ship. Kakashi ordered at this time, and then his figure moved, and immediately blocked in front of the 3 unknown ninjas. It's you, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. The leading ninja was not surprised to see Kakashi, who appeared in front of him, obviously knowing how Kakashi would be here, but his tone was as if he had known Kakashi for a long time. Hearing this ninja's words, Kakashi looked carefully, and suddenly, Kakashi's eyes shrunk and he spoke. You are, Wolf Tooth Avalanche. Hearing that Kakashi still remembered himself, Wolf Tooth Avalanche laughed presumptuously. Haha, I didn't expect you to remember me. However, after this laugh, a cruel fierce light appeared in Wolf Tooth's eyes, and he said to Kakashi, today, don't you want to run away from me again? At the same time, he ordered the other 2 ninjas, up, bring the princess back. Yes. Yes. With 2 answers, the 2 ninjas swept past Kakashi, one left and one right, and ran down. Kakashi wanted to stop it, but the opposite Wolf Tooth Avalanche was already attacking. Your opponent is me. With a sneer from him, Bing dun, Yan Chuixu. Swish. 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 Suddenly, a row of ice darts circled in the air and struck Kakashi. Kakashi had no choice but to deal with the Wolf Tooth Avalanche in front of him first. And at this moment, the 2 ninjas of Crane Wing blowing snow and Winter Bear freezing rain have rushed below. Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 were covering the retreat of the crew, and suddenly found Fuji wind and snow painting standing in place stunned. Hurry up, Miss Yuki. Asama Santaifu hurriedly rushed towards her, wanting to take her back to the ship. And at this time, Crane Wing blowing snow showed a sneer. Tap your finger on the ground, ice escape, ice lock technique. Rumble. Suddenly, rows of icicles rose from the ice and struck Asama Santaifu. Danger. Seeing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki and the 3 of them just exclaimed. Naruto Uzumaki kicked on his feet and rushed towards Asama Santaifu, wanting to push him away, and Suzuki Uchiha next to him immediately froze. Shen Hainun Yin unleashed the only fire ninjutsu he now controls, fire, the art of the fireball. Suddenly, a large fireball struck at the rows of rising icicles. The collision of the 2 ninjutsu may be because of the ice and snow. The power of the ice escape is amazing, and the ice escape of the Crane Wing blowing snow directly broke through the fire and continued towards Asama Santaifu and the whirlpool. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto had just arrived at the position of the 3rd wife, and was just about to leave, but found that the ice dun had already attacked head-on. A coldness seemed to touch the top of his nose, and Naruto's eyes widened instantly. Not good, Naruto. Sakura also exclaimed. She couldn't do anything at this time, and it seemed too late. Really, have you forgotten me? At this time, the figure of Kazuma Junrin appeared beside Naruto Uzumaki, looking at the oncoming ice. His sealing action was so fast that it was not clear, but it was completed in a moment. Wei Shen Hainun Yin, fire, the art of the fireball. The same ninjutsu as Suzuki Uchiha, but under the hands of Junto Kazuma. The power does not know how many times it has increased. Rumble. A huge flame rose up into the sky, and a fireball of more than 10 meters directly melted the incoming ice and then went straight towards the Crane Wing blowing snow. Be careful. Ice, icicles. On the side, the female ninja's companion seemed to want to help her, and immediately released the ice escape, but the icicle did not resist for a while, and was directly broken and melted by the flames. The how fireball attacked them directly. Rumble. The huge power made the air instantly heat up, countless white chi rose up, and then the ice surface melted directly, and a crater of more than 10 meters appeared, revealing the seawater below. Water vapor is particularly conspicuous in the ice and snow, and soon it is frozen into droplets. It's amazing, Sakura said in shock when she saw that the quasi-person directly solved the two ninjas opposite him, and Suzuki next to him clenched his fists. Through this comparison, he even knew the gap between him and the quasi-human, the same ninjutsu in the hands of the quasi-man of Kazuma and his hand. The power is simply a world of difference. Abominable. With a low sigh in his heart, Suzuki even thought of becoming stronger. Wolf-Tooth Avalanche Snow was also attracted by the terrifying fire below. I didn't expect that there were such powerful ninjas in your team. Seeing the power of the fire, Wolf-Tooth Avalanche showed a look of surprise and said to Kakashi, your two companions have been solved. Kakashi snorted coldly and replied, haha, Kakashi, have you forgotten that our snow country has such a thing? Hearing Kakashi's words, Wolf-Tooth Avalanche burst out laughing and patting the strange equipment on his body at the same time. Is that? Kakashi looked at this equipment and remembered the previous chakra armor of the snow country. Since its shape has changed, Kakashi didn't recognize it before, but listening to Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, this should be chakra armor. Below, Kazuma looked at the pothole that exposed the sea, frowning slightly. Those two guys were not dead. At the same time, the quasi-person looked in the direction of Fuji Wind and Snow Painting, and Fuji Wind and Snow Painting fell into some kind of memory at this moment, and his eyes showed sadness and pain. Rumble. At this time, two ninjas broke the ice from her underground. Ah, they're not dead. Seeing the two ninjas, Sakura exclaimed. Of course, these two people are Tsurui blowing snow, but although they are not dead, their faces are also full of fear, and the eyes that look at Kazuma Junran are even more full of jealousy. If it weren't for the chakra armor on their bodies, they would surely die. Abominable, go. Crane Wing blowing snow grabbed little snow princess, and a piece of equipment behind her instantly spread a pair of mechanical wings, and then soared into the sky. The other ninja wanted to retreat after releasing an ice escape to block Junjin Kazuma. But how is it possible? Kazuma Junran kicked under his feet, swish. The figure didn't know when it appeared in front of him. Nope. A hand that emitted a silver-white sharp electric light came directly at him under his terrified expression. Rachel! A cold light flashed in Kazuma Junran's eyes, and he drank low, directly piercing his chakra armor. Poof! Suddenly, blood splashed, and a big hole was opened in the ninja's chest. Kazuma Junran withdrew his hand expressionlessly and looked up at the female ninja who was fleeing in the air above. On her hand, Fenghua Xiaoxu was looking straight at him with inexplicable complicated emotions in her eyes, and finally revealed relief and a trace of death. Kazuma Junran silently said a word to her. Wolf-Tooth Avalanche saw the figure of Crane Wing blowing snow fleeing. That is, he knew that things had changed, but seeing the figure she was holding in her hand, Wolf-Tooth Avalanche knew that the purpose of this mission had been achieved. I saw that he looked at Kakashi, showed a sneer, and said, Kakashi, count you lucky this time. Then he was ready to retreat. Don't think about running. Kakashi saw the movement of the Wolf-Tooth Avalanche, and the figure wanted to stop the other party as soon as he moved, but the Wolf-Tooth Avalanche directly used a ninjutsu, ice escape, a beluga whale. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge unicorn ice whale broke through the ice, blocking Kakashi's pursuit, and in Kakashi's constricted pupils, the unicorn ice whale smashed down. Wow! The monstrous sea water was shaken by this ninjutsu and struck in all directions, and this iceberg was also destroyed, slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Kakashi watched this scene, did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately retreated in the direction of the ship. Sakura and Suzuki were also busy running towards the ship. Naruto, it's time to go. The Quasi-Man pulled a Sama Santaifu, who was still calling Her Royal Highness, and then said to Naruto Uzumaki, who was still lowering his head. Ha! Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who had been staring at his pupils, Junto Kazuma just felt that something was wrong, and his eyes were also fixed. At this moment, Naruto had fallen into his subconscious and was completely unaware of the outside world. Because the scene just now had a great impact on Naruto's heart, it can be described as 1,000 shots. Under this life and death crisis, Naruto's subconscious exploded and came to a dim sewer pipe. And here, Naruto saw a huge door. Inside it seemed to be a pair of violent red beast eyes staring at him. In the outside world, Naruto Uzumaki's body seemed to begin to exude heat, and at the same time there was a chakra rich to reveal outside his body. This chakra was full of violence, darkness, destruction, ominous. This is the Nine Tails. Kazuma Junran's brows frowned, and seeing this overflowing nine-tailed chakra, he immediately knew what happened to Naruto. Unexpectedly, in the incident in the Land of Waves, the seal that the chakra of the Nine Tails did not break through, was actually washed away here. At this time, Kakashi, who was retreating, also felt an amazing chakra fluctuation. This chakra feeling is, Kakashi immediately looked to the Quasi-person, especially when he saw the Uzumaki Naruto in front of the Quasi-person who kept his head down and did not move. Oops. Kakashi frowned and whispered to himself, he didn't expect the seal to be broken. Swish! He immediately rushed towards the Quasi-person. The nine-tailed demon fox can be described as the add-on of Naruto Uzumaki, and I don't know how many battles are due to the existence of the 9 tails in the original work, and Naruto Uzumaki can turn defeat into victory. Junjin Kazuma actually had no objection to Naruto Uzumaki using this power. However, in this case, it is impossible for the Quasi person to just let Naruto Uzumaki stay here stunned. Quasi man, Naruto him. Kakashi also rushed over and saw Naruto Uzumaki, who fell into a deep sleep. The seal is not broken, but a chakra rushes out. Junto Kazuma only said briefly, and then his hand slapped towards Naruto Uzumaki and slapped on Naruto's abdomen seal. He didn't want to strengthen the seal, because it was Naruto Uzumaki's life-saving item, so the Quasi-man just forced this chakra back into Naruto's body. The huge azure blue chakra emanated from the Quasi-man's hand, and then drove the red 9-tailed chakra back into Naruto's body step by step. This situation made Kakashi's pupils shrink on one side. This terrifying chakra, he knew that the chakra of the Quasi-human was terrifying, but it was the first time he had seen someone use this chakra to force the chakra of the tailed beast back in this way of bombardment. Standing beside the Quasi-human, he saw with his own eyes that the chakra generated from the Quasi-human's body directly drove the overflowing 9-tailed chakra back. The chakra of the 9 tails has no room to resist, and in Naruto's subconscious, the 9-tailed demon fox imprisoned in the cage stood up directly. The huge body exuded a monstrous momentum like a high mountain, and the 9-tail behind him was swinging, carrying gusts of wind and waves. As the strongest existence among the tailed beasts, it was called Chakra Infinite and was forced back in this way, making it very angry. Damn, don't let me know who you are. The 9-tailed demon fox let out a roar, and the red beast pupils looked at Naruto Uzumaki, who had disappeared from outside the cage, and it knew that this time it didn't want to infiltrate chakra again, but could only find another chance. Thinking of the chakra that ruined his chance, the beast pupils of the 9-tailed demon fox shrank sharply, and it felt that the chakra was extremely familiar at this time. Seeing the chakra without the 9 tails, Kazuma Junto withdrew his hand, and Naruto Uzumaki slowly opened his eyes at this time. Ah, Quasi-man, Kakashi-sensei, why are you here? Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have slept for a while, a little confused, but then he was in a state of shock, holding a kunao and looking around, and at the same time he said in his mouth, be careful, what about those 2 enemies? Okay, let's go quickly. Ignoring Naruto's words, Kazuma Junto ran directly towards the ship with Asama Santaifu. Gone. Kakashi also directly carried Uzumaki Naruto, and his feet instantly exerted force and swept towards the distance. What happened? Naruto Uzumaki said as he was carried in the air, very dissatisfied, but then he saw the shattered and sinking iceberg behind him, and the seawater was about to engulf his group. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but shout loudly. When Junto Kazuma and Kakashi returned to the ship with them, a wave came and made the ship shake, but fortunately, it did not overturn the large ship. Naruto Uzumaki felt like he was the aftermath of the disaster, and collapsed on the deck and exhaled. Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, who was no different, and then looked at each other, without mentioning the matter of the 9-tailed demon fox. Her Royal Highness, Asama Santaifu, was still chanting the name of Kazuha Koyuki. By the way, what the hell is going on here? Sakura also opened her mouth and asked Kakashi, why are those ninjas called Miss Yuki, Snow Princess? A thought flashed in Kakashi's eyes, looked at Asama Santaifu, who was lost on the side, and spoke, I'm afraid it's because Miss Yuki is the heir of the snow country, Windflower Little Snow. What? It won't be. The people in the crew and Naruto, Sakura, and Suzuki were a little surprised. Junrin Kazuma was leaning against the side of the cabin with his arms folded, while his spirit was sensing the fluctuations of a mark that was constantly moving away from here. Kakashi's words made Asama Santaifu's body shake a little. After returning to his senses, he looked at Kakashi and the others and said, that's right, Miss Yuki, she is indeed the heir of the snow country. In front of the shocked crowd, Asama slowly recounted the events of many years ago. And when he finished speaking, everyone was silent. They didn't expect that Fuji Wind and Snow Painting, who had been performing princesses, would be the real princess of the snow country, Windflower Little Snow. And at this time, great. Naruto Uzumaki drank excitedly as if he had been stimulated by something. Then I saw him clench his fists, looked at everyone with bright eyes, and said loudly, then let's save that princess sister from the hands of the villain like in the movie. Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, the crew looked at each other, seemingly not knowing how to answer. Asama Santaifu, on the other hand, showed a grateful look, and then respectfully said to Kakashi and the others, please help me save little snow princess. Wind and Flower will not spare her life after achieving her goal. He knew that he and those who resisted were no match for ninjas such as Kaze Hanafudao, and now his hopes were only pinned on Konoha ninjas such as Kakashi and Junrin. Hearing Asama Santaifu's words, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Kakashi and then at the Quasi person. Kakashi-sensei, Quasi, Naruto called out, as if wanting both of them to nod in agreement immediately. Junto Kazuma looked over, nodded at Kakashi, and then said, protecting Miss Yuki is originally our task, whether she is Fuji Snow Painting or Kazeka Koyuki, we will protect her safety, so don't worry, we will rescue Snow Princess. Kakashi heard the words of the Quasi person, and also nodded to Asama Santaifu, who meant the meaning of their 7th class. thank you so much, Asama said with a deep bow. Director, then we have to go back. At this moment, some members of the crew secretly discussed with the director. How is it possible? But that person's words were immediately rejected by the director, and the director's eyes flashed at this moment, his face showed an excited look, and his mouth kept muttering, this is a great opportunity, a real princess, and a ninja fight, this movie is sure to explode, explosive. After deciding to rescue Kaze Hana Koyuki, Kakashi asked Asama Santai about the base camp of Kaze Hana Fury, but fortunately Asama Santai did some homework and knew where that base camp was. Let's hurry up, Kakashi-sensei, Quasai-man. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't wait, jumping forward while shouting at Kakashi and Quasito behind him. Seeing Naruto's movements, Uchiha Suzuki just whispered idiot. Sakura also shouted, stupid, you're going in the wrong direction. Thump! Naruto Uzumaki had just jumped onto a branch, and when he heard this shout, he did not stand firm, and suddenly fell down. Asama Santaifu, who was next to him, looked at Naruto Uzumaki's watch and swallowed, while thinking in his heart, am I too trusting the ninja of Konoha? Then he nodded secretly and made up his mind, just in case, he still had to gather those rebels and go together to rescue Little Snow. The Quasai people looked at Naruto's performance, shook their heads, and then greeted Asama Santai and the others, swish. The Quasai people immediately rushed in the direction where the wind and fury were. The base camp of the wind and the waves, the mood of the wind and the waves is very happy at the moment. Haha, it's been a long time, Zyaxu. Looking at the wind and snow brought by his subordinates, Feng Hua Fudao's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement and said, at this moment, Fuji wind and snow painting is also a wind and a little snow, coldly looking at the wind and flowers. Feng Hua Fudao looked at Feng Hua Zyaxu who did not greet him and did not care, what's going on, just the two of you? He saw that there were only two people, Wolf Tooth Avalanche and Crane Wing blowing snow, and asked with a frown. Freezing rain, he was killed by Konoha's ninja. Crane Wing Chiwixu's eyes showed a hint of hatred, and he gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, Feng Hua Fu Tao looked at Wolf Tooth Avalanche, and Wolf Tooth Avalanche also spoke, this time Konoha's ninja, in addition to Kakashi, there is also a master, it was he who killed Freezing Rain. Konoha. One of the three henchmen died like this, and the wind and the waves were also a little angry, however, looking at the wind and snow on the side, his heart was occupied by great joy, he showed a greedy gaze and laughed loudly, but it's okay, I'm about to get the biggest treasure of the snow country, haha. Feng Hua Zyaxu listened, and just said coldly, you dream. However, Feng Hua Fudao didn't care, but coldly ordered Wolf Tooth Avalanche and the others to say, take her. Then he left in one direction. In one place in the land of snow, there are several huge walls of ice, and in the middle of these ice walls, there is a small altar-like building with only a hole in it, which seems to put down some open object. And the wind and the waves came here with the wind and snow, holding the pentagonal crystal taken from Feng Hua Zyaxu in his hand. Feng Hua couldn't hide his excitement, soon, the treasures of the snow country will be all mine. He laughed presumptuously. Then put the crystal down, and suddenly emitted a burst of light from the hole, and then the light extended along the lines on the ground towards the ice walls everywhere. The ice wall also began to glow brilliantly. The pupils of the wind and flowers reflected these brilliance, full of expectation, and the wolf tooth and others on the side also showed a trace of excitement. Years of searching are finally about to get. Wow! However, after waiting for a long time, they only saw that the surrounding snowy mountains began to melt, forming a rushing stream of water, but the treasure never appeared. This, the wolf tooth avalanche and so on were a little surprised. And the wind and flowers were also stunned. How is that possible? What about treasure? What about treasure? The look of the wind and flower angry was stunned at first, and then it went crazy, and he drank angrily with a fierce face. Snow country, where is there any treasure? After coming here, Feng Hua Zyaxu's expression became very quiet and seemed to be full of nostalgia. She looked at the Feng Hua angry appearance, and said flatly, you shut up. Feng Hua Fu Tao looked furious, and his eyes flashed with madness. Seeing that there was nothing else around except those glittering ice walls, the wind and fury finally couldn't help the anger in his heart. Give me death. Thinking of such a long search, in the end, it was still empty, and the wind and flower angry waves flashed a trace of killing intent, and directly attacked the wind and flower Zyaxu. Ice escape, Black Dragon Blizzard. Oops. Kakashi and the others, who had just arrived here, were still hundreds of meters away, and when they saw this scene, they exclaimed, such a distance was too late to use the teleportation technique. And a flash of essence flashed in the eyes of the Quasai-man of Kazuma, and disappeared from his eyes in an instant without the slightest conscription. A black dragon swept through the blizzard, rushing towards the wind and snow. When she was about to attack her, it's over, a poignant smile appeared on Feng Hua Zyaxu's face, with a hint of relief, then he seemed to think of something, his eyes darkened slightly, revealing a trace of regret, and sighed lightly in his heart, in the end, you still didn't come, airplanes. At this time, a trace of fluctuation flashed in space, it's not over yet. With a whisper, a familiar back appeared in front of Feng Hua Zyaxu. Ah, wind and snow still can't believe it. Kazuma Junrin blocked in front of the wind and snow, facing the black dragon blizzard that hit him swish. Fire, Dragon Fire Art. Kazuma Junrin directly released the fire ninjutsu against the Black Dragon Blizzard. I saw a straight line of roaring fire directly towards the Black Dragon. Two ninjutsu collide in the air. With a boom, a huge force erupted, shaking a gust of wind and waves. Countless snowflake ice blocks splashed out in all directions, and at the same time, ice and snow were constantly melted by fire, and white water vapor kept rising. What? Seeing that someone instantly appeared next to Fenghua's Zyuxu, and fended off her own attack for her, Fenghua's pupils shrank angrily. Ninja of Konoha. The wolf-tooth avalanche on the side knew the costume of the quasi-person Kazuma, and immediately drank lowly. It was he who killed Freezing Rain. It is even more impossible for Tsuruyoshi Fuyaki to forget Junto Kazuma, who defeated both of them alone and killed a companion. Ah, when did the quasi-person pass? Naruto Uzumaki, who was still in the distance, saw a flash of black light, and then saw that Kazuma Junrin actually appeared next to Kazeba Koyuki and resisted the attack. At such a speed, a thought flashed in Kakashi's eyes: this level of movement could not be done by ordinary teleportation, and the scene of Kazuma Junrin's appearance gave him some familiar feelings. Well done, Quasi-Man, Kakashi-sensei, let's go help quickly. Naruto Uzumaki looked into the distance, and his spirit was shocked and he was ready to show his strength. Kakashi nodded as well, and then they immediately rushed towards the Kazuma Junrin. Cancelling out the power of the ice escape, Kazuma Junjin retracted the action. There was already a white mist in front of it, and the power of the fire melted some of the surrounding ice blocks, and some of them even rose into water vapor. Abominable Konoha ninja, you give me death. Looking at the quasi-person Kazuma on the opposite side, Fenghua Futao just shouted and said. Subsequently, the wolf-tooth avalanche snow and the crane wing blowing snow next to them also attacked directly towards the Junrin Kazuma. Looking at the incoming enemy, a cold light flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes, and several kunai were instantly shot out in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. With a sound of breaking the sky, Ku was shot towards the wolf-tooth avalanche snow and crane wing blowing snow. Humph. Seeing that Kazuma Junrin actually attacked them with Kuwu, wolf-tooth avalanche snow showed a trace of disdain, and he didn't even want to dodge, and rushed straight towards Kuwu. Boom. There was a sound of metal clashing with bursts of sparks, and wolf-tooth avalanche intercepted all of Kuwu with the equipment in his hand. Looking at the four splashes that fell on the ice, the wolf-tooth avalanche showed a vicious smile, ready to attack the quasi-person. However, he did not see that the corners of Kazuma Junrin's mouth seemed to hook an arc. Looking at the Kuwu scattered around the wolf-tooth avalanche snow and Tsuruyi blowing snow, Kazuma Junrin whispered softly in his mouth, "It's over." Then he pulled out a kunai in his hand, swish. Under the eyes of the wolf-tooth avalanche, the quasi-human figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of him. What? Seeing such a terrifying speed of the quasi-man Kazuma, the pupils of the wolf-tooth collapsed and shrank, and he subconsciously raised the equipment on his hand to resist, but in another instant, Kazuma Quasi-Renren's figure disappeared from in front of him, without a trace. Be careful. He only heard the exclamation of the crane wing blowing snow on one side, flying thunder god slash. A soft murmur came from behind him, and the pupils of the wolf-tooth collapsed and shrank, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Junrin Kazuma didn't know when he actually appeared behind him. Coolness rushed straight to his mind from the solace of Wolf-Tooth's feet, and the threat of death enveloped him. No! Exclaimed in horror, not waiting for him to react again. Poof! A black flash of light crossed, and in an instant a splash of blood flew out, and a blood stain appeared on the neck of the wolf-tooth collapsed snow. Holding his neck, the wolf-tooth avalanche only felt that the world in front of him became darker and darker. Boom! Finally, he crashed to the ground. Tsuruyi Bayuki's face showed a look of horror. She didn't expect wolf-tooth avalanche snow to die at the hands of Kazuma Junrin so quickly. Then she suddenly became flustered because Junjin Kazuma had disappeared again. Where are you looking? Tsuruyi Chiwixu only heard the sound coming from behind her, and then a splash of blood splashed, and her pupils instantly darkened. Boom! Fell directly on the snow. All this happened in an instant, from Kazuma Quasi-Person shooting Kuwu, and then solving the two people of Wolf-Tooth Avalanche Snow and Crane Wing Blowing Snow. It was faster than imagination. The wind and waves saw a black flash flicker a few times, and then his two subordinates fell directly to the ground and turned into two corpses. You, looking at the Kazuma Quasi-Person who walked towards him step by step, the wind and flowers showed a trace of fear. And Kakashi, who rushed to this side, saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly, and many pictures emerged from his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Flying Thunder God." And Naruto Uzumaki next to them. They are not clear what this means, however, all three of them were shocked by the strength shown by the Junjin Kazuma. It's getting stronger again. Seeing that the two powerful ninjas of Kazuma had been solved in one breath, Suzuki gritted his teeth and secretly said. Seeing Kazuma Quasi-Man walking towards him expressionlessly, Fenghua Futao just couldn't help but retreat. He was really frightened by that trick. He couldn't see the figure at all, and then his subordinates died directly. While walking, Kazuma Junrin casually shot a few kunai at the Windflower. "Don't come here," knocking the Quasi-Ren's kunai to the side. The Windflower angry wave shouted at the Quasi-Man Kazuma in panic, and then he directly used the strongest ninjutsu, Bingdun, Double Dragon Blizzard. But before he could finish, Kazuma Junrin disappeared in front of him, and then the wind and flowers felt a coolness behind him. Just turned around, I saw a blue chakra ball smashed on me, spiral pill. Rumble. Click. The huge power erupted, and the terrifying destructive power directly shattered the chakra armor of the wind and waves. Burst. The power of the spiral pill directly tore and destroyed the organs in his body, and suddenly blood spit out from the mouth of the wind and flowers. Ugh. He could only let out a final roar, and his entire body was twisted by the power of the spiral pill as if it were ragged, and he flew directly into the ice wall in the distance. Boom! It then fell to the ground and turned into a corpse. By the time Kakashi and his party arrived in front of him, the battle seemed to be over. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the three corpses that fell to the ground in silence, and the picture of Kazuma Junto killing the three people in an instant kept reappearing in his mind. And Naruto Uzumaki was wide-mouthed. That's awesome. He first said from the bottom of his heart, and then shouted, really, Quasi-person, how can you solve it? I still want to show my skills. Junto Kazuma listened to Naruto Uzumaki's words, showed a hint of a smile, and opened his mouth to reply, Naruto, I'm really sorry then, I'll leave it to you next time. Yes, haha, well, I'll go first this time. Naruto Uzumaki listened to Kazuma Junjin's words and touched his head and said seriously, click. At this time, there was a sound from the ice wall that was smashed by the wind and flowers. Junto Kazuma and the others all looked over. These ice walls began to emit brilliant light, and then a holographic projection began to appear. These are two figures, one big and one small. As soon as these two figures appeared, Fenghua Xiaoxu's eyes looked straight at them, and their eyes were full of remembrance. The two people in the picture, one is Fenghua Xiaoxu when she was a child, and the other is her father Fenghua Xiaoxu. At the same time, this ice valley also sounded a sound. Junto Kazuma also sighed while watching this scene. The biggest treasure of the snow country is actually this thing. The previous monarch hoped to bring spring to the snow country and develop this large heater environmental modification machine, but it has not yet been completed, just a large-scale illusion projector. Fenghua Xiaoxu's father originally wanted to reveal the secret after it was completed, but the ambitious Fenghua Feudao mistook it for a huge fortune, so he launched a rebellion, triggering this series of events. Duh. Kazuma Junrin walked to the side of Kazuhua Xiaoxu, and at this time, the image stored by the projection was almost at the end. The two people in the picture are smiling, and in reality, watching this scene, Xiaoxu also laughed, but smiling and laughing, her nose felt sour, and she couldn't help but shed tears, which was the first time she had shed tears in 10 years. Junto Kazuma opened his mouth to comfort her, but before he could speak, a figure rushed towards his arms, and he thought about it or reached out and hugged it. Whining, Fenghua Xiaoxu finally couldn't help crying in the arms of the quasi-person. Junjin Kazuma only felt a faint fragrance coming from him, moved his nose awkwardly, raised his hand to caress her back, and didn't know how to speak. At this moment, the projection is finally at the end. Swish. The ice walls in all directions shone through the surroundings at this moment. In an instant, flowers, green grass, mountains, and forests covered the entire snow country, and the white ice and snow turned into a world full of green and spring. This country suddenly entered spring from winter. In his arms, Fenghua Xiaoxu also seemed to feel the changes in the surrounding environment, raised his head and looked around, and the greenery everywhere filled his eyes. This is your father's gift to you. Welcome to receive, spring in the land of snow. Junrin Kazuma also showed a hint of a smile, and Koyuki said softly, after crying, the wind and snow that still have tears in her eyes are like pear blossoms with a different kind of beauty. Hearing the quasi-person's words, she just raised her head, looked straight into the quasi-person's eyes, and said softly, thank you. As soon as Kazuma Junto wanted to say something more, he felt a fragrance rushing to his face, and then his lips were warm. On the side, Naruto Uzumaki was stunned suddenly, and he kept pointing at the two people, wanting to say something loudly. However, Kakashi, who was covered with a hand by Kakashi on the side, and stopped Naruto from shouting, also secretly cast a trace of envy in his eyes. Suzuki Uchiha pouted and shook his head to the side, while Sakura whimpered with tears in her eyes, it's so romantic, it's perfect. At this time, an excited roar came from the side. Junrin Kazuma also heard it, and then felt Kazuhua Xiaoyuki bury his head in his chest shyly. Turning his head and looking over, he saw that some people in the crew were recording something to themselves, and at the same time, the director stood in front of the camera and shouted excitedly at the Quasi people, the princess and the ninja, finally happy together. This ending is really beautiful. Saying that, the director showed moving tears. And at this time, Kakashi also let go of Naruto's mouth. You, Naruto Uzumaki finally roared out loudly at this moment. His eyes were full of envy and jealousy, his hands were tangled and clenched at the collar, and finally he shouted in frustration, it's not fair. Why are all the benefits that a quasi-person gets alone? On the side, Sakura directly hit Naruto on the head with a heavy hammer, knocking him to the ground, and shouted mercilessly, come on, if it were you, things would be a mess. Naruto Uzumaki held the big bag above his head and looked at the Quasido Kazuma who was holding the wind and snow, he looked at Sakura, who was staring at Suzuki with his eyes full of heart, and suddenly another blow hit, only to feel that his eyes were full of tears. Her Royal Highness, Her Royal Highness. At this time, Asama Santaifu also rushed towards this side with dozens of samurai. Junto Kazuma whispered to the Windflower Koyuki in his arms, "Let's go. Your nationals need you." Fengwa Zyatsu answered with a shy and low voice on her face, then recovered her mood and walked towards the group. Time passed slowly. At the succession ceremony of wind and snow, standing on the platform, Windflower Zyatsu took over the authority of the monarch of the snow country. After hearing the cheers of the people below, a touching smile also appeared on her exquisite face. Offstage, Kazuma Junrin looked at the wind and snow, who was being enthusiastically cheered by his own people, and the corners of his mouth curved. "Let's go!" Then, Kazuma Junto turned to Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi and said, "Why don't you say goodbye?" Kakashi glanced at the wind and snow on the high platform and asked suspiciously, "Already said goodbye." Junto Kazuma scratched his head and said. Kakashi also nodded, and then they just walked towards the distance, and the wind and light snow on the stage. Looking at the back of the quasi-person Kazuma, his eyes fluctuated. "Your Royal Highness, you can chase over." Asama Santaifu watched from the side and said with some encouragement. Fengwa Zyatsu shook his head, looked at the surrounding snow country, and said softly, "Third wife, I have one more thing to do." Then she raised her right hand, holding a kunao in the palm of her hand, with a special pattern on it. A rosy smile appeared on his face, and Fengwa Zyatsu said, "Besides, he said he would come to see me often." On the way, in the end, I still didn't get an autograph, Uzumaki Naruto said, dissatisfied. "Stupid, sign to find the right person," Sakura reminded from the sidelines. "Well, I didn't either," Kazuma Junrin said directly without waiting for Naruto to speak. "What?" Naruto Uzumaki instantly became dejected. Junto Kazuma smiled, and seeing Kakashi's eyes, he silently walked to the side. And Kakashi went to the side tongue, "Let's put away these bitter nothings." Kakashi handed Kazuma Junto some kunao and said with deep meaning, "Well, thank you Kakashi-senpai." Taking the kunao with the mark of the flying thunder god on Kakashi's hand, Junto Kazuma said with a chuckle, "I didn't expect Kakashi to be so careful and collect all the flying thunder god Kumu used to fight with the wind and flowers. And it seems that he also knows the tricks he used. Nothing, I think that one will be happy to see someone reproduce this trick." Kakashi's eyes showed reminiscence, and he said in a tone full of emotion. Junto Kazuma smiled and secretly said, "You will meet again in the future." Kanaha, in the middle of a forest. Bang! A sound sounded, and three figures quickly shuttled through the forest, instantly rushing towards the distance. In front of them, there is another one that is frantically fleeing. Pet cat? Swish! 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 Suzuki Uchiha instantly shot several shurikens and shot them directly in front of the pet cat. Meow! The cat was greatly frightened, and its hair stood on end, and it jumped to the side with a cry. But Naruto Uzumaki had already taken a big bag and was waiting for it over there. In the desperate eyes of the cat, call. The large bag came over and Naruto grabbed it at once. "Okay, mission accomplished." Sakura looked at the pet cat struggling in the bag in Naruto's hand and said with a smile, "This cooperation, they are already very proficient. After all, they have performed this task dozens of times." Naruto Uzumaki grabbed the pet cat, which was the target of this mission, and said with a burst of dissatisfaction what Quasai people and Kakashi-sensei said so nicely, "Isn't it just to be lazy?" It has been a while since they returned from the land of snow, and the tasks given to their squads by the three generations during this period of time have also become daily trivial tasks, and those A and B level tasks are no longer released. And this time, Kakashi and the Quasai-man even said that they would test the ability of the three to complete the task independently, so they sent Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them to carry out this D mission by themselves. Looking at the cat in Naruto's hands, Sakura also felt that Kakashi and Quasito were hiding somewhere and lazy. Uchiha Suzuki didn't care, glanced at the mission target grimly, and said lightly, "Let's go." And at this moment, Kazuma Junrin and Kakashi were really not lazy, and in the morning, a member of the Dark Division informed him and Kakashi to gather at the Hokage's office. When the Quasai people and Kakashi arrived here, they found that not only the two of them, but many Kaminobi had gathered here. When the three generations of Hokage saw that everyone had arrived, they opened their mouths and announced, "Just now, the Sand Shinobi village sent an invitation," and a month later, they decided to jointly hold the Chunin exam with us Konoha. Hearing this, Kazuma Junrin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this incident to come so quickly. When he left the Hokage's office, Kazuma Junrin was still thinking about the Chunin exam that would happen soon. In the original book, during the Chunin exam, Orikimura pretended to be Kazekage and launched the Konoha collapse plan. Quasi-person. At this time, there was a pleasant sound, and at the same time a hand slapped on the shoulder of Junrin Kazuma. Junrin Kazuma turned to look at the person behind him, with black and red eyes, delicate facial features and hot body, but it was the leader teacher of the 8th class Rihon. "Oh, it's red." Junjin Kazuma just chuckled. He and Hong are also familiar, after all, during this time they will always compete in illusion. Don't say, Sunset Red's illusion is indeed powerful, and the Quasi person is not sure that he can defeat her with illusion without using the Sharingan. If the battle in the original book were not against Uchiha Itachi, she would definitely exert the power of illusion. It's just a pity. What are you thinking, so out of your mind? It won't be the princess of that snow country, right? Seeing Kazuma Junrin looking at his lost mind, a trace of fluctuations flashed in the red pupils of the Sunset Red, and he said directly to Kazuma Junrin in a strange tone. Hearing Sunset Hong's words, Kazuma Junto smiled awkwardly. At the same time, he secretly scolded the director, but he didn't expect that he actually filmed the film, and the protagonist is, of course, Junjin Kazuma and the princess of the snow country connected. The most important thing is this movie. It was even on fire. May realized that his tone is a little strange. Shiri Hong also pretended to reach out and stroke the hair next to his ear. He changed the topic and said, by the way, your 7th class is preparing to participate in this Zongen exam? Although the 3 generations did not mention in the conversation just now whether the newly graduated ninja should take the Chunin exam, it was a question for the leading teacher to consider. Junto Kazuma looked at the action of setting red hair, smiled slightly, and then looked at Kakashi beside him. Kakashi, who was pretending to look at the intimate heaven, noticed the gaze of the Quasi person, and couldn't keep silent, just scratched his head and said, whether the 7th class wants to participate or not depends on their own opinions. Junjin Kazuma nodded. Now Naruto and Sasuke are not much worse than the original. Oh, yes, Kakashi, is the 7th class also preparing to take this Chushin exam? At this time, Asuma appeared out of nowhere, pretending to have run into it by chance, and said as if he had greeted Kakashi. Then he turned his head and saw the Quasi person and Hong, and said with a smile, Quasi person, Hong, you are also there. Kazuma Junrin showed a smile wordlessly, and secretly shook his head in his heart. Such a stiff conversation is really good. Sunset Hong saw Asuma coming, but also a little helpless. Recently Asuma will always come to her side, because he is the son of 3 generations. Sunset Hong is not too rude. Several people didn't know what to say for a while, but fortunately at this time, Teacher Hong, members of the 8th class rushed over from afar. The people in the 8th class are Shino, and Hinata. On top of his head is his ninja dog, Akamaru. Shino wears a pair of round-framed sunglasses, and Hinata still looks very quiet and weak. Long time no see, Shino, Hinata. Junto Kazuma also smiled and greeted the 3 of them. After all, they were classmates. Long time no see, Quasi-man. I heard that you are already a shinobi. Tooth and Shino were also familiar with prospective people when they were in school, but this was the first time they met after graduation. Hinata said to the Quasi person a little shyly, Quasi Ren-kun, good, the sound is very weak, and you can't hear it clearly if you don't listen carefully. Junrin Kazuma also looked at the heroine in this original book again. At school, Hinata's presence was low, not as tall as Naruto, and the Quasi people didn't care at that time. Probably feeling the gaze of Junrin Kazuma, Hinata's face is slowly turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, Hinata, didn't you react like this when you met Naruto? Saw Hinata's appearance and said curiously. And his words directly made Hinata's face hot and red, and the top of his head seemed to be smoking. His steps were unsteady, and he felt like he was about to faint. Red saw Hinata's appearance and hurriedly helped her. Hong knew that Hinata was a shy personality, but she didn't expect to see such a big reaction from the Quasi person. Then she just looked at the prospective person. The handsome face, coupled with the pair of particularly deep eyes, is indeed very attractive to girls. Then we'll leave first. Red helped Hinata, just said to Kakashi and Asuma, or take Hinata and leave quickly. After all, they need to go on a mission later. After Red left with the members of the 8th class, Asuma also became interested and listless. And at this time, Naruto Uzumaki they also saw Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi, Quasi-human, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly ran in front of Kakashi, pointing at the Quasi-man and Kakashi and counting, it's too much, you guys are really lazy here. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi scratched his head and smiled dryly. He didn't know what to say. After all, they weren't going to tell Naruto the news of the 3-person shinobi exam right now. By the way, Naruto, is your mission complete? Kakashi just changed the subject and asked. Naruto Uzumaki lifted the poor pet cat out and replied, it's long over. Kazuma Junrin looked at this familiar cat, and also shook his head and sighed. What sins did this cat make in his last life, and he met such an owner? Thinking of the appearance of the daimyo lady, Kazuma Junto immediately stopped thinking. Asuma, then we will also go to hand over the task. Kakashi and the Quasi-man said goodbye to Asuma. Then, with a noisy Naruto, he walked towards the mission office of the Hokage building. Asuma stood in place, took a cigarette and looked at the 4 people who were gradually moving away, and sighed with emotion. Time passed slowly, and the 7th class slowly began to be exposed to more tasks. Although most of them are the lowest level, there are obviously many more C-level tasks, and even occasionally B-level tasks are handed over to prospective people. After all, there are 2 upper shinobi in the 7th class, and it would be too wasteful to do low-level tasks all the time. And in these tasks, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, they all gradually grew up, especially Sasuke, single-wheel talent. He is indeed outstanding among the 3, his own strength has improved rapidly, and he already has the level of Naka Ninja. And Naruto's growth is not comparable to Sasuke, but it is also more and more like a ninja, because of the abundance of chakra, fighting enemies can always give unexpected results. As for Sakura, compared to Naruto and Sasuke, she may not have improved so much, but she has also grown a lot compared to herself when she just graduated. And on this day, Kakashi left early, leaving Junto Kazuma to take Naruto and them to hand over the task. At this time, there was an eagle cry in the sky, and Kazuma Junrin glanced up. "What's wrong?" Looking at Kazuma Junrin, who looked up at the sky, Uzumaki asked in surprise, and at the same time he also looked around at the sky, but he didn't find anything wrong. Naruto Uzumaki didn't react to them, and no one knew that this was a signal for the gathering of shinobi. When I silently calculated in my heart, the Kwasai-man said to Sasuke, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, go and hand over the task yourself. I have something next. What? Kakashi-sensei is like this, and so are you. Hearing the Kwasai-man's words, Naruto Uzumaki just clasped his arms and said dissatisfied. Haha, I'm sorry, I'll teach you a ninjutsu next time. When the Kwasai person heard Naruto's complaint, he just said with a smile. And hearing the words of the Kwasai person, Naruto Uzumaki immediately stopped complaining, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, really, I'm going to learn the pills ninjutsu. Yes, Junto Kazuma thought about it and agreed. Anyway, Orikimura will still be learned by Naruto in the end, and the 3 generations have never forbidden him to teach it to others, and Naruto, their practice has also reached this stage, and they can contact powerful ninjutsu. Junto Kazuma felt that as the leader of the team, he should teach Naruto some killer skills. Looking at Sasuke, who looked a little strange next to him, Kazuma Junrin thought about it and said, I'll teach you an aggressive ninjutsu at that time. Hearing the words of the Kwasai person, Uchiha Sasuke's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Kwasai person to teach him. Sasuke's heart had waves. According to his personality, he has never wanted to accept help from others, but the ninjutsu power of Kazuma Junrin is amazing, which is really difficult for Sasuke, who is bent on improving his strength. What about me? Seeing that Junto Kazuma was ready to teach Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura pointed to herself expectantly and said, after thinking about it, teaching 1 is teaching 2 is also teaching a group is also. Anyway, let's go together at that time. Although he doesn't know much about medical ninjutsu, he can learn it after dealing with Naruto and them. The figure of Kazuma Junrin disappeared from the place in an instant. Sasuke, when I learn that ninjutsu, I must make you look good. Naruto Uzumaki fantasized about the image of him pressing Sasuke Uchiha to the ground and teaching him a hard lesson after learning the Kwasai human trick, and drool flowed from the corner of his mouth. Idiot. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's appearance, Uchiha Sasuke knew what he was thinking and said lightly, damn it, you wait for me, stinky fart Sasuke. Hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, Naruto Uzumaki was annoyed and shouted. And Uchiha Sasuke ignored it. His heart couldn't help but be excited. His heart to become stronger never stopped. However, Kazuma Junrin was ready to teach him, which also made him feel complicated. After all, Kwasai people, he and Sasuke are the same age. And at this moment, Hokage office, Kwasai human. Kwasai human. Seeing Kazuma Junto come in, many ninjas smiled and said hello. Junjin Kazuma also responded one by one. When he was leading the team, he had a very good relationship and met many ninjas in the village. Kwasai man, you're here. Kakashi also leaned back against the wall to the side and looked at Junrin Kazuma and said, Red was originally entangled by Asuma, and when she saw Junto Kazuma come in, she also walked over and said hello. Swish. Haha, you are Kazuma Junrin, I heard, that genius shinobu. At this time, a ninja wearing a green tights with thick eyebrows and big eyes instantly appeared in front of the Kwasai person Kazuma, showing snow-white teeth and smiling at the Kwasai person. Yes, looking at the person in front of him, Kazuma Junrin's eyes flashed a trace of fluctuation. This is a ruthless person, who almost kicked Uncle Ban, but he also has to sigh at the strength of Uchiha Ban, and almost resisted a blow from the 8-door dungeon. Kwasai person, introduce, this is Kai. Considering that this was the first time he had met with Matt Kai, Kakashi spoke on the side. Yes, my name is Kai, Matt K. It is Kakashi's lifelong opponent. After getting to know Meti, Kazuma Junto found that more and more people he knew in Konoha. And this situation, I am afraid that the 3 generations want to see, after all, one more bond, a little more peace of mind. The upper ninja were talking together, Junjin, Kakashi, Kai, Asuma, Red and some of the Kami Shinobu were obviously the core of the group, and many people were talking around them. And when they communicate, they unknowingly talk about Kazuma Junrin. After all, he is the youngest Sharingan here, and his performance in recent times has been very good, killed 2 Ninja Blade 7 and helped the Snow Country monarch retake the country. Such a performance made him famous in Konoha, and many ordinary people in the village knew that Konoha had another powerful genius shinobu. After a while, 3 generations arrived. And seeing the 3 generations of Hokage, the upper ninja also stopped talking and looked at the 3 generations. The purpose of summoning everyone here must be clear to you. The 3rd generation of Hokage Ape Hibiki looked at the group of upper ninja in front of him, showed a hint of a smile, and said, "Now I officially announce that we will start holding the middle ninja exam on July 1st, 7 days later." Hearing the words of the 3 generations, although the upper ninja all knew, they couldn't help but make some comments. Is the time so fast? Listening to the discussion below, the 3 generations coughed twice, and everyone just returned to quiet. Then I only heard the 3 generations speak. "Now, please ask the leading teacher who is in charge of guiding the shinobi newcomers to come out." Junrin Kazuma and Sunset Red looked at each other and stood forward. The 3rd generation looked at the several leaders in front of him and smiled. "Well, are there any suitable newcomers among you to attend?" The voice of the 3 generations of Hokage fell. Several of them just shook their heads and answered no. It seems that these Shainin clearly know that the strength of the students in their team is not enough to participate in this assessment. Yes, seeing Yukami Shinobu shaking his head, the 3 generations were not surprised. After all, newcomers generally don't participate in the assessment until the 2nd year. Originally, there was no need to ask, but because there are several special circumstances in this session, the 3 generations took their pipes and looked at the Quasai people and others who had not yet spoken. He just smiled and asked, "How about it, Junrin, Kakashi, is your squad suitable for this Chunin exam?" Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi looked at each other and got a gesture from Kakashi, and Junto Kazuma stepped forward and said, "Yunin Kazuma recommended Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha, and Sakura Harano to participate in the Naruto exam." And hearing the words of the Quasai person, those leaders of the same level were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. After all, the 7th class performance of the Quasai person Kazuma did meet the conditions. But then, Sunset Red also recommended all members of the 8th class to take the Chunin exam, and Asma also recommended all members of the 10th class to take the Chunin exam. This series of occurrences made those ninjas no longer able to bear it. They all spoke. "Isn't it? You must know that those shinobi have just graduated, even if they have already achieved the goal of taking the exam, but the strength may be, but Asma, they all decide things, how can they be swayed?" At this time, the 3 people of Naruto Uzumaki, who had just handed over, were about to disperse. "Let go of me." At this time, Naruto Uzumaki just heard a more familiar voice sound, and then several anxious shouts, "Let him go! Kano Amaru!" Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki's face instantly turned sideways, and the figure ran in the direction where the voice came from. "Naruto!" Seeing Naruto Uzumaki's actions, Sakura couldn't help but exclaim, and Uchiha Suzuki's eyes froze slightly. Turning a street corner, Naruto Uzumaki saw Kano Amaru, but he was now being caught in the hands of a ninja dressed in black with a white bandage-like object behind his back. Kano Amaru. Nothing was observed at all, and Naruto Uzumaki just gulped. "Brother Naruto." Seeing Naruto Uzumaki appear, several of Konohamaru's companions immediately exclaimed in surprise. And Naruto Uzumaki just looked at the black-clothed ninja and shouted, "Let him go." As he spoke, Naruto Uzumaki also ran towards him. "Humph, ninja of Konoha." Seeing the Konoha brace worn on the head of Naruto Uzumaki who rushed over, the ninja frowned lightly and snorted coldly. Then he threw the Konoha pill in his hand towards Naruto Uzumaki. Swish! Abominable! Seeing the scene, Naruto Uzumaki drank lowly, and hurriedly stopped his figure to save Konohamaru. "It's okay." At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body could not move, and the black-clothed ninja on the opposite side, I don't know when he appeared near Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's ninja, is that the strength? Saying that, he just smashed his fist towards Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer to him, Naruto Uzumaki's pupils shrank and he clenched his teeth, but he found himself as if he was bound by something and couldn't dodge. Shout! At this time, a stone quickly shot towards the black-clothed ninja, and instantly smashed into his hand. A burst of pain hit, his face changed, and he instantly retreated to the rear. And the figure of Suzuki Uchiha immediately appeared next to Naruto Uzumaki. "Shinobu?" Looking at the forehead protection on the black-clothed ninja's forehead, Uchiha Suzuki's eyes froze and he spoke. And at this moment, Kazuma Junto also walked out of the Hokage building. Thinking of what would happen in the original book, he still walked towards the place where Naruto handed over the task. Really, where did that guy Kankuro run? Just past a street corner, and Kazuma Junrin saw a female ninja with light blonde hair, a folding fan-like object on her back, a short skirt and ninja net stockings walked towards her. Ha! Seeing this female ninja, Kazuma Junrin was slightly stunned. Temeri? So, the Sand Hidden Village Ninja Squad, mainly represented by my arrow, has arrived. And Temeri on the opposite side also lit up his eyes when he saw the oncoming Junrin Kazuma. The handsome Kazuma Junjin, wearing a ninja vest and wearing a royal robes, exudes a unique temperament. Wow, Konoha is just different. The ninjas here look so handsome. There was something heartwarming in her heart. Hearing Temeri's words, Junto Kazuma smiled and said, "You are the ninjas of the Sand Shinobi village, right?" Yes. Temari was also a little lost when he saw Kazuma Junto's smile, but then immediately nodded in response. Kazuma Junran did not speak again, and slightly concentrated on chakra. He immediately locked the position of Naruto Uzumaki, and at the same time felt two strange chakras near him, thought about it and said to Temari, "Let's go. Your two teammates should be over there." Temari didn't know how the ninja in front of her determined the location of her two teammates, or even who this ninja was, but the inexplicable feeling made her follow. And at this moment, Kankuro, who Temari was looking for, was nervously facing a red-haired boy carrying a large gourd on his back. The red-haired boy had red love words engraved on his forehead, and a pair of eyes surrounded by black eyes were full of coldness and horror, and he was looking at Kankuro with murderous intent. I love Ro. I'm sorry, being watched by my arrow. Kankuro felt a burst of coldness all over his body, and said with a trembling mouth, "We have something to do here, don't cause trouble." Ai Luo looked at Kankuro coldly and said without the slightest emotion, "Yes, I'm sorry." Kankuro didn't dare to refute when he heard Ai Luo's words, but he knew that if he refuted, Ai Luo might really kill him. And Suzuki Uchiha on the other side, his eyes were looking at Ai Luo at this moment, and Ai Luo also looked over. This guy, it's terrifying. Moreover, the look in the eyes is really uncomfortable. Looking at my arrow, Suzuki's brow frowned, feeling that my arrow's strength was terrifying, because the speed of his appearance just now was no less than Kakashi. Damn it, who the hell are you? Seeing the two guys on the other side who didn't know, Naruto Uzumaki just stood up and asked. Kankuro looked at Naruto Uzumaki and pouted disdainfully, but because I loved Luo by his side, he didn't dare to speak casually. And Iroh directly ignored Naruto Uzumaki's words and looked at Suzuki Uchiha. For Suzuki's skills, he was a little interested. "What's your name?" Looking at Suzuki, Iroh asked lightly. "If you want to know someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Suzuki Uchiha did not have the slightest timidity. With a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, he looked at Iroh and said, "Sand Waterfall, I love Luo." Hearing Uchiha Suzuki's words, Iroh said directly, "Uchiha, Suzuki." Hearing my arrow's name, Suzuki also said his name directly. "Oh, would you like to ask me what my name is?" Naruto Uzumaki, who was ignored, jumped out very unpleasantly and said to them Iroh, but Ai Luo still ignored him and was ready to leave. Seeing this scene, Naruto Uzumaki was as popular as thunder. At this time, Kankuro, I love Luo. A voice sounded from behind Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, Suzuki, they had all seen it, that is, they saw Junto Kazuma and a strange beautiful female ninja walking over. Temari. Kankuro was also a little happy to see that it was Temari. After all, it was too depressing to stay alone with Iroh. Temari also noticed that something seemed to be happening here, and quickly walked to the side of Era and Kankuro. "What's wrong?" Temari asked Kankuro softly, and Kankuro peeked at Iroh and didn't dare to say anything. And this time, Kwasai man, you came just right. Naruto Uzumaki, who was depressed because he ignored it several times, saw the arrival of Kazuma Junto, and immediately became full of confidence, pointing at Kankuro and Iera and saying, "These guys on the other side are ninjas they don't know, maybe people from other villages sneaked in." Hearing Naruto's words, Temari on the opposite side spoke, "Don't get me wrong, we have this." Saying that, Temari took out the pass for the Chunin exam, and Naruto Uzumaki still didn't know what it was, and was about to ask. At this time, Kazuma Junto said, "Okay, Naruto, they are the ninjas of the Sand Ninja village who took the Chu Ninja exam. Naka Shinobi exam." Hearing this word, Uchiha Suzuki's expression froze, and Sakura's face changed slightly. Obviously they knew what kind of assessment this was. And Naruto also scratched his head, pondered for a while, and finally looked up and asked suspiciously, "What is the Naka Shinobi exam?" "Stupid." Seeing Naruto like this, Sakura, who felt embarrassed and lost to the outer village, roared angrily at Naruto. At the same time, he explained in detail what the Chunin exam is. And Naruto, who finally knew the meaning of the Naka Shinobi exam, his eyes lit up. Then we can't participate?" Naruto Uzumaki asked, looking at Junto Kazuma. "Well, I just wanted to say that I already recommended you to Naruto-sama to participate." When Kazuma Junto heard Naruto's words, he did not hide it and said directly, "Great." Hearing the Kwasai-man's words, Naruto Uzumaki just shouted happily. And the Sand Shinobi trio who heard the content of Kazuma Junran's conversation, their faces changed, and the only people who could recommend the Shinobi team to the Shinobi team to participate in the Naka Ninja exam to the Ichimura no Kage were generally only the teachers who served as the leader of this team, and I didn't expect that the young-looking Kazuma Jr. It turned out to be those Konoha Shinobi's leading teachers. And his strength? Iroh gushed out with great interest. Are you their lead teacher?" Temari couldn't help but cover his mouth with one hand and asked in surprise. The Kwasai man was half a body taller than Naruto Uzumaki and Suzuki Uchiha, probably half a head shorter than Kakashi. Hearing Temari's words, the Kwasai person showed a hint of a smile, well, sort of. Touching the heads of the reluctant Suzuki and Naruto, he said with a smile, Behind him, Sakura looked up directly at Temari and the others on the opposite side, and said demonstratively, "Quasi-man, he is now the youngest Shangnin in our village." Hearing the identity of the quasi-person Kamishinobu, Temari and Kankuro were shocked, but they didn't expect that looking at Kazuma Junrin, who was not a few years different from his own age, it turned out to be Kamishinobu. My AI Luo's eyes moved, staring at Junrin Kazuma and saying, "Interesting, say your name." Hearing my AI Luo's words, Junto Kazuma looked at him and smiled, "You should have taken the Chunin exam. Then I'm not your target, your opponent is them." Saying that, Kazuma Junrin just patted Naruto Uzumaki and Suzuki Uchiha. AI Luo, who did not get an answer from Kazuma Junrin, glanced at Kazuma Junrin coldly, and turned away directly. "I love Luo." Seeing that AI Luo left, Kankuro did not dare to stay here. After all, there is a Shangnin existence on the other side. "Temari, let's go." Calling Temari, Kankuro chased in the direction of Era. Temari still glanced at Junrin Kazuma with some surprise, and then immediately turned to leave. After the Shinobu trio walked away, Junto Kazuma glanced in one direction, then he turned to Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them. "Let's go, Naruto, Suzuki, Sakura, Kakashi-senpai are waiting for us." Quasi and Naruto and the three of them also slowly left. In situ, under a large tree. "It's scary, was it discovered?" The three strangely dressed ninjas tensed up, looking at the back of Junjin Kazuma, their palms covered in cold sweat. "Forget it, don't follow it anymore. Anyway, our target is not him," one of the hedgehog-headed ninjas, who had a bandage wrapped around his face, whispered. The other two nodded, and then slowly retreated. "Interesting, Oto Shinobu is already here, isn't it?" After they left, the quasi-human figure walked out from where they were standing, whispering softly in his mouth, and then the boom turned into a puff of white smoke. And the Junjin Kazuma, who stayed with Naruto Uzumaki, also received a message from the shadow doppelganger just now. "This assessment is very interesting." Looking at Naruto Uzumaki and them, the corners of the Quasi-man's mouth hooked and said with a smile, "Ha!" Naruto Uzumaki still didn't understand what Kazuma Junjin meant, and looked at him suspiciously, and the Quasi-man didn't explain much, just walked forward. Duh. By the time they reached a bridge, Kakashi was already waiting there. Seeing the arrival of the three people, Quasi-man and Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi put the book in his hand into his pocket, looked at them and said, "Here it comes." After Kakashi told Naruto about the Chunin exam again, he took out 3 registration forms for the Chunin exam from his pocket. "Although the prospective person and I have recommended you to participate, after all, we are only recommending, and you need your own consent." Saying that, Kakashi put 3 forms into the hands of Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha, and Sakura Harano. He looked at them seriously and said, "So if you really decide to take this Chu Ninja examination, just submit the registration form to Ninja School Class 301 in 7 days. Junto Kazuma looked at the excited Naruto and Suzuki, whose lips were slightly hooked, and then glanced at Sakura, who silently squeezed the registration form. "Great, Nakanin, Nakashinobi, if I pass this exam, I can become Nakashinobi." Naruto Uzumaki looked at Kakashi and Quasato excitedly and asked loudly. Kakashi scratched his face with his fingers and nodded back. "Theoretically, that's the case." "Haha, then I'm one step closer to Hokage Skull," Naruto Uzumaki said with a laugh, and then looked at the person, Quasi-man. "Then I'm not far from Shangnin. On the side, Suzuki Uchiha looked at Naruto Uzumaki, pouted and hummed, "Idiot." However, his heart moved. If he passed the Chunin exam, to some extent, he was indeed one step closer to Kazuma Junrin. Junto Kazuma looked at Naruto Uzumaki's appearance that he could definitely pass the Naka Shinobi exam, shook his head and sighed softly, "You better pass this assessment." And a reminder, speaking of this, the quasi-person's tone paused, and Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them all looked over. There was no expression on his face, his eyes looked at Naruto Uzumaki and them flatly, and the quasi-man just spoke, "This time the exam, you may die." Kazuma Junrin's words fell, causing the pupils of Naruto Uzumaki to shrink, and their hearts seemed to have been greatly impacted at this moment, and they felt that their breathing was about to stop. "No, it won't." Naruto showed a little cold sweat or two on his face, and said with a trembling mouth and a strong smile. Although Uchiha Suzuki did not speak, his eyes became obviously solemn. Sakura lowered her head and held her hands nervously. Seeing that the three people were frightened by the quasi-person's words, Kakashi also thought about it, and just comforted, "Haha, it's actually not that scary. However, you really need to think about it before you go. Moreover, decide whether you want to participate or not, everyone can abstain." Hearing Kakashi say this, Junto Kazuma did not expose him either. After Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them left with heavy hearts, Kakashi looked at Junto Kazuma and said, "Wouldn't it be too early to tell them this?" Kazuma Junrin looked at the somewhat gloomy sky in the distance, and said, "If they don't have this will, I really don't think they can participate in this Chunin exam." Kakashi thought about it, and didn't say anything. After all, the Chunin exam did have a lot of difficulty and a certain danger to life. Kakashi didn't know that this time the Chunin exam was unusual and extremely dangerous for Suzuki and their 7th class. Time passed quickly, the 7th day. Junto Kazuma packed his outfit and headed for the ninja school. he and Kakashi had one last thing to do. Come to the ninja school, quasi-human. Kazuma Junrin just heard a familiar call behind him. It turned out to be Irika-sensei. Turning around, he looked at Irika and Kazuma Junto just smiled and said hello. At this moment, Irika should be wanting to say something. His face was obviously a little anxious and worried when he saw that Kazuma Junrin directly asked, "I heard that the 7th class is going to take the Chunin exam this time?" "Yes." Junto Kazuma, who already knew what Irika would say, nodded. "Isn't it too early, Naruto? They just graduated." Sure enough, Irika voiced his inner concern after Kazuma Junto answered. Irika is a Naka shinobi. He knows the difficulty and danger of the Naruto Chu Ninja exam. In his opinion, the strength of Naruto Uzumaki is still not enough to participate in this assessment. Maybe you can wait for next year. Irika's inner secret. Irika-sensei, Naruto is no longer a student in the school. Looking at Irika, Kazuma said seriously, they are already ninjas on their own. Irika opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Junrin Kazuma smiled and continued, in the 7th class, they have already experienced several B-level missions and one A-level mission, which is far beyond the experience of their peers, and the improvement of their strength is also beyond ordinary people. What's more, as your students, you should trust them more, shouldn't you? I, who am also a student of Irika-sensei, should be more qualified to say such things. Looking at Irika, who was slightly stunned, Junto Kazuma finally said, "Trust them." Irika-sensei. Irika's heart was also fluctuating at the moment. The Quasi-man's words made him begin to waver. He really didn't seem to have reassured Naruto and them, and the Quasi-man. Thinking of the strength of Kazuma Junrin and his recent fame in the village, Irika slowly revealed a smile and muttered, "Yes, the Quasi people have grown to such a height, Naruto they will grow too." Irika's worried mood seemed to have calmed down because of Junjin's words, and after saying goodbye to Irika, Junto Kazuma walked to the side of classroom 301 on the 3rd floor. Kakashi also arrived early today, leaning on the side of the classroom door, watching Intimate Paradise in his hand. Seeing the prospective person walking over, Kakashi glanced up, and then continued to look at the reading in his hand. "Did Irika just look for you?" Kazuma Junrin just heard Kakashi's voice coming. Listening to the meaning of Kakashi's words, he seemed to know that Irika would find Kazuma Junrin. With a smile on his face, the Quasi nodded and said, Irika-sensei did find me just now." Kakashi heard the Quasi-man's words, his eyes slightly looked away from the book, and he looked ahead without knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, "Irika's people are very good. In the ninja school, he is a really good teacher." Kakashi said so, and Junto Kazuma understood what he meant, which means that it is only in the ninja school place that Irika's character and abilities can be used. Junjin Kazuma sighed lightly, and had to sigh that the 3 generations of Hokage had a strong grasp of some people's hearts and personalities, and the positions assigned to them were indeed able to exert their abilities. Time passes slowly. Since the Quasi people and Kakashi stood at the gate of the ninja examination classroom, the ninjas from various countries who entered one after another couldn't help but glance at them. Of course, most of them glance at it and stop paying attention. Maybe I thought in my heart that this was the subordinate patience of the 2 gatekeepers. It's him. At this time, Kazuma Junto heard a voice and looked over. It turned out to be a ninja of Shinobu. Meet again. Seeing Temari, Aira, and Kankuro, a trace of essence flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes, and he said with a chuckle, "Ha, no?" Hearing the Quasi people greeting the 3 shinobi, Kakashi also raised his dead fish eye slightly and glanced at the 3 of Aira. This boy, when he saw Iroh, Kakashi's eyes froze. He sensed the dangerous aura exuding from Iroh, especially the eyes wrapped in black circles, revealing a cold and ruthless look. When being stared at by this kind of gaze, it instinctively makes people feel depressed and uncomfortable. Temari, Aira, and Kankuro looked at Junjin Kazuma, and when they went back yesterday, they reported some of the situation of Junjin Kazuma, a ninja, to their leading teacher Marky, but Marky didn't know. He didn't know the specific news of Junto Kazuma. After all, the time for Junto Kazuma to quit the Dark Ministry as a shinobi was still very short, although he completed several high-level tasks that gave him a certain fame in Kana, but not so much prestige for the ninjas of the land of Wind to know. Iroh stared at Junto Kazuma closely. He was very interested in Kazuma. If he hadn't known that this was Kana and he still had a mission on his side, I would have shot directly. "I love Luo." Worried that my AI Luo would mess around, he subconsciously cried out. AI Luo glanced at Temari coldly, but did not say anything more, and walked straight towards the classroom. Seeing the way AI Luo walked forward alone, Temari hadn't said anything yet. Kankuro next to her just gritted his teeth. His face was ugly, and at the same time he secretly said in his heart, "So, I hate staying with this guy the most." Seeing that Iroh has already walked into the classroom, Temari also smiled slightly at Kazuma Junrin, kind of said hello, and then motioned for Kankuro to follow, and the 2 people chased towards Iroh in front. When the Sanda Shinobu trio entered the classroom, Kakashi just spoke. "It seems that the relationship between these 3 shinobi is not good." The Quasi-man nodded slightly, and then heard Kakashi's voice come again, "And that teenager called I Love Luo looks dangerous." Hearing this, a trace of fluctuation flashed in the eyes of the Quasi person. I Love Luo is a tale of human pillar power, of course dangerous. At the same time, the Quasi person's heart is also thinking about what he should do in this Zongnin exam. Slowly, many ninjas arrived, and the Quasi people also saw the 3 people in Kusanagi village, but Kazuma Junjin did not find anything abnormal in the 3 of them, and it seemed that the one had not acted yet. Ah, Quasi man. Kazuma Junrin was still thinking about those ninjas in Kusanagi village, and a figure rushed towards the Quasi Ren with a burst of fragrance. Oh, it's Ino. Looking at Ino, who was holding his right arm, Kazuma Junrin just smiled and said, Ino's mind is already known to passersby, and Kazuma Junrin has long known, but at this moment he remembers the figure in the country of snow. A fluctuation flashed in his heart, and he sighed secretly and let it be, and Kazuma Junrin stopped thinking about these things for the time being. Shikamaru and Dingji, who were on the same team as Ino, also walked over and greeted Junto Kazuma. Long time no see, Quasi man. Shikamaru still looked like that, but probably because he saw the Quasi person, he barely lifted a little spirit. Then he saw Kakashi on the side, and he also said hello, this is the famous Kakashi-sensei. Well, I'm that famous. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Kakashi on the side scratched the mask with his fingers and spoke. Junrin Kazuma talked with Ino and Shikamaru for a while, and then looked at the time. He just reminded, by the way, you also took the Zongnin exam, the time is almost up, let's go in. Well, see you back. Seeing that the time was not early, Shikamaru on the side also spoke. Gone, Ino. Calling the reluctant Ino away, Shikamaru and the others also walked into the examination room. The ninjas from all over the world have basically arrived, but Naruto, they still haven't come? Kakashi looked at the passage and found that there were no figures of the 3 people, just said lightly. He didn't know his mood. Was he expecting 3 people to come? It's better not to come. Kakashi-senpai, they are coming. At this time, Kazuma Junrin looked at the 3 familiar figures that appeared from the intersection, and said with a smile. Kakashi looked over. Ah, Quasi-man, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in surprise when he saw the 2 of them here. Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, you're all here. Seeing that all 3 of them had arrived, Kakashi spoke, then, you can take this Chu Shinobi exam. What do you mean? Naruto Uzumaki heard this, and there were some doubts. And the Quasi person is to explain that the Zongnin exam requires 3 people to be present at the same time to participate. In other words, if one of the 3 of you gives up, then Kakashi-senpai and I will stop you from proceeding. Hearing the words of the Quasi people, Naruto and they were all a little surprised, but they did not expect that the last time Kakashi finally let them decide each other was a test. Kakashi-sensei, Quasi people, you guys underestimate us too. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the Quasi people and showed a firm smile and said, we will never back down because of difficulties. Although Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno didn't say anything, they both showed the same smile. It seems that after these experiences in the 7th class, Sakura has also become much stronger. Well, let's go inside. Junto Kazuma looked at them and smiled. He and Kakashi made way and watched Naruto Uzumaki as they walked into the examination room of the Chunin exam. When Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno just walked into the examination room, their faces changed slightly. Good, many people. Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed with some surprise as he looked at the various costumed ninjas. Sakura and Sasuke felt the same way, but not like Naruto. And Naruto's movements also made everyone's eyes look over. So it's you. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki and their arrival, the members of the 8th and 10th classes, who were also newcomers to this class, all walked over. After saying hello to each other, the 9 newcomers of Konoha were all gathered together, and this time was the first time they had met since graduation. Inyazuka looked at Naruto and smiled. I didn't expect, Naruto, that you also took this Chunin exam. Hearing Inyazuka's words, Naruto Uzumaki just clasped his hands and snorted unpleasantly. Such a competition, of course a ninja as powerful as me will come to participate. Got it. Hearing Naruto Uzumaki's boast, Inyazuka just waved his hand and said. The Akamaru on his head also cried out Wong. You too. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Tooth and Akamaru just to retort. On the side, Shikamaru didn't care about Naruto and Ya's noise. Instead, he looked around carefully, and said, it seems that only 9 of us participated in this session of newcomers. Except for the 9 of them, the others were either ninjas from other countries or Konoha ninjas older than them. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Sasuke and Sakura all nodded. And Naruto, who was arguing with Akamaru and Ya, stopped moving. It's okay, we're enough. Facing them, Naruto Uzumaki patted his chest and said very confidently. And at this time, I said you guys, let's be quiet. A Sven-looking ninja wearing round-rimmed glasses appeared behind Naruto Uzumaki and reminded, what do you mean? Hearing someone call himself to whisper, Naruto Uzumaki was the one looking at. You're a ninja of Konoha too? What about you? And seeing the Konoha guard on the other party's forehead, Sakura said with some surprise. And seeing that this person was a ninja from the same village, Shikamaru, and they were all relieved, but they did not let down their vigilance. May I ask you? Looking at this that appeared next to him and the others, Shikamaru just asked. You must know that this is the place of the Zongnin exam, and their leading teacher has reminded them before that once you enter the examination room, you must start to be careful. Yes, my name is Pocket. Shoving his glasses, he said to Naruto with a gentle smile. Pocket was enthusiastic and not only told Naruto about the difficulty of their Naruto ninja exam, but then introduced them to the ninja cards he had collected. That's what I collected. Pushing his glasses, the lens seemed to flash a white light, and he said to Naruto Uzumaki, "Hey, since you have collected the information of the candidates this time, then you should also know the information of those two guys." Sasuke Uchiha glanced at the Sand Shinobi trio in the crowd, and a guy in the distance with thick eyebrows in a green tights. "Ah, it's the person who fought us before." Seeing the ninja in the green tights, Naruto Uzumaki just rubbed his fists and gritted his teeth and said, when they were about to go upstairs before, this thick eyebrow suddenly wanted to fight Sasuke, and in the end, Sasuke, who was a little stronger than the original, did not lose, but he did not win either. There is an impasse. Delayed them a lot of time. I took out the card in my hand, which is to show the information of Iai Luo and Lee Locke, introduced Lee Locke, called him a physical ninja, and then introduced Iroh, a very scary teenager, who has performed a B-class mission at a young age, and I heard that he has never been injured during a mission. Seeing the information of my Ai Luo, he pretended to be shocked and said. At the same time, it pointed out that Shinobu's Iai Luo had performed a B-level mission. But to my surprise, hearing that Iai Luo was powerful, Naruto Uzumaki they did not feel afraid. Is it difficult to have a B-level mission? Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head and asked with squinted eyes. Then he proudly added, we have all performed mission A. I listened, and I opened my mouth and couldn't speak. He couldn't explain it. After all, shinobi generally couldn't touch this level of tasks. Che, if it weren't for the Quasi people in your class, and the two of them to lead the team, how could you complete a task of that level with your strength? On the side, Ya looked at Naruto Uzumaki's self-satisfied appearance, and said sourly, anyway, our 7th shift is performing an A-level mission. In this way, we are the strongest. Naruto Uzumaki said with some excitement. Interesting, pushed his glasses, a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This newcomer seems to be very bold. At the same time, remembering the information recently collected about the 7th class, Kakashi, who led Kaminobu to fame, and the other is the genius Kami Shinobu who has suddenly risen recently, Junto Kazuma. And with his identity as a spy for many years, he couldn't find out the experience of this Kazuma Quasi man in those years after graduating early. Looking at it this way, that Kazuma Quasi person is even more difficult. After all, there is only one place to make it impossible to detect anything. At this time, Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi were still outside the door and did not leave, silently listening to the conversation inside. Ha, ha. Behind the door, Kazuma Junto heard the voice that explained to Naruto enthusiastically, and secretly said in his heart. And what Kakashi cared about was whether the three of Naruto would be nervous and scared because of the group of ninjas inside. But now, it seems, it doesn't. Kakashi-senpai, let's go, we don't need to be here next. Junrin Kazuma and Kakashi left the classroom and came to the Hokage's office. In the classroom, the noisy ninjas from various countries were arguing endlessly, and when they were about to fight, a group of examiners from Konoha appeared, stopped them, and announced the start of the first exam. And at this moment, the Quasi person and Kakashi are reporting something to the Hokage office and the 3 generations. In the office, in addition to them who are the leaders of the 7th class, there are also Red of the 8th class, Asuma of the 10th class, and Mati of Kaiban. Hearing the reaction of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke, and some other Konoha newcomers to enter the Naka Shinobi examination room, the 3rd generation just smiled and said, well, it seems that this year's shinobi have great potential. And hearing this, Kazuma Junrin secretly pouted, this is not nonsense, Konoha's Xiao Qiang was all summarized by you, if this has no potential, then the others don't need to be seen. I heard that Kaze Kage from Tsunahide village will also come to Konoha this time to watch the Naka Shinobi exam, so when the time comes, our ninjas in Konoha will show their talents. The 3 generations had a pipe in their mouths and said to the Kazuma Junjin in a meaningful tone. Hearing the words of the 3 generations, how could they not understand that the Nakashin exam is a place where the great powers wrenched their wrists after all, and observed the situation in each other's villages through some contests between the 2 shinobi. It may even change the policy towards the other village, and these are political things. Don't worry, 3 generations. Hearing the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, Matkai just stretched out his thumb and spoke, the 3 people of our Kaiban will not live up to your expectations, and the 3 of them can be said to be the strongest shinobi combination. Did you say so, Kakashi? At the end, Matkai turned to Kakashi and smiled, showing snow-white teeth that seemed to sparkle. Yes, it's. Hearing Matkai's words, Kakashi obviously didn't want to pay attention to him, just nodded perfunctorily and said, the 3 of us in the 8th class will not lose to you. Kakashi didn't reply. It didn't mean that the others didn't reply, like Sunset Red just retorted. It seems that she has quite confidence in Hinata, in Yuzukaya, and Shino the oil girl of her 8th class. And hearing Shirihong say this, Asma also smiled and said, "That's right, Kai, our 10th class is very strong." Asma said so, although his heart was silently thinking back to Shikamaru's lazy appearance. Then let's have a competition about youth." Hearing Asma and Hong's words, Matkai became more enthusiastic, and said excitedly and high-pitchedly, "Our respective disciples represent us in the vitality and passion of the Zongnin exam." Saying that, he flashed his signature smile to everyone. "Kakashi, let our disciples fight in the ninja exam." Matkai was obviously very interested in Kakashi, and although Red agreed, he still wanted to pull Kakashi's 7th class in. The 7th class can't be regarded as my disciple alone, after all, it has been a Quasi person teaching the 3 of them for a while recently. Kakashi didn't know how to deal with Matkai, so he turned the topic directly to the Quasi person. Hearing this, Kai also came directly to the Quasi person. "Quasi human, how about it, let you join us in the duel with Kakashi's disciples?" Kazuma Junto looked at Kai and said helplessly, "They all took the Zongnin exam, don't they all have to divide a victory or defeat in the end?" So you agreed. But Kai was very happy, he just wanted Kakashi and the Quasi person to nod. It seemed that only after going through such a form, in the end, his disciple won, Kai would feel that he really had one. Looking at the group of Shangnin on the opposite side, a smile appeared on the wrinkled faces of the 3 generations. It is good to have competition, and with these competitions, then the speed of progress of those people can be greatly accelerated. The first exam should start, right? At this time, Shirihong just thought about it and said, "Well, I just don't know who the proctor is this time." Asma also asked, but his eyes looked at the 3 generations. And the 3rd generation saw Asma's eyes, smoked a cigarette, swallowed clouds and spat fog for a while, then he also said without concealment, "The proctor of the first session, it is Ibiki." Hearing the name, "It's him." Kakashi and Asma's expressions changed, and Kai also pinched his chin with his hand and looked solemn. Obviously they all knew this person. Junto Kazuma also knows, not to mention that he knows it through the original book. He has already known Ibiki in the dark department alone. Who is he? Sunset Red saw Kakashi and they all looked a little dignified, just curiously asked. Only Shirihong may not know about the scene, and Asma of course opened her mouth to explain to Hong. "Speaking of Hong, you have just advanced to Shangnin, you may not know yet, that guy is a specialized torture interrogator." Hearing this, Shirihong was even more puzzled, such a person really didn't know it. Then looked at the Junrin Kazuma on the side. The meaning is self-evident, the Quasi person promotion to the upper patience is still after her. How to see the familiar appearance of the Quasi person. And seeing Red looking at him, Kazuma Junto also thought about it and said, "When I was in the dark department before, I had contact with him. He is the captain of the Criminal Investigation and Interrogation Department of the Dark Department, and he is especially shinobi, Mori Nabaki." And at this moment in the examination room, Naruto Uzumaki's cold sweat was about to flow all over his palms. How could he not have imagined that the first session of the Chunin exam would be a written exam? Oh my god, what to do? With such strict proctoring, plagiarism will definitely be discovered, and then it will affect Sakura and Suzuki, but I won't have a single question. Naruto Uzumaki bit his lip frantically, almost roaring out. On the other side of the examination room, Suzuki Uchiha has already discovered the true meaning of this exam. The first written test actually tested the ninja's ability to gather intelligence. So, Suzuki began to use his Sharingan to start copying other people's movements. And when it comes to Suzuki's Sharingan, I have to thank the Quasi person, because the illusion stimulation of the Quasi person has allowed Suzuki to master his own Sharingan. Junto Kazuma came out of Hokage's office and was resting on the sofa seat on the side. This period of time is a rare time to rest. There are no tasks, and there is no need to bring disciples. Because the leader of the team could not approach the examination place, Kazuma Junto could not find a reason to go to the place of the second exam in advance to intercept the famous rebel. Time passed slowly, and in the examination room of the first exam, Mori Hibiki also opened his mouth to announce the last question. "Give me your choice." Mori Hiki's scarred face showed a sneer, looking even more hideous and terrifying, only to hear him finally say this to the shinobi present. And hearing the invigilator's words, everyone present was in an uproar, and their faces changed greatly. Such a provision. It's outrageous too. Some people swallowed their saliva, their faces turned pale, and they clenched their teeth and couldn't help but speak. According to Mori Ibiki, if you choose the exam but do not pass, you can only endure for the rest of your life, and if you abandon the exam, all 3 people on the same team will be eliminated. Such a rule, these subordinates have not thought of. And suddenly let them face such a choice, the hearts of those subordinate ninjas seem to be suppressed by a boulder, and the pressure is extremely huge. Abominable. How so? Naruto Uzumaki also secretly clenched his teeth, his palms clenched into fists under the table, and his heart was extremely entangled at the moment. Naruto, Sakura obviously thought of the situation Naruto Uzumaki was going to face at this time, and a trace of worry flashed in her heart. Uchiha Suzuki gritted his teeth lightly and glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, and fluctuations flashed in his heart. For a while, the entire examination room fell into a strange silence, and the invisible pressure seemed to strangle their throats with a pair of hands. Whew, I quit. I'm sorry. Finally, someone in such an atmosphere couldn't stop his fear, gritted his teeth and stood up and said. As soon as he stood up, the auxiliary proctor next to him also announced that his two companions had been eliminated together. And the abstention of the first person also completely crushed the heart of the shinobi. I quit, I'm sorry, one after another, some people announced their abstention and withdrew from this Zongnan exam. For them, if they fail this time, it means that they have endured it for the rest of their lives, which they cannot accept. It is better to abstain and wait for the next opportunity. At that time, it should not be this invigilator. People in the examination room have gone a lot because they have been caught cheating, and now many people have begun to abstain because of pressure. Naruto Uzumaki heard the person next to him secretly scold abominable, and then the person also stood up and left. Naruto Uzumaki looked at this scene, and finally couldn't help it in his heart. His hand slowly lifted, and just when Sasuke and Sakura thought Naruto had decided to quit, he slammed it on the table. Boom! Damn, don't underestimate us. Naruto Uzumaki slammed the table and stood up to look at Mori Hibiki and yelled loudly. And at this moment, Kazuma Junran estimated and whispered, "It's almost over." Ha! Hearing Kazuma Junran's words, Kakashi and they all looked over, and then they also understood what the Quasi person said. Kakashi touched his chin covered by his mask with his fingers, and said in a ghostly tone, "The time is indeed coming, the first exam should be over. I wonder how Naruto did with them." To be honest, Kakashi was not too worried about Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura, and it was very reassuring for these two people to hit them all the time. But for Naruto Uzumaki, Kakashi couldn't help but speculate in his heart, that guy, it won't mess up. Junto Kazuma listened to Kakashi's words, recalled Naruto's performance in the original work, and then thought about his character in reality. The Quasi person just chuckled and said, "Maybe that guy will have an unexpected performance. After all, it is the descendants of that one." Hearing Kazuma Junjin's words, Kakashi's expression changed, and so did Asuma. Quasi people, don't say this matter casually. Asuma looked around, relieved to find that no one noticed, and then whispered to the Quasi person. And Sunset Red on the side looked at Naruto with some doubt, who is Naruto's descendant. It seems that Kakashi and Asuma are a little nervous. Got it. Seeing Asuma's nervous look, Kazuma Junto also spoke, and then changed the topic. The three of them didn't mention it, and Shirihong didn't ask. And at this moment, in the examination room of the first exam, because of Naruto Uzumaki's words, the hearts of the shinobi slowly calmed down. Perhaps Naruto's words reached their hearts and made them strengthen their beliefs. Oh, so, looking at the dozens of shinobi present, Mori Hibiki sneered. When Naruto Uzumaki and these people were intently waiting for the last exam, Mori Hibiki suddenly showed a gentle smile. "Congratulations, all the assessments have passed." Hearing the proctor who had changed his style, Naruto Uzumaki, and they all looked stunned. Why did we pass? Some people felt incomprehensible, so they asked. Actually, the purpose of this exam is. Mori Hibiki looked at the shinobi who were still puzzled, and opened his mouth to explain. And after listening to the invigilator's explanation, actually, I already knew. Naruto Uzumaki touched his head and laughed. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki like this, some shinobi next to him really thought that he had seen the true meaning of this exam, and they all looked at him with shocked and amazed eyes. Makes Naruto Uzumaki feel a burst of refreshment. Sasuke and Sakura, who were familiar with him, secretly shook their heads when they saw this scene. This guy must not know anything. As time slowly passed, the second exam was about to begin, and the examiner of the second exam, Mitarashi Ajiki Bean, had already led Shinobu to the test location. At this time, the three ninjas wearing cloaks seemed to want to go for a while and broke away from the group, but after a while they returned, and Red Bean also ignored them and was ready to introduce the rules to these subordinate ninjas. And at this moment, outside the Forest of Death, I said, "Don't be so serious, we've all checked it carefully before, no one will spoil it." Two ninjas were patrolling, and one of them just spoke. You must know that someone has already ordered it above, and you must patrol it again every 5 minutes. The other ninja just said. Alas, I really don't know who gave this order. That ninja just complained, plainly making their workload increase a lot. His companion also nodded, and then he looked ahead, frowned, and said, "What is that?" Then the two people walked over more busily, and their expression suddenly changed. They actually found 3 corpses here. Oops. Something happened. The two looked at each other. "You go and report to the Red Bean examiner, I'll report to the Hokage building." At the entrance of the Forest of Death, Mitarashi Ajiki finished teasing Naruto Uzumaki, and looked at the Kusanagi ninja village who exuded a murderous aura and wore a cloak. It was to turn around and say, "Okay," after exchanging the consent form, "go to the corresponding entrance." And when all the shinobi had walked to their corresponding entrances, Mitarashi Red Bean shouted, "The second exam of the Chunin selection exam. Start now." And when Red Bean's words just fell, the people of each squad walked into the Forest of Death, and at this time, from a distance, there was a shout, "It's not good, Lord Hungdu." Hearing this, Mitarashi Ajiki frowned and looked over. It looks like it was discovered, much faster than I expected. The Kusanagi village trio, who had just prepared to act, noticed this scene outside, and one of the ninjas extended his long tongue and licked it, emitting a strange laugh. But after that, he didn't care about the outside business, looked in one direction in the forest, and took a step. Only one grim word remained: unfortunately, the hunt has begun. And Mitarashi Ajiki looked at the ninja who ran and asked, "What happened?" The ninja's expression was solemn, and he immediately replied, "It's not good, Lord Ajiki." He immediately told Mitarashi Red Bean about the discovery of the 3 corpses, and heard the news. Mitarashi's face also changed slightly, and he drank Shomi. The ninja did not dare to delay, and immediately rushed towards the place of the 3 corpses with Mitarashi Red Beans. On the other side, Junto Kazuma was silently chanting in his heart, "It should have been discovered. They have already been ordered to strengthen their patrols." Yes, the person who ordered to strengthen the patrol of the Naka Shinobi exam is Junjin Kazuma. Although he was not the examiner of this exam, in the position of a quasi-human superior shinobi, no one objected to issuing such an order to ensure the conduct of the Zongnin examination. Just as he was thinking in his heart, he suddenly noticed that a ninja was quickly coming towards the side. At a glance, he recognized the ninja's sign belonging to the patrol officer of the Naka Ninja exam, and Kazuma Junrin's eyes flashed with a trace of essence. "Finally here." Then, Kazuma Junto said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, the second exam should be over at the 44 drill ground." "Well, yes, how?" Hearing the Quasi-man ask this, Kakashi just looked away from the book, raised his head and spoke. "I think something has to happen." Junto Kazuma glanced in one direction and then spoke, and Kakashi and the others also looked over. It was to see a ninja quickly pass by them and rush towards Naruto's office. "It's not good, Naruto-sama." Kakashi, Asuma, and Sunset Red, who saw the scene, their expressions changed slightly. Kakashi took the book back into the ninja bag and stood up. "It seems that something has happened." Looking at the ninja's appearance, Kakashi just spoke. Junrin, Kazuma and Asuma walked towards Naruto's office, and when they entered, they heard the ninja reporting to the 3 generations about the discovery of the body. "What? A body was found outside the examination room of the Chunin exam?" Osmadan asked in shock after listening to the ninja's report. "Yes," the ninja replied immediately. The 3rd generation of Ape Flying Sun Chop frowned at this moment and spoke. "Although it is forbidden to kill killers, but every time the middle ninja exam will have someone die, but it is the first time that someone died outside the examination room like today." Junto Kazuma looked at the ninja who reported and asked, "What are the characteristics of those 3 corpses?" Hearing Kazuma's words, the ninja recalled, "They are ninjas from Kusanagi village, wearing cloaks and long hair." Then he suddenly thought of something, that is, he looked up and said, "By the way, the faces of the 3 of them seem to have been destroyed, as if they have melted." Hearing this, a flash of essence flashed in Kazuma Junrin's eyes. "Kakashi, they couldn't analyze anything from these things. However, the 3 generations are different. He is the master of the big snake pill, and he is of course extremely familiar with the ninjutsu of the big snake pill." So, Kazuma Junjin looked at the 3 generations. Sure enough, the expression of the 3 generations changed at this moment, obviously becoming very serious, and there was a sharp light flashing in their eyes. Seeing the 3 generations of great change, Asuma said, "Old man, do you know something?" Kakashi and Red also looked over. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at them solemnly, and slowly confided, "It's him." Then in the constricted pupils of Kakashi and the others, he said those 3 words, "Big, snake, pill." And at this moment, in the forest of death. "Ah, Sakura, Suzuki, wait a minute." Naruto Uzumaki said a little apprehensively to Uchiha Suzuki and Harano Sakura in front. "What for?" Sakura turned her head and looked at Naruto and said, I want to make it easier." Then Naruto just couldn't wait to solve it on the sidelines. However, Sakura, who was angry, hammered with a fist, "Stupid, how can you do such a thing in front of a girl? Let me go to the grass over there." At Sakura's angry shout, Naruto Uzumaki touched the large bag above his head and walked towards the grass. Sassy. After a while, there was a noise, and Naruto Uzumaki just walked out laughing. "Haha, it's convenient, it's so easy," Naruto Uzumaki said with a big laugh. Sakura's expression was gloomy, and she shouted angrily, "Don't say such things in front of girls." Naruto was of course careful not to pay. And behind Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki looked at Naruto Uzumaki's back, his eyes froze, and a cold light flashed. "Call." Then without hesitation, Suzuki immediately attacked Naruto Uzumaki. Under Sakura's shocked look, Naruto Uzumaki was kicked away by Suzuki. Boom, boom, crashed directly under the tree, burst, directly spit out a mouthful of blood. "How did you find out?" Naruto Uzumaki was obviously injured by Suzuki's kick, just looked at him and asked coldly. "Idiot." Uchiha Suzuki looked at the Uzumaki Naruto in front of him and said lightly. "And when Sakura is still a little confused, Suzuki, Sakura, be careful." Naruto Uzumaki jumped down from the sky and stood in front of that. "Naruto Uzumaki, this guy suddenly attacked me." Naruto Uzumaki just drank unpleasantly. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki appear, the ninja also stopped pretending. With a bang, it changed back to its original appearance, this is a ninja from Yuyan village wearing a mask. Sakura then understood that it turned out that Suzuki had already discovered that this Naruto was fake. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. The rain ninja wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Uchiha Suzuki, less nonsense, leave the scroll when you come. Suzuki snorted coldly, pulling out the kunao and preparing to stop this person. That's right, Naruto Uzumaki listened, and also rubbed his fists, and said to this rain ninja. And Sakura also immediately took out her weapon and stood with Suzuki and Naruto to face this rain shinobu. There are 3 of them, and that guy's strength is not simple, and I am not an opponent alone. Looking at the 3 of Naruto Uzumaki, this Shinobu looked at him and thought secretly in his heart. Swish! Then he quickly shot Kumu's shuriken in front of Naruto Uzumaki. Haha, this is all missed. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the shuriken that fell to the ground in front of him, and pointed at his opponent and laughed. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, such a throwing technique is not as good as himself. Stupid, get out of the way. On the side, Sakura and Suzuki were obviously much more vigilant than Naruto, and instantly found a burning detonation charm attached to the back of a kunao. Swish! Naruto Uzumaki's face also changed slightly, and he stepped on the ground, and the 3 people instantly dodged around. Rumble! The power of the detonation charm caused a large pit to appear in the original ground, and the surrounding branches were all broken by the impact force. And when the detonator exploded, Suzuki immediately looked towards Yoshinobu, and suddenly found that the figure had long disappeared. Damn, let him escape. Then there is no way to get the scroll on him. Suzuki knew that the enemy had fled, and with a low snort, he withdrew the ninja bag with Kumu. Ha, the opponent is scared away by us. Naruto Uzumaki didn't care much about the rain ninja scroll, but was very comfortable with the fact that the enemy was scared away by his group. It's okay, you can find it later, Sakura said with a smile as well. I have to say that the strength of the 3 of them has improved, at least among these lower ninja classes. They belong to the top existence. And at this time, Uchiha Suzuki seemed to feel something, looked at Naruto's back, his pupils shrank. Be careful. Suzuki could only shout a loud reminder. Call. Naruto and Sakura still didn't know what was going on, when they heard the whistling of a strong wind approaching their side. Then there was a huge movement of boom, and the fierce wind swept him in an instant. Click! Some large trees are connected, countless branches are directly broken, dust, sand and gravel are all over the sky. Under this fierce wind, Sakura and Naruto couldn't stabilize their figures at all, and they were immediately blown out. Suzuki Uchiha also blocked his face with his hands, unable to resist this force, and was shot out. After this wind slowly dissipated, damn, it's an enemy. Suzuki Uchiha climbed up from under a broken tree and looked warily in the direction of the strong wind. Duh. In the smoke and dust, there was a sound of crisp footsteps, and then a figure slowly appeared in front of Suzuki Uchiha. This is a ninja with long hair and a face that can't be seen clearly. Looking at this person, Suzuki just pulled out the kunao. It's you. Although he didn't know the ninja's name, before entering this forest of death, Suzuki had seen some of the ninja's performances and was a dangerous guy. And the power of the wind just now is amazing. This guy is strong. Suzuki's eyes froze, and he secretly said in his heart. The person who came slowly took off the cloak on the top of his head, revealing a feminine ninja face, looked at Suzuki, and then a smile appeared on his face. I have to say, you are really alert. As soon as he spoke, the words came out in a male voice again, and I don't know why, his voice made Suzuki feel an inexplicable discomfort. Who the hell are you? Looking at this weird guy, Suzuki Uchiha just asked. Hearing Suzuki's words, the ninja said with a low smile, hee, although I really want to play slowly with Suzuki-kun, but it's a pity. I'm running out of time, so. The man raised his eyes and looked at Suzuki Uchiha with a terrifying look in his eyes, and said coldly, if you want to live, defeat me desperately. When his words fell, it was followed by a strong murderous aura. Suzuki, who was shrouded in this murderous aura, instantly shrank his pupils. He felt the coldness all over his body, and his blood seemed to freeze at this time. Damn it. This guy, Suzuki's arm was trembling slightly, and he said in disbelief, the incomparable shock in his heart, such a terrifying murderous aura. He had never seen it in Kakashi and Kwei-Ren, and this guy, just with his murderous aura, made Suzuki tremble unconsciously, and even had the idea of escaping. However, Suzuki was so bad that they had gone through a lot of tasks with the Kwei people, and they knew in their hearts that it was impossible for this guy to retreat safely for himself. Gritting his teeth to stabilize his body and mind, while looking at the mysterious ninja on the opposite side guardedly, Suzuki's eyes instantly turned into scarlet double-hooked jade chakra eyes. Oh? Seeing Suzuki Uchiha's performance, the mysterious ninja was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Suzuki to be able to resist his murderous aura, and he looked at Suzuki's double-hooked jade chakra eyes, and a trace of fire flashed in the depths of his eyes, sticking out his long tongue and licking it. The person showed a hint of a smile. I'm getting more and more satisfied with you, Suzuki-kun. And at this time, in the Hokage office, Kakashi and the others, who heard the 3 words of Orochimaru, showed shocked and solemn expressions. The meaning of this name is terrible. The 3 generations were all thinking about the purpose of the big snake pill this time, and Sunset Hong's face changed greatly, and said worriedly, "Aren't those subordinates in the examination room too dangerous?" No matter what Orochimaru's purpose in coming to Konoha this time, he was now in the forest of death, and their subordinates were now so close to such a dangerous existence. Oh, my god. It's suffocating to think about. Don't care so much, 3 generations, I'll rush over first. The Quasi person who didn't want to waste time here anymore said to the 3 generations. Okay, Kakashi, go with you. And I will immediately send 2 teams of dark members to rush. Hearing the Quasi person's words, the 3rd generation also nodded in agreement, but for insurance he still let Kakashi and the Quasi person together. Sunset Red also seems to want to participate in the war, but the 3rd generation has arranged other tasks for her and Asuma. After all, the dangerous guy of Orochimaru has entered the village. In order not to cause panic, the 3 generations on the surface must not be too ostentatious, but secretly they must be vigilant. In the forest of death, Suzuki Uchiha didn't know that the mysterious ninja in front of him was Konoha's rebel ninja, Orochimaru, but the murderous aura he exuded from Orochimaru could already conclude that this was an extremely dangerous character. With his scarlet double-hooked jade, Suzuki did not dare to relax in the slightest. Ha! Looking at Suzuki's appearance, Orochimaru felt even more satisfied, and laughed a few times in a low and weird voice. Swish! His body suddenly hit Suzuki. And seeing the scene, Suzuki's eyes froze, and then immediately shot several shurikens. Shout! 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 The shuriken shot towards the big snake pill with a sound of breaking the sky. However, the big snake pill only waved his hand or two, and immediately a few kunai flew into the air. Boom! The sound of metal crashing sounded, splashing sparks, and Suzuki's shuriken was all intercepted. Orochimaru showed a hint of a smile and instantly swept towards Suzuki. And at this moment, boom! Streaming down, a ninja is speeding through the forest. While looking at the surrounding environment, she is the proctor of the 2nd exam, Mitere Ajiki Bean. Damn, where will he be? Hongdu looked at the dense trees around him and just thought. She came to look for the big snake pill. Ever since the ninja saw the 3 disfigured bodies with Ajiki Bean, Mitarashi Ajiki knew that this was the guy's return. After that, she couldn't wait for the arrival of the members of the Dark Division, and rushed into the forest of death alone. Thinking of the figure of the big snake pill, Mitarashi Red Bean just gritted his teeth and drank in a low voice, "Big snake pill, I want to completely break with you today." At the same time, the figures of Junjin Kazuma and Kakashi also appeared on the periphery of the 44 exercise ground. It's so big, it's not easy to find. Looking at this place for the Chunin exam, Kakashi said with a solemn expression. Swish! 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 At this time, 6 dark members wearing animal masks appeared behind them. Captain Quasi, Captain Kakashi. Naruto-sama sent us to help. As soon as these dark parts appeared, they greeted Kazuma Junrin and Kakashi respectfully. Although the Quasi-man and Kakashi have left the Dark Division, the 2 of them have a great reputation in the Dark Division. After all, they have both served as sub-captains. Seeing that the members of the Dark Division came so quickly, Kazuma Junto knew that the 3 generations were also very concerned about the appearance of the Great Snake Pill in Konoha. Not wanting to waste too much time, Kazuma Junrin looked at the 6 dark parts behind him and directly ordered, after entering, "The 3 of you search in a group. Once you find that its figure is not allowed to do anything, wait for our arrival, you understand?" Understood. The 6 members of the Dark Department answered, and with the right hand of the Quasi person raised, swish! Swish! The members of the Dark Division immediately disappeared and rushed straight towards the Forest of Death. Kakashi-senpai, let's order it too. I think the 3 in our class will be very interested, the Quasi-man said to Kakashi. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression changed. He glanced at the Quasi-man, and then he did not dare to delay and quickly entered the forest. These proctors on the periphery saw that there was a dark part dispatching, and that the 2 famous kami shinobi in the village of Quasi and Kakashi also entered the Naka shinobi exam site, and they all felt that something was wrong. It may be related to the 3 corpses found before. Some ninjas are very perceptive, just thinking of the corpse that was robbed of its face not long ago. Could it be that some dangerous person mixed into this Zonin exam? There are also ninjas who speculate so. But no matter what they think, the 3 generations will not tell them the truth for the time being. At this moment, Suzuki Uchiha already had several wounds on his body, and after the confrontation just now, he realized that he could not be the opponent of this ninja at all, and even he felt that the strength of this ninja was stronger than Kakashi. And in fact, it was true. If it weren't for Orochimaru's desire to see how much potential Suzuki could burst out, he would have already started casting the spell seal. Boom! Suzuki dodged attacks from behind, abominable. He drank lowly, then turned around and immediately froze, and the Scarlet Chakra I immediately locked the position of the big snake pill, then released the ninjutsu, fire, the art of the fireball. Rumble! A raging hot fireball rushed towards the big snake pill. the air around them warmed up sharply, and some trees were set on fire. Bang! A loud sound came, the power of the fire erupted, and even a shallow pit appeared in that area, and the surrounding ground became scorched black. Is it solved? Looking at the scorched black on the opposite side, Suzuki Uchiha said secretly in his heart. But then, a voice came from not far behind him. It turns out that you are still hiding this trick. Suzuki's pupils shrank and he hurriedly turned around, finding that Orochimaru was in a large tree not far from him, looking at him condescendingly. Orochimaru licked his lips, looked at Uchiha Suzuki, who was a little breathless with sweat on his forehead, and said, "It seems that you have reached the limit." And Suzuki calmed his breathing, and after a fight with Orochimaru, his chakra consumed a lot, and his physical strength was very large, abominable. Suzuki gritted his teeth and looked at Orochimaru with scarlet chakra eyes. It would be dangerous for him to go on like this, and he would not see the slightest hope of winning. Ha! At this time, the big snake pill looked in one direction. "Suzuki, we're coming!" With a loud shout, more than a dozen shuriken shot towards the big snake pill at the same time. Swish! Boom! Orochimaru jumped from one tree trunk to another, looked at those shurikens, glanced at the two people who appeared next to Suzuki, and said lightly, "Since you are here, it means that the snake has been solved. It turns out that you guy did the ghost." The figures of Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno appeared next to Suzuki Uchiha, and when they heard Orochimaru's words, they shouted angrily. He and Sakura quickly gathered together after being blown away by the wind, and when they wanted to look for Suzuki, they encountered a large snake more than 10 meters blocking the way halfway. "Suzuki, are you all right?" Sakura looked at the wounds and blood on Suzuki's body and quickly asked. "Sakura, Naruto, be careful, this guy is terrifying," Suzuki reminded with some shortness of breath. He didn't care about the injuries on his body, and even the appearance of Naruto and Sakura didn't make Suzuki happy. Instead, he was worried, because the strength of this ninja on the other side was really terrifying. "Don't worry, Suzuki, I'll teach him a lesson." Naruto was undaunted and was ready to attack Orochimaru, but at this time, swish! A figure appeared in front of them, blocking Naruto Uzumaki. "You're not a proctor, aren't you?" Seeing the person coming, Sakura said a little happily. The ninja who stopped Naruto Uzumaki was none other than Mitarashi Red Bean. Ajiki looked straight at Orochimaru, and then said to Naruto without turning his head, "You guys get out of here quickly." Hearing Mitarashi's words, Naruto Uzumaki just spoke, "Why?" And Suzuki Uchiha next to him also shouted lowly, "Naruto, listen to her, let's leave quickly." He had already discovered that something was wrong, and the guy on the other side didn't look like a shinobi who took the Zongnin exam, as if he had sneaked in specifically with some purpose in mind. The big snake pill standing on the trunk looked at the Mitarashi red beans below, and let out a chuckle, "Hee, it turned out to be red beans. Big snake pill, you even dare to appear in the village." Mitarashi Red Bean looked at the big snake pill solemnly, drank coldly, and quickly took out several kuwu in his hand and shot at the big snake pill. Above, the big snake pill easily avoided Red Bean's attack and said to her, "Don't be so cold, Red Bean, after all, our master and apprentice haven't seen each other for a long time." On the side, Uchiha Suzuki and they all looked at Mitarashi Red Bean and Orochimaru with some shock when they heard this. "It turns out that you are his disciple." Naruto Uzumaki pointed to Mitarashi Red Bean and Orochimaru and said in surprise, "What are you still doing here?" Seeing that Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them were still in place and did not leave, Mitarashi Red Bean's face was ugly, and he shouted, "You must know that the guy on the other side is a big snake pill. She can't guarantee that she will survive, let alone the three of Naruto Uzumaki. Let's go." Uchiha Suzuki and Haruno Sakura heard Ajiki's words, just pulled Naruto Uzumaki to prepare to leave, but at this time, shout. A sound of breaking the void sounded, and a kunai was inserted on the ground in front of Naruto and Suzuki. Hiss at the same time, a large snake several meters long appeared, swallowing the snake letter, and the snake pupils stared at them coldly, obviously to prevent them from leaving. "You can't leave, especially Suzuki-kun." The voice of the big snake pill also came. Hearing Orochimaru call his name, Suzuki Uchiha turned to look at him. This guy, Suzuki's pupils shrank and he was horrified, because he saw this ninja named Orochimaru slowly tearing his face apart. Ugh! Sakura also saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed his saliva, a cold sweat slipped down his brain, and he squeezed a handful of kunai in his hand, but he trembled unconsciously. Naruto was secretly thinking in his heart, what the hell is this guy? And why did he target Suzuki? Sting! As if tearing a piece of paper apart, Orochimaru tore off the face he used, revealing his true face. Long black hair, pale skin, with blue jade-like earrings on his ears, under the purple eyeshadow that extends to the nose, the pair of golden longitudinal pupils give people an endless sense of coldness and sinisterness. Suzuki-kun, we officially know one, Orochimaru. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth hooked, and the golden pupils that looked like snake pupils stared at Suzuki, and said with a weird laugh. Being watched by Orochimaru's gaze, Uki felt cold, and he felt the greed and longing of this Orochimaru to look at his gaze. Swish! Poof! Matere red beans appeared in front of Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them, and solved the big snake. However, her face became even more ugly, staring at Orochimaru and asking, "Your purpose is Suzuki Uchiha?" From the words of the big snake pill, and he did not allow Suzuki and the others to leave, Ajiki judged that the purpose of the big snake pill turned out to be a newcomer shinobi, Suzuki Uchiha. Ha! It was exposed by the red bean, and the big snake pill did not hide it, and let out a low laugh. However, such laughter makes people feel cold. Damn, why are you staring at Suzuki? Hearing that this person's purpose was Suzuki, Naruto Uzumaki just gritted his teeth and stood up and asked. Suzuki's eyes were also solemn. At this moment his eyes still maintained a scarlet double-hooked jade. Seeing the big snake pill looking at his fiery gaze, Suzuki's heart instantly rose a thought. His purpose is to write chakra eyes. Standing on the tree trunk, Orochimaru looked at Ajiki and Naruto, not interested in telling their thoughts, but just said lightly, "Okay, the chat time is over. After all, I don't have much time." As he spoke, his figure slowly melted onto the tree trunk, as if it was about to disappear. "Don't try to escape." Seeing the appearance of the big snake pill, Matere Red Bean, who thought he was going to escape, immediately shouted, "Boom!" Then she kicked the ground, and the figure immediately appeared where the big snake pill was standing. Not good. She just appeared in this position, and suddenly exclaimed in her heart, realizing something. Ajiki immediately turned to look at Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them below. "I saw a figure that had risen from the ground and appeared behind them. Isn't that the big snake pill that Honda thought he was going to escape? Be careful." Red Bean wanted to remind. Naruto Uzumaki, Suzuki Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno also realized something and turned around busily. And at this time a voice came from behind them, "Suzuki-kun, give you a small gift and look forward to our next meeting." When Suzuki and they just turned around, they saw that Orochimaru's head actually stretched out from his body, like a snake opening his mouth towards Uchiha Suzuki, and his golden eyes were full of greed and expectation. Right away. Looking at Suzuki's neck that was getting closer and closer, Orochimaru's heart couldn't help but feel a little excited. It all happened so fast that with Suzuki's reaction they simply didn't have time to dodge. Suzuki's eyes widened as he could only watch Orochimaru's head attack him. Abominable. Move. Suzuki's heart was roaring, his body couldn't react at all. Suzuki. Naruto's heart was also roaring, his emotions fluctuated greatly at this moment, the pupils of his eyes seemed to be slowly changing, and something in his body seemed to be about to overflow. Facing Uchiha Suzuki's neck, Orochimaru was about to bite down. At this moment, a deadly threat came. Not good. Not waiting for him to do anything to Suzuki at all, a black figure instantly appeared beside him, and a blue chakra ball in his hand bombarded his head directly. Spiral pill. Rumble. The terrifying force erupted, and with the power of the spiral pill, burst. The head of the big snake pill directly burst, and then the figure directly bombarded the spiral pill on the remaining body of the big snake pill. With a bang, the body of the big snake pill was like a kite with a broken thread, directly rotating and flying out upside down. After flying tens of meters and breaking several thick trees one after another, from the time Orochimaru was about to attack Suzuki until he was killed by someone, it was only a short moment. And Matere Red Bean and Uzumaki Naruto didn't react, but saw a black shadow flash, and then the big snake pill turned into a corpse and flew out all the way. Wow! The smoke and dust that were shaken up slowly fell, faintly revealing a familiar figure. Ah, it's a quasi-person. When he saw the familiar back of the Makami robe, Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed in surprise. He had this kind of guess when he saw the spiral pill, and now he saw the costume and confirmed the identity of the person who came. And hearing Naruto Uzumaki's words, the person in front of him also turned his head slightly. It was Junrin Kazuma. "Naruto, Suzuki, Sakura, are you all right?" Junto Kazuma looked at them and asked. "Whew, it's okay, you came too timely." Suzuki just came close. Hearing the quasi-person's voice, Sakura seemed to be unable to suppress her nervousness, and quickly opened her mouth to say a series of words. But in the end, she took a deep breath, relaxed her emotions, and the arrival of Kazuma Junrin made her feel a lot more relieved. Next to him, although Uchiha Suzuki didn't say anything, he was also relieved in his heart. He's dead? And on the tree trunk, Matere Red Bean looked in the direction tens of meters away with some disbelief, and she saw that the head and body of the big snake pill were hit by the ninjutsu of Kazuma Junjin. In that case, it should be impossible to survive. Thinking of this, Honda's heart was a little complicated, but he also gritted his teeth and accepted it. The relationship between the big snake pill and her master and apprentice ended like this. After all, the big snake pill is the rebel of the village, and Red Doe is also here to kill him this time. It's Red Beans. At this time, a figure also appeared next to Mitarashi, and the silver-gray hair and mask that covered most of his face were none other than Kakashi Kiki. "Kakashi, you're here too." Mitarashi nodded at Kakashi, then pointed to the Kazuma Junjin below and said, "But you seem to be in the evening. Orochimaru has been killed by the Quasi-Man." "What? Already dead?" Hearing this, Kakashi was a little shocked. One of the former 3 ninjas, Konoha's S-class rebel shinobi Orochimaru, died at the hands of Kazuma Junrin? Kakashi looked at Junjin Kazuma. His heart was a little expectant that what Ajiki said was true. After all, it would be much easier for that person to die like this. He's not dead. Junto Kazuma looked at Ajiki and Kakashi and just spoke. How is it possible? You didn't put his head all. Hearing the quasi-person's words, Hunga said with some difficulty and accepting and excited. Ajikushi, you should know who he is. Looking at Mitarashi Ajiki so uncalm, Kazuma Junto said lightly, he is Orochimaru, one of Konoha's former 3 shinobi, and now he is listed as an S-class dangerous character. How could he be solved by me like this? Kazuma's voice echoed throughout the area, not only to the Ajiki them, but also to someone. He's an S-class rebel. Uchiha Suzuki and the others who heard this were all physically and mentally shocked. Even Naruto Uzumaki, who had been grinning all the time, swallowed his saliva. They all knew how dangerous this level of guy really was. Mitarashi Ajiki heard Kazuma Junto's words and fell silent. For a while, heaven and earth seemed to be quiet, and after Kazuma Junrin finished speaking, he looked up in one direction, looked at the unmanned tree trunk, and said, right, Orochimaru. Swish. And hearing this, Kakashi and Red Bean looked over guardedly. Hehe, you are a Quasi-Jinkun. I didn't expect that under such an environment as Konoha, such an outstanding ninja as you could be born. At this time, there was a sound of a large snake pill from the trunk, and then his body slowly broke away from the tree and reappeared in front of Mitarashi Red Bean. How is it possible? There is not a little injury. Mitarashi Red Bean looked at the intact big snake pill and said with some shock, your stand-in technique is really disgusting, and Kazuma Junrin looked at the big snake pill in front of him, and could almost guess what trick he used, so he opened his mouth and said, at the last moment, the Great Snake Pill launched his unique Great Snake Flow avatar technique, using his outer body to resist the power of the spiral pill. Oh, it sounds like you're familiar with my ninjutsu. Hearing Kazuma Junrin's words, Orochimaru just stared at him tightly. The golden vertical pupils were full of cold light, and the speed and spiral pill of Kazuma Junrin just now really made him feel the danger that he had been missing for a long time. Listen to 3 generations say. Kazuma Junrin replied casually, and Orochimaru heard Junrin's answer, and a trace of essence flashed in his eyes. He believed this, thinking that the 3rd generation had told the Junito some of his own ninjutsu. At the same time, thinking of the message that Tenzo conveyed to him, the big snake pill licked his lips, and the big snake pill gritted his teeth and smiled evilly. So that's the case, no wonder you have that intangible ninjutsu. It seems that my teacher has high hopes for you. Big snake pill, don't you want to leave today? And Mitarashi Ajiki didn't want to care so much, just rushed up and killed him. However, the big snake pill just glanced at her coldly, and then the 2 fingers of his left hand were together, as if he had launched something. Ugh! Mitarashi Red Bean immediately screamed, and he knelt down on his knees, covering his neck with his hands, in great pain. Red beans! When Kakashi saw this scene, he immediately came to her side. This is. Then Kakashi's pupils shrank and he saw the spell that was revealed. Kakashi-senpai, you take Red Bean and Naruto and they retreat first. Kazuma Junto walked slowly towards the position of the big snake pill, and at the same time his voice also came. Quasi-person, then you. Kakashi's expression changed, and he looked at Junjin Kazuma and said worriedly, the opponent is not an ordinary guy, Orochimaru is a shadow-level ninja. Can a quasi-person win? This guy's target is Suzuki, we can't let him get away with it, and, I'm not going to lose. Kazuma Junrin looked at the big snake pill and said lightly. Kakashi thought about it, the strength of the quasi-human was above him, and there was a flying thunder god. If he wanted to get out of the battle, it was not a problem at all. And hurry up and take them out. You can come back to help yourself. After figuring it out, he no longer hesitated. So Kakashi looked at Naruto Uzumaki with the red beans and they said, Suzuki, Naruto, Sakura, let's leave first. But, Naruto what else wanted to say? Don't drag the Quasi people down here. Kakashi didn't look back and just let out a low gulp. Hearing this, the bodies of the 3 people shook, did not say anything more, and immediately followed Kakashi to leave. Don't think about leaving. As soon as the pupils of the big snake pill opened, he was about to attack the past in an instant, but swish! The figure of Kazuma Junrin instantly appeared in front of him. The Quasi-person's teleportation technique was fast, and Orochimaru could no longer chase Kakashi and them, so he had to deal with Kazuma Junjin first. Boom! The 2 people collided together with Kuwu in their hands, and the sound of metal hitting was accompanied by the sputtering Mars, your opponent is me, Orochimaru. Looking at the big snake pill in front of him, Kazuma Junrin said expressionlessly. Oh, yes, a weird smile appeared at the corner of the big snake pill's mouth, and dozens of thick poisonous snakes instantly emerged from his hand, winding towards the Quasi-person of Kazuma. Quasi-Ranjun is very familiar with my ninjutsu, how could I not be a little guarded? Looking at the Quasi-person Kazuma who was entangled in a poisonous snake, Orochimaru licked his lips, ignored it, and said to the back behind him. However, what people didn't expect was that the big snake pill that was kicked rattled and scattered into a soiled doppelganger. And Kazuma Junrin, who saw this scene, did not hesitate to support the tree trunk with one hand, and then twisted his body, and kicked his right leg directly behind him. Shadow Dance Leaf. Swish! What? The big snake pill that had just appeared behind the quasi-person and was ready to attack. Before he could move, he saw that the quasi-person's attack had arrived in front of him. Boom! This time, the big snake pill did not dodge and was directly kicked in the jaw by the quasi-person. The huge force caused the big snake pill to be kicked straight into the air. And the quasi-person is also an instant imprint of his hands. Wind escape, wind cutting technique. Call. Sting. Suddenly, countless sharp wind blades like sharp knives struck towards the big snake pill in the air. The branches and trunks that are blocked around are directly cut off. In midair, the big snake pill with nowhere to borrow power looked at the attacking wind, and his tongue was revealed and instantly extended tens of meters long, and the tree trunk that rolled into the distance immediately rushed over with his body. The quasi-human wind power completely exploded, covering hundreds of meters of surrounding forests, and suddenly a huge sound sounded, rumble. Countless trees fell with a bang, and dust rose up into the sky, causing a huge movement, and the birds and beasts near this area were frightened and scattered. Boom! Orochimaru stood on the tree trunk in the distance, looking at the place filled with smoke and dust in front of him, licked the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and revealed a morbid smile. The physical skills are very strong, and the power of the wind escape ninjutsu is also terrifying. How many surprises does the quasi-human Jun have to give me? Orochimaru's eyes glanced at Kazuma Junrin, who was standing at the top of the tree behind him, and spoke. Leave you in Konoha forever, you'll know. Kazuma Junrin looked at the big snake pill and spoke, and at the same time he received a voice in his head. Ding, the replication of the great snake flow avatar technique is successful. Is it fused? Hearing this, Kazuma Junrin decisively chose to give up, so that he didn't want to drill out of his mouth such a disgusting ninjutsu, although its effect is better than other types of avatar techniques, but it is just a kind of substitute technique. It seems that I am going to have a serious fight with the Quasiran Jun. Hearing Kazuma Junto's words, Orochimaru said with an evil smile. Then his smile faded, and his body began to exude a terrifying momentum. He was really ready to be serious, because the teenager in front of him was really extraordinary. Swish! Swish! Two figures constantly collide in the air. Boom! At the same time, the cold light appeared, and the sound of metal impact sounded in the air, accompanied by sparks falling. Orochimaru and Junjin Kazuma are here. Ninfa, destroy the chaotic snake. Orochimaru stopped at a large tree, and unleashed ninjutsu on the other side. Suddenly, hundreds of poisonous snakes were summoned by him, directly breaking countless branches and breaking through the air towards the Quasi people in Kazuma. Dense poisonous snakes flying, such a scene is creepy. Looking at this poisonous snake in the sky, Kazuma Quasi person snorted coldly. Oh, the hands were immediately sealed, and then directly released at the big snake pill and the group of poisonous snakes. Fire, the art of the fireball. Call. A huge fireball appeared, and the air was instantly burned and became hot, and the sky around the fire that soared into the sky was reflected in a fiery red. Rumble! The power of the fire burst out, covering the surrounding distance of hundreds of meters. Boom! Like an explosion, the roaring fire instantly engulfed thousands of poisonous snakes. Countless trees were ignited by the flames, which fueled the power of the flames, and the surrounding completely turned into a sea of fire. The air was slightly distorted by the flames. What's going on there? Seeing the huge movement in the distance and the fiery red scene in the sky, some ninjas said in shock. Fire? Looking at the red light in the sky, some people just guessed. And the trio of Shinobu also saw the movement over there. I love Luo. Tamari saw that AI Luo was looking at the side intently, and just opened his mouth and exclaimed. Someone is fighting over there. AI Luo said, and judging from such movements, the strength of these two people is very terrifying, very strong two people. My AI Luo's tone seemed a little excited. Tamari and Kankuro were a little worried, secretly hoping that Era wouldn't mess around, otherwise the two of them wouldn't be able to stop it. When the flames in the sky dispersed, the ground with a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a scorched earth, and a large crater more than 1 meter deep appeared in the central area of the How Fireball Ninjutsu outbreak. The big snake pill who was hiding in the safe area from afar looked at this scorched earth, thinking of the power of the Quasi person's previous wind and fire now. A trace of essence flashed in his golden pupils, and he couldn't help licking his lips. Almost every ninjutsu power and control is so powerful, the talent and amount of chakra like Quasi Ranjun is really enviable. At this time, an idea suddenly appeared in his heart, and it seemed very good if he could take Kazuma Junjin as his own body. Ha! Without giving Suzuki the spell seal, it is impossible to pursue Suzuki at this time, and he can only find an opportunity next time. But this time the big snake pill he didn't want to return in vain. Looking at the Kazuma Junjin who walked towards him, the corner of the big snake pill's mouth showed a smile, his finger reached to his mouth, and he bit hard. Blood splattered, and I saw the big snake pill quickly draw on his arm. At the same time, he shouted, Psychic Art. Suddenly, a huge movement sounded, and the surrounding trees were directly squeezed apart. When the white mist dispersed, an incomparably huge giant snake appeared in front of the eyes of the Quasi person in Kazuma. This giant snake is more than 30 meters long, its head is the size of a room, and the two golden snake pupils are like two huge lanterns, emitting cold light. Looking at this huge psychic beast, Kazuma Quasaiman flashed a thought: 10,000 snakes? No, not yet. 10,000 snakes should be purple patterns, and this one is similar to the usual snake pattern. Hee Quasairanjun, now let's start a new round of dueling. Orochimaru stood on top of the giant snake's head, and the giant snake raised its head. He just looked at Kazuma Junran on the ground condescendingly, and said with a terrifying smile. And at this time, Kakashi had already come to the outskirts of the Death Forest with Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Ajaki Bean. I saw the huge movement in the distance, the dust rising from the sky, and the trees that kept falling. Quasi-human. Quasairanjun, do you want to escape? Orochimaru licked his lips, his golden vertical pupils flashed a trace of excitement, and he commanded the giant snake under his feet to attack Kazuma Junran. Call! The huge giant snake was fast, and the snake's body twisted with a sound of breaking the air, and then opened the blood disc and bit straight towards the quasi-person. The quasi-human figure shuttles through the forest, and the big snake chases behind. Bang! There was a huge movement in the forest, and I saw smoke and dust billowing up all the way, and countless trees fell with a bang. Being big is really good. Junran Kazuma looked at the giant snake chasing him in the rear, and secretly said in his heart, because this giant snake is a psychic beast, its skin is very tough, and because it is such a huge size, ordinary attacks such as kunao and shuriken can no longer cause any damage to it. Ninjutsu also needs amazing power to hurt it. On the other hand, this giant snake, due to its large size, its power and destructive power are very amazing, and a casual flick of its tail can smash the ground out of a ravine. You can't run away. Suddenly, the voice of the big snake pill sounded. Swish! The giant snake under his feet suddenly erupted, and instantly appeared in front of the quasi-person, and the snake mouth that could swallow the elephant alive was directly bitten at the quasi-person below. Woo-hoo-hoo! The blood basin quickly approached, a bloody wind rushed to the face, and the sharp fangs on the snake's mouth reflected bursts of cold light. Looking at this roaring big snake, the palm of the quasi-person Kazuma moved, and the substitute technique was launched. Swish! In an instant, his body was exchanged with the stump in the distance. And at this time, the giant snake has attacked with a large mouth of blood. It directly bit the stump, and the click only heard the sound of the tree shattering, and this giant snake also hit the ground directly without abatement, and with a boom, the ground shook, and a burst of dust rose up into the sky. Rushing! The dust slowly fell, revealing a huge pit, which was directly knocked out by the big snake. Duh! Standing on the branch in the distance, Kazuma Junran looked at the giant snake that was 7 or 8 meters tall when it raised its head, and the big snake pill also saw the quasi-person, and immediately drove it over. Boom! Bang! The giant snake went on a rampage, the surrounding trees fell to both sides, and the giant snake's cold snake pupils stared at the quasi-person tightly, revealing the snake letter and making a terrifying sound. Looking at the big snake pill that attacked again, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the quasi-man of Kazuma. I really thought I was afraid that you wouldn't make it. After being chased by this psychic beast driven by the big snake pill for so long, Kazuma Junran was also a little annoyed. Swish! The quasi-man's right hand stretched out, and the carrot in his body surged into his palm as visible to the naked eye, quickly forming a blue sphere. The big snake pill on top of the giant snake's head licked his lips, smiled evilly, and said, I want to use the spiral pill, but it's a pity that it is nothing to deal with such a behemoth. The power of the single attack of the spiral pill is indeed amazing, but it is indeed a little insufficient when attacking to remind the huge object, just like this large snake more than 20 meters long, unless it directly penetrates its head, otherwise the damage of the spiral pill cannot make it fatal, and if the quasi-person wants to attack the key point of the giant snake, the big snake pill standing there will not simply watch the play. Ha! Hearing the words of the big snake pill, the corner of Kazuma Junran's mouth hooked up to reveal a mysterious sneer. Who said it was a spiral pill? Then his eyes flashed a trace of essence, and the spiral pill in his control hand began to change. Yikes! When the quasi-man's mind moved, 1 or 2 wisps of transparent whirlwind immediately appeared around the spiral pill on his right hand, and then more and more, the swirling wind shone with white light, and the spiral pill on the quasi-man's right hand became brighter and brighter, and finally was completely covered by white light. All this was completed in an instant, so the big snake pill saw that the quasi-person was ready to cast the spiral pill, but the next second he found it, there was a sharp sound of cutting air, and I saw a huge white chakra shuriken that seemed to be spinning in the right hand of the quasi-man. This is, when he saw the ninjutsu in Kazuma Junran's hand, Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and with his cognition, he immediately understood what Kazuma Junran had done. This is the nature of the spiral pill that changes in the nature of the wind attribute. And then seeing the movements of Kazuma quasi-person, the pupils of the big snake pill shrank, and a coldness hit his mind from the solace of his feet, from the spinning white chakra shuriken. Orochimaru sensed a mortal threat. Not good. As soon as Orochimaru's eyes widened, the giant snake below wanted to escape. It's night. Kazuma Junrin looked at the actions of the big snake pill, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He instantly threw out the ninjutsu in his hand, Wind Escape, Spiral Shuriken. A white chakra shuriken quickly broke through the air and struck towards the big snake pill not far away. This move was developed in advance by Kazuma Junrin, S-Class Ninjutsu, Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken. Sting. Moisture. The Spiral Shuriken was like an extremely sharp weapon, cutting the air all the way, and striking towards the big snake pill with a sharp sound of breaking the air. After using this trick, the quasi-human figure was like a black light, and after flickering, it immediately disappeared into this area. The speed of the Spiral Shuriken was fast, and he came to the front of the giant snake in an instant, and the pupils of the big snake pill shrank, and the deadly threat on the Spiral Shuriken made him understand that he had to avoid this move. Stepping on the giant snake, the body of the big snake pill quickly retreated towards the distance. At this time, the spiral pill had already made contact with the blood basin of the giant snake. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flickered, instantly covering hundreds of kilometers of surrounding forests. Then there was an earth-shattering bang, and the earth was shaking directly. Rumble. Countless trees fell with a bang and were instantly torn to pieces by the wind attribute chakra, and pieces of land and boulders also disappeared directly. It was as if a huge mushroom cloud had risen in the sky. And on the periphery of this ninjutsu, huge winds and waves rushed in all directions, directly uprooting countless large trees, and dust billowed into the sky. What's wrong? The lower ninjas in the Forest of Death could all feel this movement, and then they looked at the huge mushroom cloud in the distance. Their faces showed shock, and they exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" And the Sand Shinobi trio, since AI Luo insisted on getting closer, they were the closest shinobi to Kazuma Junjin and Orochimaru. When I saw the mushroom cloud rising up into the sky in the distance, AI Luo's brows frowned first. What's wrong? Tamari is also looking at the dazzling white light in the distance. Rumble. Then something seemed to be crashing ahead, rows of trees were collapsing, dust was rising into the sky. My AI Luo's expression changed suddenly, and countless sands instantly gushed out from his gourd, immediately protecting the three of them. Rumble. Periphery of the Forest of Death, what happened there? The Invigilator ninjas showed a surprised look and pointed into the distance, and Naruto Uzumaki and the three of them also saw the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. This Uchiha Suzuki instantly connected this scene with that big snake pill. Could it be that the Quasi-Man and that guy are fighting? Naruto Uzumaki looked into the distance and whispered. Then Naruto and Sakura and Suzuki looked at each other, both seeing the shocked look in each other's eyes. You must know that this is the outskirts of the forest, and it is a long way from that place, but they can even detect the movement of the battle. You can imagine how fierce the battle on the side of the Junjin Kazuma really was. Quick! In the forest, Kakashi and the 6 members of the Dark Division were speeding through the battlefield of Kazuma Junjin and Orochimaru. The two groups of members of the Dark Division were searching for Orochimaru on the other side of the forest, and it was Kakashi who gathered them with a signal. What's that? And Kakashi, who was hurrying away, they also saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky in the distance. Oops, Kakashi's face was on the side, and that neighborhood should be the location where the Quasi people and Orochimaru were fighting, and such a big movement should be caused by some powerful ninjutsu. Kakashi didn't know that Junto Kazuma had developed the Kazima Spiral Shuriken, so he subconsciously thought that Orochimaru had used some kind of forbidden technique, and the power of the technique that could cause such a big movement was already indescribable to Kakashi. Hurry up again, Kakashi shouted coldly, and at the same time he directly pulled up the forward guard on his head, revealing the scarlet 3-hooked jade chakra eyes. If something really happened to the Quasi people, then they would leave the big snake pill behind no matter what. Swish! 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 The members of the Dark Department also broke out one after another, and quickly rushed towards the battlefield. And at this moment, Kazuma Junto stood on a large tree, looking at the movement caused by himself in the distance. In the area covered by ninjutsu, there are countless wind attribute chakras that cannot be seen with the naked eye. Cutting this terrifying ninjutsu that is enough to destroy cells, completely turning that area into a forbidden area for life. After a long time, the ninjutsu power of the spiral shuriken slowly dissipated, leaving only dust in the sky. Junto Kazuma watched as the power of the wind escape spiral shuriken over there had disappeared. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he pulled out the flying thunder god on the tree next to him, and then the figure immediately rushed towards the center of the area. Big snake pill, you shouldn't have dodged it. After all, I have to rely on the flying thunder god to stay away from the area covered by ninjutsu. As he approached, a thought flashed in Kazuma Junrin's heart. The area covered by the spiral shuriken was large, and the distance between Orochimaru and the giant snake was so close to the quasi-human, he should not be able to escape. Swish! When Kazuma Junto stood on the battlefield where he and Orochimaru had been, he found that the topography of the place had changed dramatically. Without trees, rocks, and even the earth had been cut off a large piece. A huge crater covering a radius of hundreds of meters and nearly 10 meters deep was revealed in front of Kazuma Junrin. There was still a little dust in the air, and there was no sign of life here. Seeing such an amazing destructive power of the wind spiral shuriken, Kazuma Junrin was not surprised. After all, this was the S-level ninjutsu that he had consumed some of the chakra used. The giant snake summoned by the big snake pill is no longer visible, there is no trace of it. The moment it was covered by the power of the spiral shuriken, a complete corpse could be seen, but after countless wind attribute chakra cuts, it completely turned into dust. Kazuma Kwai-Saiman used perception and found that there was no chakra fluctuation in a radius of 1 kilometer, then he increased the range of perception intently, expanding the distance to 2 kilometers, at which point he noticed several chakra fluctuations. 3 somewhat familiar chakras, but it's not a big snake pill. Looking at the west of the forest, Kazuma Junran frowned slightly, and then remembered who the 3 chakras were. Tamari and I love them, the Kwai-Saiman said to himself and stopped caring about them. He wanted to know if the big snake pill was dead or not. However, after perceiving for a long time, I did not find the chakra fluctuation with the big snake pill. Is this dead? Junto Kazuma was a little surprised, and a strange feeling emerged in my heart about how you fell before I could help. What a disappointment. And this time, swish, 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 several figures appeared near the area. These are 6 ninjas wearing animal masks, and 1 ninja wearing masks to reveal scarlet 3-hooked jade chakra eyes. They are none other than the members of the Dark Division and Kakashi who arrived. As soon as it appeared on this battlefield, Kakashi and the members of the Dark Division just constricted their pupils and gasped. Because what directly meets their eyes is the huge deep pit. What a terrifying power this is. A member of the Dark Division couldn't help but exclaim. Others could not imagine the destructive power of this ninjutsu, and the hundreds of meters deep pit impacted their hearts and shocked them. And at this time, Kakashi saw a figure standing next to the deep pit. It was Junjin Kazuma, quasi-human. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaim, and suddenly his heart was relieved. Kakashi-senpai, you are all here. Junto Kazuma looked back at Kakashi and the members of the Dark Division, and spoke. Swish! Kakashi and they also came to the side of the quasi-person, looking at the deep pit of nearly 10 meters not far under their feet, and the shock in their hearts hit again. What about the big snake pill? Kakashi ignored the pit, instead looked around a little warily and asked. I don't know, but I should have run away. Kazuma Junran thought for a while and spoke. The quasi-person still felt that the big snake pill was not so easy to solve. After all, he had so many strange ninjutsu that could survive. What? Hearing that the big snake pill ran away, the 6 dark ninjas were shocked. You must know that the big snake pill was once one of the 3 ninjas. Kakashi was also surprised when he heard Orochimaru run, and then he thought of another thing. His face was even more moved, and he pointed to the deep pit in front of him and said, then this is you. If the big snake pill runs, it means that he lost to the quasi-person, then this deep pit is. Junjin Kazuma also nodded and spoke, one of my ninjutsu caused it. Those ninjas in the dark part looked directly at Junjin Kazuma and were speechless for a long time. If it weren't for the masks on their faces, then you could see the stunned and shocked looks of these people. Due to the movement of the battle between the quasi-Kazuma and the great snake pill, the beasts in that area rushed around, and then the impact became more and more, and then the beasts of almost half of the death forest also ran away. And these also affected the candidates of this Zongnin exam. They don't even understand how these beasts appear in droves like crazy. There are also a lot of them who endure injuries. In one area of the forest, Shikamaru, Akimichi Dingji, and Ino are standing on tree trunks, looking at the huge wild boar below that has fallen into a trap. Alas, another trap in vain. Shikamaru touched his head and said with a little headache. The traps they spent a long time setting were all destroyed by these wild beasts. There is no chance to deal with the enemy at all. Damn, you stupid pig, you are already the 3rd stupid thing to break our trap. Ino looked at the howling wild boar in the trap below, but he felt a burst of anger and shouted loudly below. This situation is very wrong. Shikamaru thought intently, and then thought about the previous movement, secretly guessing that something happened in the Forest of Death. Hokage office Orochimaru was defeated by the Quasi-Man. The smoke at the corner of Asema's mouth fell directly, but Asema didn't care. He looked at Kazuma Junran in shock and asked. Judging from the traces of the on-site search, the big snake pill really left at that time. Junto Kazuma thought for a moment and said to the 3 generations in front of him. The 3 generations had a pipe in their mouths, and they were slightly lost at the moment. And the Sunset Red, Akai, and Matere Red Beans next to them all looked at Kazuma Junran with shocked faces. You know, the big snake pill used to be one of the 3 ninjas. That title already represents his strength. But he actually lost at the hands of Junto Kazuma, which is really shocking. And Hondu didn't know how to describe his mood. The power of that quasi-human technique is indeed very terrifying. Kakashi was on the side, and also opened his mouth to tell them what the scene caused by the wind spiral shuriken in the Forest of Death. Listening to Kakashi's words, Asema's mouth could not close. He was a ninja who was refined and knew even more how difficult it was to make Kakashi burst out of the destructive power described in Kakashi's mouth, and it was because of this that he was even more horrified, and the level of this ninjutsu cast by the quasi-human was probably S-level. This is generally the category of forbidden arts, and this ninjutsu was actually developed on the basis of Kazuma Junran alone. It's incredible. The three generations of Hokage seemed to have just come to their senses and looked at Junjin Kazuma. With medium-long black hair, a handsome face, and a tall figure exuding a special temperament, Junjin Kazuma seems to be shining in the eyes of the three generations at this moment. He really didn't expect that the strength of Kazuma Junrin had reached such a point, and he actually beat his apprentice away. Although the three generations didn't want to say it, they had to admit that the big snake pill was the best disciple among his three disciples. But now, Orochimaru was defeated at the hands of the Quasi-Man. In the hearts of the three generations of Hokage, they are even more optimistic about the future of Kazuma Junjin. 3 generations, Orochimaru just ran away. His purpose is Sasuke. If he doesn't succeed, he won't stop. Looking at the 3 generations, Kazuma Junrin just opened his mouth to remind. And the Quasi-person's words also made everyone present frown. That's right, that guy from Orochimaru won't let Sasuke go. Red Doe was even more excited, and stood up and said to the 3 generations. She touched the spell mark on her neck, gritted her teeth and said, since he is here, then he will not give up easily. Next to Kakashi and the others also nodded. Characters like Orochimaru, since they have already acted, then it is not that he will definitely not stop at the last moment. Even if he is repelled by the Quasi-person once, if he has a chance next time, he will definitely strike at Sasuke. Thinking of this, Asuma said to the 3 generations, then it is better to let Sasuke Uchiha abort the exam, and then send members of the Dark Department to protect him. Without waiting for the 3rd generation of Hokage to say anything, Kakashi pinched his chin on the side and said, impossible. With his personality, it is impossible to give up this Naka Shinobi exam. Giving up the Zongnin exam, that's better than losing your life. Azuki just looked at Kakashi and drank. That's just the idea of ordinary people. Junrin Kazuma spoke, and then looked at the red beans and said word by word, Sasuke, his surname is Uchiha, for him, the chance to become stronger is more important than life. Hearing these words, Red Bean and the 3 generations were collectively silent. They all knew the hatred in Uchiha Sasuke's heart for a person, and it was this hatred that made him stronger and stronger. Then directly abort the Zongnin exam, Akai just said. And hearing Akai's words, Kazuma Junrin even retorted, this is even more impossible. Celebrities such as daimyo from various countries have already been invited, and the Wind Shadow of the Country of Wind has even promised to come and watch. At this time to suspend the Zongnin exam, no matter what it is, it will greatly affect our reputation and credibility in Konoha. This can't work. That's not okay, so what to do? Hearing Junto Kazuma say that this is not okay, then he didn't agree. Mitere Azuki just looked at him directly and asked. And Kazuma Junrin glanced at the people present, and found that the 3 generations were also bright, and after signaling him to speak, the Quasi-person said lightly, it's simple, the exam continues. Naruto Uzumaki, who was in the outer area of the Death Forest, had been guarded here for almost a day, and suddenly shouted impatiently. That big snake pill, the strength should be terrifying. Harano Sakura said worriedly on the side. Junrin said at that time, Orochimaru was one of the 3 ninjas. That Quasi-man Heath Sakura, who has excellent academic performance, has also read a lot of books, including Some People and Things in the Village, and there is a legend of Konoha Sanshinobi. Sakura, what do you mean by Sanshin? Naruto Uzumaki just looked puzzled and asked curiously. Uchiha Sasuke was on the side, biting his finger solemnly. He didn't know who Orochimaru was, but he knew that guy's strength was even more terrifying than Kakashi. I just don't know if that Kazuma Quasi-person who has always been unfathomable can resist it. Naruto, the so-called 3 ninjas, are 3 powerful ninjas. Seeing Jun Kazuma and Kakashi, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Harano were all a little happy. Quasi-person, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called out directly and happily. Although Uchiha Sasuke didn't say anything, his gaze was also on Junrin and Kakashi. When he found that there was not a trace of battle on the body of Junto Kazuma, a trace of fluctuation flashed in Sasuke's eyes. How's that guy? Sasuke opened his mouth and asked Kakashi. And at this time, Naruto Uzumaki also thought about it, and opened his mouth and asked, yes, Quasi-person, Kakashi-sensei, who is that big snake pill? Sakura said that he was one of the 3 shinobi, and what did the 3 shinobi mean? And why was he staring at Sasuke? Naruto Uzumaki directly asked a series of questions, and his tone was a little excited. Quasi-people and Kakashi heard Naruto and Sasuke's question, and after looking at each other, Kazuma Junto looked at Uchiha Sasuke and said, 3 shinobi, is the title of the 3 powerful ninjas in Konoha's 3 Megatron ninja world. And Orochimaru is one of the 3 shinobi. He once in Princess Tsunade and Jiraiya-sama. Junto Kazuma briefly introduced them to the origin of the Great Snake Pill. And when they knew that the guy Orochimaru was so powerful, Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Harano were a little shocked and afraid, but they didn't expect that the people they encountered in the Forest of Death were so dangerous. And when Uchiha Sasuke was moved, his eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. Junrin Kazuma looked at the black pupils in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, and said with deep meaning, the reason why a character like Orochimaru stared at Sasuke, I think the most likely thing is the Uchiha bloodline flowing in Sasuke's body that he fancy. Hearing the Quasi-man's words, Uchiha Sasuke's body shook, slowly lowered his head, his eyes unconsciously turned into scarlet double-hooked jade chakra eyes. He gritted his teeth and secretly said, sure enough, the dangerous guy was for these. Eyes in the first place. Uchiha's bloodline. Naruto Uzumaki frowned, frowning as he thought about something special about Sasuke's bloodline. Sakura understood, looking towards Sasuke, her mind recalling the scarlet eyes that Sasuke had exposed during his previous battles. At this time, okay, so after some discussion with us, Sasuke. Kakashi's words came over, interrupting Naruto Uzumaki's musings and the three of them. Sasuke withdrew his Sharingan eyes and looked up at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at Sasuke seriously and spoke, because of Orochimaru's attempt, we have a suggestion for you, that is, exit this Chu Ninja exam. When he said that last sentence, Kakashi's tone was noticeably heavier, and he could hear that if Sasuke gave up, he would also approve of it. Kakashi's words made Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrink, and then clenched his fists, his heart tangled. And Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura were silent, and they didn't know what to say. Wants Sasuke not to give up this exam and meet Orochimaru again? Abominable. Thinking about it, Naruto Uzumaki just gritted his teeth and drank low, and his fist hammered to the ground. Naruto, looking at Naruto's appearance, Sakura exclaimed, and Kakashi and Junrin also looked over. Sasuke, you give up. Naruto Uzumaki was still lowering his head, but the silence came out. Although Sasuke's abstention would have eliminated them together, Naruto made this choice for Sasuke's safety. Seeing the performance of Naruto Uzumaki, who has been with himself on weekdays, Sasuke Uchiha's eyes also flashed a trace of fluctuation. Naruto, I secretly said in my heart. There was silence for a long time. What stupid thing to say, you idiot. Uchiha Sasuke's words came, and then I saw Sasuke's eyes looking at Kakashi and Junrin with great determination, and opened his mouth and drank lowly. I won't quit this exam, even the big snake pill can't stop me. The words are firm and unshakable. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura both looked up at Sasuke, while Junrin, Kazuma and Kakashi showed a hint of understanding. The corners of the quasi-person's mouth hooked. Okay, although we also guessed your decision, but because of the danger level of the big snake pill, our final decision is. The quasi-man's tone paused, and his expression became serious, but he did not say the last words as if he was deliberately hanging their appetite. Boomed. Naruto Uzumaki looked even more nervous than Sasuke, and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. What the hell? Hurry up, quasi-man. Looking at Kazuma Junjin, who just stared at them with his eyes but did not open his mouth, Naruto was about to die. Let's continue with the exam. Finally, the quasi-face turned pale and said with a smile, Great, Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki shouted. Sasuke was also relieved. After all, if the quasi-people forced themselves not to participate, Sasuke could not resist. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and added, but there is one point, if we find a trace of Orochimaru, we will immediately suspend your exam. Please don't blame us then. Hearing Kakashi's words, the three of them had no opinion. Naruto couldn't help but speak, don't worry, if that guy from the Great Snake Pill dares to come, I will definitely teach him a hard lesson. Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke pouted and snorted, idiot. After that, the assessment continued, and because of the delay of one day, there was not much time left for the 7th shift. They need to re-enter the Forest of Death, find the ninja squad with different scrolls than them, defeat or kill those people, and assemble the Heaven and Earth scrolls to rush to the Tower of the Center. Swish, swish, swish. Junrin, Kazuma and Kakashi quietly looked at the three figures that swept towards the Forest of Death, and did not speak for a long time. The three generations around the forest have once again strengthened their human vigilance, and if the big snake pill escapes, it will not be so easy to enter. Kakashi looked at the pair or two members of the Dark Division who were secretly patrolling and whispered, The quasi-person nodded. He also had no clue about where the big snake pill was, but he thought that guy would definitely reappear if he didn't die. In the Forest of Death, Yakushi is shuttling through the forest, and he is also looking for Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and others. Suddenly the medicine master stopped and landed on a large tree. He pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said to himself, after looking for so long, I still haven't seen Sasuke's figure, and what happened over there before caused such a big movement. Lord Orochimaru. Finally, he looked at the trunk of the tree, where a figure faintly emerged from among the trees. Pocket, a gloomy voice sounded, then the figure completely appeared from among the trees, revealing its pale skin and a pair of golden vertical pupils, which was the big snake pill that the quasi-person had not found. It's just that the big snake pill is not very good now, his face seems to have a sickly weakness, and one arm hangs weakly. Lord Orochimaru, you are in the Forest of Death, in a hidden tree hole. The medicine master had a green chakra in his hands and was trying to heal the left hand of the big snake pill. His forehead was already full of sweat, but he did not dare to relax in the slightest. After a long treatment time, sorry, I can't treat the injury to your left hand with my ability. The medicine master, who had tried multiple methods, finally sighed and gave up continuing the treatment. Yes, hearing the medicine master's words, the big snake pill was also not surprised to say, he had already thought that this might be the result. Although I shouldn't have inquired, I still wonder who hurt you like this. The medicine master thought about the injury of the left hand of the big snake pill, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes, because all the cells in this arm have been destroyed, it is already completely wasted. Hearing the medicine master's words, the big snake pill let out a gloomy laugh. I didn't expect that there would be someone like him among Konoha's generation of descendants. Orochimaru licked his somewhat purple but somewhat pale lips and said in a low voice, "What, junior of Konoha?" Hearing the words of the big snake pill, the medicine master's eyes were about to pop out. He also thought that the 3 generations of Hokage personally came out, or many powerful ninjas besieged together to seriously injure Orochimaru, but he didn't expect that it was actually done by a junior. Yakushi's heart fluctuated, and at the same time he searched for a ninja in Konoha who might match Orochimaru's words. Uchiha Sasuke? No, it can't be, although the target of Lord Orochimaru is him, but now Sasuke is just an ordinary shinobi. How can he have the strength to seriously injure Lord Orochimaru? Yakushi ruled it out one by one, and finally thought of a person. That person was a genius ninja who had recently risen in the village, young but already Konoha shinobi. Although it has not yet been too amazing, this talent and strength have shocked many people. Could it be that person, Junjin Kazuma? The medicine master looked at the big snake pill and revealed a name. Hee, what an incredible genius, right? When I was as young, I didn't have this level of strength. Thinking back to the last ninjutsu of Junjin Kazuma, a trace of jealousy flashed in the vertical pupils of the big snake pill, licked his lips and said with a smile. At the moment when the spiral pill shuriken was covered, the big snake pill found that he didn't have time to use the trick of coming out of Rashomon, so he decisively used the reverse psychic technique to return to the dragon cave, which dodged. But even if Orochimaru reacted so quickly, he still did not completely dodge the power of ninjutsu, and his left arm was destroyed by the spiral shuriken. The left hand is no longer able to be used, which is a lot of strength for you. The medicine master pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said with some concern, thinking about whether to give up this Konoha collapse plan. Don't worry, it's just an arm, and it can't make me give up this plan. And Orochimaru looked at his left hand, which was not under his control, and said without care, thinking of the forbidden technique he had learned. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with an evil smile, and said with a chuckle, I still have a gift for my teacher. Hearing that Orochimaru was unwilling to give up the plan, Yakushi no longer refuted, and asked instead, then about Uchiha Sasuke's actions, do you need to stop it? At the mention of Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru's eyes showed deep greed and longing, but thinking of Junto Kazuma next to Sasuke and the other ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru thought for a moment and ordered, he must be guarded by members of the Dark Department now, don't act rashly for the time being. Got it. Pocket pushed his glasses, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru-sama told him not to act rashly. Didn't it mean that the others should act as usual? It is your honor to be the outcast of Lord Orochimaru, and to do the last thing for Lord Orochimaru, Medicine Master Pocket's heart secretly said. Soon, a few days passed. Today is the last day of the second exam of the Chunin exam, and the sun is shining and the weather is just right. However, for some ninja squads in the Forest of Death, it is not very good. Swish, swish. The 3 people of Oto Ninja Village were shuttling through the forest, as if they were looking for someone with a purpose. Suddenly, one of the ninjas with upturned gray-black wolves running and wearing 3 red dead khaki tunics, the figure stopped on a large tree, gritted his teeth and said, damn, after so many days, not only did they not gather the scrolls, but they also did not find Uchiha Sasuke them. The task entrusted to us by the adults, how should we complete it? His tone was somewhat angry. Seeing him stop, the other 2 ninjas also stopped. One is a female ninja with long black hair, the other ninja, whose entire head was bandaged, only his left eye was exposed. A long broom-like cloak draped over his back, a long, loose cardigan covering his arm and the perforated armor on his right arm. And this ninja has always maintained a hunchback posture, legs, and looks quite different. The 3 people are Sark, Jin, and Toph from Oto Ninja Village. They accept the order of Orochimaru to do something to Sasuke Uchiha in this Naka Ninja exam. But after searching for so long, there was still no Uchiha Sasuke, and other ninja squads rarely came across. Stop talking nonsense, keep looking. Toph looked at Sark and said in a deep voice. And at this time, they faintly heard a movement in one direction, and the 3 people were hiding. It didn't take long for you to do so. There are 3 other figures approaching this area, I said. Sasuke, time is running out, our scrolls still haven't gathered, it's better to open them directly. Naruto Uzumaki said as he jumped on the tree trunk while looking at the scroll of the earth on his left hand. Idiot. Ahead, Sasuke Uchiha ignored Naruto Uzumaki and said without turning his head. Damn it, Naruto Uzumaki heard Sasuke's words, and immediately became angry, and he was about to catch up with him. At this time, the Sasuke figure stopped and stood on a large tree. Alas, Naruto, who suddenly accelerated, swept directly past Sasuke, and looking back at Sasuke, he directly hit the tree trunk in front of him, making a noise. It hurts. Touching his head, Naruto asked, why did you stop suddenly? And without the need for Uchiha Sasuke to answer, the 3 ninjas who fell from the sky immediately made Naruto Uzumaki's pupils shrink. Then he stood up and returned to Sasuke and Sakura. Who are you? Looking at the trio of Oto Shinobu on the opposite side, Sasuke Uchiha asked lightly. Hee, that's great, you're Suzuki Uchiha. On the other side, the three people of Otobi let out a burst of laughter and looked at Uchiha Suzuki and sneered. Hearing this, Suzuki and Naruto all knew, and these three guys came for Suzuki again. While Suzuki and Otobi collided, Kakashi and Quasito were watching from Naruto's office using telescopic magic. Originally, this was not allowed, but special circumstances are treated specially. Oh, they're going to start fighting. With a pipe in his mouth, Mayo looked at Suzuki Uchiha in the picture, and he also wanted to seriously see how powerful the potential of Suzuki who was targeted by Orochimaru was. At this moment, Kazuma Junrin did not care. He only now had the mind to sort out the ninjutsu that had been copied successfully in his mind. Rebirth of filthy soil. I did write down a part of the Book of Seals, but I didn't learn much, so fuse. And after Kazuma Junrin learned the trick of soil rebirth, the crystal ball showed that the battle between the 7th class and the Oto Shinobu trio had also begun. Forest of Death, ha, look at me, Naruto Uzumaki shouted, and the figure instantly rushed towards Sack on the opposite side. Idiot, be careful. Seeing Naruto so reckless, Uchiha Suzuki couldn't help but remind. Call. Looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who directly attacked him, Sark in the sound of shinobi stood up, He snorted coldly, and then he fought with Naruto. Boom. Call. The two people met with their fists and feet, accompanied by the sound of metal weapons colliding. Now Naruto's strength is not the strongest group in the shinobi, but it is not weak, so Sark and he are deadlocked for a while. Ryu, looking at Naruto Uzumaki, who was tied with his opponent, Sakura exhaled softly. She was really afraid that Naruto this guy would be beaten back as soon as he went up, and that would be really bad. I didn't expect Naruto to be so strong. Looking at Naruto's performance, Uchiha Suzuki's eyes flashed a trace of essence, and he secretly said in his heart. However, the Tuyin Shinobu on the opposite side were dissatisfied with this situation, and shouted loudly, "Oh, Sark, what are you doing?" And hearing the words of the two companions behind him, Sark's face was also not good looking. He did not expect that Konoha's trio casually came out alone to compete with himself. Call. At this time, with a whistling sound, Naruto's fist was already about to hit Sark. Great. Looking at Sark, who was about to be hit by himself, a flash of joy flashed in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes, and at this time, look for death. Sack raised his hand to Naruto Uzumaki. Rumble. The pupils of Naruto Uzumaki's eyes suddenly shrank, and then he found that a pain came from his chest. Ugh. Naruto let out a cry from his mouth, and his body flew straight out and crashed into a large tree as if it had been impacted by a huge force. Naruto. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki being shot away, both Sakura and Suzuki were shocked. Then, Uchiha Suzuki's eyes looked at Sark on the opposite side, and his expression became slightly solemn. Obviously his hand didn't touch Naruto, so how did he attack? Suzuki thought in his mind as he thought about the scene when Naruto flew out upside down. Sack withdrew his arm and let out a sneer as Naruto Uzumaki was about to get up under the tree. Damn it. Naruto Uzumaki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, felt a pain in his chest, and his eyes glared at Sark. Naruto, are you alright? Sakura looked back at Naruto and asked. Suzuki Uchiha, let's shoot. Ignoring Naruto anymore, Sark turned to look at Suzuki Uchiha and reached out to him provocatively. The purpose of their Oto Shinobi trio is to fight Suzuki Uchiha and defeat him. Suzuki pulled out a handful of kunao and looked at Sark and the other two guys on the opposite side. Suzuki. On the side, Sakura was also prepared to help, but the female ninja on the opposite side, Jin, appeared directly to stop her. Your opponent is me. Kim appeared behind Sakura, just to grab it by Sakura's hair. Swish! Sakura's figure quickly dodged, dodging to the side while shooting several shurikens at Kin, and Kim is also busier on the backside. Sakura and Kim begin to fight, while Sack and That's are ready to attack Suzuki Uchiha. They didn't want any fair one-on-one, and it was now that it was most important to join forces to defeat Suzuki and complete Orochimaru's mission. Uchiha Suzuki's eyes closed, and instantly turned into scarlet double-hooked jade, staring closely at the two people who attacked. Just as Suzuki was preparing to deal with the enemy on the opposite side, a figure appeared from behind him and swept towards the opposite side. I'm not going to lose to you, bastard. Only Naruto Uzumaki's voice was heard echoing in the sky, and then his loud shout sounded, multiple shadow doppelganger technique. Boom! After a puff of smoke, more than 10 Uzumaki Naruto figures instantly appeared in the air. Up. Hit them. More than a dozen Uzumaki Naruto immediately attacked Sack and Thor on the opposite side. This guy, looking at Naruto Uzumaki's approach, the corners of Uchiha Suzuki's mouth hooked, and he stepped on the ground. The figure also burst out and attacked towards Thoth. And the Hokage office, looking at the battle of the 7th class trio, Akai was a little shocked. No wonder you want to sponsor the three of them to participate in this Zongnin exam. It turns out that they already have such strength. Kai looked at the picture of Naruto and Suzuki fighting in the crystal ball, and said to the Quasaiman and Kakashi, the difference in strength between shinobi is very large, and ordinary newly graduated ninjas cannot have the strength of Suzuki without a year or two of accumulation. Looking at Suzuki Uchiha, who used the fireball technique in the picture, Akai sighed that he was worthy of being the chief graduate of this class. However, the three of them are not my disciples' opponents yet. Kakashi, quasi-human. Thinking of his Kaibans Hinata Ninji and Kori, Akai said confidently to Kakashi and Junjin, while revealing his signature smile and his snow-white shiny teeth. But unfortunately, neither his words nor Kakashi listened, and at this time Kakashi was talking to the quasi-person, quasi-people, Suzuki. Their strength has improved so fast. Well, Naruto and Suzuki's strength has improved quickly, especially Suzuki. Of course, Sakura is not bad in some ways. There is also the credit for your guidance. The two were talking about the three people in their class with their own care, leaving Akai silently gritting his teeth and crying on the side. Kakashi, you deserve to be my lifelong rival, and you ignore me so naturally. And the quasi-person, from now on you are my other opponent, Kai said with tears in his eyes, gritting his teeth and excited. It seems that they need to be taught something new. Kakashi looked at Suzuki, who didn't have a killer skill, and nodded secretly. It seemed that he really didn't care about Akai. Although the quasi-man paid attention to Kai's movements, he did not want to be entangled by him as an opponent, so he ignored him. Well, in the third exam, with the current strength, it is still a little insufficient. That sand ninja I love Luo is very strong, the quasi-man also spoke. Yes, my class. At the same time, Sunset Red and Asema next to them also opened their mouths to join the discussion of the two people. All that was left was Kai, who was silently crying on the side. And a few hours later, Naruto Uzumaki, who had traces of battle on his body, and the other three people also arrived at the central tower in time and delivered the Heaven and Earth scroll. Heh, thanks to those three guys, otherwise we wouldn't be able to collect the scrolls this time.